The following content is for entertainment purposes only. All of the voices in this video and this disclaimer were generated using artificial intelligence and are not actual quotes of the persons depicted. This content is purely satirical and is in no way a political advertisement or contains any political bias. Viewer discretion is advised.
My fellow Americans.
It's season 2, motherfuckers.
It's a whole new world we live in.
Do.
It's a whole new way to see.
Do.
It's a whole new place.
With a brand new attitude.
But you still gotta catch them all.
And be the best that you can be.
Pokemon Johto.
Holy shit, boys, I could not be more ready after that. In fact, how about we just sing old Pokemon songs for views from now on and forget the Pokemon Crystal?
Maybe let's not get ahead of ourselves, Donald. To be fair, our pitch wasn't perfect, and I'm sure the people actually want to see us play this Randomizer Nuzlocke.
As much as I want to put that rendition of the Gen 2 theme song on repeat in my 2021 Chevy Silverado, we definitely have a game to play here, Donald. And this is going to be a lot harder than Pokemon Yellow for damn sure.
Anyone else notice that Suicune was looking dummy thick in that intro at the end?
New season, same sussy Biden, it looks like. I'll give you credit, though, Joe. You made it farther into this playthrough without saying some of that dumb shit that made you famous during Pokemon Yellow than I thought you would.
Looks like we're off to a flying start. But before we get this action kicked off, everybody, we want to remind you this will not be a vanilla playthrough of Pokemon Crystal. This will be a randomized Nuzlocke, and we will show you all of the settings we've applied to this save file. For starters, all Pokemon-based statistics will be randomized, and all evolutions will be random as well. The only rule is that the evolution line must follow the same typing. For example, a Wooper would only be able to evolve into a water or ground type, and any Pokemon at the end of an evolution line will not be able to evolve further. In addition, level 40 will be the limit for the final evolution in each line, and all Pokemon will also evolve with the same level or stone conditions as usual. But we did turn off time of day evolution restrictions. The starters, wild encounters, and trade requests will all be random as well. We could end up having Suicune as our starter or as our first encounter. Movesets are also completely random, so you could have a Charmander using Hydro Pump. But we did disable game-breaking moves. So, for example, a level 2 Pokemon can't have Dragon Rage and destroy anything early game in its path. Our rival will always have his starter at every encounter, and wild Pokemon will be 20% stronger to reduce the grinding we have to do in this game because it is well known for its horrible level scaling. Finally, all items in the wild are also random with the exception of key items, and that should be just about it. Somebody else speak now because I'm sitting the next couple plays out.
I couldn't be more thankful you're the resident nerd of this group, Obama. You did a fantastic job of explaining everything there. You did just forget to mention that trainers will be type themed so that every gym will have its own randomized type.
I swear, if the first gym we have to go up against is Dragon, we literally just had to go through being kidnapped and having to escape from an underground lab in Moscow, so I really hope this is easier on us.
16 badges, the strongest trainer to ever exist, and all of it being random? Yeah, something tells me this isn't going to be a cakewalk, Donald. We have to be at the top of our game and ready to play better than ever before. If a Pokemon faints, we can't just heal it anymore. It's gone forever. I'm not ready for those moments.
In terms of our name, I say we just make it a channel tradition to be POTUS in each save file. And just as like a mark of making it look like New Game Plus, how about we do 2 exclamation points this time? We've earned it.
I mean, I'm not going to say no because the exclamation point thing was my idea in Yellow, but how about you wait for confirmation before you lock something in that big, you jackass?
Real talk, Joe, but we can talk about that later because it is officially go time. We are live, everyone.
I'm just going to start off by grabbing the potion out of the PC, so we have at least that to start with. Hey, wait a minute, where's my free potion? I thought Game Freak gives us a stimulus package to begin.
Unfortunately, we don't get a free item in this game, Joe. They took that out in Pokemon Crystal. At least we can get more healing items than last time by virtue of getting berries from trees that didn't exist last generation.
Oh, you liberals always looking for the easy way out and wanting free stuff. How about you go out there in the fields and win some trainer battles so you can afford some medicine?
All we're asking for is medicine at the same cost you paid during tax season, Donnie. Is that so much to ask for?
I swear on Ivanka that I will absolutely eviscerate you on the debate stage for that comment, old man.
Oh shit. He swore on the one he actually cares about. You better take that threat seriously, Joe.
Oh, man, I'm absolutely shaking. Really fast, though. Hey, guys, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the others? Before I finish my song...
It's Donald, because he actually lost a presidential election.
Ratio plus L plus, you're getting smacked in November if you win the primary big boy.
What the fuck, Bush? Why don't you have my back like Obama with Biden? Us Republicans need to stick together.
Well, excuse me for not using a teleprompter like they do and not being ready for that ambush. Also, these guys are closer than ever right now, seeing Biden has begun to take part in the family business over in Yemen.
I could not be prouder with you right now, Joe. You clearly were doing your homework. When I was the VP, and the democracy you are sending them is nothing short of beautiful.
Did this bitch just talk shit about my mom getting my poke gear for me? Well, excuse me if I'm only a 10-year-old and can't buy the newest tech on my own. Maybe this red-haired gentleman will be nicer to me. Hey, wait, what the fuck? Is this Justin Tucker? Bro just kicked me halfway across town.
The pills must be wearing off Sleepy Joe. You know that's our rival in this game. But do you guys have a name in mind for him? We know Putin is off the table for obvious reasons.
Maybe it's just because Biden said Justin Tucker, it's in my head. But how about Tucker, since he was such a fan favorite last series, and definitely doesn't like us? I can't think of a better rival for us to have. Not to mention, I don't think we have to worry about him kidnapping and trapping us in a simulation. He's harmless in that regard.
Yeah, I'm cool with that name, but we can confirm that later. We're about to get our starter, everyone, so let's lock in here. This is going to set the tone for the entire early game. Do we get a legendary or do we get screwed? We're at the mercy of the randomizer.
I promise to go on a diet if we can get a Lugia right here. Come on, Godseed, bless us.
Well, it looks like first off, we have the high school sex ed diagram, also known as cloister.
525 base stats is a great first option considering all of those stats are randomized and not on defense. Following Cloister, we have Farfetch'd, who to be honest is nowhere near the same threat and would be a great Pokemon to stick with our rival the entire game.
And last but not least, we have Mantine, who isn't a bad option, but at the same time, I really don't want our rival to have a Cloister the entire game. So I think the option is clear here, boys. We go with the gateway to manhood for young men everywhere.
Way ahead of you, Donnie. We have our first Pokemon, and hopefully we can keep him from start to finish in this run.
Joe, let's pay homage to our boy Dilkson and his band name from the Pokemon Showdown ladder. There couldn't be a better name than Potosi for Cloister.
Hopefully that salty bitch who got that name banned on Showdown isn't here on YouTube. But if he is, he can cope and mauled because the name is awesome and we refuse to say otherwise.
Well, it looks like we're off to a great start then with our starter boys. As long as we play smart and get a balanced stat distribution, we should have no issue being able to carry it into the late game.
Well, I guess there's no better time than the present to check out the stats and moves on this thing. And ooh, it has an item on it. Maybe it's the rainbow wing. Oh, no, wait, it's just a berry. False alarm.
Yeah, I doubt our starter would be holding that Biden, but hold on. And look at this goated moveset. We have Thunderbolt, a psychic type move, and while it may only be a 55% chance, a move that can inflict poison. We won't know too much about the stat distribution until it starts leveling up, but we could not have asked for anything more right here. Potosi is going to be an absolute force for us.
Remember everyone, the run does not start until we actually get our first Pokeballs, so even if Biden absolutely misplays or runs into an Entei with Thunder, we wouldn't be done just yet.
Oh, give me a break, Barack. I was our best player in Pokemon Yellow. You act like I would do something that would make me look stupid, and God damn it, Tucker is 2 for 2 on field goals now. The Packers really could have used him over that bum Anders Carlson.
Yeah, Joe. Way to prove me wrong there. Just get to the lab so we can get our first encounters of this run. We will get one on both Route 29 and 30, so as long as we don't mess things up, we could have 3 Pokemon at the end of Episode 1, like in our last series.
Will you shut up, Obama? Look at the screen. The holy grail of compatibility is right in front of us. Show some respect.
And I thought Biden was the sus one of our group. Get a hold of yourself, Donald.
Farewell, sweet prince. I apologize for our Potosi shocking you into submission.
Yeah, those are words I never thought I would hear you say, Donald. But I'm just going to change the subject really fast and go back to that discussion we were having about the name of our rival. Are we all in agreement that Tucker would be a good name for him?
Seeing that cave dweller would be too long of a name. I think that would be a fine name for us to choose. Do you have any objections, Donald?
Nope, none at all. Tucker deserves this for bringing me cold food on the SS, and I am looking forward to the opportunity to kick his ass across 2 regions.
Then it's settled. Glad we could agree on that pretty quickly. One other thing I was wondering about, what's our turn order going to be for this series?
I think we had a pretty good system last series, so I would say we roll with it again. Biden leads us off, Donald goes second, I get episode 3, and then it's up to you in episode 4, George.
Works for me. I can't wait to play, seeing I joined really late. And my only dedicated episode in yellow was going up against Giovanni. Biden may have been the MVP last time around, but this time Old W is going to take that title.
Yeah, keep dreaming, George. Just be happy you got a spot on Team Biden over here. I noticed you all got some new AI-generated icons, like I have always had, but don't think that's the source of my power.
I agree with a solid negative 5% of your policies. But I really did like how you had the AI-generated logo while we just had photoshopped images of us with headsets on. So the boys and I took some time to make some new photos that will not only be unique to our channel, but feature a bit of our personalities as well.
Yeah, I am glad we did this. Personally, I think mine just shows off my elite determination and shows anybody that I will be a tough opponent.
Holy shit, it's the Silver Leaf. Quick, fuck this mission. We need to get to the Whirl Islands and summon Lugia.
Unfortunately, Biden, it's the Silver Wing that summons him and not the Silver Leaf. I will say I definitely did glance over when I saw Silver, but that's not the item we need.
Also, I think you're forgetting that we need Surf, Whirlpool, and a Pokemon with a slightly higher level. Seeing that encounter is at level 60, Sleepy Joe. Get your head on straight and think before you act.
Okay, Donald, give him a break. It was an honest mistake.
An honest mistake, Obama. There are no honest mistakes in a Nuzlocke. In just a few minutes, one mistake could mean the absolute end of our run. There is no room for mistakes. I don't know about you, but I will do anything to protect my potency from all who try to attack it.
Please tell me we got that recorded, Obama.
Yes, we absolutely did. I am making that my new ringtone for when Donald calls me as we speak.
Oh my God, you knew what I meant. Don't even start with this.
You can't talk about not making mistakes and then get caught slacking on the mic like that, bro. Mind your phrasing.
Yeah, whatever. Isn't there something else we can talk about instead of your dirty minds?
Well, actually, yes, there is. You see, boys, because of the magnitude of the episodes at the end of our series, we didn't actually get a chance to go over donations we got from the last few episodes. So let's thank the members from our amazing fan base that contributed to our channel.
Sounds like a plan to me. Our first shout out goes to the Queen of Slime 1, who sent this donation back in episode 17. The donation was made after we finished editing episode 18 already, so we didn't get a chance to shout her out then. She said that a certain green-haired trainer has a crush on me for my battle skills. What do you have to say about that, Obama?
I mean, good for you, Joe. I'm happily married, so why would I care in the slightest about if a certain green hair trainer that may or may not have been the subject of a mistaken drone strike likes you?
No reason, Barry. No reason at all. It totally has nothing to do with this image at all right here.
Oh my God. Professor Elm is calling us. We need to stop whatever conversation we were having and worry about this. There's trouble at the lab. We have to get back to New Barktown immediately.
Saved by the phone call, I guess there, Barack? All right, we'll let you off the hook and go to our donations from episode 18. And let's start off with the Queen Vest Slime 1 again, who is a huge fan of all of our development and thinks you're the GOAT, Joe. What do you have to add in about your relationship with Dark Brandon?
The way it works is that Dark Brandon is always aware of my surroundings. He has a mind of his own, and when he deems necessary, he takes control to help me out. There definitely is a mutual respect where he respects our boundaries and would never do anything to put me in harm, and I will never fight him for control if he thinks it's warranted.
Nice lore dump there, Sleepy Joe. But it's about time for you to wrap up your story because it's time for our first battle with Tucker. It really shouldn't be an issue, since we have Thunderbolt against Far-Fetched, but of course we want to destroy him and set the tone for our battles in the future.
I wish this battle would last longer because it's easily the best rival battle theme in the game. It's just so perfect and there are no other words needed to describe it. I could listen to it all day.
This is an absolute banger, and let's also try to remember this bird has Ice Beam for future battles. But I would have to say Hugh from Black and White. 2 has the best theme. Feels like I'm in a club and I'm just jamming out in the battle.
Rest in piss, bozo. Round 1 goes to POTUS. But I would have to say my favorite battle theme is Wally from Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, because it's like I'm literally in an anime opening theme. That vibe is just unmatched.
All good picks, but the best is one we just heard a few months ago. The champion battle theme against Blue was all about the culmination of an epic journey and truly set the stage for what was an epic battle. By the way, if you say it doesn't count because it's a champion battle theme, then I'll sue you.
Not sure how we went from thanking our community for donations to suing them. But hey, if you've been here before, I'm sure you understand it. That's going to be our comment question for this video. Let us know below what rival battle theme you think is the best in all of the Pokemon games.
Speaking of donations, we have some more to talk about, and we'll go right back to episode 18, where we will now thank our biggest overall donator, King Onyx, who is complimenting us for our expert battling in the Elite Four, and especially Dark Brandon for his incredible strategy against Lance. Thank you as always, King, and we couldn't be more grateful for you.
I'll be happy to talk about the next donation, but boys, while Bush was reading that he just picked up a Moonball, so does that mean the run is officially on?
I'm going to make an executive order right now and say no. Because the letter of the law says when you get Pokeballs, not Moonballs. Let's just start this when we leave from New Barktown like it should be.
Works for me. Back to the donations we have. Mario King Plays 2,951, who we hope enjoyed the finale he was hyped for.
Spoiler alert, he did. And he said so in his donation in the finale. We're so glad you found us, and we can't wait to share our journey playing Pokemon Crystal with you. Thank you so much for the donations. Next up, we would like to thank Hayakuja no Wookie and some random crap 0718 who had matching donation amounts and pretty much matching comments. Thank you so much for your kind words and donations.
I'm actually floored on how well you pronounced his name there, Joe. You really are one hell of a weeb. We had one more donation in the finale. You guys are spoiling the hell out of us. And I'll be shouting out King Onyx again for his $20 donation. Your donation is what brings us to tears, and we're so glad you enjoyed it. We hope you had a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year as well.
And last but not least, we will be thanking our good friend, the Queen Slime. One again for her donation during the movie. She says here that, well, it looks like she has some photos for you, Joe. But I wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't screen them before they got to the Oval Office desk. I'll take care of that for you.
The Nuzlocke is officially on now, by the way, boys. But Obama, it clearly says there they aren't for you.
How about you shut the fuck up and read some of your court paperwork, Donald? Mind your own business.
I think I'll just take them, Obama. I'm going to respect Queen's wishes.
She's 21, bro.
Yep, not interested. All yours, Obama.
Wait, no, Barack. Give me those back right now. They aren't for you.
Fuck you, Towers. Go read to some second graders.
God fucking damn it, he locked himself in the bunker. Biden, you better have someone sanitize that before I move back in here next year.
I definitely will have it sanitized and give the cleaning staff a week off for mental health recovery. But don't worry, fam, you won't be moving back in here until 2029 at the earliest, if you still even wanted to be president again.
Joe, why did you agree to watch the catching tutorial? We don't need to waste any time with that.
Well, since it's randomized, I wanted to see who dude over here would encounter. It would be absolutely hilarious if he just caught a level 5 Mewtwo right in front of us and was like, see, that was easy. Okay, bye now.
That actually would be baller as fuck. And imagine he's the new champion at the end of the game. Like, hey guys, I know I was just being a nice guy and showing people how to catch Pokemon. But since I got this Mewtwo, I decided to take the entire Pokemon world down.
You sound like you're interviewing for a job at Game Freak to design the next Pokemon games. But here it is, guys, our first encounter. It
Oh my
sucks
God,
Obama's
yes,
not
yes.
here.
Compatibility, it's so close to our grasp. All of the compatibility. I stand by my statement. Biden, if you fuck this up, you're going out the window.
We're good, Trump, don't worry, it's in red. So we just gotta chuck Pokeballs at it until we catch it.
Should we maybe knock this thing out accidentally so Donald isn't going insane over it the entire game?
Yeah, I think I'm going to catch this one bush. I can't do that.
Yeah, fair enough. How about you just put old Betsy down? Donald and we'll catch the Vaporeon. Biden, catch the damn thing. I want to go home tonight.
Do you not think I'm trying here? What do you want me to do, George?
Just catch the damn thing, you demented fool.
crazy fact here. But did you know the human body has 206 bones? I wonder if each one makes the exact same noise when it breaks. I guess I could always test it out.
Biden, for the love of God, I'm begging you.
I have a good feeling about this one.
Oh my God, thank you, sweet baby Jesus.
Yay, we caught it! I never doubted you for a second there, Biden. Now name it compatible.
Sure, why not? It's not like you have been a complete psychopath, and I fear for my life right now.
I'm not sure why you guys are acting so weird. It's a Pokemon with 525 base stats and could be an absolute powerhouse on our team if we keep it alive. It also knows Sludge Bomb, which is a nice early game move. Sleepy Joe, compatible is spelled with an I and not an A, you demented fossil. Change it right fucking now before I break out old Betsy again.
I got it. Chill out. Why the fuck is Secret Service not doing anything about this?
What the hell is going on up here? Can a man screen photos that may pose a danger to the president of the free world?
Trump's turning the bunker. Out of my way, drone striker!
You guys caught a Vaporeon, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And you named it compatible?
We really didn't have a choice in the matter.
Listen, I get it. I'm just happy he didn't make us catch one in Pokemon Yellow. It does have the potential to be really good. So let's just be happy with that, and we still have one more encounter to get before we sign off today.
We have been blessed with some good electric, psychic, and poison type moves early. So if we could get something with a really good ground or water type move, we would be in a fantastic spot for Faulkner at the first gym.
We also can't complain about having two Pokemon with 525 base stats this early in the game. If we can nurse them in, let them get their best moves, then they'll be good to us. We just have to make sure not to put them in a bad spot and lose them. I've actually never done a Nuzlocke before, so I'm as excited as I am nervous.
Seriously, Biden? You've never even tried one before? Seems like someone like you would have done plenty by your age.
He normally just plays the game vanilla, but there was that one time he tried to invent the Youngster Joey Challenge.
The Youngster Joey Challenge. And you were aware of this?
It's not as bad as it sounds. One time in Pokemon Soul Silver, he tried to play the game only using a Rattata like Youngster Joey. He gave up on it, though, after Joey called him for a rematch, and he had evolved his Rattata. He was devastated.
Now's not the time to open up those wounds. It's time for our next encounter.
Not the best encounter right here. Doesn't evolve until level 35, so I doubt we keep him around for long.
Can't use Psybeam because that probably knocks out. So we just have to hope Thunderbolt doesn't as well.
Wish we could have got a second hit off, but hold on just a minute right here. This environmental hazard has Earthquake. That just made this coughing a lot more inviting. 100 power on that move and will be a perfect counter Pokemon.
Not going to mess around and just throw the Pokeball right here. Hopefully we can get that quick catch with no issues.
Very well done there, Joe. Like we said, coughing isn't the best Pokemon and won't evolve for a long time, but any Mon with Earthquake is welcome on the team. What are we thinking for the name?
Well, we already paid homage to one of our homies with Potosi. So I'm going to keep spreading the love and pay homage to Goat Producer 6 by naming Coughing after his Torkoal, which was also an Episode 1 Pokemon.
No complaints with that one, and the name actually does fit. Let's take a look and see if our new buddy Snoop has any other moves.
Low accuracy, but Supersonic is a great secondary move to pair with Earthquake that can completely turn the tide of battle in a tight spot.
I don't think we could have done much better this first episode, boys. And you picked up right where you left off, Joe. So great job as always, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it, Barack. I guess it's time to sign off, but Donald is still doing his thing, so what do we do?
Let's just let Donald finish what he's doing down there, and we'll meet up with him for the episode next week. I don't think any of us are going to volunteer to go get him. But that is going to do it for episode 1, everybody. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for being here, and we can't wait to embark on this new journey with you.
Don't forget to let us know what your favorite rival theme was in the comments below. See you next week, everyone.
And as always, if you haven't joined the Discord, the link is in the description. We hope to see you in there and right back here next week for episode 2. Bye, everyone.
Where the fuck did everyone go? What's up, all you beautiful people of YouTube, and welcome to episode 2 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's your boy Donnie's first crack at the Game Boy in this series, and I'll be attempting to get us through the Sprout Tower in Violet City while also adding some new members to our team. Despite all you jerks stopping recording and leaving without telling me last week. How are you all doing today?
To be completely fair, I don't think you wanted to be disturbed down there and we just let you do your thing. But I see you raised the team up a little, so they are useful this episode, so I do have to give you props for that.
Let's be real, Barack. He only did it to spend some alone time with Compatible. Can you name another time he ever level grinded our team, even for a task as small as getting everyone up to level 6?
Listen, I'm just trying to battle Rich Girl Dudley here. I have enough accusations to deal with at my numerous trials that I lost count of. This victory bull ain't no joke.
It's the first trainer, Donald. You can't tell me there's any chance you lose a Pokemon to Rich Girl Dudley, can you?
As long as it doesn't randomly break out Psychic, we should be fine. Since it has poison dual typing, we can just take it out with Earthquake. Seriously though, we got some blessed RNG in that first episode, getting 3 Pokemon that if they can survive, the late game will become some real heavy hitters.
Facts, Donnie. We should get 3 encounters this episode so we could potentially have a full team heading into the first gym battle next episode. Are there any other Pokemon that we need to worry about that make you run to the bunker and do unspeakable things about this episode?
Coming from the simp that went down there first to look at photos of Sabrina that weren't even meant for you, if we make it to Saffron City in this run, I think we're going to have to make you stand outside the gym while we attempt to get that badge. I don't think Sabrina would be very happy to see you again.
I agree with Donald here. Your Riz was down so bad back there that Joe literally had to erase all traces of it. Good thing that they were able to rebuild that city so fast.
On the advice of my advisors, I plead the fifth on all activities that took place during episode 14 of President's Play Pokemon Yellow. I was taking a vacation on Cinnabar Island that day.
Whatever you say, Sleepy Joe, but are you guys watching this gameplay? Compatible is kicking some serious ass in its first trainer battle. Bro cannot be stopped. Put him in the Hall of Fame right now.
It's beating a level 2 Chincho Donald. Take a step back. If it were losing this battle, I would have to ask you to turn in your trainer card.
Don't you ever belittle the accomplishments of Compatible. I'll smack you harder than Drone got smacked when you battled Erica last series.
You watch your fucking mouth when you speak about Drone. That beautiful fox would have burned Compatible to a crisp while you would have been sitting in the corner crying about it.
Guys, take it easy. We can't have half of our team fighting when any mistake we make could mean the end of one of our teammates forever. It's episode 2 for Pete's sake, and I would like a chance to play this series.
You're right. I just lost it when he mentioned Drone. I'm sorry, Donald. You're doing a good job. Just don't get cocky.
I'm sorry too, my comment was uncalled for. But don't worry, I will make sure no harm befalls any of our teammates, and you will have 6 Pokemon when you battle Faulkner. I'll make sure you're in a great spot to succeed.
Another issue settled in the Biden White House. Miracles happen in this office every day.
The only miracle that happens in this office every day is that your ancient ass is still breathing in here. But another battle down, and we continue onwards, gentlemen.
It is strange that even the second battle in this series could have been the last. Any corner we turn, there could be a bug catcher waiting with a Mewtwo. I have to admit there's something to that makes every second interesting, and I couldn't be happier we decided to kick up the difficulty for this series.
Looks like our audience thinks the same. I just want to take a quick second to shout out all of our amazing community for coming out to see episode 1 of this series. It has absolutely demolished the view count of any other video early on and has more views than the yellow finale already. Thank you all so much for your support. We couldn't do this without you.
Bro is pandering like he's on the debate stage already. But real talk, you all have been amazing. And we're going to take some time right now to shout out all of the donations from last episode. Bush said you were spoiling us at the end of last season, and that was no different in episode 1.
We're going to start off with our first donation of season 2, and it's no other than our boy King Onyx. He definitely thought we were off to a hilarious start and that he thinks Donald has excellent taste in Vaporeon. Also, he agrees with me that Hugh had the best battle theme. Thank you so much for the donation, Onyx. And if any of you noticed, we pinned Onyx's comment, and for season 2, the pinned comment will always be the highest donator of the episode. If it's a tie, then whoever comments first gets the tiebreaker. Enjoy the pin, buddy, and thanks as always for the donation.
Good thing that thunder attack missed while you were reading that comment. Who knows what that could have led to. Our next two donations come from Xylarum Say 7748, who is absolutely right. We are indeed so Barack. And from J Hypno 6872, who loves the dynamic and the new images. It did take some time to get the right prompts to generate them, and we appreciate you like them. Thank you so much, you two, for your donations.
Hold up 1 second, Obama, because we have our first encounter of this episode. And as we told you all in Mount Moon Glory to the Dome, our belief has blessed us with a descendant of Biden over here.
Oh man, I remember when Kabutops roamed the land. They were the real apex predators, while those dome bitches hid whenever they saw one. I actually ran with a crew of Kabutops called the Slasher Sigmas, and we ruled the land with iron swords for hands.
While there's no way that story is remotely true, I'll indulge you for a second, Biden. How did you run with them if you didn't have swords for hands, and how were the words slasher and sigma even invented back then?
There was one Kabutops a cave over who I wasn't quite fond of. So when he was asleep, I used Brick Break to take those swords for my own. As for your other question, don't worry about it, and don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
I'm entitled to answers. I want the truth, Sleepy Joe.
You can't handle the truth, son. We live in a world that has gyms, and those gyms have to be guarded by men with Pokemon. Who's gonna do it? You, Lieutenant Bush? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom.
I think you got your life confused with another Jack Nicholson role again there, Sleepy Joe. Did you forget to take your pills again?
Has there ever been a time where he has actually remembered to take his pills, Barack? I didn't know how big of a Jack fan he was, though. However, I did like his story, so I'm going to name this one Slasher. If anything, it would give Joe more motivation to keep it alive throughout this run. Welcome to the Team Slasher.
It was a pretty good story, not going to lie. But since it's clearly a Joe off his pills episode, I'll ask you to keep going, Biden. Whatever became of the Slasher Sigmas?
I find your lack of faith disturbing, George. But to answer your question, they all got wiped out when a Metagross used Meteor Mash. I thought that was in all the history books.
That wasn't even a Nicholson movie this time. Somebody get him his damn pills before he thinks Will Ferrell was the one who said, "Say hello to my little friend."
I'll get them in 1 second, but Slasher has some potential but looks very situational. He has no speed but a really high attack stat. So if he can tank a hit or go in against a paralyzed Pokemon, then he can kick some ass.
What the heck is this gorgeous box right here? It says open it and see what's inside, so I'm intrigued. I hope it's a small loan of $1 million, but hey, look, it's a trophy. Game Freak has awarded me for my excellence in gameplay. I would like to thank all of my fans, and really it's the Pokemon on our team that make it all possible.
Wow, that's actually an item that you can only get from a Pokemon, transferred from Pokemon Stadium and incredibly hard to get. I didn't think the randomizer would even have that in there.
Apparently it's harder to find a Pokemon in this damn cave. Of course we can never get this RNG when we actually want it. Come on already, wild Pokemon.
Apparently all you had to do was yell at the game, and our reward is a baby bird. Where's this luck that you got last episode, Joe? You get 2 Pokemon with base stats over 500, and I get a fossil slower than an old person in front of you when you're trying to get to work in this bird that we should consider lucky if it even makes it out of Sprout Tower.
Oh, come on, Donald. It's not the end of the world. What if it knows Psychic and it has some crazy speed and special attack numbers? This Natu could be a real gem for us.
Doubt intensifies. I'm just going to whip a Pokeball at it and hope for the best, seeing it already hurt itself in its confusion. And great, now this bird is going to cost us money as well. There's 200 Poké-dollars down the drain.
It knows Dig? Now that's an interesting move for it to have right there. It can counter electric types that would tear at a new one without that move.
Also, we can save on escape ropes by using it to get out of caves. This little guy ain't so bad, Donald.
Wow, a whole 4 damage using a move with 80 base power. This guy is going to be the backbone of our team. My rage is about to boil over right here. Get in the fucking ball, you goddamn bird.
At least it's not confused anymore, so you can try to weaken it some more. Maybe 1 or 2 more hits and we can definitely catch it.
I'm just going to try and give it a status ailment to make it easier to catch. And oh, of course, why would that work? Ha ha ha, give me a fucking break.
And I'll just take a breath. I know you want to catch a legendary. We all do. but any Pokemon that you catch in a Nuzlocke is a gift and an opportunity to stay alive if something goes wrong. We can't waste any of our encounters. Catch this, Nachu. And I bet it plays a role on this team.
All right, I'll focus up here and come the fuck on. Give me a fucking break. Can this hit already?
Just quit with trying to poison it. It's a level 5 Donald. Just get it into yellow and catch it. You're overthinking it. It's not like you're trying to catch a level 40 in Victory Road right now.
Fuck that noise. It's not even worthy of another turn. Get caught right now.
Well, not the optimal gameplay for damn sure, but well played regardless, Donald. What are you going to name it?
To be honest, I don't really have a great name, and I'm super tilted right now, so I'm going to name it Psycho, seeing we were talking about movies. And it is a psychic type, so that's my reasoning. You may not be a king in my eyes yet, Psycho, but prove yourself to me and to everyone that you belong on this team.
You have been watching way too many motivational speeches on YouTube. Donnie, the NFL isn't calling. You aren't going to be a head coach anytime soon.
I mean, to be fair, he could easily become the next Dan Campbell by just yelling the crazy things he does in his speeches. He straight up couldn't do any worse than the guy who doesn't call any plays and just makes horrible fourth down decisions.
Facts, George. And after looking at Natu, it's slow and can't hit anything hard, so I doubt he stays on the team when we get our 7th Pokemon, but the bench always needs some spots.
Very true. We always need to have 6 Pokemon on our team, so if we lose one, it's vital to make sure we have someone we can throw in. There's some type coverage and potential for more if we ever got it to evolve.
How about we get back to the rest of our donations from last episode, since we took a little bit of a break from that with those 2 encounters. I haven't read any yet, so I'll take the next one, which comes from Darter Jesus KM7, GF, who says we make outstanding content and that I am the GOAT. My good doctor, I 1,000,000% agree with both of your points, and thank you so much for your donation.
And last but not least, we would like to thank Inuyasha Windscar, 2007, who can't wait for another great series, and was a fan of Donnie breaking out old Betsy last episode. While I thank you for your donation, and also love Inuyasha, I don't think I can agree on saying I was a fan of when Donnie did that.
Yeah, I definitely can't say I was a fan of that. I don't think we would have survived the episode if you didn't catch Vaporeon there, Joe.
Oh, you guys are just being dramatic. Well, shit, that move didn't do much seeing. I'm hoping to just get some... Holy fucking shit, no!
Donald, are you with us? It's okay. Compatible is alive. You're safe?
Donald, say something, buddy.
I think he's just paralyzed by the fear of what almost just happened. I've seen this before when people play a Nuzlocke. Just give him some space. He'll be all right in a minute.
Holy shit, that was too fucking close, guys! I don't know what I would have done if I had let Compatible faint right there. Fucking critical hits. I will protect you, my king.
I do remember the Sprout Tower quite well, Donnie. So just take a breath here. Now the top floor is scary, don't get me wrong. The first 2 floors have trainers with only level 3 Pokemon. They're super easy and we can get some nice experience depending on what Pokemon we face. Once we get to the top floor, we will have some level 7s and a level 10 to deal with, so as long as you are dialed in there, we're golden.
We're going to be underleveled in episode 2? Is this a joke? Because I'm not laughing, Obama. It took until the second half of Pokemon Yellow for us to be underleveled, but now it's happening in episode 2. I knew the level scaling was bullshit, but not this bad.
In the real game, it wasn't the biggest deal because it was just a hoot-hoot, but seeing it's a randomizer, yeah, it could be a major problem. Maybe it's a good thing you got that scare with Vaporeon a little earlier because I know for damn sure you're dialed in right now. As long as you play smart, you'll be just fine, and who knows, maybe we get a real stud as our 3rd encounter in here.
I mean, one can only pray. You were right about these battles, though. Obama. Since we're facing level 3s, these battles have been super easy, and we are getting better experience than we would have been getting against the Bellsprouts. I just hope it's all enough for us to get through this tower, and then we have the gym next episode. This game isn't giving us a chance to rest at all.
But it did just give us a Rapidash as our encounter in here. Holy shit, my luck has finally turned. Come to Papa, you majestic beast.
Another 500 base stat Pokemon and a fire type as well, which we didn't have. For the love of God, don't fuck this up, Donnie.
I could not be more laser focused right now, boys. Rapidash will be on this team.
Please don't kill it. Slasher's attack is busted. Phew, it's in yellow, but it is poisoned. Donald, you have to hurry this up right now and get this capture.
Yeah, I don't have time to waste now that it's poisoned. I want it to love me, so Love Ball, go! Shit! Get in the fucking ball before you die, you stupid, beautiful horse. I only want to help you.
Not sure how poisoning it and taking it from its home is helping, but you do, you Donald.
Bush, not the fucking time to analyze my words. I'm trying to focus here. Pokeball, go!
Bro has ice in his fucking veins. Huge capture, Donald.
Couldn't have done that better myself. Way to capture all 3 of your encounters, and you saved the best for last. We now have 3 fully evolved Pokemon with at least 500 base stats, and it's only episode 2. What are you thinking for a name, Donald?
Well, since I'm a massive SpongeBob fan, I'm gonna name our new horse mystery after SpongeBob's pet seahorse way back in the earlier seasons. I can't wait to see what our girl has for stats and moves.
Just make sure you heal that poison, since if it faints from that outside of battle, it still counts as a death.
What do you take me for? Some amateur? I obviously knew that, bro. Give me a break on some shit. Last few times you opened your mouth, you've been talking shit when I'm the one under fire right now.
All right, man, I'm sorry. You might be the one playing, but it's all of our playthrough, so I'm just as nervous as you. If I backseat game, just know it's out of love for the homies and not to call you out.
You're good, Bush. Don't worry about it. We all know it comes from a good place. But can we talk about mystery for a minute? Bro has speed and special attack as his leading stats and also knows psychic. Based on everything, this might be our best Pokemon yet. We have to make sure to get it as much experience as possible during the rest of the Sprout Tower.
I know Bro didn't just slander Captain Potosi like that. Mystery looks solid, but if it comes in contact with a water attack, we're going to have a funeral on our hands. That special defense was lower than Trump's approval ratings.
First off, fuck you, Sleepy Joe. The only thing that was low during the greatest presidential first half ever from 2016 to 2020 was the gas prices. You'll never see the price for regular starting with a 1 ever again, but I do have to admit you are right about the special defense stat. At least we have that sky-high special attack and speed, however. As long as we're in a spot to 1 hit, we're golden.
I think we're in one of those situations right now, and we should get some great experience points seeing we're facing a fully evolved Pokemon with a higher level. Psychic should 2-shot right now.
Apparently Weezing is a pretty fast Pokemon in this seed if it's going to outspeed Mystery. This might not be the perfect situation we thought it would be. Damn, only that much damage? Well, at least it lowered the special defense, and 2 more hits to kill should be a guarantee. We just have to pray no water-type attack coming our way.
Unfortunately, it looks like even a not very effective fire attack would take out our new friend. She might not be as good as we thought, unfortunately. Seeing it's going to use Fire Punch, I'm going to switch back into Potosi to tank and finish it off with Psybeam. Mystery will still get some good experience, and at the end of the day, that's still a dub for us.
I'm hoping that Weezing also has a busted special attack stat, because seeing Fire Punch do 8 damage right there was pretty disappointing. But way to not throw caution to the wind and protect Mystery right there. I'm sure there will be a time where she's a beast for us, but right now it is not that time.
We only have 1 potion left, seeing we are financially disabled thanks to Biden's economic policies, so I'm just going to use it on Mystery. I don't feel like running all the way back to the Pokemon Center, so we're going to just charge straight at the opponent right here.
I mean, you're clearly out of your mind if you're going to hate on the economy when it's in its best place it's ever been and ever will be after my time as president comes to an end in 2028. But bro, you can't seriously tell me you're going to risk the well-being of our team to avoid a trip back to the Pokemon Center. Get your fat ass down those stairs and pretend Nurse Joy is waiting for you with a Big Mac in each hand.
Glossing over the straight pants on fire PolitiFact that just came out of your mouth about the economy, Joe. He is absolutely right, Donald. How can you risk one of
Holy
our...
fucking shit! Magnitude 7, break out the coffin. Mystery is done for everyone.
Jesus fucking Christ, that was way too scary. If that number was any higher than 7, Mystery would have had to be put in the PC at the farm up north. I was not ready for that.
Breathe out, everyone. Mystery might be a horse, but she has that fucking dog in her. Ain't no way Cobra spelled backwards was gonna take out our girl. But situations like these are why I'm not going back to the Pokemon Center. As we get to the first gym, we need to know which of our team members are for real and have that dog in them. Anyone who can't handle the heat can get the fuck out of the kitchen. And they shouldn't even bother making the trip to the gym next episode, Survival of the Fittest.
I think Biden has that paralysis that you had earlier in this episode, Donnie. Are you with us, Joe?
Guys, there's a reason I've never done a Nuzlocke before. I've never told it to anyone else, but I can't fathom losing one of our partners forever. I wouldn't be able to handle the guilt if I was playing, and I don't know if I could trust any of you again if you let someone faint. I don't think I can do this.
Mr. President, don't you ever show fear in the face of adversity. Where's the Biden that was our fearless MVP during Pokemon Yellow? Losing Pokemon is a part of a Nuzlocke. It's just going to happen and you have to deal with it. Yes, I understand the stakes are at an all-time high and anything could happen, but there's no reward without the risk.
As much as I want to make fun of you and say, get the hell off this team, if that's how you're going to think, even I respect your gameplay, Joe, and know you can be an incredibly valuable member of this team. Buck the fuck up and get in gear. You did just fine in your first episode, and you'll do the same when you take the Game Boy back in episode 5. Are you with us, Biden? Do you have that dog in you?
Damn, that was surprisingly wholesome from you, Donald. But he's right, Joe. Never fear losing a Pokemon. Sometimes it's just going to happen. You rarely know what move a Pokemon will have. And you can never predict a critical hit. Just stick to your guns and believe in yourself, and we will not, or should I say, cannot fail.
Oh man, you guys are right. I'm sorry, and I promise I'll never have a moment of weakness like that again. One of the mottos of our channel is all gas, no brakes, and I'll stand true to that. Let's wrap this episode up on a high note, Donnie, and let's make it out of this tower.
That's the fucking attitude I want to hear. Sleepy Joe, now don't think that's going to be how I treat you on the debate stage, because I'll be more ruthless than ever. This series is going to be our last time together before the election, so let's make it a great one.
You better believe it, Donald. And was I imagining that, or did Mystery just learn Mega Drain as well? That means we now have a Recovery Grass type move and a Psychic type move to go along with a Fighting move. All we need now is a Fire move, and that moveset is absolutely perfect.
Speaking of a fire move, that would be the one to have. Of course, a freaking Weedle has it. But one more attack will finish off this trainer and also get Snoop to level 9. So great job up to this point, Donald. I really do still think you should head back to the Pokemon Center before this last battle, but if your mind is fixed on it and you're making these perfect plays, I think we're in a great spot for the Elder. We just have to hope that level 10 Pokemon isn't something to be afraid of, or we will definitely be in trouble.
Damn, it sounded like the tower was going to fall apart. Did Tucker just beat the shit out of the Elder like he did to Biden outside the lab? That red-haired menace is absolutely brutal.
It's Tucker, so don't even worry about it, George. You also heard what the Elder says. He doesn't care for his Pokemon enough, and that will hold him back in the end. He can have that win, but it means nothing in the end. Just like Paul, he will fail because of his training style. Oh, my bad, Obama. I'm sorry about mentioning he who shall not be spoken of.
It's fine. Even though it was just a simulation, it still feels so damn real, and even knowing he's like Paul in the slightest bit makes me want to rip that red hair off his head, like it was a clown wig. Fuck that guy and fuck Paul.
Take a breath, buddy. As you said, it was just a simulation. And Paul isn't even a real person. Clear your mind and be ready to help Donald if he needs help in this battle.
Yeah, that's my bad. I thought the therapy I had been going to was helping, but apparently not enough. Slasher has to get out of here, and yesterday, Donald, you're not going to be able to touch him even with that attack stat.
Even though it's not very effective, this has to do something right. Maybe not. I guess, shit, having to switch right here is not an ideal situation. But we do have potency at near full health, so this is definitely the switch for us.
I have an idea. Let's get some good karma in here. We actually just got another donation today, so let's read it off, and hopefully Arceus blesses us with some good RNG. This shout out goes out to Osman Alpaslan 152 for throwing us some food money and letting us know that he thought yellow was awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. We really appreciate it.
Good fucking call, Bush. We guarantee a knockout this turn with another Thunderbolt, and then we can switch out of our Perish count after this turn. Karma, you never let us down.
Apparently it wasn't the best karma, because we got a stupid low roll right there. This sucks taking some extra damage, but we just have to take the win of getting the knockout. and moving on to his next Pokemon. Only 2 to go. Keep it up, Donald.
A few more experience points to level up would have been pretty clutch right there, but it is what it is. We got Ariados next, which should provide us some decent experience. I'm going back to Slasher for the relatively high health number, and Metal Claw should 3-hit kill at the absolute worst. That would set us up being able to get Potosi in for the final battle if the matchup is right, but of course it's something I'm just going to play by ear. It's time for my dogs to bark louder than ever and lead us to victory.
Arf, 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 awoo.
Not exactly the barking or the dog I guess I had in mind, but I'll take it, Biden. The heart is there. That's what I like to see.
Can I get some ice cream as a treat?
Yeah, sure, Joe. If it tastes like there's a pill in there, there isn't.
That makes sense. Ice cream me, master.
How long has this... You know what, I take full responsibility for this one, guys. This episode went over the limit for Biden being able to hold in his sussy inner thoughts, and I should have been watching the timer. I won't let it happen again.
It's just as much on us since you had to focus on the game, but here we go, guys. The final Pokemon is Bulbasaur, a first stage Pokemon we should be able to take down even being underleveled. Thank you, RNGesus.
We may only have 19 health here, but Psybeam is super effective. I'm rolling the dice and going for broke. Let's go, my glorious Potosi.
2 episodes in a row slipping on the mic like that, Donald. Is Biden's dementia contagious? Because I might need to start wearing a mask in here.
Oh, shut the hell up and just let me do my thing. This isn't the best spot, seeing I would need 2 more hits to knock out this Bulbasaur, but hopefully it just uses Sharpen again.
Thanks for that pill. I really needed it, Barack. Oh shit, confused Ray. That's not ideal. Don't risk it, Donald. Don't pull a Dan Campbell. Switch now.
As much as I want to go for it on 4th down, I'm going to do the smart move and not risk Potosi being sent to the PC. I'm going to the team member I believe in more than anybody. Bring this one home for us compatible.
2 sports references in 1 episode? Damn, now we're really pushing it. But hey, look, it used bind. That's the perfect move for us to switch into. With it in the red, you would think even a frustration can take it down.
That's exactly the play. Compatible obviously loves me as much as I love him. So this won't have a high base power, but it should be just enough. Here we go. Finish this up, you beautiful bastard.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well played, Donald. Your strategy worked out perfectly. We're through the Sprout Tower, and we pick up Flash for after the first gym. Ice in your veins for real, bro.
I mean, was there ever any doubt? Of course not. Like I said this season, it's my turn to be the MVP you all deserve. But on that amazing victory, I think it's time we sign off, everyone. That will do it for episode 2. Thank you, everyone who stuck around this long, and the stage is set for us to get our first badge next episode. Thank you so much for stopping by, and we will see you next Thursday.
Hell yeah, Donnie, you know it. You've put me in a great spot for the Violet City Gym. I won't let us down. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Get ready for a masterclass next week, courtesy of yours truly. See you then.
If you haven't already, join the Pokeforce 1 Discord using the link in the description to be connected with all the best communities in Pokemon AI content. We're just about to hit 300 members, and we hope to see you there.
Have a great week, everyone. See you next time.
Rise and shine, YouTube. And welcome to episode 3 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. We've got a big episode today as I will attempt to obtain our first gym badge against Faulkner in Violet City. How are you all doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Barack. Thank you for asking. Did you see my incredibly dominating primary win in South Carolina the other day? I have 96.2% of the vote down there. I must literally be viewed as a god to them.
Biden, you do realize that the incumbent literally always wins those in overwhelming fashion, right? In fact, I'm surprised you didn't win by more, but anyway. I see you wasted no time here, Barack. Let's get this challenge started and see what type we will be up against here.
It's the first gym bush. What's the worst that could...
No, please, continue that sentence, Donald.
What I was saying was, look guys, it's just a water gym. It just so happens to be a Kingdra in our way. Do you think there's any chance that the game would give us the dragon type to go up against right at the start?
Well, guys, it was a fun run. I would like to thank everyone who checked out episodes 1 and 2, as well as this eventual disaster when a Dragonite rips our team to shreds. No refunds will be given, and have a great day. Roll the outro.
No, don't roll the outro, you jackass. We're going to take down this gym and make Faulkner our bitch.
You lived a good life, Mystery.
Have
Bye,
some
girl.
goddamn faith in me, Joe. I literally took down half the gyms in our last series, and I'm going to take down this one.
Biden, shut the hell up with your negativity. You see, Mystery tanked that because she's a beast. It's been established already that she's got that dog in her. And a puny little hyper beam isn't going to take her out. I will ask, why are you switching through, Barack? One more psychic will take it out.
I mean, you're most likely right, but since Kingdra has the speed advantage, I don't want to take the risk of not taking it out on the recharge turn and then switching into a big hit of a potentially unknown type. I'm going to go with Slasher because it would absolutely tank a Hyper Beam and can take it out with a Sludge. Unlike you, I'm going to head to the Pokemon Center between battles, so as long as our team isn't fainting, it's a win.
Cool, calm, and collected like always, Barry. That's what I like to see. And because of it, we are rewarded with Slasher Learning, a grass-type move which is really good for his coverage. I will admit it is strange to see a Pokemon using the type of a move it's 4 times weak against, though. Gotta love the randomizer.
It does stink that it's a special type move and Slasher is a physical attacking Pokemon, but it's still good to have. Now we can hopefully see what gym we're going up against with this trainer.
Well, it looks like we're clearly going up against the Kingdra-type gym. Obama, you didn't tell us in your little randomizer information piece that gyms would only have trainers using a single Pokemon. That's some important information.
Joe, it isn't the Kingdra type gym. The randomizer just happened to have the first 2 Pokemon we encounter here be Kingdras. So we actually still don't know what type we are dealing with overall. But this battle should be easier, seeing we're going up against what I assume is 2 level 7s and not a level 9 like last time.
At least this trainer does have 2 Pokemon, so hopefully we finally know what type we're dealing with. It really would be nice to know, seeing the gym leader is our next opponent.
Holy shit! Mystery is getting a ton of experience from that battle even when it was over-leveled.
You see, I was right. It is the Kingdra-type gym. I told you. Barack, why do you keep insisting on lying to us?
Joe, for the last time, it is not the fucking Kingdra type gym. I admit is incredibly highly unlikely that the first 3 Pokemon have been exactly the same, but that doesn't change the fact that this is the water or dragon type gym still.
I don't know, Barack. I think Joey might be onto something here. I mean, what are the odds that every Pokemon we have seen so far has been exactly the same? I think you may have hit the wrong button when you were generating this seed and set up all gyms to have the exact same Pokemon. It's not a bad thing if you did it. It's just another twist. That's all.
I swear to God I will pull a repeat of the Cinnabar gym if you idiots keep pissing me off when I'm trying to deal with this potentially dragon-type first gym without losing any of our teammates. It's not the fucking Kingdra-type gym.
So I advise you guys shut up because the memory of that gym battle is still fresh inside my brain and I still have nightmares from it. If you say you don't, Joe, you'd be the biggest liar I've ever known.
I sleep about 75% of the day. So to be honest, there isn't much I haven't dreamed about at this point. But yeah, I could do without Obama going ultra instinct on us. That's fair.
Hey, wait a minute. You transformed only after we went into the simulation. How do we know if you can even do that outside the simulation? I'm calling your bluff right here, Obama. Hey, good luck in the gym battle, buddy. We're all rooting for you.
That's what I thought you said, my good chum. Now, if you will please all cut out the bullshit, I need to focus. I have no idea if we're going up against dragons, and if we are, I need to be dialed in or it could be a massacre.
Give them hell, Barack. You got this. We're getting 16 badges on this run, and it starts with you right here and right now.
Well, Barack, I'm officially man enough to admit when I'm wrong. It looks like it is, in fact, the Dragon-type gym and not the Kingdra-type gym. Mystery and Psychic should be our best friend right now.
To be honest with you, I was starting to get worried I did accidentally hit something wrong and we were in fact battling a gym with all of the same type. Although it doesn't give me relief, we're battling dragons right off the start. It's something not on my mind anymore.
Looks like this first battle is safely in hand. While Dragonair did have a water-type move, it wasn't strong, and Mystery can take it out easily with 2 more Psychics. I just hope we don't have to deal with a Dragonite at some time during this battle that is stacked with a variety of moves.
If I remember correctly, I think Faulkner only has 2 Pokemon, so it's either now or never, so place your bets now because you have a 1 in 4 chance of guessing it correctly.
We were literally one Pokemon away from having all 5 opponents in this gym be a Kingdra. That is absolutely wild. At least we don't have to face a Dragonite, and we have the inside scoop on its moves, seeing we've battled so many of them so far.
I'm surprised that the gym leader has a Pokemon lower leveled than the Elder of the Sprout Tower, but I'm not going to punch a gift horse in the mouth. One more Kingdra to take down, and the first badge is ours.
I'm liking that supersonic play right there, Barack. Kind of reminds me of the sleep strategy we used the last time we battled dragons.
Well, if there's anything we have learned, it's that Dark Brandon is an amazing battler, and his strategies are absolutely peak. Since we have a free switch right here, I think I'm going to bring in Captain Podacy to wrap this battle up.
Come to think of it, who do you think would win in a battle between our Dark Brandon and Sukuna from the game producer 6 Universe?
Don't make me laugh, George. Dark Brandon would take Fraud Kuna to the cleaners. One of them battles with tactical mastery, and the other thinks they know the script.
Agreed. But maybe this battle isn't as Jover as we thought it was. Thunderbolt literally did nothing right there. If Kingdra doesn't start hurting itself, we're definitely going to have to change.
I definitely didn't expect it to be 2 for 2 right now, but I just have to keep chipping away, and this battle still will be over. Podacy is doing its job, and if someone else has to finish the deal, then so be it. Slasher knocked out the first level 9 Kingdra we faced in this gym, and now he'll have the honor of knocking out the second one as well.
I know it's pretty random here, but since we're in the gym battle right now, I think I have a good comment question of the episode for you all. Sorry again, we forgot about that last episode, by the way. If you were playing a randomizer, would you rather have the first gym be more difficult against dragons like these, or would you rather have them towards the end when your team is better equipped to face them? Let us know in the comments below.
That's not a bad question, Bush. Comes down to if you're high risk, high reward, or like to play it safe. But in this case, we rolled the dice and came out winners. Faulkner is defeated, the first badge is ours, and we won't have to see dragons for a long time. Way to go, Obama. Sorry I overreacted and played the outro a little early. Can we chalk it down to it's a banger and I just like hearing it?
Only because you were my VP, I'll let you get away with your lack of faith. Just make sure it doesn't happen again, and we're cool, Joe. I will admit I was definitely nervous when I knew it could be dragons to start as well. I'm just glad everything went fine and we can move on to some encounters before we make it to Azaelea Town.
By my calculations, I think we will have the opportunity to get 3 encounters before we sign off today. 1 to the west on Route 36, and then 2 to the south at the ruins of Alph and Route 32. It may not have been me, but I do hope you get lucky and encounter a legendary to add to our team, Barack. We really could use one.
I mean, you're not wrong there, Donnie. But to be honest, our team is pretty solid right now, for the most part, so I'm just hoping we can get some coverages we didn't have, and if, hypothetically, something goes wrong, we can always have strong members on reserve. I did forget we get the egg after beating the first gym, so we will only have 5 party members for a little bit while we wait for that to hatch into what we hope will be something really good.
Let's play a game here, everyone. Since we can't guess the Pokemon we want to catch this season, let's try and guess what Pokemon hatches from this egg. If you guess correctly, we will feature your comment on stream. All you have to do is name the Pokemon.
Oh, that sounds like fun, George. I'll give it a go. I guess it could be anything since it just has to be at the beginning of an evolution line. So I'm going to say it's a Magby.
Biden picking a baby Pokemon? That couldn't have been more predictable. Do you ever plan on beating those allegations of you with the kids? Or is that going to be a meme for the last 2 weeks of your life?
Watch your mouth, Agent Orange, or I'll make sure you never use it again.
Oh yeah? What are you going to do, old man? Not like you have anything that can back up that trash talk. I'll say whatever I want and you'll like it.
Joe, is that what I think it is? Is that the Cabotops arm that you said you cut off your neighbor and made your own?
No, of course not, George. Like you said, there's no way my stories could even be remotely true.
Okay, Joe, you were right. You were a Sigma slasher, but hey, wasn't weapon safety a thing back then? Why don't we just put the arm away and forget any of this ever happened?
You know, I could do that. Then again, it looked so fun last season when you lunged across the desk and did this. Get the fuck over here, Donnie.
Save your future president! Somebody help! Oh!
Hey everyone, it's our first encounter of this episode. Good luck, Barack. I know you'll get it. Why are you guys so quiet? We should be pumped up and hyping up our boy for a massive encounter. It's a fully evolved Pokemon too, so this is a perfect addition.
Joe, you literally just used Fury Swipes and hit Donnie 5 times while getting what looked like a critical hit each time. I don't think either Barack or I is focused on the game right now and just hoping that Donnie is all right. That was so irresponsible of you.
Yeah, I would be lying if I said I'm absolutely focused on this. All I can picture is how you were smiling and laughing as you did it. Trump might not have said the nicest thing to you, but that doesn't mean you can go all Wolverine on him.
Well, excuse me for not standing up for myself, Barack. I've been hearing those insults for long enough and I finally reached my breaking point. I think if anything, I should be celebrated as a beacon of peace for taking all those age digs for years. Why are you guys just staring at me? What did I say? I'm the victim here.
Joe, did you just say you did your Gordon Ramsay knife practice on Donald because he called you old?
Well, duh, George. What else did he say that warranted that? I swear it's like you don't listen sometimes. Would you like me to use my Kabutops arm to clean out those ears? That's not like you, buddy.
Don't even fucking think about it, Joe. In fact, I'm confiscating this just so you're not tempted to use it again. But getting back to why we were stunned, we thought you did it because of the dig he made about you being overly fond of kids.
Yeah, I heard that. What's the issue with it? Do I need to clean out my ears?
Joe, I just can't with you. Of course you're fucking ancient. You have a goddamn Kabutops arm under the Oval Office desk, for Christ's sake. How can you be offended by that? You're making me want to lunge over this desk again for old time's sake, but no. I'm a changed man. Dr. Phil has helped me. Breathe, Barry. Breathe.
Well, I guess when you put it that way, you have a point. No harm, no foul, buddy.
No harm, no foul? You literally sent Donald to the infirmary. We literally have no idea if he's going to be okay. How can you possibly say that, Joe?
Bro has thick fat as his ability, and he's definitely in a permanent Gigantamax form, so he'll be just fine. Don't you worry. Also, way to catch that Arbok Barack. What are you thinking for a name?
To be honest, I never liked how Arbok was named by just spelling Cobra backwards and putting a K at the end. So I'll pay my respects to all the Cobras out there and put the name back to the way it should be. I will keep the K though, because Game Freak was right about switching the C and the K. I do remember there's a Pokemon Center to the south of here, so I will try to catch our next 2 encounters before getting to the Pokemon Center. We can wrap things up by seeing our new teammates.
All right, guys, make some room. I'm back. What did I miss here?
Donald, thank goodness you're okay. What did the doctors say?
Well, I did need 69 stitches after Joe used Rage Attack on me, but thanks to my peak physical fitness, I was able to fight off the attack and come back stronger than ever. You're not getting rid of me that easily, Biden. I'm still taking the White House back from you this year, but maybe you're right. I do say the kids thing too many times, so at the risk of losing even more blood, I will tone back on it a little bit. I'm sorry.
Now, Joe, don't you have something to say to Donald? Maybe something along the lines of, I'm sorry for nearly unaliving you over a dig.
Fine. Donald, I'm sorry my choice banded Fury Swipes nearly sent you to the RIP box in the PC for reminding me that my age is starting to get up there.
It's all right, Biden. Wait a fucking second. Did you say you attacked me because of the joke about your age and not the kids thing? Joe, you fossil-looking, kid-sniffing looking, gas prices raising looking, demented narcoleptic jackass. You're lucky you can play Pokemon decently, or I swear I'd install an ejection seat function on your desk chair.
To be honest, I think Joe got off a lot easier than he could have right there. I mean, to be fair, it's probably because Donald is high off the finest perks that the White House has to offer him, most likely. But let's move on from that and focus on our next encounter this episode. We have another fully evolved Pokemon here, and while it may just be a Parasect, it's still another quality addition. You got this, Obama!
I'm just going to try and keep weakening it with Thunderbolt so I have the slight chance of paralysis. And also, its special defense must be pretty decent to tank it from a Pokemon 4 levels higher than its own. But hey, just kidding. Why would it ever be easy? I'm just going to take out Podacy since he's confused and not mess around here. Let's try some physical
it knows
attack.
thunder, Slasher. Stay strong, buddy. You can't go out like this.
Maybe just take a fucking breath before interrupting me, Joe? Just an idea. You should know better than anyone that Slasher is a Sigma bastard and he's not going anywhere with that thunder attack. I will say, though, to only see that much damage from that huge hitter electric move makes me really confident in Slasher's special defensive stat.
Well, shit. Parasect ain't ready to be caught just yet, apparently. I thought you were knocking him out for sure, but if he can stand up to Slasher and then just laugh in our face when we throw a Pokeball at him with 1 HP, he might be pretty decent. Dare I say, dog alert?
Jesus Christ, we're getting both ends of the spectrum here. Just join our team, little Parasect. We promise we'll only make you stronger. But seriously, guys, can we talk about this moveset? Thunder and Sleep Powder? That's really good for us.
Don't forget Sweet Kiss as well, a goated electric attack, Dark Brandon's goated sleep strategy and busted confusion. Someone on the team would have to step aside for him to join, but Parasect about to win the 7th Man of the Year award.
Fucking finally, not going to lie, I'm glad I didn't place that bet for Donnie having his Big Mac-induced heart attack before we got that capture. Way to stay with it, Obama, and another solid addition to the team. What are you thinking for a name?
Not going to waste any time with this one. Shrooms the Parasect is confirmed as our family grows a little more. Welcome to the team, Shrooms. I'm not sure if you'll play a major part in the long run, but knowing we have you in reserve really makes me feel confident about our chances. All right, boys, we got one more encounter and some trainer battles before we sign off today. So let's get out of this creepy place and back under the sun.
Even to this day, this music creeps me out. I never really cared for the whole unknown storyline and never once even tried to catch all of them. I will admit the puzzles were a nice little challenge, though, and fun side quests to solve.
Not going to lie, I absolutely envy you, Donald. This game came out at almost the halfway point of my first term, and I spent a good part of the second half trying to catch all those damn unknowns. Cheney and Laura both tried to steal my Game Boy so I would actually get back to work, and I wasn't about to let them stop my progress.
Put a pin in that story, George, because we got our Route 32 encounter. Come on, Legendary.
Yeah, not exactly legendary. I mean, I want to be upset, but we did get 2 other pretty good encounters, so it is what it is. He will evolve with a water stone as well, so I guess that's a positive, right?
I mean, we're grasping at straws here since who knows when we'll get a water stone, but I guess so. Just catch it, Barack, and just give us another option for our team.
Yeah, that's the plan. This Psybeam should put it into red, and I should easily be able to...
Honestly, Barack, we ain't even mad at that one. Who knows how long it would have been until we could evolve it. And it was literally Derp Duck, which the anime made look useless unless it had a headache.
Overall, you did a great job with your encounter. Captures this episode bringing in Cobra and Shrooms. So no hate your way in any way, Obama. Even if you were the first one to fumble the bag on an encounter, I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yeah, not exactly glad to have that title, even if it was a stupid role. Anyway, George, getting back to your story, how long did it take for you to end up catching all the unknowns? Did you 100% the game as well?
Yeah, not exactly a happy ending to my story. I straight up had about 300 hours of playtime on my crystal save file trying to not only fill the Pokedex, catch every unknown, and get my team all to level 100. I was so close to completing my goal. I was missing 3 unknown, and then I was done. But unfortunately, on the night of Game 3 of the 2001 World Series, I threw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium, and per a clubhouse attendant, Derek Jeter stole my Game Boy Color and went on to say he performed all the feats I accomplished. That stupid, likable bastard. Why did he have to be good at baseball? I'm just glad his ownership of the Marlins was an absolute dumpster fire. He deserves it.
Holy shit. It's our Kelly. George, I'm sorry to interrupt your super tragic story, but it's our fucking Kelly. We missed you, buddy, but what are you doing with that scrub of a trainer? Get over here on our side, my main man.
Oh, Sleepy Joe. That's not the real R. Kelly. That's just an imposter that is nowhere near the goated Chad that was a part of our legendary Pokemon Yellow team. I will admit I do miss him, though. That was my pick for the team, and his hypnosis attack was absolutely vital to our Indigo Plateau run. Damn it, now I'm upset and miss him. Thanks a lot, Biden.
I'm not sure we would have been able to not lose a Pokemon against Lorelei or Putin if it wasn't for R. Kelly. A true Titan, and he will be remembered.
One last bit of closure to your story. George, I actually met up with Jeter once, and he did show me that Pokemon Crystal save file. I wish I knew the truth back then because I would have knocked his ass out to return you your game. Not even Biden deserves that horrible a fate.
Oh, thanks, buddy. You're really warming up to me. I knew you would like me if you just gave me a chance.
If these perks weren't starting to lose their effect, I'd show you how much I love you, Biden. I'd show you with my brass knuckles, you bastard.
All right, how about we pivot from this soon-to-be senior UFC event? And shout out our amazing and generous donators from episode 2. How about you lead us off, George?
I can definitely do that, Obama. It will also take my mind off Derek Jeter for a minute as well. Our first donation comes from none other than GOAT Producer 6. He donates us €5.99 people money and remembers his clan, the GP, Gulpin Gatherers, challenging the Sigma Slashers in a gang war. He does admit that you were too strong for his almighty triple, Glizzy Guzzle, and you won the war, but he wants that salty run back.
Wait a minute. That sussy furry who leads the GP Gulpin Gatherers was actually the content creator GP? How the fuck is he still alive? Is he a witch? Raise the torches, men. To Europe we ride. I'm taking out that glizzy gulping cake baking threat to society immediately. Democracy is ready to be delivered faster than an Amazon Prime package.
Hold up, Joe. Those are just allegations of him being a furry. We won't know for sure until those forever deleted Cinderace cosplay photos come back into the light of day. And also, you were alive back then too. Are you a witch, Joe? Maybe we have 2 missings to take care of tonight. We'll be heroes in Salem, boys.
Dark Brandon's life force fuels Biden. Donald, you know that? He's not a witch. And we can't take out GOAT Producer 6 until we get those photos. Until then, the mission is on hold. Also, you didn't hear any of that GP. Thank you so much for your donation, even if you are a Lou Min Eon hater.
He hates what Pokemon now. Screw the photos. This is for our super underrated fish. You know what? No. Breathe, Joey. You're better than this. Oh man, I'm just going to go with the next donation to clear my head. Our next donation comes from our good friend Osman Alpaslan, 152, who throws us another donation but had to include that Donald is truly a Pokemon master. Seriously, bro, thanks for the donation, but we all know I'm the true Pokemon master.
Wait, now you're suddenly better than this? Not when you slashed me up 7 ways to Sunday? Fuck you, Sleepy, but thank you very much, Osman Alpaslan 152. You are truly a king in my eyes, and thank you so much, not only for the donation, but for the kind words as well.
Our next donation comes from the legendary King Onyx. He's back at it again with the $10 donation and also thinks the team is shaping up very nicely. To answer your other question, buddy, the answer is no. If the team we have out-faints, it's GG, no re. We would fail the Nuzlocke if that were to happen. Thank you so much, as always, for the donation. Buddy and I hope the shenanigans, especially what Joe did today, were to your liking.
Bro literally keeps the lights on for us. Thank you so much, Onyx. You come out here every episode and throw us some bones, and a special shout out to you. You're always there for us, and we love. Is that what I think it is?
Ain't no way we got fucked by the RNG when there was a legendary on this route. Fuck you, Game Freak. I don't care about all the blessings you have given us on this run. Now we have to kill this Raikou. God fucking damn it!
My entire day is ruined. I just want to crawl up into a ball and cry. Just do what you have to do, Barack, and tell me when it's over.
Maybe not the time, but to make things even worse, it has a stab move in Thundershock. It's weak granted, but still it's stab. Oh well. At least we get some nice experience, I suppose.
It's done. The deed, it's done. We encountered a freaking Psyduck. When there was a chance of running into that, I have no words.
All right, listen. Up to that point, we have had a really good episode gameplay-wise. So let's not throw it all away. Let's pick our spirits back up, fight this last trainer, and then check our 2 new Pokemon before ending this episode off. I'll even read off the next donation. It comes from Swagner, 5021, who threw us $15 and said if we were gym leaders, what type would we be and what Pokemon would we have? Personally, I would have fire types so my passion can blaze across the land. My team would be Arcanine, Blaziken, Infernup, Houndoom, Volcarona, and Chandelure.
You know me, I would be the steel type because there ain't no way my ironclad defenses would be breached. And let's be real, they just look badass. I would have an Empoleon, Lucario, Golden Go, Metagross, Scissor, and Edgeslash.
Yeah, just don't go Byron on us with the whole defense thing. But if you want to talk about looking badass, look no further than my go to the electric type. Luxray, Electivire, Jolteon, Zebstrika, Raichu, and Toxtricity.
Well, for me, I'll go with the ground type because let's be real, they're the best, no questions asked. None of your teams would beat my Tyranitar, Garchomp, Rhyperior, Excadrill, Gliscor, and Nidoking. Thanks again for the fun question and donation, Swagner 5021, and giving me a chance to win that.
Not going to lie, I kind of forgot how busted the ground type was. Our next donation comes from Empty Crevice Jack 7XEW. He gives us $5 Canadian, and yeah, Buddy Rapidash was a huge capture. If Mystery gets a fire move, we got this on lock. Also, yeah, I think you saw those arms. See this episode already, buddy. We won't show those again. Thank you for the donation.
We do have one more donation, but we did just get to the Pokemon Center, boys. So let's take a look at both Shrooms and Cobra to see how good they actually are. I can't lie, I've been waiting for this all episode.
Let's start off with Shrooms first. Our capture from the ruins of Alph. He's a level 6. And it looks like he has the 3 moves that we saw in our battle only. Still an amazing moveset for a fully evolved level 6 Pokemon. Next up we have Cobra. Ember, Magnitude, and Blizzard is also a goated early level moveset for a fully evolved Pokemon, and holy shiitake mushrooms, boys. Look at that speed stat. It's a shame that attack and special attack aren't switched, but that is a viable option.
It really sucks we couldn't get that Raikou, but it is what it is. We can always find one for damn sure. Now I think there's the matter of that huge donation we got, Barack, a big $25. How about you read that one off?
And finally, we have our last and biggest donation from last episode. It was pinned as all top donations every episode will be, and it came from Lowrider 6217. He first asked if we have an official group name. We don't, but that could be something fun to think of. We should try and do that over the next few episodes. And what are all of our thoughts on... Oh no, this can't end well.
You say, oh, don't mind if I
Joseph,
do.
relax.
My Dami mommy can visit the White House whenever she wants. The two of us could go to the bunker and do absolutely
not my
unholy
fucking
things.
bunker. You don't,
I would
Sleepy
throw
Joe.
it all away
Joseph
for 2
Robinette
minutes with my
Biden, you
psychic
control
beauty.
yourself
I
right
love
now.
you,
Oh,
God
fuck
of
it.
War,
This is hopeless.
now and
I'm cutting the
forever.
feed when I
Marry
can.
me,
See
my
you
queen.
next week,
You're
everyone.
everything I would.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to episode 4 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke Edition. It's finally my turn to play and get us through the Union Cave and into Azaelea Town. We'll have some good trainer battles and an encounter as well to add to our growing goated team. How are my presidential brothers doing today?
Not too bad, Bush. I spent the last few days running simulations with the team we have built up so far, and I have to say, I think we are in a really good spot right now. Our team looks great, and as long as we can keep them alive, we should be able to breeze through the next few parts of the game.
I absolutely agree with you. You guys have given me all I could ask for the first time I pick up the sticks, and this episode starts by us getting a pretty damn good hold item for the rest of the game. I'm going to give this to Compatible for now, seeing he has Sludge Bomb as his only good attack.
Attaboy, George. Damn straight, we give a good item to our king. I'm telling you, once he starts really leveling up, then Compatible is going to be absolutely unstoppable. It's probably the first thing you ever did worth a damn in this Oval Office, Biden.
I think bringing Ivanka back here for dessert after our dinner date would have met that criteria already. But whatever you say, Donald.
The fuck you just say, Biden. Keep talking, and I'll turn you into Sleepy Joe with the back of my hand. Don't think I forgot about what you did last episode. Trust me, I will have my revenge for that. I'm not going to tell you when it's coming, but just know it's going to be the greatest revenge in the history of revenge acts. Trust me, nobody knows better revenge than me.
Damn it, you two, I thought we agreed off camera that we were putting the events of the last episode behind us. We all agreed it was a senior moment, and we took away Biden's Kabutops arm to ensure it would never happen again. This episode, I have to deal with the strongest trainers we've faced to this point, and I'm not trying to lose any team members today.
As long as you don't lose Compatible, we won't have a problem, George. Look at the way he's just chipping away and taking down this higher-leveled Pokemon. That's my boy. Keep it up.
I have to admit that was not what I wanted to see right there. We literally gave Compatible an item that raises the power of Sludge Bomb, and without getting the poison on the first attack, he would have lost to a first evolution Pokemon. He needs to learn a special attack and fast, or else he's going to be sitting in the relegation zone.
If you ever threaten compatible again, I swear I will turn your house into a wedding in Yemen during your presidency. I'm talking scorched earth, motherfucker. I will fuck you up.
Enough. I've had it with all three of you. Donald, Joe, Barack. I understand the stress of a Nuzlocke is real, but every episode of this, our toxicity has gone up a considerable amount. What happened to the teamwork during Pokemon Yellow? What happened to being good and wholesome friends? I want all of you to think about your actions and let me focus on these goddamn trainers. Have I made myself clear?
You're right, Bush. With election season and pressures, I don't know what I've become. Donald, those comments were uncalled for, and I'm sorry for using fury swipes on you. In fact,
Joseph, where did you get that? I took this away from you. Give it back to me right now.
it's okay, Barack. I have no intentions of harming Donald. In fact, I will make us blood brothers and do unto myself what I have done to him. I'm sorry, Trump. Oh, geez, this stings.
Joe, you fucking idiot, what have you done?
Of all the brain-dead decisions you have made, that shoots right to the top of the list. You demented zombie. Why would you do this to yourself?
Guys, I've been slashed by a kabutops in my chest a few times. It ain't my first rodeo. I've been in a few turf wars against those helix cucks and old amber assholes. It stings at first, but then adrenaline takes over. Besides, I slashed the shape of a bee on my chest so I look like I have my own logo. Like that guy from The Legend of Zorro. What was that guy's name in the movie again? I think it started with a Z or
What
something.
the fuck am I looking at right now? Is this a fucking glitch or a bad joke? I'm not laughing.
Yeah, Biden takes second priority to POTUSy. Right now, guys, this is a fucking problem. Why is there a level 15 Polyrath in front of us? Run away, Bush.
POTUSy's dead, our starter is gone. Guys, please tell me this is a bad dream. What the fuck is happening?
Oh my god, this could literally be the end of the run right here, boys. Oh fucking shit, it knows Bone Meringue too, no.
Please fucking kill it, Mystery. Weeznaw.
Oh, thank fucking god it's dead, the bad man is gone. Guys, we literally could have wide it out against that thing. How the fuck is there a level 15 Pokemon right here? Our beautiful POTUSy just got kicked harder than if Ronaldo wanted to go upper 90. This is a fucking disaster. I'm such a failure.
I'm gonna look it up right now. But Bush, I know this is bad. In fact, it's really fucking bad, seeing we just lost a Pokemon with Thunderbolt and Psybeam. But you cannot beat yourself up about this. Nobody knew what was going to happen, and the fact you only let one of our teammates go down against that behemoth has to be considered a win. Just get us through this battle, and we can regroup afterwards.
Losing POTUSy is a win? In what fucking world do you live in, Barack? This wasn't Psycho or Cobra. This was fucking POTUSy, the Pokemon we set out on our journey with, the Pokemon we wanted to take all the way to Mount Silver and smack the shit out of Red with. This is a fucking disaster. What happened to all those clearly bullshit simulations you said you ran, you goddamn analytics nerd? Just restart the fucking run. My heart is broken, Barack. Broken.
I have to agree with Donald on this one. I don't see how we can come back from this. I mean, we have Mystery, yeah, and she's clearly the new captain of this team, but it just feels like my heart has been ripped out of me, and an entire extended magazine was just emptied out into it. I just don't know what else to say.
Don't you think I feel bad enough, guys? Thank you, Barack, for the kind words, but tell me what exactly would you have done differently there, guys? How was I supposed to know POTUSy would get one shot right there? Would you rather I switched and sent another lamb to the slaughter? And now I have to carry the burden of knowing I let a team member faint before anyone else and make the RIP box in the PC. Just give me a break here so I can recover and get through the rest of my session, please?
He's absolutely right, you two. Even though it was a fighting type with a fighting type move, this is all randomized. It could have just known Tail Whip for all we know. This is a shit timeline, but what's important is we live to fight another day. None of us are perfect here. And odds are all of us have at least one of our team members faint during our sessions. Show some compassion, damn it. I believe in you, George. You have incredible poise and you got fucked by the seed right there. I just looked it up, by the way. That trainer has 4 Magikarps in the normal game, and one of them is just randomly level 15, but it doesn't matter because it can only use Splash.
All right, I guess being mad isn't going to do anything except make the situation worse, so I'll take a breath and sit back in my chair. Just rebound from it, Bush, and keep the rest of the team upright so Joey can take on Team Rocket in a good spot next episode. To change the subject, Joe, I do respect you Sigma slashering yourself for me. That was very honorable, and I accept your gesture of forgiveness. Consider the revenge tour canceled.
I'm just going to give everyone one final look at our first Pokemon in Johto. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Potosi. I promise I will avenge your death, and it will not be in vain. When we defeat Red, you will be there in spirit, and just know that we loved you. Farewell, Potosi. I'm just going to bring Psycho back onto the team, seeing it's the highest level in our reserves right now. I know that Shrooms and Cobra wouldn't be bad options, but with a longer cave coming up, this really isn't the time to level up. In my opinion, we need to get through as easy as possible.
Who the hell could be calling me at a time like this? Don't they know I'm busy playing Pokemon Crystal right now? There's literally nothing more important in my life right now.
Joe, you dumbass, that's the red phone, and you're the President of the United States. If you've forgotten for the 3rd time this week, pick up the damn phone. You're not even playing today.
Oh my God, fine, all right. You nag me more than Kamala sometimes. Hello, who is this? What do you want?
First off, watch your mouth when you speak to me, old man. And second, just hand the phone to Towers or put him on speaker real quick. I got a bone to pick with him.
I think you have the wrong number, buddy. This is the red phone inside the Oval Office. You know, the one from the White House.
Joe, who are you talking to? Give me the phone. Hello there, this is former and soon-to-be president again, Donald John Trump. How may I assist you today?
I said I wanted to speak to Bush. Hand him the phone before I start to get mad.
Apparently it's for you, George. I swear I've heard his voice before, but I can't put a finger on it.
Oh my God, just give me the phone. Hi, this is George W. I'm currently fighting a Zapdos right now, so can you give me the Spark Notes version? Who are you and what do you want?
You can call me the greatest showdown battler of all time, a legend of making presidents AI videos. And you know the guy who inspired you to name your starter that you just let take a dirt nap?
Dilkson, holy shit, dude, I'm such a fan. How are you doing, man? I'm sorry about Potosi. We ran into a Pokemon at a much higher level, and I didn't even have a chance.
Save your excuses, George. There's a reason you aren't playing alongside Barack, Donald, and Joe in my videos. It's because you're a liability, bro. Your reads are shit, and you straight up let Potosi faint. You guys were supposed to avenge the name after my Showdown username got taken down and you couldn't even make it 4 episodes? That's weak, bro. I felt a disturbance from my parallel universe, and I just knew it had to be you. I'm not letting you come through the speakers of my Lambo anymore. I've got a mountain to shred, so give the controller to someone who knows what they're doing. Later, loser.
George, if I'm interrupting that legendary man, I apologize, but can you please figure out how I can get his autograph? I know it's going to be a challenge seeing he's in a parallel universe, but there literally has to be a way.
I can't believe I spoke to him on the phone. This is literally the greatest day of my life. You know, I drop everything I'm doing when a new episode of Presidents Play Pokemon Emerald is on. Anyone who isn't subbed to him is absolutely missing out.
I will admit I was planning an invasion on his universe when he released Melodic, but I realized if I did that we wouldn't get the finale to Emerald. I could watch that man's videos all day long, and that outro music is just chill as fuck. What did he say, George? Stop holding out on us.
He called me a liability and blamed me for the death of Potosi. I can't believe I failed Dilkson. I have to make this up to him and prove that I am a Pokemon master.
I mean, originally. I was going to blame the game, but if he says it was your fault, then I must agree with him. Do better, George. This blood is on your hands.
Gee, thanks, Barack. I mean, I just beat the legendary standing in our path, so I guess I'm on the right track, right?
I mean, nobody fainted, so I guess you're right, George. How about we cheer ourselves up, however, and dive into the donations from last episode? How about you lead it off today, Donald?
I'll do it just so you don't absolutely mess up a donation question again, Biden. Don't think I wasn't going to forget how you absolutely fumbled the bag when asked about your team if you were a gym leader. You said Tyranitar was a ground type, you low IQ Neanderthal. I was high off the perk, so I have a valid excuse for why I didn't catch it. For you two, Barack and George, you have no excuses.
I blame the devastation over not catching the goated Sabertooth legendary. That's the most valid reason possible.
Not gonna lie. I was trying to push this fat bastard into the water for what he did to Podacy. But yeah, I'm using that excuse as well. So it looks like you were actually in the best headspace to call that out, Donald. Shame on you.
Oh, blow me, George, you can't steal Obama's excuse. Anyway, let's get to the donations from last episode. We lead off with Datboy Narge, who throws us a huge 20 bones and wanted to let us know the dead Reiku made him more sad than Joe without chocolate chip ice cream. I mean, it's pretty close, and we can let Biden weigh in on that later, but I'd have to say the ice cream would make him feel worse. Also, you had a question for us saying if they had to remake a game where they combined two different regions like this game did. We waste our time on a Pokemon there, Bush. You better listen up. You wasted literally every single one of our Pokeballs here on a useless Pokemon. You got to get your head in the game.
Fine, whatever, name it what you want. Just give me back the Game Boy. I got a trainer in front of me right now, and I'll earn your trust back. How about you continue with the donation? Question, Biden.
So much happened since we started that. So can our slave editor. Put it back on the screen for me. There we go. Hey, don't you speak to me like that, you goddamn civilian. I'll declare there's oil on your property if you don't take that down right now. That's what I thought. Don't let it happen again. So the question was about which two regions should be combined. Oh, that's easy. I'd go with Kalos and Galar since they're based on European countries, and you could have a train take you between the regions just like in real life.
Jesus Christ. Biden showed the editor some slack. He spends his entire weekends and some nights after work putting these together for our channel's entertainment. Anyway, I would go with Unova and Alola since they're both based on the greatest country in the world. You could take a plane to my hometown of Hawaii, aka Alala, and then back to the big city.
Not bad, not bad. Just like that battle. But I will say Hoenn and Paldea, since they're both supposedly located on the coasts of where they are based on, so you could take a ferry between them. This was a fun question to answer. So thank you for that, Narge. Our next donation comes from none other than King Onyx, who first off congratulated us on 2,000 subscribers. Thanks, buddy. It really means a lot to all of us. He couldn't decide where in the game he thinks is best for the Dragon-type gym, but he does agree with Joe that Dark Brandon would absolutely wipe the floor with Sukuna. Onyx's guess for the egg is a Pichu. And he finally wonders what Pokemon will turn Barack and I into simps like Vaporeon and Gardevoir do for Donald and Biden. Me? I would never lose it like those two when they see a certain Pokemon. I'll never get caught lacking like that. Thank you again so much for yet another generous donation, King Onyx, and we hope you are enjoying this episode as well.
Oh, bullshit, George. I'm sure there's a Pokemon that makes you excuse yourself from Laura. I bet we'll see it at some time during this series. Anyway, our next donation comes from another regular donator in Osman Alpaslan, 152, who says that our content is what they call in Germany. Fable F, hold on, I'm going to need to consult Google Translate on this one. Hey, thanks a lot for the kind words, buddy. That means a lot, and thank you for the donation as well.
Our next donation comes from Carlton SpongeBob, aka Swagner, 5021, who throws us $5 and is sending positive energy for, oh, our encounter this episode. Yeah, send more energy next time, but thank you so much for the donation.
And last but not least, we have the largest donation in not just this episode, not just this series, but the history of the channel altogether. It comes from our boy Vegetoblu 223, who throws us an insane $50. Vegeto says he has been enjoying the series and can't wait to see what happens next. I absolutely agree with you, Vegeto. I'm sure what happens next is going to be absolutely amazing, and we're so glad you're here with us. Thank you again for your record-breaking donation.
Holy shit, that donation was almost as huge as the damage that Primeape did to Slasher. Thank you so much, Vegeto. It really does mean an awful lot. And we hope that, George, what the fuck are you doing?
George, why the fuck would you leave Slasher in there? You clearly just saw it did 23 damage with that previous double kick, and it only had 21 health points left. That was actual throwing. No other word to describe it. Are you in a secret alliance with Tucker or Bill or Putin? Your play today has been nothing short of sabotage. Show me the wire you're wearing.
Guys, I swear, I would never sabotage this team. I would never align myself with those three. I just did the math wrong in my head. I'm so sorry, Slasher. I swear I didn't mean for this to happen to you.
George, this has been bad. I mean, really bad. Tell us the truth. And I'm even going to ask you to swear on a cowboy hat for this one. Are you trying to sabotage us? And oh, of course, we could have had a Charmeleon in here. It just gets better and better.
After all we've been through, how can you ask me to do that? Yeah, give me that hat. I swear on all of Texas that I would never betray you guys. I'm just having a bad day. I know I've lost our starter and our hardest hitting physical Pokemon, but I'm just having nerves from the first time I've played a session with actual adventuring and not just a gym battle. It won't happen again, I swear.
All right, if you swear on Texas, I'll take your word for it. Joe, you've been awfully quiet over there. How are you doing, buddy?
Joe, I know Slasher was very important to you, seeing how you ran with them in prehistoric times, but it's going to be okay, man. We will get through this together. You and me, how does that sound?
Slasher, my brother, he's gone. George, you will pay for this.
Boy, you really fucked up this time, George.
Holy shit, Dark Brandon, please don't hurt me. I swear I didn't do it on purpose.
Quit your groveling mortal. I'm not here to take what's left of your life force. I'm actually here on a mission of peace. As you know, the only reason Biden has existed since time itself is because my power has kept him upright, and I take over when he needs me. Seeing he was about to do something he would deeply regret. I took over to save you, Bush. You can thank me later.
Wait, what do you mean, do something he would regret? Can you read Biden's mind?
I suppose you knowing my powers are no threat to me, so I will fill you in on that. All of Joseph's thoughts are immediately revealed to me, so when I saw that he was about to grab old Betsy, I decided it was time to intervene. Side note, you really should keep that hidden Donald.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I appreciate that advice.
As for you, Mr. Obama, I have to say, I am quite impressed with your play in the last episode. You made that Kingdra Gym your bitch, and didn't throw it all away when you ran into a legendary you couldn't catch. Not a bad job at all from you. Maybe what you said last series about you not overthinking everything and returning to your previous self is actually going to happen.
Wow. Thank you, King of Darkness and Champion of all Pokemon. Those words mean a lot. And I was definitely not lying. The old Obaminator is back, and I'm going to make both of these regions know why I am truly a trainer to be feared.
That's the right attitude to have. And I brought your play from Pokemon Yellow up to remind you all that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Barack over here was dogwater last series, and now looks like an MVP contender. George had a rough start, but don't forget he took down Giovanni and Agatha with ease. He'll be all right, just let him get going.
Why are you being so nice to me, Dark Brandon? I mean, we only met during the Indigo Plateau, and now you're out here saving my life? Is there something I'm not seeing here? What value do I have to you?
You forget that I need an alive and willing host to inhabit. I cannot partner with one that does not welcome my powers. So if Joe were to do something idiotic and get himself unalived, then I would be left to wander this land. Seeing I can take over the most powerful person in the free world, and I'm not messing that up. This run succeeding will keep Joseph in check and ensure there are no difficulties for yours truly.
What difficulties are you talking about? You're literally the King of Darkness.
Well, for starters, by having the influence of the leader of the free world, I can ensure certain things happen. You know, like making it so those fucking 49ers don't win the Super Bowl? I refuse to live in a timeline where that system bitch Brock Purdy is a Super Bowl champion. Yeah, the Chiefs can win again. I couldn't care less about them becoming the new Patriots.
Wait, so the Super Bowl literally was rigged? How could you do that to all of those people in San Francisco?
Meh, it's California. I support your decision, Brandon. Good call.
Did Joe mind that you literally took over his Instagram account just to flaunt that you could influence the Super Bowl and not care who thinks otherwise?
He did, and he wouldn't stop crying about, oh my God, the election this, and Roger Goodell won't stop calling me that. But a staffer brought him his hourly ice cream cone, and he forgot all about it, so no big deal.
Before you go, Dark Brandon, I do just have one other question for you. If you don't mind, since you told us you saw the last episode, what are your thoughts on people talking about if you battled Sukuna? Would you wipe the floor with him?
Sukuna, yeah, I've heard of him. He actually is quite powerful if I'm being honest with you, even if his host is a spineless know-it-all nerd who couldn't exist without him.
Not to be rude, but it literally is just me from a parallel universe. I don't think I'm just a know-it-all nerd. So are you saying he would defeat you?
Nah, he'd lose.
Jesus Christ, George. I know that Dark Brandon just ended Sukuna's life, but you gotta still focus on the game. That was compatible. That nearly fainted you, jackass. I am so fucking close to forgetting everything Dark Brandon just said and getting old Betsy myself.
Yeah, I was somewhere in the background losing my mind over that play of words. If only this Crobat was our encounter in here, because it was already a level 10 and that drill, Peck hits hard. It must have a pretty high attack stat, so let's keep that in our memory banks for later.
Cotton Spore is actually a pretty good find right there. We could probably keep that until endgame to throw on someone to ensure a victory against the Elite Four or Red or something.
I don't even want to hear about late game right now. If we keep playing like we did today, then endgame is going to be against Whitney in a few episodes at most. We had a great start, but we really have to dial in. If we're going to have any chance at winning this thing, Dark Brandon better be right about you, Bush. I'm not having my channel tarnished by losing a Nuzlocke.
Don't you worry, Donald. By the time this is over, I'll have the fewest amount of fainted Pokemon on this run. Of course, it was heartbreaking to lose who we lost, but now that I have a chip on my shoulder, there's no stopping me.
Just make sure you don't waste our encounter here, seeing we have nothing to catch it with George. Make it into Azaelea Town, and then we can sign off for today, and Joe can deal with the rockets. Who knows? Maybe we'll even have time for the gym next episode, too.
Oh man, that was a good nap. Did somebody say my name? And what about a gym next episode?
That wasn't a nap, dumbass. Dark Brandon took over when you were about to Betsy George over here.
He got in my way again. Damn that King of Darkness always interfering with my plans.
Hey, Biden, I'm really sorry about Slasher again, man. I never meant for it to happen. And while you may be pissed at me right now, I promise to earn back your trust during my next turn. I swear I'll make it up to you.
I know you will, George. It just hurts a lot in the moment to see a former brother go down like that. Farewell, Slasher. Your memory, no matter how short on this series, will not be forgotten. The baton will be passed from you and Potosi and carry on your legacy.
That was really beautiful, Sleepy Joe. Didn't think you had it in you? With that, everyone, I think that brings us to the conclusion of episode 4. Next week, Biden falls down a well and maybe fights a gym if we have some time. Thank you to all of you who stayed to the end.
Our community Discord Pokeforce 1 that we share with Dilksan, 327, Game Producer 6, Pokemon Presidents Discommel, and now featuring Uvox just went over 300 members. And if you haven't joined yet, please do so in the description below to be connected to the goats of this genre of videos. We will see you next week.
Sorry to all the Potosi and Slasher fans out there, and thank you again to everyone who donated to us last episode who were featured today. We can't wait to see you next week.
Dark Brandon won't get in my way if you do that again, George.
I'm sorry, what now?
Oh man, what an amazing party that was, Donnie. You weren't kidding about your nightclub and everything that happens inside of it.
I would never lie about the gold standard, Joey. My series of underground nightclubs are truly the pinnacle of high society. Thanks again for driving. If I were to get pulled over, it would definitely just add yet another trial to my calendar.
Least I could do for you, buddy. It was a great idea to get away from it all after Bush's play today. I can't believe we made it to episode 5 after he lost Potosi and Slasher. Hopefully he figures it out, because I'm getting too old to ride this team for another playthrough.
Forget another playthrough. You sound like you can't even stay awake for the rest of this car ride. Do we need to stop at a gas station or the nearest Secret Service phone booth to get you some pills? But don't worry about Bush. He'll be just fine. It was just one bad episode, and I'm sure he'll be a pillar of our team. And I'll take over being the group MVP. Don't you worry about it. Is there anything I can't do? I think not.
Maybe I should share some of those pills with you too, Donald, because you don't sound so great either. Welcome to the Getting Up There in Age Club, buddy. Your AREP membership card, month supply of oatmeal and daily pill case membership package is in the mail.
It's not my age, you Nimrod. It's the 12 straight shots of Jack I did off that hot lady's chest. I'm still a spry young.
Holy shit, Joe. We're under attack. Drive.
Oh my God, what's going on?
До свидания.
Hello? Yes, this is Barack. Oh my God, Donald and Joe, it just can't be.
Who is it, Barack? Tell me, man.
Just give me a fucking second, George. I'm sorry about that. Please continue. I see. Thank you. Please make sure they get through this. I'm counting on you, Doctor.
So what's the word? Are Donald and Joe going to be all right?
I really do hope so, George. Apparently they were the victim of an attack by some unknown entity. The doctor said they were trying to mouth out who did it, but they were in no condition to do so. Based on the doctor's prognosis, it could be nearly a year until they're out of the hospital. He said best case scenario at the end of the election cycle, but I'm just not sure. All I do know is that we won't be able to see those guys for a while.
This is just, it's heartbreaking. Poor Donald and Joey. Who could ever do this to two of the best friends we have? It was even going to be Biden's turn at Crystal today.
I guess Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal's going to have to be postponed for a while. I don't see any other way around this.
Well, I do have one idea.
Save your breath, George. Those bastards over at 11 Labs won't even let us use Biden and Trump's voices. We can't even use AI versions of them. And all the other sites have garbage quality. Where else are we going to find other presidents who play Pokemon? I know there's Bill, but we're not exactly on good terms with him right now.
Hear me out, Barack. And if I tell you this, you have to swear to secrecy. This cannot leave the Oval Office.
Whatever, George. Just tell me.
Okay, then. When I told you before you started playing Pokemon Yellow that I got a job, that was true. The simulation played off your memory of that. That job was down at Area 51, where we have begun the process to clone the most important figures of American history. From presidents to athletes to everywhere in between. My job was to speak with the clones to bring them up to speed of everything that has happened in the world since their passing. The ones that couldn't handle everything and went crazy. I had to put down, but a few of them actually were able to adapt and function in this day and age.
So what you're telling me is that you think you have two presidents that can take the place of Joe and Donald.
Nobody will ever be able to take their place, Barack. Those two are irreplaceable, but we have a responsibility to continue this mission not just for us, not just for our YouTube community, but for them. Those two would keep the torch lit for us, and we need to do the same. We have to conquer this challenge for them, and we can't let anyone or any site get in our way. Are you with me, Barack?
You're right. When we defeat Red at the top of Mount Silver, we'll do it with a chocolate chip ice cream cone in one hand and a Trump steak in the other. We finish this for them.
Well then, let's get to work.
All right then, George, I've made all the preparations you asked for here to ensure nobody can see who will be with us today. Who is going to be helping us complete this game?
Looks like everything is in order. Sound blockers, film on the glass so nobody can see inside. Excellent. All right then, Barack. So the two best candidates from the project are who I have brought here today. Please welcome the man who oversaw the end of World War II. Mr. Harry Truman, and the man who put us on the moon, Mr. John F. Kennedy.
Holy shit, this must be a dream. Mr. Presidents, it is an absolute honor to meet you.
The honor is all mine, Mr. Obama. Our friend George here educated me on how you handle your business abroad, and it's always nice to see my teachings didn't go unheard.
If you don't mind me asking, why are there so many ice cream cones lying around in here?
Don't worry about that, John. But anyway, how much has George told you about Pokemon? It's going to be so much fun doing this run with you.
Poke your mom? What did you just say? What the fuck are you creeps doing in 2024?
Did you say we're going for a run? Oh man, I didn't bring my running shoes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to sit this one out, friends.
George, have you told them anything about Pokemon?
Oh my God, that's right. I knew I was forgetting something. No big deal, Barry. They'll adapt.
Where are my goddamn pens? All right then. Since George didn't even introduce you to the game, he's apparently hoping you master in 12 seconds. I guess I'll play today's episode, then throw it off to George before you two start your playthrough. Basically, guys, the point of this game is to defeat all of the trainers in your way with captured creatures, each with their own abilities. If at any time they lose all of their health points, we can't use them anymore. That's usually not how the game works, but we wanted to challenge ourselves. I assume there will be plenty of questions, so feel free to ask away when the time comes.
Barack is a fellow Democrat. I'm disappointed in you. Slavery was abolished. I'm not capturing anyone against their will. Or did the times change? Is slavery back?
No, John. Slavery isn't back, and it never will be. This is just a game. These creatures aren't real. Think of them as pets you're adopting. And the adoption process has a lot less paperwork since you just hurl highly advanced spheres at them that will hold them inside until you send them into battle.
I assume this is one of those battles you're speaking of? I see you have some unicorn burning to death fighting a broom without the stick on the other end.
Honestly, all of that was pretty on point, except for the fact that our Rapidash over here isn't burning to death. It actually just always has flames coming off it. And that other Pokemon is called a Swinub. It's a cute little ice type. We used a fire type move on it because fire is strong against ice. You guys should probably be writing all of this down.
Barack, they might honestly just learn better by... Holy shit! Look, it's Arnold. Our boy has come back to us. I miss him so much.
That behemoth's name is Arnold? That's a strange name for some purple mini Godzilla. But if that's what you kids like today, I won't question it.
I'm starting to think even they don't know what they're talking about, John, because it looks like its name is Nidoking, I think. That seems like a better name, but why are you guys freaking out about it? Your purple baseball is making mincemeat of it.
So before we started playing this game, we played a different Pokemon game and had this guy on our team. We named it Arnold after an actor in a movie, and he delivered the final blow for us to become champions of Kanto.
Kanto, you mean like in Japan? Are you in line with those I thought Oppenheimer finished them off years ago. There are traitors in the office, John. Let's get them.
Whoa, hold up there, Harry. First off, you can't say that anymore. It's just Japanese people now. But yes, in all these games, they model the regions off places in real life. The war is over, just take a breath and put down the chair.
Mr. Truman, things have changed in the past 80 years. In fact, Japan is now one of our closest allies. Now I need you to please calm down and not let the front page of the newspaper tomorrow say zombie president assaults 2 current presidents. Also, it's time for us to hopefully catch a Pokemon. You see, every time we enter a new area, we can catch the first Pokemon we see, and this time it's a Hitmontop. Not a bad Pokemon, but not someone that should make an immediate impact on our team.
How you say it now? Japanese people are our allies? Put me back. I don't want to live in this crazy and confusing world anymore.
Now, just hold on one second, Harry. I know there's a lot of changes, and things aren't like they were back in our time, but let's just give this a chance. Personally, I'm having fun watching things like this baby bird fighting a gymnast. I think we might actually like this millennium. Have you tried these new things called smartphones? They're like the regular phone, you can put it in your pocket and play games like Among Us and Genshin Impact. George let me use his on the way over here.
Is playing video games all you kids do today?
I mean, we also watch videos of people playing the games as well.
People have videos of them playing these games. Why would anybody ever watch that? Why wouldn't they just play the games themselves? Are you just going to ignore me now because you see the logic behind my points?
Sorry, Harry, we weren't ignoring you. We were just focused on the game and seeing if we would capture the Hitmontop. But people upload these videos because the people who watch donate the money sometimes, and they build awesome communities.
Wait, we can get money for uploading videos of us playing this silly game? Well, hold on a minute there. Now you're speaking my language. What am I supposed to speak into this large black oval? Hello, my fellow Americans. This is President Harry Truman. Today I am along with 3 fellow United States presidents, and we are playing this game with odd creatures. Okay, now where's the money I have made?
It doesn't work like that. Truman, you see, people actually have to watch the videos and give us donations if they like our content. And we don't get the money given to us instantly. But if we work hard enough, then we can get a steady stream of income eventually. And look at that, guys, we caught the Hitmontop. Since he's upside down, I'll name him Aussie. And I think we have an open spot in the party so we can check out his stats immediately.
I think I only remember seeing Skull Bash and Dream Eater. So he would actually be pretty useless right now unless he had other moves. And yeah, unfortunately it looks like those are his only 2 moves. But the stats don't look too bad if we ever decide to level it up fast and with solid special attack and defense. Nice job, Barack.
Hey, wait a minute, where did Kennedy go? I looked over at his chair since he hasn't been talking for a while and he's gone.
I think I remember him grabbing that rectangle with the screen and walking off to the bathroom when you guys were telling me I don't get paid instantly for my appearance.
Oh my God, you don't think he could be?
Now that is what I'm talking about, guys. You're never going to believe it. I used my negotiation skills to convince this person that I was not the imposter and I won a game of Among Us. This game is great.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought you were doing something else. But John, we're playing Pokemon right now. I'll tell you what, if you wait until we're done playing, we can all play Among Us together. Sound good?
You're darn tootin', that sounds like a great idea. I want to be the blue guy and wear that dapper-looking suit.
Sorry to interrupt your talk of even more childish games, but can we get back to the money? Have we made any of it yet?
Well, no, Harry. We haven't even uploaded our gameplay or edited the video yet. But I'll tell you what. We can go over the donations we received from the last video we uploaded. I'm going to give you the first one here. What you have to do is read the name of the person who donated, read their comment, answer any questions they had if they had any, and then thank them. Try this first one.
While we start reading our donations, I'm going to go for our encounter in the Ilex Forest before we take on Team Rocket in the well. You got this, Truman.
Oh, well, all right then. This donation comes from King Onyx. Oh, my king is watching us. I wonder from what country. I must do all I can to uphold foreign relations right now.
Onyx might be a king, but unfortunately not the ruler of any country. On these websites, you can pick a name that you're identified by so you don't give out too much of your own personal information.
Also, sorry again to interrupt you, Truman, but this is a sick encounter right here. It evolves in just a few levels, so we gotta grind it up to 10 and see what we get.
How do you gentlemen expect to get any more of these donations if you keep interrupting me? It's almost as if you have no money sense whatsoever.
Good job capturing a cocoon in a ball, I think. Is this a good thing?
Yes, it is, John. In fact, I think I'm going to cut to when it evolves right after I name it. I'll go with Viridian because that's the forest where you usually catch a kakuna. I hope this evolves into a Pinsir.
Cut to when it evolves. Are you suggesting you're going to cut open this cocoon and there will be a butterfly inside of it? I'm sorry, Mr. Obama, but I don't believe you have a strong grasp on the life cycle of a bug. You have to wait until it reaches a certain age and then it will emerge from its cocoon when it's fully ready.
No, Harry, that's not what I meant. Here, just watch this.
Hold your fucking horses just a minute. How did we warp from a forest in the dead of night to battling another Aussie? You're a witch, Barack. Quick, John and George, get your torches and pitchforks. We must eliminate the witch.
Truman, he's just being meta. He's not a witch. It's just an editing strategy to save time in the video.
No, wait. I think he has a point, George. That's just impossible, I tell you. Also, I just noticed. Do you see these strange faces pop up of us when we talk? It's blatant witchcraft. Good thing Jackie told me to keep a switchblade on me at all times.
Barack, I can't hold them back. We gotta go. Also a coughing? Really? That's lame. We already have one.
More important matters right now, George. Activate Oval Office Defense Protocol Delta Romeo Oscar November Echo.
Let's just never talk about that chapter in our lives ever again.
Yeah, that was not ideal having to eliminate 2 former United States presidents, even if they were clones. I guess this new world was just too much for them at the end of the day.
So we're right back to where we started. Just the 2 of us. Now who are we going to call to take the place of Joe and Donald?
Listen, while we were disposing of the clones, I might have made a phone call.
Really? To who?
Now, I know what you're going to say, but before we started filming Crystal, I had some talks with him and truly tried to understand his villain arc. I honestly now believe he was absolutely crushed when he didn't get to play with us, and he felt like he was removed instantly as a mistake when we brought in Blackhawk.
You want to bring in Clinton to play with us after everything he did to you guys?
According to NSA surveillance, he was cleared of absolutely any wrongdoing in terms of kidnapping us. That was solely on Putin and Tucker. Vlad just brought in Bill and used his anger to try and beat us in a Pokemon battle. I mean, think about it, George. Bill used to always come to our Netflix sleepovers back when I became president. It was the four of us with you, Bill, Biden, and I. And when Donald came around, we pretty much just dumped him. It's not right, and I'm making the executive decision here. Bill, you can come in now.
Barack, George, how are you gents doing today?
How am I doing today? Oh, I don't know, Bill, maybe the slightest bit depressed that two of my best friends are in a hospital, and I can't do anything for them except hope they come back through that door. How are you doing?
George, don't do this. Please just believe what I'm telling you. I know it doesn't look great on paper, but we were great friends once, and we can be again.
Obama, do you have Stockholm Syndrome or some shit? You were kidnapped under the streets of Moscow, and Bill was willing to battle you to keep you there forever.
Listen, George, I'm man enough to admit when I've made mistakes. You don't know what it's like to be cast away from your group because your wife made you choose between her and your friends when she ran against Donald in 2016. I lost the 3 best friends I ever had, and then, just when Sleepy Joe had one of his good memories creep back to the front of his mind, and to name Pidgey after me, I had that one moment of joy taken away from me half an episode later. A man can only take so much, George. I watched every episode of Presidents play Pokemon Yellow trying to hold back the tears that we still don't hang out together anymore. Please just give me a chance to show that I not only can help you complete this challenge, but also that I am still the same Bill you hung out with for almost 20 years.
You listen to me, and you listen good, partner. If I ever see you communicating with Putin, Tucker, or anybody with motives to bring harm to my friends, you'll get some Texas justice. Is that clear?
More clear than a beldam's body, George.
Seeing I don't know any other presidents that could actually help us with this. Pull up a chair, Bill, and let's get to work.
Thank you, George. Trust me, I wouldn't put any of us in harm's way either. But we can trust Bill.
There's something I have to tell you, though. I haven't come empty-handed today, and I need to know what you guys think about this.
What the hell are you talking about? Spit it out.
I think I have Dark Brandon with me.
Bill, I know we're trying to be friends again, but you can't joke about something like that. Dark Brandon isn't just a friend, but he's literally the king of darkness, and I'm not prepared to fuck around with that.
I knew this was a fucking mistake. Where's old Betsy?
He's not joking, George. Hold your fire.
Dark Brandon, how is this possible?
Long story short, despite Joseph's weakened condition, I was able to speak out to Bill in his dreams last night. I convinced him to allow me to possess his body as a willing host until I find one of my own. It works for me because I can roam while Joseph is incapacitated, and I can confirm to you that Bill has no evil intentions towards you. Now I think it would also be wrong if I didn't offer my services to you in this run since you're down half the team. If you can find me a host that I can control constantly, then I will help you beat this Nuzlocke.
Dark Brandon, do you see those bodies over there? Those are clones of former United States presidents as part of a secret area. 51 program to bring back the dead. The bodies were made in a lab, and believe it or not, Biden has one here of himself that he didn't even know about. Would you be able to inhabit it?
I suppose I can try. Let me see it.
Activate Oval Office safe code, Tango Oscar Whiskey, Echo Romeo Sierra.
Damn, that's an unfortunate code they gave you.
Punishment for coming in last in fantasy football 1 year. But anyway, here it is, Dark Brandon. Impossible to tell the difference between the real Biden. Give it a shot.
May the darkness flow from one vessel to another.
Did it work, Mighty King of Darkness?
I believe it has, but my powers are weakened. As this is not a human body, I'm only able to inhabit it and do not have my full arsenal of darkness. As frustrating as it is, this will have to do for now.
Holy shit, that's a feeling and a half. Just how powerful are you, Dark Brandon?
My power knows no bounds, Bill. When my life force left you, your body had to adjust to having to only being supported by your mortal essence, which normally is fine, but now feels minuscule without me. Don't worry, that will fade soon.
Geez, I sure hope so. You described it perfectly. I feel like I'm about to keel over.
Let me get you some water, buddy. If Dark Brandon truly saw your inner thoughts and saw no harm, that's all I need for validation. I trust you, Bill, and welcome to the team.
Thanks, George. It does mean a lot.
Well then, now that we're all friends and Dark Brandon has a host, how about we get back to the action as we try to finish up Team Rocket at the bottom of this well. We have a few more trainers, and then we have the encounter down here as well.
I trust you can finish this off with no issue, Barack. Despite George losing Potosi and Slasher last episode, I've been hearing some good things about Cobra, who has had a chance to join this team. He even learned Sacred Fire, which could prove very useful.
I'm still mortified about my performance last episode, but it really is good to know we have some quality reserves this early on. Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot we were doing donations earlier before shit hit the fan. We got to get back to that.
Allow me to lead it off, George. I see your list over here, and it looks like you guys were leading off with King Onyx. He thinks you deserve the benefit of the doubt, George seeing you're just getting started. And he's happy that Dark Brandon spared your life, Bush. I think we got a really strong group over here, so I don't see this run falling apart anytime soon either. Thanks again for the $10, buddy.
Yeah, I couldn't let Joseph take out George right there. Our next donation comes from Raymond, 670. He's pouring one out for the boys. He also hopes they find peace among light. Now I think darkness is the way to go, but I might be a bit biased. Thank you again for the donation.
Cobra is the perfect matchup for these Jengars right now, and he's getting some decent experience too. Next up, we have another regular donator in Osman Alpaslan, 152, who wants us to never stop uploading Pokemon content. You know the drill, buddy. All gas, no brakes. We ain't going anywhere. Thank you again for your support.
And one trainer to go until we get these rockets out of Azaelea Town. We shift our attention to our next donator, who is Logan Levesque, 7,988, who is looking forward to Donald's transformation. Right now, he needs his time to rest, but I'm sure we'll see his true strength when he returns. Also, he's giving you the Will Smith treatment, Barack. Sabrina is apparently with Logan. And finally, he thinks Dark Brandon should be renamed Darth Brandon. Thank you so much for the donation, buddy.
Dark Brandon is the name I have been bestowed by the Shadows, so that will remain. Sorry about that, Logan. Well, shit, that's a decent level, Kingdra. Barack, be careful. Remember, it has a dangerous hyper beam.
Cobra has been kicking ass and taking names, so I think we can tank one of those hyper beams, no problem. God fucking damn it. Are you kidding me? How the fuck did it just one shot? This is absolute bullshit. How could I lose a party member this early? Fuck.
Your hubris was your downfall there, Barack. You have to respect your opponent more, or that's going to happen on the regular. That's a bad loss. Especially seeing it had an incredibly strong fire and ice type move, along with a really good ground type move as well. Shake it off and refocus before this becomes a disaster situation.
You got a break there with the psych up. It's almost down now, Barack. Finish this off.
2 more psychics should do the trick. I just don't know if I should switch now with the damage from this acid. I can't fuck this up. Just breathe, Barack, you got this.
I believe you would live through a hyper beam, so just stay the course and let Mystery wrap this up. Not a good battle for sure, but at the same time you would have switched another party member into that hyper beam, so we can't get that upset. Just take the win. Let's move on and refocus going forward. You still will have an encounter in this well, which could end up being a really good replacement as well.
I suppose he's right, but I saw your play from episode 3, Barack. You looked like your old self, and you were before that battle as well. Don't change a thing and stay strong. We need you at your best if we're going to win this thing. We believe in you.
Well, if it isn't Kurt the Deadbeat. Bro pulled a Grandpa and Willy Wonka and came to the rescue immediately after the battle is done. We really could have used him to be a shield for that hyper beam.
It is what it is. I just want to try and go 3 for 3 in my encounters this episode, just so I can be a +2 in terms of party members at the end of the day. But in the meantime, we do have our top donator of last episode, and it's none other than Dat Boy Narge. He throws us 20 bones and some sick bars about his beatdown of Fraud Kuna. His question is, what evil team would we take charge of, and what would we do different? Well, I'm a Gen 1er at heart, so I'd have to say Team Rocket, and I would have caved in the trainer after the encounter in Mount Moon. That would have eliminated that threat.
Before I get to mine, F's in chat to Cobra, everyone. We're going to put him in the rip box before we head back to the well. You did all you could, buddy, and we thank you for your efforts. This is a strange question because we are kind of saying we have to do whatever it takes to take out a kid, seeing that's the biggest reason the teams fail. But anyway, I'll go with Team Galactic, and I would have used the Galactic Bomb more strategically to, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, probably a good idea to leave it at that, George. I'm going to go with Team Plasma. Maybe if they weren't so concerned with the whole liberation of Pokemon nonsense, I would have set all efforts to taking over the region. That might have made a difference.
It couldn't have hurt, and that's for damn sure. Thanks for leaving me the easy one, guys, because I'm going with Team Aqua and Magma. Maybe I would have, I don't know, got the right fucking orbs and not focused on destroying the region with floods or drought, and used the legendary to defeat anyone in their path. Archie and Maxie were two actual dumbasses.
Yeah, that might have been a good idea, Brandon. Anyway, it's finally time for our last encounter. It really would be a good time to get our first catchable legendary since we've seen a bunch of them so far.
Watch us actually find a Slowpoke in here. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
The randomizer better not do us dirty like that. And I guess it would be better than the nothing we're getting right now. Come on out, new party member.
I'm just going to try using our new fishing rod since walking isn't really doing anything for us. I have a feeling there's a Ho-Oh in here.
I'm not sensing any legendaries down here, but best of luck, Barack.
Legendary coming right up, Dark Brandon. Witness my skills.
If you gents will excuse me, I have some lottery tickets to purchase.
Well, I'm definitely witnessing that skill, Obama. But it turns out it's just an issue. That's one hell of a legendary you fished up.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to catch it and leave it at that.
At least you made a good call bringing out Psycho, so it shouldn't overpower this Slowpoke. Its defense leaves a lot to be desired, however. It could evolve into a heavy hitter, so only time will tell.
Karate Chop and Ember aren't bad moves. It has some decent coverage, and its level means it can hop right into the party with no issues either. Maybe it's not the worst Pokemon, despite, it being a shitty Pokemon.
2 fire-type moves is a little redundant, but at least we know we can get rid of one when we get a new move. That's more than low enough, so time to catch this thing.
Nice job, Barack. What are you thinking for a name?
It's the perfect meme. And I think after the events of everything that happened, we need something to smile. I'm going to name this one after Biden and name it Sleepy Joe. Hopefully, it can grow up and be a true titan of our team. We love you, buddy!
As we take a look at its stats, that's going to be it for today's episode, everyone. I know we've had some changes, but we promise you we're going to do all we can to continue to bring you quality entertainment. And holy shit, this thing is the opposite of Sleepy. Look at that speed stat. Just better hope it doesn't get hit by a physical attack. Have a great week, everyone. We will see you next Thursday.
Brandon and I might not be Trump and Joey, but we promise to carry on for them and win this one for them. Be sure to lend us your energy and help us get over the finish line. We'll see you next week, everyone.
Know that when we find whoever did this to Joseph and Donald, they will spend the rest of their time wandering through the eternal darkness. They will pay for their sins. Be good, everyone.
We love you, Joe and Donald. This series is dedicated to you. We will not fail.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer, Nuzlocke Episode 6. it's going to be my turn today before we kick it off to the 2 new kids on the team. The goal today is to get our second gym badge and then take down our rival before heading off to Goldenrod City. How are you guys doing today?
Call me the new kid one more time, and you'll never see the light of day ever again. That is when I have my full powers back again, of course. Anyway, looks like there's no question about what this gym is unlike in Violet City. We've got the water-type gym up next.
So what you're saying is, there's a chance we run into yet another Kingdra, or potentially even the Poliwrath, which took out Podacy and Slasher. My PTSD is not ready for that. The randomizer can't keep getting away with this.
Take a breath, Jesse. We haven't run into either of those Pokemon. Let's just take every battle as it goes. And hopefully we don't run into either of those home-wrecking bastards.
Bill's got the right idea here. I mean, if Psycho can take out a Seeking without taking any damage, then maybe this is going to be a great episode. We just have to believe and keep the vibes in a good place. Also, let's not forget that our best Pokemon mystery knows Mega Drain. We have the perfect counter for this gym right now.
That actually is a good point. And the gym leader's name is Bugsy. There's a 0% chance this run dies to a trainer named Bugsy, right? Why are you guys silent? Say right.
I mean, I'm not playing right now, so I'll make no guarantees. You've lost 3 Pokemon in the last 2 episodes, and if this gym does have a Poliwrath or Kingdra, there's no guarantee we walk out of here alive. You need to dial in like when we battled the Elite Four in Yellow, because water types have been the cause of every fainted Pokemon.
Brandon's not wrong, but I have faith in you, George. I think you've already been punched in the mouth, so you're ready for everything. You got through this first battle with no problem, and only a few more to go before the gym leader. Stay strong and keep leveling up the weaker members of our team.
Yeah, I absolutely will keep doing that. It just sucks that Sludge Bomb is a physical attack in this game, because if it was the special attack it is today, our boy Compatible would be an absolute killing machine with that goated special attack stat. Every time he levels up, we get a little closer to getting that type of move potentially.
Hopefully the move we get from Bugsy after we kick his ass is a water-type move. But what I would like to do is pivot to some channel news and then get into our donations from episode 5, and even one from our channel update video. First off, speaking of our channel update video, our editor has announced there will be a contest to design the new profile picture for this channel. To enter, you simply have to join the Poke Force, one Discord which, to be honest, if you haven't already, you're missing out on the best AI President's Pokemon content.
It's about time he realized that Fall Guys is a dead game and he's ready to have a real picture. Anyway, once you join and design your image, you can post it in the new PFP contest channel under our editors category and in the days following episode 7. And before episode 8, he will release a video showcasing all of the entries, the top 3, and then the ultimate winner. All entries must be in an 800 by 800 pixel format. May the best artist win.
The link to join the Discord is in the description below, and we can't wait to see all of the amazing entries. I've heard the editor would like something with the name of the channel, and have something to do with either presidents, Pokemon, or both.
Good luck to everybody who enters. And second, after it being suggested by a few members of the community, we have launched a Ko-Fi page for all channel donations going forward, since YouTube takes about 30% of the revenue of donations and Ko-Fi does not. For anybody that donates, we would prefer you donate through there, but if you want to do so on YouTube, we totally understand. All donations will be displayed on the episodes regardless where you donate. In addition, Ko-Fi also allows for monthly memberships. For anybody that signs up for those, you will get a special shout out at the end of every video. Link is in the description below.
And last but not least, Ko-Fi also allows for us to have a shop, so we're putting up a poll after this episode on our community tab to see if you all would be interested in merchandise like t-shirts. If there is interest, our editor will buy a heat press and make some shirt designs, so be sure to vote in it after watching this video.
Now that all your shameless plugs are done, let's give thanks to everyone who donated to us in episode 5, and the donation in that channel update video as well. We started off with the legendary King Onyx, who throws us another $10 and is pleased to see we aren't quitting despite Stalin's best efforts. Onyx clearly is a cultured mortal, as he is pleased I am joining this run. The one thing is that Donald and Joseph are not in the rip box. They're recovering and will be back as soon as they can. Thank you again for yet another donation.
I mean, Onyx was also happy that I get to have a redemption arc. But I guess it's all right you glossed over that since everyone saw it on screen. Anyway, our next shout-out goes to Xylerimse, 7,748, who threw us a $2 donation on both the most recent episode and in the channel update video thanking us and throwing plenty of love our way. Thank you again, Xyler.
And finally, our biggest donator of episode 5 was Osman Al-Paslan 152, who threw us 30 British people money and expressed how much he misses Joe and Donald. But yes, buddy, we are back and uploads will be regular again. Thank you so much, Osman. Enjoy the pin, and we're so happy to have you here.
Back to the episode now. It looks like you're doing a good job in these battles so far. George, first 2 trainers down, no problem, and looking good to start the 3rd one. I knew it was just a blip on the radar with you, that one episode. And I don't expect to see you lose any more Pokemon for a long time.
While one was a definite skill issue while I was coping over the loss of our starter, I definitely have to chalk the other one down to bad luck, and I'm just grateful we survived with no other damage. But yeah, everything is going really good in here so far. While we have seen a lot of final evolution Pokemon, they haven't had the best moves, and my strategy has been taking me the rest of the way. If it keeps up like this, we'll have no issues and be ready for your next episode. Oh, wait a minute. That's right.
What are you talking about, George? Did you pull a Biden and get hit with a touch of the dementia? I'm sure his pills are around here somewhere. Help me look, guys.
No, it's not that, you jackass. It actually has to do with you and Dark Brandon. I know Obama and I decided we would get the next 2 episodes after the incident, but who's going to go next between you guys in episode 7?
Well, it obviously should be me, since I'm the greatest Pokemon player in history. You should want me to get as many attempts as possible and get me in the game right away. If anything, I'm a little offended I wasn't offered to play today, but if you want to make mistakes, then so be it.
Hold on a second there, Dark Brandon. I'm no slouch either. Pokemon flows through my veins like marinara sauce flows through an Italian's body. My knowledge and ability is up there with anybody else, and I think I should get to play next.
William, you made it to the final of your local regional playing the trading card game. Your experience and knowledge in the video games leave a lot to be desired. Yesterday when you were playing Showdown, you used your Terra on the first turn thinking it was great strategy, then got destroyed by some kid with the username Professor Sycamore's baby daddy. So please just sit back and let me take episode 7 so you can actually see how the game is supposed to be played.
Dude, did you actually use your Terra on the first turn? What the hell were you thinking?
Are you really going to just gloss over the fact that he lost to someone with the username Professor Sycamore's baby daddy? Bill, that's just... it's worse than your username on Showdown somehow.
Oh, give me a break. I changed my username after you criticized it in Moscow to Big Batty Bill, so it's much better now. Also, you heard Brandon yourself last episode. His power isn't as strong as usual because he's in the body of a clone and not an actual human body. If he's not at full strength, then I should be the one to play.
First off, that name is very close to being worse. And second, even me with a fraction of my power can still 6-0 you any day of the week. I'm playing next episode.
Well, we are a democracy, so let's be fair about it. In the comments below, everyone comment who you think should play next episode and after me in the rotation going forward. Whoever gets more votes will play next episode, and the loser will get episode 8.
For anyone that doesn't vote for me, rest assured you will have nightmares for the next month straight. That is not a threat, it is a promise.
Hey, no fair. He can't use the powers of darkness to influence the vote. This one actually would be rigged.
I'm going to allow it since his powers give him an advantage in the game. Potentially so sorry about that one, Bill, but hey, you might still win.
If the viewers want a 2-term president who would definitely be the best man for the job, they know who to vote for. Also, great job getting through all these trainers with absolutely no issue at all, George. Way to go. What's your strategy for the gym leader?
You know what? I think I'm going to go with compatible to lead off. He's been an absolute warrior in this gym so far, and I'll give him his flowers by getting the chance to lead everything off. Worst case scenario, we have Mystery ready to take care of business. But with Compatible's defensive stats and speed, I'm really not worried. We just need a special move on him so badly.
I can't stop laughing how these gym leaders hype up their specific type so much before these battles, then come out with a completely different type. I know they can't do anything about it, but that doesn't make it any less funny. Take it home. George, let's do this.
Barring it has Thunderbolt, an easy obstacle to overcome right off the start. A few sludge bombs should dispose of Tracy's loser companion. No problem.
Extreme speed is definitely annoying because it did decent damage and it completely negates our probable speed advantage, but it is what it is. Sludge Bomb is doing some solid damage right here, so 2 more should take it out and then we can rest compatible for the rest of this fight.
Cool, calm, and collected. That's what I like to see, George. Keep it up and don't let your decision-making get distracted. You're doing great.
And how about a high damage roll to take it down in only 2 shots? That's how it's done compatible. I know a certain someone is giving you extra strength right now.
George, what the fuck are you doing sending out Psycho against a freaking Blastoise? I don't know if you're just getting cocky after that easy victory, but that behemoth can swing the tide of battle in a heartbeat.
Not getting cocky, Brandon. I just wanted to try Spike Cannon out on it to see if I can get some cheap chip away damage. Not exactly working though, so I'll switch and... Did it just use Splash?
Yeah, but it's probably just some good luck. Hopefully when you switch out here, it doesn't use too powerful of a move.
There's no way the only thing this Blastoise knows is Splash, right? Did the randomizer actually smile down upon us and bless us with this RNG?
Holy shit, I think it only knows Splash. I'll actually say right this time back to you, Barry. Of course, there was no way a trainer named Bugsy was going to end our run. I wasn't sweating at all. Thank you, Seed, for making her, I assume, Ace absolutely useless.
With how strong its defensive stats are, all I can say is wow. If this thing actually knew a water-type move or a strong physical-type move, it was GG game over, and pack it in. Breathe out, everyone. Only 1 more to go barring Bugsy completely sandbagging this entire time before using Surf.
Not going to lie, though it is pretty sad to see such a cool and strong Pokemon know only 1 pathetic move. I think even though it's a randomizer, they need to strip Bugsy of the title of gym leader. Almost as bad as Whitney and Claire not giving you the badge at first. To be honest, actually, when you compare the gym leaders here in Encanto, it's not even close. The worst gym leader over there is just as good as the best gym leader here.
You're not wrong there. I mean, Faulkner is there because Daddy gave him the gym. Chuck is just a knockoff Bruno, and Jasmine doesn't have that dog in her. Aside from Morty and Price, it has to be a contender for the worst gym leaders in a game.
Tell you what, everybody, while I finish off this pathetic excuse of a gym battle, we'll make this the comment question of the day. In addition to your pick for who should play next episode, also include what region has the worst gym leaders in your opinion. I think this generation should be a strong contender for the winner, but we'll see what you have to say. And we'll also talk about the results next episode.
Go with Psycho here, George. Since it learned Earthquake, it might be its only other move along with Acid Armor, and it would have no effect on Psycho. You can chip away with Spike Cannon, and maybe the Confusion can do some work for us as well.
Yep, good call, Brandon. I had a feeling that Supersonic would come in handy, and it's already smacking itself around. Even though it powered up its defense, a few more hits should take it down, no problem. Hive Badge, here we come.
Spike Cannon is being a little disappointing right now, but that's to be expected. We could always switch out to get this over with a little faster, but you do, you man. And dear God, this thing is an idiot. 3 for 3 and hitting itself. Oh man, we needed a gym like this after everything that was going on. It's good to breathe and look forward to better things.
I was hoping Dig would do a little more damage, but it is what it is. It knows Psychic too, huh? You know, if we encounter one of these in the wild, we know it wouldn't be a bad catch, since it has a decent move pool and another evolution as well.
If you get hit with another Psychic, definitely need to change. George seeing a 3rd would mean Psycho would head to the Rip Box. I know you struggle with your quick math, so just helping you out.
Gee, thanks, buddy. I messed up one time. It's not going to happen again. I'll probably just go to Sleepy Joe, seeing it has a resistance to Psychic, and it can grab some experience in the process.
It just had to use Acid Armor and delay the inevitable. Finish it up already, George. I'm getting bored over here.
Should be all good to go, Brandon. Psychic should do like 5 damage or something, and a Karate Chop will wrap it up. or it will get a critical hit. Your special defense will drop, and we need to change again to prevent it from fainting next turn. Sorry if I jinxed you right there.
Yeah, so I know who I'm voting for to play next episode after that. No more messing around, just bringing in mystery to wrap this one up. You fought until the end, Bugsy. But it was all in vain. POTUS will be claiming their second badge, and the water type, which has plagued us so far in this run, is out of the way. We're moving on, boys.
That earthquake definitely scared me a little bit, but after realizing the level difference and Mystery's defense stat, I realized it wasn't going to be so bad. Way to exercise your demons and get us one step closer to becoming Pokemon Masters of Johto George. Now you just need to get past our rival, and we can call it an episode.
Appreciate the kind words, Barack. Definitely feeling good right now and ready to head into the battle with Tucker. It's also nice that we have a few bucks now with these trainer battles and can buy some more supplies. We're financially disabled no longer. I'll head to the Mart Pokemon Center, put Sleepy Joe at the top of the party, and then we're ready to go.
I'm sorry, but did you just say you're going to lead off a rival battle with arguably our worst Pokemon? George, you're definitely starting to get cocky right now. Lead off with Mystery, Snoop, or Compatible, so we can get off on the right foot. Don't screw up all your hard work.
I don't think that's what's happening here, Bill. After a disappointing showing in the gym, I think George is sending a message to Sleepy Joe saying earn your spot or you don't belong here anyway. I like that approach. If it faints, then it was never meant to be a member of this team. But if it wins and picks up some nice experience, then we all have some faith, and maybe we can hang on to this Slowpoke until it evolves. A true trial by fire.
That's exactly my plan, Bill. Let's be honest, as this run continues, we're going to pick up some much stronger Pokemon. And they need to show they have a place on this team, or if they get immediately replaced after catching a wild Pokemon. Right now, our only 3 locked-in team members are Mystery, Compatible, and Snoop. I'm not sure what hatches from that egg, but Sleepy Joe and Psycho are liabilities at the moment. I know it's harsh, but I have to be able to make these evaluations.
It's just like Donald always said. They gotta have that dog in them. No better time to see if they do than right fucking now. We don't know what Tucker is gonna throw at us, but we have our plan. Give him hell, George.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but I love it. You're right, in George we trust. Take down this red-haired punk.
With pleasure, Bill. Play that epic music.
A Smoochum, huh? Well, Sleepy Joe should be in prime position to take it down. We got the super effective attack and most likely the speed advantage.
Speed advantage confirmed. Let's see if it's a one-hit wonder.
Holy shit, that was pathetic. Brace for impact here with a super effective attack on us now.
There's your answer, boys. If it can't even handle a Smoochum when it has speed advantage and a super effective move, then it wasn't deserving anyway. My only regret here is that we made the joke to name Biden after that Slowpoke. I know the meme was too good to pass up right there, Obama, but I kind of feel like shit right now.
I'll repay Joe by being the first one at his bedside with some chocolate chip ice cream when he wakes up. But let's not let that distract you, George. You still have a battle to win, and I'm sure Tucker has some tricks up his sleeve.
In all honesty, this Smoochum turned out to be quite the worthy adversary. It tanked 3 super effective attacks, 1 special and 2 physical, and ended up doing some decent damage. I'm actually impressed, but now it's out of the way and on to the next one.
Real talk. Hopefully that's the last time we see that Smoochum on his team. Looks like his starter is up next. What's the plan, George?
It sucks because our starter was the perfect counter for his, and I was hoping we would have him for every battle along the way. Unfortunately, that's not the case, so I'll just bring out Mystery, knowing it has Ice Beam, which won't be very effective.
Oh shit, that's right, it does. Nice memory, George. I actually forgot what moves it had. A few Psychics should do the trick. And I would assume his starter is his highest level Pokemon.
Let's also not forget going forward that it knows Sleep Powder as well. Those are actually 2 really good moves for this Pokemon to have. It may be a non-evolving bird, but in the right spots, it can be a real thorn in any trainer's side. At least those 2 Sleep Powder attempts missed, and we are on. So he has an Articuno as well. My then Tucker is no pushover, not sure where he caught one, but beating him will be even more satisfying now and provide some fantastic experience.
At least it's only level 14, but it has a psychic type move which rules out a switch to Snoop, and it's fast. This ain't ideal. At least I got the fire spin to hit, which will give it some damage each turn going forward. It's all about getting it to 0 any way we can at this point and using all the tricks in the bag. I'm going to use Psychic next in hopes of lowering its special defense to make this go as fast as possible while tanking these confusion attacks. Hang in there, Mystery. It's going to be a bumpy ride to the finish.
Looks like you spoke a little too soon, George, because its special defense ain't nothing to worry about. We finish it off next turn with one more Psychic. Way to dodge that bullet. Bush, I swear I'm not intentionally trying to jinx you right now. I didn't think that would happen.
Do me a favor and just shut the fuck up for another few minutes. God damn it, Bill, you know what? Fuck this. Mystery's got that dog in her. Finish it up.
George, don't you even fucking think about risking this. Stop it right now and switch.
Mama didn't raise no bitch. Goodbye. Good night. Game over.
George Walker Bush. That was the stupidest, riskiest display of big dick energy I've ever seen. And I fucking loved it. Holy shit, that was some fucking content. Clip that, hang it on the wall, and inject it into my veins. Let's fucking go, boys.
I'm absolutely speechless. George, you do realize the run was probably cooked if that confusion was a critical hit, or if we hit ourselves in confusion, right? What were you thinking? That was incredibly stupid and not like you at all.
You know what, Barack? After everything that's happened over the past few weeks and after watching 2 of our party members go down last time I played, I just looked at Mystery and knew, you ain't going down, partner. Mystery is the GOAT. We ride Mystery to Mount Silver. How's that for a mic drop? I'll see you next week, everyone.
Well, shit. Even I didn't see that side of George in him. I guess we follow him out and say, have a great week, everyone.
Looks like that's the plan. Don't forget to enter the profile picture contest and comment below your vote for who plays next week and respond to our comment question. See you next week, everyone.
Am I in another fucking simulation? I still don't know what the fuck just happened.
Good afternoon, YouTube, and welcome to episode 7 of Presidents. Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Oh man, I've waited a long time to say that and it feels amazing. Thank you to everyone who voted for me in the comments of last week's episode and choosing me to be next in the lineup. Today our goal is to get through the Ilex Forest, beat a bunch of trainers, and maybe even add a new party member along the way. What's up with you gents today?
Just remember, William, they chose you for this episode so I could take down Whitney next week. I'm the better trainer and everyone knows it. Just play your role and don't screw everything up, all right?
Now, Brandon, let's not be salty here. It was a very close vote. You had a crazy surge in the last few days, our editor was counting, and you only ended up losing 20 to 18. I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job next episode, but let's not downplay what Bill has to do today. He has a lot of trainers to face, and with us losing team members faster than Lance Armstrong, riding a bike around France. He has a very important encounter for us this episode. We need as many Pokemon on the team as possible. You got this, Bill? Show us what you're made of.
George is right, Brandon. We're all going to get our chance to shine, but today is Bill's. Also, I'm going to be the salty one because do you see these wild Pokemon so far in this episode? When I played, I got a freaking Kakuna. And today we see an Azumarill and Meganium. Those would have been 2 sick final evolution Pokemon to add to our team, and we literally got stuck with a freaking Cocoon. I'm just going to blame Truman and Kennedy for that bad luck.
Whatever, I'll be supportive of Captain Unfaithful over here. But I guarantee we lose a party member inside this forest. It seems like there's going to be a million wild encounters, and I think there's a trainer. So say your goodbyes to party member number 5 in advance, gentlemen.
Dark Brandon? More like Salty Brandon. Am I right? Oh man, I'm funny. Excuse me, guys. Holy shit. It's becoming so hard to breathe.
Apologize now or you don't go home tonight.
I'm sorry, please.
Brandon, we told you no invoking the powers of darkness unless it's to help us in this run. Let him go.
You're no fun, Barack. Just remember, I may not be at my full power, but I could still overthrow this country with a flick of my wrist. Don't let it happen again, cowboy.
Oh my God, sweet oxygen, you may be slowly poisoning my body over the years, but how I missed you over the past 20 seconds. Oh man, all right, point taken, Brandon, my bad.
So, yeah, I'm still here and playing. I suppose I did just get the hidden machine for cuts, so we are able to progress to the end of this forest. Maybe we can focus on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea, Bill. Nice job not letting that far-fetched chase become a complete shit show like it does for some people sometimes. Just stay focused, and at the risk of getting force choked again. Don't worry about what Dark Brandon said. You aren't losing a Pokemon today. You're going to break the streak of 3 episodes where we've had a Pokemon faint.
I'll allow that comment for now, but you're wrong, George. The shadows have spoken to me, and the future is guaranteed.
Destiny is only what you make of it, Bill. As long as you battle the right way, we'll be just fine. Brandon will be thanking you at the end of this episode for getting him a great new teammate and having the best lineup possible for Whitney. By the way, what's your plan for leveling the team up today?
Well, seeing Psycho evolves at level 25. I think he really does have a good future on this team if we can get that evolution. We could get a crazy strong psychic Pokemon, or we could get a legendary bird even. Who knows? Because of that, I'm going to focus on getting Psycho's level to be even with the rest of the team first. And then we'll take it from there. The potential is definitely there.
Man, that sucks. That the randomizer didn't let us get headbutt right there. It's actually a crazy useful move inside and outside a battle to get wild Pokemon to drop from trees. Oh, well, it's free money when we sell conversion 2 at least.
Hey, before I forget, I actually have a question for you, Brandon. Even though you're not merged with Biden right now, are you still connected with him at all? I mean, are you able to sense his life force? I've just been so worried about him and I miss him so much is all.
You humans and your emotions. But to answer your question, since I have been a part of his being for so long, I do have a connection with him. Even though I'm in this clone body, he is stabilized and he is recovering. I know things aren't the same without him here, but he absolutely will be back here when possible. I would assume the same for Donald as well. He's got a lot of fat, so he had to be well protected from that blast.
To everyone that's still here with us, we would like to thank you again for being here. We know this isn't the group you originally fell in love with, but we will do everything in our power to provide the most peak content we can offer. When Donald and Joe are out of the hospital, they will be back here. Now let's return to the game. Bill, it's your first trainer battle, so let's set the tone and knock this fool out.
No problem at all right here, George. Bro has a cocoon and a pine cone for a team. He might as well just return home and go back to school. I'm talking to you, bug catcher Mark. You ain't shit.
Looks like you went to the school of George last episode because that confidence is off the charts. That's what we love to see, Bill.
How you know it, Barack? Wrap this one up, Psycho. Take down this pathetic pine cone and...
I'm sorry, what was that about me being wrong? Don't ever doubt the shadows, you pathetic mortals. The streak lives. 5 Pokemon down in 4 episodes between the 3 of you. I'm going to have my work cut out for me with the decimation to this team you're allowing to happen.
Why the fuck did it wait for turn 3 to use Crunch? He was sandbagging, that wasn't fair. Shit, I'm sorry, Psycho. It wasn't supposed to end like this for you.
That's just the evil of the randomizer right there. It's a shame we continue to just deposit Pokemon in the rip bin every episode. But as long as you didn't lose Mystery, it's fine, I suppose. Psycho was the weakest member of the team, and you can redeem yourself right after we leave this forest. Stay strong and stay confident, Bill. We still believe in you.
I'm absolutely going to remain confident here, guys, don't worry. In fact, I guarantee an amazing encounter right here. By the power of the saxophone, I summon a future staple of this team.
How in the... This is impossible. How did a novice just will an Arcanine into existence? First the Slowpoke and now this. Who are you really, Bill? I demand answers.
I'm just the best goddamn 2-term president that ever stepped into this office. That's how. There's a reason that 20 people voted for me. And it's not that they just wanted you to face Whitney. Wild Willie in the house, motherfuckers. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an Arcanine to catch.
George mentioned the evil of the randomizer. But that's the beauty of the randomizer. And can we talk about how it knows extreme speed? That's an amazing move that can clutch us out of a bad situation. And its defense is crazy good. Just make sure you don't poison it, Bill, because we don't want its clock ticking down. You got this.
With the strength of those extreme speeds, I would assume its attack stat is pretty strong. I'm just going to bring in Mystery so we don't have to worry about the poison. I'll chip away and get it into a catchable situation. I'm leaning forward so much right now, I'm about to fall out of the damn chair. I could not be more dialed in than I am right now.
We now know all of its moves, being Extreme Speed, Substitute, Endure, and Bubble Beam. Unfortunately, it looks like its special attack is going to be way weaker than its regular attack, seeing that super effective Bubble Beam basically did nothing. Just catch it before some critical hit nonsense happens, Bill. You'll have my respect if you get that done.
Might as well get that respect all wrapped up and hand it over. I'll just stick with Mega Drain so I can continue to get its health down without knocking it out.
Please just be careful, Bill. Because Mystery's health is starting to get low. A critical hit might be the end of Mystery. Even if we catch this Arcanine, it would be a loss to swap them out.
Noted, Bush. I have been watching that, but just like you, I have faith in our captain. Mystery ain't going down. And since it used Substitute right there, we didn't lose any health and I can try to catch it. Pokeball, go!
Holy shit! First try, Bill's got ice in his veins and just clutched up big time. Way to go, man. You just earned your stripes for sure right there on this team. Isn't there something you would like to say to him, Dark Brandon?
I can't believe these words are about to come out of my mouth, but amazing job, William. You caught a true powerhouse Pokemon. And if we protect it, then Mystery's got competition for captain of this team. Maybe those 20 people who actually voted for you to play today actually knew what they were talking about. You even chose an absolutely based name with Kirara, as I absolutely loved Inuyasha.
That means a lot, Brandon, and I accept your apology. I found my groove, and if anyone knows what the best animes are, it's me. Now that we all believe in each other, there's nothing that can stop us. I also didn't forget there's an egg ahead of us, so we'll be able to have 2 eggs on the team now. One of them should be about to hatch, though. We've been waiting for that forever now, it feels like.
Damn, Bill, if I knew that letting Psycho faint would unlock your true potential. I would have had Mystery take out that baby bird a lot earlier than that Pinecone did. Just make sure you stay safe because we have 2 team members at low health right now.
I'm just so anxious to see our new boy's stats right now. Quit with the delay and let's take a look, Bill. Well, how about this? Kirara is a defensive tank. Both its regular and special defenses are sky high, and that speed stat is also nothing to scoff at. I mean, I wish the special attack would be higher if we get a fire-type move, but I wouldn't risk a reroll on that. You did real good today, Bill.
Just need to make sure I dodge these trainers because I want nothing to do with them right now. I'll take care of them later.
Holy fuck, it's the Destroyer, it's the Homewrecker, it's Poliwrath. Bill, get the fuck out of here right now. This is not a goddamn drill. Run.
I've already run away, Bush. Don't worry about it. The bad man is gone. I was hoping we wouldn't see another one of those either. But we got out of there unscathed. Let's just take a breath and get the egg from the daycare couple.
Damn, Bush, that Poliwrath had you shitting your pants worse than a newborn baby. Do you need a tissue as well?
Well, excuse me for coming face to face with death and losing our starter in the process. I just need a moment. Give me a second.
It's all right, George. I bet either of those two would be the same if they were playing that episode as well. Hey, tell you what I think I know what will cheer you up. It's your favorite thing we used to do back in Pokemon Yellow.
Curb stomping Giovanni and Agatha into the ground like it was nothing?
I meant your second favorite thing, my bad.
What could anybody enjoy more than the satisfaction of doing that? Spit it out, Obama.
It's only one of the trademarks of this channel and something we haven't done yet in this playthrough. It's a montage, boys. Let's kick it back to the good old days. We got a ton of trainer battles and a short time to get there. Start that music, editor. It's montage time.
Oh, hell yeah, Barack, this is my jam.
Rich girl Leo can go cry to her attendants.
There's only one boss, and it's me, Zoe.
What was I even upset about again?
These trainers ain't shit compared to Big Baddie Bill.
A nerd being randomized to a strongman is peak randomizer.
I thought I already had this conversation with Zoe. Step off, Rachel.
Looks like they didn't get the message, Brandon.
I am Bill. I am the chosen one.
Oh man, you were right about that montage hitting the spot, Obama. I've never had so much fun playing this game before. Oh shit, the first egg is finally hatching.
Please be a Mewtwo. Please be a Mewtwo.
Well, that's not a fucking Mewtwo. It actually looks like a worthless bat that we spent how many episodes carrying around again? Just release it.
I got the perfect nickname for this one too. I believe it completely sums up the shared emotion between all of us right now. Oh well, I guess we'll check its stats to see if it actually has a good move.
Well, it does have Flamethrower, which is a really good move. Don't release it. Just put it in the PC, and if we ever decide to try to use it, we give it a shot. But for now, that is definitely a letdown to say the least.
While it may not be good news, we do have a big positive here, guys. We finally made it to Goldenrod City. We can spend the rest of this episode checking out the department store and seeing all the randomized items in there, playing in the game corner and touring the radio tower.
Did you say game corner? Oh my god, how could I forget the game corner was in this city? Let's fucking go, boys. Time to win big and take home all the prizes. Let's fucking go. Hurry up or I'm calling in the drones.
George, you idiot. We literally met the other day to go over the game plan for Goldenrod City. We had to avoid letting this addict remember what was here and distract him with all of the other sights in this city.
Yeah, that's on me, guys. I completely messed that one up and I apologize. But the good news is we have all three of us and we can monitor Obama while setting strict limits for him.
Obama want gambling. Obama want gambling. Game corner now. Bet, 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 bet.
Jesus Christ, Barack, shut the hell up. We'll go to the stupid game corner, but first we're going to the department store. We can't let your addicted ass blow all of our money. We're going to buy everything we need with the money we made during the montage, and then we'll give you like 50 or 100 coins to play with.
50 or 100? Bill, I'm a playa baby. I need that cash so I can hit it big at the VIP tables and drop some bands on some premium champagne for all the shawties.
Barack, what the hell are you talking about? It's literally a one-room building and they don't even serve drinks. This isn't Vegas. Now I will admit, though, it is important we go there because the prize Pokemon are randomized and we could get anything there. We definitely have to go at some point, but you aren't blowing all the funds we've needed for so long.
Barack, I thought you were going to classes to work on your addiction. I thought you were on the path to recovery. I am actually quite surprised and disappointed in you. Your willpower is slacking.
Listen, you can't just quit something cold turkey. I just need a little taste, boys. Just a little taste. Hook me up, Wild Willie.
Don't you go calling me Wild Willie right now. And if you would look at the screen, you could see that I spent most of our money already on Great Balls, since they've been made available to us right now. How about instead of begging like a sad Growlithe, you start reading off our donations from last episode, and soon enough, we'll be at the game corner, all right.
Fine, whatever. I need some enabler friends. Now, in terms of donations, this episode, they all came from Kofi over the past week, so I want to tell all of you how these donations will be displayed. Since they aren't on YouTube and we want everyone to see the generosity of our community, we will be, of course, showing the donations in video still, but our editor will also put your exact comment and donation in the YouTube videos for all to see. Let's start it off with the first ever donation we got on Kofi, and it comes from Matthew H. 6,781. It was the, at the time, biggest donation in channel history, and he is glad that we listened to him to set up this account, and hopes this goes a long way in supporting the channel. You don't even know how important this is for us, Matt. Thank you so much for your kind words and donation.
The editor just thought of the idea to copy-paste the message from a Ko-Fi donation into a YouTube comment as he was editing this video. So they will be up on the most recent video as soon as he gets them going forward. Our next donation comes from the one and only King Onyx. He throws us another $10 and we appreciate you taking our request to heart as we don't like seeing about half of your donations going to YouTube. Thank you so much for yet another donation, buddy.
Before I get to the last donation, I just wanted to say we got absolutely shafted with the attacks we can purchase in this department store. But at least I'm still able to load up on lemonades, seeing they are the best pound-for-pound healing item in the game, in terms of cost and healing amount. Our final donation that will be pinned to episode 6, and sets the new record for largest donation in channel history, goes to Neo Venom Strike, who throws us a Benjamin, and we couldn't be happier to see we make your day when a new video comes out. You and all the donators today absolutely made our days to see this amazing support, and we couldn't thank you more.
That's fine. I didn't want to thank anybody for their generosity anyway. It's so wholesome and not dark. Anyway, there are 2 other announcements that the editor is telling me I have to say. First off, do not forget submissions for the new profile picture contest in the channel will be closed this Saturday, March 23rd at noon Eastern Time. To enter, join the PokeForce 1 Discord in the description below, and then submit your entry in an 800 by 800 format in the new PFP contest channel in our editors category. All entries will be featured in a special video where the winner is unveiled. And finally, we asked all of you if you wanted us to start selling some merch for this channel. It was an overwhelming result for yes, so we are in the process of finding a quality heat press so we can get shirts and hoodies out to you on our soon-to-be shop on Kofi. Oh God, I hate being nice. Thank you for all your support. I'm going to go puke now.
Well done with that, Reed Brandon. And as you can see, Obama, we're finally at the game corner, and I'll keep my promise to let you play a little. Let's just check out the prizes first to see if anything is worthwhile.
If you can will an Arcanine into existence, I'm going to use my gambling skills to will a God tier prize into existence. Witness my power.
Holy fucking shit, he actually did it. The power of gambling is real. We can bring Me Too back to the team with only 100 freaking coins. I'm with Obama. We need to gamble, gamble, gamble. Let's fucking go, boys.
Are you mortals actually stronger than I can detect? How do you keep performing these miracles? I'll be absolutely damned. It looks like we can't purchase Starmie outright, but if we can double our initial investment, we can add it to the team before the gym battle. It will definitely be a welcomed new member to this team, seeing how Me Too absolutely made the Elite Four its bitch in Pokemon Yellow.
Seeing you got enough coins to add Drone to the team in Pokemon Yellow, I'll let you take control of the game right here, Barack. Play whatever your heart desires and get us up to 100 coins. Are you going to go to your slots, or are you thinking of the new flip card game introduced in Generation 2?
Oh my God. Holy shit, these machines are so shiny and beautiful. I wish I could just take them all home with me. Hey, this is my true heaven. I know my old love in the slot machines will always be there for me. But there are some times you have to take the brand new cold drink instead of the warm one you've had for a while. Let's play some card flip.
Have I made a mistake?
What the fuck, Bill? That card was easily going to be the Pikachu 1 card and win us enough coins for Starmie in one shot. You've soiled the good Broadway CJ97 name. Soiled it, soiled it, soiled it, soiled it.
Yeah, I think you've definitely made a mistake, Bill. You should have been the one who played and not let Barack indulge in his demons. We all know that when he loses bets, he always blames everyone around him.
George, shut the
and
fuck
not
up.
himself.
It's your fault I just lost that one. If you could have just shut your dirty Texan mouth, I wouldn't have slipped and not hit down one more time for the obvious oddish. 5 card? Come the fuck on, man. Do you even want Starmie? I guess not. For fuck's sake, man. Oh, hell yeah, baby. That's a big dub. A big fucking dub. Barry O is in the house, bitches. It's winning time now.
Obama, the next card is going to be Pikachu 4. Your play is straight up embarrassing and you just lost your mind over 9 freaking coins. Just choose it so we can be done.
Why didn't you listen to Dark Brandon Barack? He literally just told you what it was going to be.
Oh, it was a lucky fucking guess. Do it again if you're truly so great, Brandon.
Pikachu 1.
It won't be, but I'll choose what section the answer will be in to cover my bases.
He was right again, Barack. Please just listen to Dark Brandon.
Excuse me, you mean I was right again? I'm only 41 coins away now. I'm on a hot streak and I can't be stopped.
You listen to me, you non-believing heathen. I'll tell you the answer one more time. This next card after the one you just chose is Jigglypuff 1. I'm not helping you again after this. All right, that's it. You're a fool and you can lose all of our money now. I don't need Starmie to beat Whitney because I'm that good. You just do your thing and I'll be ready when it's time to leave.
Yeah, okay, Brandon, get lucky a few times and you think you have the powers of darkness or some shit, just sit back and watch me go on this hot streak now. Damn it. Bullshit. This is so fucking rigged.
It's like Donnie never left us.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Fuck you, Flipcard. Nobody ever even liked you. 13 is an unlucky number anyway. I knew that one would lose.
I guess 44 is as well.
I heard that towers. This is fine, this is fine. Lucky number 7, the streak starts now.
I'll give you the answer if you want.
I don't need your fucking powers. I'll do this myself.
Pollywag 4.
Son of a gulpin' guzzling, T-fant squirting, slacking sucking, Firo fucking little bitch of a barboach. This was the most rigged fucking bullshit I've ever seen, and I refuse to take this as the result. I demand to speak with the manager of this horseshit establishment immediately. Fuck the Goldenrod Game Corner. Eat my ass.
I'm just going to take the controller back and I'll just go through the parts of the radio tower we can actually go through at this part of the game.
My innocence has been stolen from me. I cannot believe the words I just heard. Wow.
I've been around since the dawn of time, and even I never foresaw those words put together in that exact sequence before. Did you say a T-fant squirting? Bro literally got so mad he mixed a pal from Pal World into his rage. I definitely thought that sussy boy from Ireland would have said something along the lines of squirted like a T-fant before this channel did, but I guess that happened.
The game was rigged. It is what it is, and I'll just leave it at that. I would never lose that many times in a row otherwise. I'm sorry the Game Corner blew your opportunity of being able to use Starmie next episode, Brandon. But we can always just spend 2,000 Poké dollars to get one after we get our profits from the gym.
I literally told you the answer 4 times, you dense fuck. Don't even think of blaming the you-know-what. It's not worth it. I'm not going to let some insignificant human allow me to unleash my anger over just pure ignorance. Breathe, Brandon.
Well, how about I change the subject and ask a comment question of the day before we sign off today? Since we were in the Game Corner, how about we ask what your favorite game was in the Pokemon games? For me, it was the roulette in Generation 3. That was just so much fun to play and admittedly lose all my money in haha.
Obviously the flip card, because my powers tell me the answer every time.
They all suck.
Oh, don't be a Debbie Downer, Barry. I'm old school, so I'm a slots man. But let us know your favorite in the comments below. This is going to do it for episode 7, however. So thank you everyone for joining us today. We can't wait to see you next week.
We smoke on that Whitney pack in episode 8. Don't miss it, folks, because Dark Brandon is finally unleashed.
Aside from losing Psycho, you did a great job today, Bill. You caught an amazing new member for the team, and you took down a bunch of trainers in that montage. I can't wait to see you play again in episode 11. Be sure to join the profile picture contest before entries close out this Saturday at noon Eastern. Bye, everyone.
Wait, hold up with the goodbyes. Are we getting another Pokemon right here? Hold on a second, boys, let's check it out.
Oh yeah, baby. Net positive in my first episode. It's going to be a beast.
Oh, never mind, it's pretty trash. Have a great week, everyone. Brandon, aren't you going to do the intro for episode 8?
Didn't plan on it. I'm not here to do some childish YouTube video. I'm here to carry on this mission for Joseph and get you one step closer to winning this challenge. But if you insist, my goal today is to catch a few encounters, defeat some trainers, and expose Whitney for being a bigger fraud than Sukuna in front of all 12 viewers your channel has. I've had enough of the 3 of you off camera being worried about, oh, she's a run killer. Oh, she's so strong. Oh, she's this and that. For real, she's nothing special. And I'm going to turn her into just another stepping stone on our path to Mount Silver.
I mean, I wasn't that worried about this episode. Don't put us on blast with that fake news, Brandon.
Is that right, Bill? Oh, shoot, my finger is slipping on the recordings I have on my phone.
I feel bad for Brandon, guys. Whitney is an absolute horror. She smacked me around with her mill tank so many times when I first played this game, and I really hope we get through here. I might have to borrow some of Biden's diapers. Do you think he has any lying around in the Oval Office?
Next time you try to call me out, make sure you don't forget who holds the receipts, William. If anything, I'm glad you won the vote now, because based on that terror, you showed this run would definitely be coming to an end if you were playing today. But hey, at least you have to be comfy in those Pampers. If there are 3 things Joseph didn't skimp on, it was his aviators, ice cream, and diapers. I'll just tell him a staffer stole a few while he was recovering and won't rat you out.
They are quite comfortable. Biden has good taste.
All right, let's just change the subject here. So you're going for the encounters first. I see Brandon and getting a few trainers out of the way for the experience. Not a bad strategy. Hopefully we can get some top-tier compliments to what we already have now. Don't forget we also add Me Too to the party as well if everything goes according to plan this episode. When we wrap things up today, they might call us the Miami Heat, seeing we would have the next big 3 of Mystery, Carrara, and Me Too.
Our team really would be filling out nicely if Brandon keeps his word and doesn't let any of our party members faint in this episode. It would be a nice change to not visit the rip box for once. We need to keep building up the team and not just constantly replacing them. Any chance you think the egg hatches this episode as well?
I didn't make a promise last episode, Barack. It was a guarantee. I fully intend to not let anybody faint, so seeing you play next episode, I would just hope you take the lessons I teach you and help start a new streak of keeping the team alive. I will absolutely put you in the best spot possible. But to answer your other question, yeah. I don't think this egg hatches today or anytime soon based on how long it took the last egg to hatch. Can't be any worse than that Zoobot we got in episode 7.
Hey, I tried my best there. Maybe there's a chance our fire-breathing bat actually makes an impact sometime in this series. You just gotta believe.
There's a better chance that fire breather. I just kicked to the curb, knocked out one of our Pokemon, than for fuck's sake ever making an impact on this team, William. It's not your fault, though. You didn't randomize the seed. I assume that was Barack who did that.
Hey, take a step back there. This seed I randomized has us with a beast of a Rapidash and Arcanine. It also gave us the opportunity of catching a legendary a few episodes ago, if we had encountered it first. And finally, we get to bring our strongest Pokemon from last season onto the team as well. This seed is absolutely goated, and a stupid egg isn't going to make it look bad in any way.
I mean, that seed did introduce us to the Grim Reaper who took our starter away from us far too soon. So it's not the best randomization if I'm being honest.
But you know what it's been over a month since that happened, so the wound is closed? Bush, you should have just switched to one of our more forgettable Pokemon and sacrificed them so the swap to mystery was still on afterwards. Don't blame my seed for your shitty play. Imagine how strong we would be if we still had potency. If anything, you're the Grim Reaper since your play has led to almost half of the deaths we have experienced this run.
Jesus Christ, Barack. Give the man a break. We didn't know that you defend this seed more than your policies in the Middle East. We won't ever mention it again.
You better. I'm the one who set all this up, so everything that happens can be traced back to me. And I'm not going to let anything be a bad reflection on me.
Yeah, it's not like we have your gambling addiction on film that could reflect poorly on you. Let's just all forget about that.
You just got lucky, fuck off. Don't worry about me and just worry about this encounter you're going to have to face. What's your plan, Brandon?
Well, despite you saying that Kenya was trash, I will try to use it to catch whatever we run into. Wild Pokemon are just over level 10 and I don't want to knock it out in one shot. William might have actually clutched up by randomly talking to that guard.
Might have clutched up? I beat 10 trainers, had a net positive episode in terms of catching Pokemon. And if anything, I went 3-1 by getting the egg as well. Despite Psycho meeting his demise in the Ilex Forest, I had a solid first episode. Put some respect on my name.
All things considered, Bill, you really didn't do bad. Nothing special, but not a catastrophic failure either. All right, let's see what we got here.
Something tells me you're going to cook up a 5-star meal right here, Brandon. Show us the legendary. Brandon, that's not a legendary. What is this?
You do realize it's physically impossible to influence a wild Pokemon to be a legendary right bush. When Bill acted like he willed Arcanine into existence, he just got lucky. While this Pokemon isn't anything I expect we'll ever use, I'll still catch it.
Oh, come on, guys. I think Lil Shrooms is a cool addition to our team. All right, yeah, I couldn't say that with a straight face. How about instead of watching this absolute snooze fest of an encounter battle, we remind everyone of the results from our recent profile picture contest.
Good idea, Barack. Once Kenya wakes up, it should be an easy capture. If you haven't noticed already, our editor posted a video earlier this week where he announced the winner of our profile picture contest. And we even have it as our profile picture right now. A big congrats again to Alpha Wicked 2613, who provided not only our third place entry, but also our overall winning entry. We just thought this encapsulated everything this channel is about. Thank you again to everybody who entered, and congrats again, Alpha. Your work will be what everyone sees when they click on our page from now on.
That is actually some top-tier designing right there. I normally am not one to give credit, but Alpha definitely deserves some praise right there. All right, enough screwing around with this. I'll catch what Obama has deemed to be named Little Shrooms already, and get us ready for hopefully a better encounter in the park.
Nice job, Brandon. It's not the greatest capture in the world, but everyone's got to start somewhere. I think you have the perfect name for it, Obama. So even though it will live in the PC, it has to know we care about it. And maybe we're even reuniting it with its parent. I'll say this was our good deed of the day.
I hope the PC is a fun digital world for the Pokemon. That way, Shrooms and Lil Shrooms can spend all the time in the world where they are. It's totally not a digital prison where they're just called on when you need them, right? Why is it that every time I ask for help and validation, you guys turn into the ghost type and ignore me? Tell me that the PC is a fun digital world for the Pokemon.
I mean, to be honest, I have no idea, Barack. It could be anything in there. I know most of us have seen that banned episode of Pokemon back in Season 1 with Porygon, and it didn't seem like there was much in there, but maybe there have been updates over time. Who knows?
Makes me believe this could actually be a good comment question of the video, gents. Today, we would like all of you to tell us below in the comments what you imagine happens in the PC for all of the Pokemon inside. Let us know, because to be honest, there's probably a lot of theories.
Holy mommy milkers, it's Miltank. What are the odds we encounter Whitney's Pokemon literally right before we battle her? First the Slowpoke and the Slowpoke well, and now this. Barack, you have to be hiding something. What the fuck, Dark Brandon? How could you let such a majestic Pokemon faint and not catch it? My heart is literally broken, you bastard.
The second I heard your response, I knew for the good of everybody in this room, and everybody in this series, we couldn't catch that thing. The staff here at the White House needed to dedicate an entire week to cleaning the bunker after episode 1 of this series. And we all know they would have needed a month after you went down there thinking about a Miltank. While it would have been nice to add it to our team, I weighed all the options, and this made the most sense.
That actually does check out. While you were in the bunker, Obama Donald literally threatened us with old Betsy when it came to catching compatible. Can you only imagine what would have happened with Bill? Bro would have lost all self-control. A tough decision, but I respect it.
That is so not true. Are we always just going to pretend Dark Brandon is this immaculate figure who can do no wrong? He invested time and space into catching a freaking Paras we knew wasn't going to end up on the team. It's time to face the facts. Dark Brandon messed up catching a new member of our team, and I want him to own up to it.
Did you just accuse me of making an error, William? I think you need a quick lesson on the powers of darkness, since it seems you lack education.
Where did the sun just go?
Light is gone, and only I am here to greet you. The King of Darkness doesn't play games, William. And because of this, I think you need to be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Wait, no, please, I'm sorry. Oh my God, what is this feeling? I'm fading into nothingness. Help me, guys.
Brandon, what have you done? You've gone too far this time. Bring him back right now.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You see, gentlemen, I have done everything in my power to hold myself back. But when I get accused of making an error, that's my absolute limit. Know my name. I am Dark Brandon, King of all darkness, Lord of the underworld. All shall know my name and tremble before me. Just because you know and are friends with Joseph doesn't mean you have some special privileges with me. If I am not shown the respect I deserve, he will have friends there. That is not a threat, it is a promise.
Barack, do you think Biden had enough Pampers lying around for both Bill and I?
Let him go right now, Brandon.
Oh really? What are you going to do if I don't, Barack?
I'll kick your ass up and down Pennsylvania Avenue and stuff you right back in Biden until he wakes up.
Well, if it isn't the overhyped and underleveled Ultra Instinct. Obama, don't you know that children's playtime is next door? Do you need me to hold your hand and show you the way?
Playtime is over, Dark Brandon. We both know, while you are in that clone body, that your power levels are severely limited. While you still have no issue dealing with a mere mortal like Bill and reading the future, you could never handle me in a one-on-one battle. Now I won't ask you again, release Bill or I will do something that would destroy you to your very core.
Destroy me to my very core? Ooh, now you've got me intrigued, Ultra Instinct, bitch boy. What could you possibly do?
I brought this randomized seed into the world and I can take it out as well. Now that my power level has spiked, I now know why you want to complete this run. You are honest about doing it for Joe, but you haven't made it clear that his life force is directly tied to this run. If we complete it, then he will wake up from his coma guaranteed. But if we fail, it's basically a 50-50. Now I'll say it one last time. Bring back Bill or I, Obama Hamaha. This laptop to Kingdom Come, make a move on me and you'll just wish it was only Sukuna.
You wouldn't fucking dare.
Try me, bitch.
The shadows return what was once consumed.
Oh my God, I can breathe. I'm home. Holy fucking shit, Obama. Why are you in your Ultra Instinct form?
I'll explain later. Bill and you can thank me later as well. As for you, Brandon, I have 2 more demands of you, and then I will spare your weakened form. First off, you're going to stop this whole I don't care about your channel bullshit. Either you're on this team or not. We upload these videos to YouTube, and I'm not giving you 20 episodes to have an arc about caring for this. From now on, you're going to be not only grateful to play this game with the leaders of the free world, but happy to do it as well.
And second,
you're going to admit you fucked up to Bill. You didn't read that properly and didn't plan for the critical hit. We should have a mill tank on this team right now, and we all fucking know it. Admit to Bill that you, Dark Brandon, made a misplay.
Bill, I fucked up trying to catch that mill tank. I was worried about being hit first with the paralysis that I just went for the attack. I went into the encounter with the wrong lead, and the team suffered as a result of it. I am sorry.
Oh yeah, it's no problem, Brandon. Just be more prepared next time.
Are we finished here, Barack?
While you have a very deep connection with Biden, don't forget that we do as well. We all have our reasons for playing this run, and they are all valid and legitimate. You're a member of this channel now, Dark Brandon, and it's time you started acting like it. If you go back on your word, I will transform and take you out without hesitation. Now finish up this fucking gym and get me to episode 9. You still are quite powerful since you were able to banish Bill to the Shadow Realm, speak with me, and still smack around the first of the gym trainers. You got this.
I don't know what I just witnessed, and for some reason I've never been more hyped up for playing this game at the same time.
Barack, thank you so much. I thought it was all over for me. I don't even know what to say.
You're a friend, Bill. And that's what friends do. They turn into beings of untold power to save their friends from other friends who put them in a realm of shadows.
I mean, I guess that's probably somewhere in the definition of friend in the dictionary. But still, thank you so much, man.
No thanks are needed. And are we cool? Dark Brandon? You know that wouldn't have happened unless it absolutely needed to.
Yeah, we're cool. Maybe I did have a stick up my ass and needed to actually just enjoy the time having full control I have desired for so long. Maybe playing this game with you guys can be fun and not just a rescue mission.
That's all I wanted to hear. How about you kick off our donations over this past week, Brandon?
I know we've actually used some of it to get food from this Wawa place you keep talking about, so sure, I can definitely do that. Our first donation this week came from our episode 4 through 6 movie, and it was from GamePunPlay, who says even with Stalin screwing his favorite creators that we still produce awesome content. Huh, getting praise is kinda nice, I guess. Well, thank you, GamePunPlay, for the $10 and the kind words. Of course, the series is only better with me in it, so look forward to more.
Our next donation comes from Disturbed Broski. He loves this series and is super impressed with the additions of Brandon and myself, while Donnie and Joey are recovering. We're doing all we can to continue to put out a quality product for you. And note taken on the Cyndaquil. We hope to catch one since it's your favorite. Thank you so much for the $5 and amazing words.
Breaking news, if anybody will believe it. We got a donation from King Onyx. He also donated through Kofi, and for anybody who wishes to donate, we ask that you please consider donating through there as well. Since the channel doesn't get a percentage taken like with YouTube, your donation will be posted by the editor in the comments of the most recent video. So everyone will still see your generosity. Anyway, you're absolutely right, buddy. Bill straight up cooked last episode, after the Psycho incident, of course. And yeah, we're disappointed with the egg hatch, but hopefully our second egg turns out to be a winner. I think all of us are disappointed in Barack as well, but hopefully one day he'll stop being such a degenerate and learn how to gamble properly. Staying on the gambling topic. The roulette wheel is definitely a thrill, and in just a few minutes, we'll see how Brandon handles the menace known as Whitney. Thank you so much again, buddy, for all you do for this channel, and another $15.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Keeping this train rolling. Our next donation comes from Isaac Paws, 9,287. I read your reply asking for the certain pronunciation, buddy. We got you. It looks like somebody liked the Zubat hatch. But unfortunately, I don't think Flamethrower would have done much against this rock-type gym. Thank you again for the $5, my man.
And finally, our leading donator over the past week was none other than DarkFox129. He, of course, gets his comment pinned and thanks us for the great content. He is also right that you pulled a GP moment when you fumbled the bag at the game corner last week. Haha! And also I get some more well-deserved props for not introducing you to multiple walls for your lack of faith in me. Yeah, it was tough to watch, but we move on. Thank you so much for the 20 bones and enjoy the Pinfox.
Seeing it took sending Bill to the Shadow Realm to turn into Ultra Instinct, Obama, I probably wouldn't have been able to transform until you already made me shake hands and or faces with all of those walls. It was a rough episode, and I guess the donations were all about ragging on me. But hey, that's fine, it's whatever.
Please finish up this Kabutops, Brandon. It definitely is a long-lost relative of Slasher, and I can just see the revenge he is seeking in his eyes. Do something!
Calm down, you Texan crybaby. One more Mega Drain will send it to meet Slasher in its own version of the Rip Box. Only one more Pokemon to knock out, and then I can begin my absolute smackdown of Whitney.
What's the game plan for Whitney Brandon? Who is your lead going to be? I think you should start it off with Snoop since it knows Earthquake.
Decisions like that just show why I was chosen to play in Episode 8 and take on this gym, William. The obvious decision is to lead off with Mystery. We have more type coverage, and then when we win, we can decide who takes on her second Pokemon. In all reality, Snoop probably could do just fine, but we can definitely speedrun this easier if we lead off with Mystery. Just trust the process and learn, young Padawan.
I have to agree with Brandon on this one, Bill. Starting with your ace can help you set the tone easier, and if there are no issues, we'll be on to our last Pokemon in no time. Don't forget that Mystery has both Mega Drain and Jump Kick, which can deal with Rock-type Pokemon, so no matter what the secondary type is, we'll be set for a super effective strike.
I'm so nervous. She's been the immovable object in the road to so many trainers, but we believe in you, Brandon. Take her down.
This music makes me feel as strong as I would be if I were merged with Joe. I mean, her name is Pansy, so this is going to be a walk in the park. Watch and learn, boys. We lead off with Mega Drain and take it down in 3 turns. Whitney ain't shit.
It's still wild that the only Miltank we saw this episode was in the wild. Gotta love the randomizer. As long as you avoid the confusions with that dizzy punch attack, that 3-turn estimate should hold firm.
Don't even worry about it, Bill. My vision is clear and there is no confusion in sight. We're on our way to her final Pokemon and our 3rd badge. I hope you got your pencils out, gentlemen, because this masterclass on Pokemon only comes once a month in this series.
Can confirm your visions are as clear as you seeing what card is next at the casino. Great start, Brandon. Wrap this up. You're making a trainer that kids feared look like a weak bug catcher.
How many more times are you guys going to reference the damn game corner? We're still going to get Starmie right after this battle, so it's not like I cost us anything other than pocket change. And it looks like her second Pokemon is only a Kabuto. She saved her worst for last. Wrap this one up, Brandon.
Sorry to do this to you, Baby Slasher, but it's just business. I'll do it a favor by not allowing it to perish at the hooves of Queen Mystery and allow Snoop to wrap this one up. A single earthquake will be all it requires.
Oh, hell no, not the cursed move kinesis. That shit just screams delaying the inevitable.
Looks like it will just be delaying the inevitable. Oh well, like I said, we just need to land one earthquake and this battle is over. Accuracy-lowering moves are such low-tier garbage, it's the equivalent of any given card in Joey Wheeler's deck.
Whoever had Ultra Instinct, Obama, and Joey Wheeler stray on their bingo card today is straight up throwing a party. And there's that fucking earthquake finally. It only took 4 tries. And that's all she wrote, boys. Just like you said, it only took 1. And we now have our 3rd badge. Way to go, Brandon. You've been kicking some ass this episode, and that's the perfect cap on it.
Don't say we have that 3rd badge just yet, Bill. You know that Pansy over here is a bigger crybaby than a newborn baby, so we have to walk out of the gym and come back to grab it. But I appreciate the kind words, Bill. We both have kicked ass over the last 2 episodes, and it only feels right to cap it off by adding Starmie to the team before we sign off today. You're going to have the big 3 for episode 9, Obama. Don't mess it up.
It's going to be pretty hard to mess that up if I'm being honest with you, Brandon. We really should be proud of the team we have built so far, and to have half of an endgame team after only 8 episodes is truly spectacular. I promise not to fumble the bag if you guys can do the same.
I can definitely promise to keep them all alive, partner. And while we have a second, I would just like to drop a quick channel announcement for everyone. The donations you send to us every episode do not just go into the editor's pocket or into a Wawa cash register, but they do go right back into this channel. A few days ago, our editor took the $200 in donations from the previous week and used them to buy this brand new heat press. It will be used to make shirts and hoodies for you all to purchase. It also has the ability to make hats, so we will experiment with that as well. The editor is currently toying with a few designs, and we will have an update on the store soon. Thank you, everyone, for making this possible. You truly are the best community we could ever ask for.
Some of the designs we are currently toying with is something that says, "Believe in Blackhawk," one about Dark Brandon being better than Sukuna, and at least something else Pokemon Yellow related. Our editor is making all the designs himself and can't use actual Pokemon, so bear with us until we have some designs we are truly proud of.
A shirt about me being better than Fraud Kuna? I'll take 7 each in a different color, so I have one for each day of the week. Fuck yeah, man. And speaking of being hyped, how about us getting Crunch from Whitney just a second ago? Unfortunately, we can't teach it to anyone right now that would really benefit from it, so I'm just going to keep it in our bag until we can really put it on someone who would dominate with it.
Good call there. It wouldn't make any sense putting it on compatible, so saving it is never a bad option. But moving on to our last order of business today, it's finally time to bring me 2 back home and where it belongs. It's been 8 long episodes without our purple powerhouse, and this reunion is going to be so sweet. I don't even want to play any slots. I just want Starmie.
Wow, that's how you really know you're serious about something if you don't even want to gamble. That's amazing to hear, Obama. But we're going to sign off right after we get Starmie, so I'll get my goodbye in now. Thank you for stopping by, everyone. We appreciate all the continued support, especially to all of you who entered the profile picture contest.
Don't forget to answer this week's comment question regarding the PC, and if you haven't already, please join the Pokeforce. One Discord in the link below to be connected with us, and all of the best in AI President's Pokemon content. We'll see you next week, everyone.
Come to Papa Starmie. I've been waiting all episode for this. It's time to turn you into another ruthless, unaliving machine that will this time not only take Kanto, but also Johto by storm.
It's truly beautiful. Thank you for joining us today, everyone. It's my turn next week again as we head to Ecruteak City. We can't wait to see you there. Oh, and Brandon, no hard feelings about this episode. I hope we can use our powers for only taking down this game from here on out.
You did what you had to do, Barack. If it meant me having a development arc in 5 minutes or less, then I don't blame you. We're going all the way, and this moveset only makes it better. Drill Peck, a healing move, Iron Tail, and a busted attack stat at level 5. See you next week, everyone. Dark Brandon signing off.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a very special playthrough of Pokemon Crystal. Today I have with me my 3 good friends, George Bush, Bill Clinton, and Dark Brandon. What's up, boys?
Good evening, boyos.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's your boy, Billy McBlowy.
Okay then.
I'm very sorry, gentlemen, but I believe I drifted into an alternate universe this morning, and am not with my actual presidents. If you'll just excuse me.
April Fool's, Dark Brandon. You're in the right universe. We were just messing with you, buddy.
How dare you attempt to make a fool out of me? I'll send you into a dark void followed by eating any dreams you... No, wait, that's right. It's not that serious. Sorry, still adjusting.
Damn! Even nicer version of Dark Brandon is still terrifying, but you have to admit, Brandon, it was pretty funny.
I suppose it wasn't that bad. In the end, I'm just happy not to be in Sussy Universe 6. Because if I remember correct, that's where Fraud Kuna is, and I'm not trying to get blood all over that Biden's Oval Office. I would guess that cleaning staff is pretty overworked as well.
Yeah, that's the correct universe, and real fast, everybody, if you don't know who we're talking about, it's our boy game producer 6, who created the amazing President's Play Pokemon Sapphire series and is now working on the Infinite Fusion Saga as well. He's about to hit 10,000 subs, so we just wanted to shout out that Irish furry. Throw him a sub if you haven't already and help him reach the point we hope to reach one day as well.
Now that we've got the April Fool's joke and wholesomeness out of the way, welcome everybody to episode 9 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's going to be an important episode today as I fight the rest of the trainers on Route 3537 and in the National Park in an attempt to level up our team so Bush can take on Morty and attempt to win our 4th badge next episode. In addition, we might be able to buff up the team even further, as I will have 3 encounter battles, and who knows, maybe even the egg will hatch too. Get yourself a snack, a drink, or hell, even both, because it's going to be a fun one today, everyone.
It will be fun as long as you can keep everybody on this team alive, Barack. I hope you use the lessons I taught you last episode when it comes to keeping the entire team alive, and that we can start a new streak of no new additions to the RIP box. Our community can only take so much.
Worry not, Brandon. I had a small lapse of judgment in my last session, and it will not carry over to this episode. I'm cool, calm, and collected, and focused on getting to Ecruteak City, as well as 3 new teammates. Seeing we already have our big 3 of Mystery Carrara and now me too. We can really set the stage for something special if all my encounters go the right way. The first one will be the static encounter, which will be level 20 already. And the next 2 won't be too far behind either. This is potentially a huge team-building moment for us.
Seeing how this seed works, we'll probably encounter a Sudowoodo, but not at the tree. Just watch.
You're probably right, Bill. I mean, we got a Slowpoke in the Slowpoke well and encountered the Miltank before we battled Whitney. Either that, or we run into Morty's Jengar. It's insane how the Pokemon we're supposed to see have always just ended up there anyway. I gotta hand that to you, Obama. This seed is pretty cool in that regard.
To be honest with you, at first I really wasn't the biggest fan of it because I wanted to play a randomizer to see something different. But upon thinking about it more, it is really nice to see the callbacks to what made these games so special today. And that's why we play these old school games here, to show the younger generation that didn't start with these games that they are pretty damn cool despite the graphics. Everyone should play the classics. It's a rite of passage.
That's something we can agree on. Call me whatever you want, but all the kids today talking about Terra this and Mega Evolutions that. It's all a gimmick and an attempt to spice up a series that just needs the proper care put into each game. The early games didn't need a regional gimmick because they were perfect as is.
How about we make this our comment question of the day, everyone? And please try to answer without any bias. What Pokemon games did you like best? Give us your favorite generation of games and why. Was it the Pokemon, the story, or as Dark Brandon said, The gimmick of the region, let us know in the comments below, and our editor will try his best to respond to every single one of you.
My favorite was Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Seeing if Team Aqua and Magma were going to succeed in their goals. Using the legendaries really had me on the edge of my seat. Sure, it didn't work out for them in the end, but that was some peak storytelling that Emerald put a nice bow on.
Not a bad choice, but that series needed Emerald to bring it all together. Now you want to talk a finished product storyline-wise, you need to look no further than right here in the story of Gold, Silver, and Crystal. It had everything from the only 2 regions at the time to Giovanni's son rebelling against Team Rocket. 16 badges, the Elite Four, and the greatest trainer of all time. Game Freak really outdid themselves here.
I'm gonna go red, blue, yellow myself. The iconic gym leaders, and then it all came together by turning the remake into the anime. Nobody who grew up in the 90s could resist.
Ain't no way you 3 left Gen 4 on the table. Great storyline with Team Galactic, awesome map, and the opportunity to catch legendaries from other games. Oh, and come on! The Distortion world was so fucking cool in the first 3D moment in the franchise, but you all did pick fantastic games and avoided the dumpster fire, also known as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The games from the 90s and 2000s literally ran better than games from 2023.
It's a complete display of the video game industry's switch from wanting quality to instead just wanting to throw anything out there every year to just make a buck. Oh man, this didn't happen when I was in office. It all went downhill in your presidency, Barack.
I'd love to talk shit about video games in your presidency, but that's pretty much impossible since Pokemon, the Nintendo 64, and the PlayStation 1 all came out. But don't blame me for the decline of the video game industry, Bill. That was out of my control. And to be honest, the decline took off in Donald's term, but that's a topic for another day. Anyway, please let us know your favorite series of Pokemon games, and we promise we won't bite. That is unless you choose Scarlet and Violet.
Barack, are you feeling all right? Sounds like you got a frog in your throat, buddy.
It's the strangest thing. All of a sudden, I just feel sick. Not sure why, but the show must go on, right? I can't just leave in the middle of recording and quit when the going gets tough, right?
Have you been spending too much time around our editor? I heard he had got COVID recently, and if you're spreading it in the Oval Office, I'll make you regret it. I can't afford to get sick right now, because Monica and I have a hot date tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings.
You're still seeing Monica? I thought that ended a long time ago. What about Hillary, bro?
The divorce papers are all but signed. I can't be married to someone who actually lost a presidential election. She ruined the perfect record of the family. There's no worry of Monica ever running for president, so the Clinton name will be back to 2. And oh, also Hillary hates B-dubs. She's always saying, "Oh, Bill, do you really need that 9th tall Miller Lite? Oh, the wings are too spicy." And of course, the one I hate the most. Bill, can you stop watching the game and pay attention to me? Talk about nagging, am I right? Why are you guys doing the thing we usually do to Obama when he asks for validation? Don't go silent on me, men. I have a right to unholy amounts of cheap beer and hot wings while watching a sporting event of 2 teams I don't even care about.
Should I have left him in the Shadow Realm last episode? Starting to think I shouldn't have given in to your demands so easily, Barack.
Honestly, it's not sounding like the worst idea right now.
Oh, please. So you're telling me none of you guys have never drank to the point at a Buffalo Wild Wings, where you got up on the table and ripped your shirt off because your team lost a game? I literally did that 3 times this past season for my Razorbacks.
I mean, I can't lie, I've done it once or twice for the Rangers.
You're really not helping Bush. But I will at least end this with saying I do agree with you on Buffalo Wild Wings being a true American institution, and if Hillary doesn't like it, then that is grounds for divorce in my book. Just maybe make sure you call an Uber in the future.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Barack, when are you gonna let me too spread its wings? Our boy is ready to fly and become the almighty destroyer of the land again. You're holding him back.
You can't just rush these things, Bill. One small mistake or miscalculation, and we could lose the future hardest hitter we got. I'm not going to risk battling a Pokemon 5 levels higher despite us having Drill Peck, which might scramble those eggs in one shot. Just give the switch leveling some time, And eventually me too will be at the top of the team where he belongs. Have some faith in the process.
Dilkson sounding Obama is right, Bill. If that breakfast platter over there has thunder, then you can wave bye-bye to Starmie. Did you forget that we're playing a randomizer and literally anything could happen? You better not run me two out there in a bad spot, or I'll send you right back to the Shadow Realm, and I don't think Obama would try to stop me this time.
Honestly, if anybody lets me too faint, then they should get a first-class ticket to the Shadow Realm, where the stewards are ready to kick your ass at any time.
I've got Spirit Airlines on speed dial in case that happens.
That might have actually been the funniest thing you've ever said, Bush, and I needed that laugh today, so thank you.
What's wrong, Brandon? Why did you need a laugh?
Oh, you know, just the usual. Concerned about Joseph and hoping he'll pull out of this coma. I know it's assured he wakes up if we complete this challenge, but still, he has proven to be a friend over the centuries.
Cough, cough. And also you miss having access to your full powers?
Bite me, Barack. You know I miss not being at full strength, too. You're going to get a nice battle when Joseph returns, you hear me?
Hopefully you have a day planner or something, because your schedule is filling up. Brandon, first you have to battle Sukuna sometime, and then you have to battle Ultra Instinct Obama at some time. How are you going to have time for all of this? Especially when you reunite with Joe and can't have all of the time in the day again?
Oh, for once you're actually right. William, I might need to hire a secretary, or get someone in your Discord to keep track of my schedule. Can you make a channel in there for applications? Qualifications must not be afraid of the darkness, and willing to take a trip to the Shadow Realm here and there to check on things for me would be the biggest ones. And I suppose we can just use some of the channel donations to pay for it.
We are absolutely not getting someone from our amazing community Discord to be your secretary, Dark Brandon. Those work hazards have to violate one or several hundred work safety guidelines and probably leaning towards the 700. Also, you aren't using our donation money to fund that either. That goes back into the channel and you know it.
Well, obviously it goes back into the channel, Barack. I mean, I am a member of the channel and I need to have my day planned out. Maybe I can get that Vox guy to do it. Or even Pokemon presidents. Those are two of the candidates highest on my list.
You're going to be reunited with Joe when all of this happens, so he's going to be one of the players again when you need your days planned out. Sorry, Brandon, but I'm going to have to side with Barack on this one and say you can't use donation money to hire a secretary.
Okay, guys, I know this looks bad, but hear me out. Let's just say that the file corrupted. Yeah, that's perfect. That way Donald can't break out old Betsy on us. I'm gonna get the sledgehammer now and just destroy the computer. This idea is perfect.
Excuse me, but what is this us word you keep using? The proper word is you. Donald is going to break out old Betsy on you. How could you let compatible faint against a wild freaking Pokemon you couldn't even catch Barack? This easily leapfrog slasher for the second worst fainting so far.
Barack, when Donald finds out what you did, can I get that basketball you have signed by the 1996 Bulls team? I've wanted it ever since I saw it the first time I went over your house back in 2009. I think it would look great on my mantle.
Donald is never going to find out, so you're never getting that or my PSA 10 Neogenesis Lugia. If any of you ever tell him what actually happened, I will make my final actions, taking you to the Shadow Realm with me. Is that clear?
Oh, Barack, I'm actually disappointed in you. I really had believed you were going to start a new streak of not letting any Pokemon faint. And here you are letting Donald's pride and joy be the next contestant in the Gulag. Oh well, I guess it's time for us to open up betting on if you or George allow the most Pokemon to faint in this run. He does have to take on Morty next episode, so who knows, it could climb drastically there.
My question is, why did you even go into the tall grass right there, Barack? All you were trying to do was go back to Goldenrod and get the squirt bottle so you can get your static encounter there. You didn't have to fight anything, man.
To be honest with you, Bill, I have no idea why I did that. It was incredibly stupid, and because of that, we're down another party member. However, let's look at the bright side. We have 3 encounters this episode, and the first one right now. Let's start it off with a good one.
We're replacing compatible with a rat. Way to go, Barack. You've really made up for your mistake right here.
Actually, hold on, Dark Brandon. This one might not be so bad. You see, Rattata evolves at level 20, so we just need to level it up once and it gets better. Obama might actually be cooking here. You got this, bro.
Earthquake got it into red, so let's speedrun this encounter.
Nice job, Barack. Like Bush said, we just need to level it up once before it becomes something potentially really good. So that's the best comeback we could have asked for. What are you thinking for the name?
Well, I could always name it after the Pokemon that it should have been, but I think I'll just go with Tree. Instead, welcome to the Team Tree. I'm sure you'll live a long and happy life here. I can't wait to see what you become.
I hope it becomes the Miltank that Dark Brandon cost us last episode. I need another chance at that beautiful Pokemon. It's my compatible.
Yeah, if this thing becomes a Miltank, I truly hope that it faints before it levels up. I don't think the world is ready for Bill Clinton owning a Miltank. But anyway, let's check out Tree stats despite them all changing very shortly.
I'll be damned. I'm sorry about that, Barack, but it looks like you actually just caught a pretty damn good Pokemon. It's going to have an awesome stab move with Tri-Attack. It can paralyze its opponents and has really good coverage with a high critical hit move and the strongest bug-type move. Very good job. We can only hope it becomes a Snorlax so it has great base stats.
Bro, what the actual fuck is this seed? Are we actually encountering the Pokemon we were supposed to catch just seconds later? Barack, you have to tell us if you edited this seed to have a higher chance of normal encounters. This is the 3rd time now. There's just no way.
George, there wasn't even an option on the randomizer to do that. You saw me put it on screen back in episode 1. This is just another crazy coincidence, and I have no idea how it keeps happening. I guess we're going to catch a tree after all. This encounter is a little tricky. However, since I think Earthquake would one-shot it. If I can get it into yellow, I'll just start chucking great balls at it. And if we can land the Fire Blast, that little bit of damage will do all it needs to do at this point.
Either this Sudowoodo wants to be on our team and is helping you with lowering its health, or it's an absolute idiot. Regardless, it's another team member, so I won't question it. You could have done a lot worse here.
Broke out without a shake? Yeah, it's an idiot. Doesn't exactly want to be with us, I guess. Catch it quickly, Barack. It's going to knock itself out any second now.
Hopefully we don't need to wait around for that to happen, and second time's the charm.
Second time's the charm indeed. Nice going there, Barack. 2 very well-played encounters, and arguably our team is stronger now compared to when we had compatible. What are you thinking for a name?
Well, I named the Rattata after the tree, so let's name the tree after Rattata. Totally nobody watching this series will think we've gone insane with our names, right? It's a good thing we don't have to worry about that, since we're all members of the 2-term club and never have to worry about winning another election again.
Yeah, that's a good thing because I'm not sure any of us could actually win another election based on our first 8. Life after you win that 2nd term is just so easy because you know you can do whatever you want from there on out and nobody can say anything about it to you.
Speak for yourself, Bill. I'm pretty sure I could go another 2 terms right now without issue. I was a fantastic president who was loved by the public.
If you could run again, would you still be a Democrat or would you form the drone party?
As enticing as that sounds, I would probably still be a Democrat just so I don't get votes stolen from me. But I'm going to keep that idea in my back pocket.
Don't worry about that, Barack. I would run as your vice president and ensure that everybody votes for us, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
Ain't no way you just self-reported yourself in 4K. Rule number 1 of being in the Oval Office, Dark Brandon. There's always somebody listening, recording you or both. Right now it is both since we're recording this for YouTube.
Yeah, whatever. Now, Barack, I know you just read what Pokemon is being sent out. We've already had one casualty this episode. You have to dial in and make sure it doesn't become two.
Yeah, unfortunately did. And the last thing I wanted to see this majestic beast do was raise both. It's attack and defense. This could be bad boys. If it has a strong move, we might be on our way out.
Oh shit, now it's 2 stages. Barack, you gotta change. Carrara can barely even touch it now. We need some special attacking magic. This is getting actually terrifying.
I might be risking it all right here to switch into an attack. Please survive mystery.
Okay, we dodged a bullet right there. Fire Blast isn't even boosted, and it wouldn't do much against Mystery. So I think this is the move to definitely stay in. We just have to keep chipping away.
I'm starting to think it only knows Fire Blast and Curse. The odds it hasn't used a third move yet is very low. We might be dodging a bullet, everyone. Keep going, Barack. Take it down before I get proven wrong.
I initially went with the psychic attack because I wanted to lower its special defense. But I think getting a little bit of extra damage from Fire Spin is the way to go. It resists all of our best attacks, so this is just what I have to do.
I think we might have caught a break, boys. It only knows Curse and Fire Blast. It must be a relative of Whitney's Blastoise that only knew Splash. What a waste of amazing potential.
Don't punch a gift horse in the mouth, Bill. Just a few more attacks, and this run can continue. I'm not going to lie. I was really nervous for a while. I thought this run was over.
If it is sandbagging, of course, it could just breathe on us with a tackle attack and take out our entire team in one shot. We really need some sort of a counter to flying or psychic types in case we ever run into another one of these in the future. You know, a level 41 would have some more moves.
I mean, we did have a certain Pokemon that did know Thunderbolt. But I think I said my piece about that last episode and won't open up those wounds again. But it's fine. I'm sure we'll get a good electric type move either by leveling up or if we find another Pokemon that uses those type moves. The opportunities are endless, and I have full faith in what we have going here.
I appreciate that, Barack. It's in the past now, and we're on to bigger and better things. I know it's probably not the time to say it, but we definitely can upgrade on compatible. It was a special attacker that didn't know any special attacking moves. How long were we going to wait as we climbed through the levels? I'd rather have compatible available for usage, of course, but after a few more captures, it might have found itself on the bench.
Now that it looks like we're in the clear with this battle, how about we get to the donations that are definitely not going to Dark Brandon so that he can hire a secretary?
Oh, screw you, Bill. Why must you deprive me of someone who can help me with my busy schedule? Anyway, I'll kick off the donations, and our first one last episode came from Isaac Paws, 9,287. Our resident Zubat Stan wants us to put our newly hatched bat onto the team going forward. And if it faints, he'll donate us $20 more while roasting us in the process. Thank you for the donation, Isaac, but we are going to have to turn down this request. It just comes down to a lot of time leveling it up, and the team is very close to being full anyway. We do thank you for the support, and who knows, maybe there is a time we will use Zubat if a bunch of team members bite the dust. Have a great rest of your day, my friend.
Our next donation comes from the legendary King Onyx. Yeah, last episode was definitely wild, and we all couldn't be happier. The randomizer nerfed the terror of Johto as well. Get fucked, Whitney. In your response to the comment question, I think this is the best response we got, where the background you choose is the biome where the Pokemon are. That's such a cool theory. And finally, he only wants to see you get over your gambling addiction, Barack, while also wishing the editor a quick recovery from COVID. Thank you for the well wishes and the donation, Onyx. I can confirm the editor is feeling better, and he's just about back to 100%. Thank you again.
Oh yeah, that theory on the PC is definitely what I'm going to use going forward. That's such a cool theory. And finally, our leading donator from last episode comes from Gaming Police 589. He throws us a whopping 70 Canadian dollars and thanks us for everything. You're the man, Gaming Police. Enjoy your pin, and we're so glad to have amazing people like you in our community. Thank you so much.
And that is the final trainer to defeat on our way to Ecruteak City. I'll get the apricots from these trees over here, heal up the team, and then catch our final encounter of this episode, so Bush has everything he needs to take down Morty and get our 4th badge.
All things considered, we really haven't had a bad episode. I know we lost Compatible, but you're right, Bush. It didn't have a special attack, and it's not like we were going to wait 10 more episodes for it to get one. If Donald were here, however, I know we would be having a different conversation, but cooler heads are prevailing right now. We very well might get a great evolution out of Tree, and Pseudo-Wudo is a good addition as well. And don't forget, you still have one more encounter, and the egg will be hatching soon. Everything is looking up, gentlemen. I'm actually optimistic despite the fact I only get to play once a month. You guys better not fuck this all up.
I really do appreciate that, Brandon. You leave a very high bar to match, and some might view it as intimidating. But I view it as a challenge, and I know if we all play at our best, there's nothing that can stop us. I'll put Tree at the top of the party to deal with our encounter, and I think it'll be a good idea to lead off the rival battle. Right after 2, maybe level up from that, if the matchups work for us.
I'm just going to throw it out there that our encounter is definitely going to be one of the legendary dogs. We always encounter something immediately nearby, and that would mean it has to be one of them, right? Bring on Ante.
Maybe it will be Suicune, since Yucine is looking for it himself. It's gonna be that or either Morty's Gengar. Come on, Obama, time to cook.
I'm definitely feeling like a major encounter is brewing. Let's see what we get.
It's the Grim Reaper. Run!
Holy fucking shit, man. Why can we never escape this incarnation of Satan? I just needed to pause the emulator for a second. Jesus Christ.
Obama, don't even fight this thing. Just run away and keep the team we have alive. I won't say a word if you don't add me a third Pokemon this episode. It's fine, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Obama, stop being such a pussy and just catch the damn thing. It's literally just a Poliwrath. You're all treating it like a Mewtwo or an actual legendary. Let's go already.
Easy for you to say, Dark Brandon. You're not the one face-to-face with that demon. Barry, we're here for you, buddy. Don't worry.
Or you could just take the easy way out and forfeit the challenge, you fucking peasants.
Who the hell just said that?
That would be me, you inferior America. You could use 3 pathetic presidents and an entity desperate for a permanent home. Why don't you just pack it in and give up?
Joseph Stalin? How is this even possible? You've been dead for 70 years.
That may be true. But thanks to one of your good friends, I have another chance at life. Go on, George. Why don't you tell him how it's possible?
What the hell is this zombie talking about? How could you be responsible for reanimating one of the worst people this world has ever known? He's got to be lying, right?
Unfortunately, Bill, there is truth to what he is saying.
It's another clone made in the lab, isn't it, Bush?
Yeah, it is. And it's one that I made personally. I recreated Stalin to try and understand the method to his madness to potentially provide useful intelligence to the government in regards to Russian relations. Unfortunately,
dumbass over here gave me too much freedom, and I was able to escape. And ever since I escaped, I have been on a mission to bring down this capitalism here you call our country. I began with your 2 elderly friends, and now I know the 3rd time you encountered a Poliwrath will be the last. Now, Mr. Obama, end this round and show the world the leaders of America are inferior trash.
Wait a minute. How did you know Poliwrath is our sworn and mortal enemy?
And did you just say you began with our 2 elderly friends? What the fuck did you do to Joseph and Donald? Answer me before I rip that mustache off you.
Oh, you mean that this was a personal accident? I am sorry, boys, but my finger slipped while traveling over Los Santos. Just harmless mistake. Nothing of value was lost that day.
You fucking monster! It was you who did that to them. I swear to God, I'll kill you.
You really think you can match the strength of this strong body, then go right ahead, big bang. But I would prefer you fall at the hands of Poliwrath. You see, gentlemen, I have been keeping tabs on your little video. After I saw it take down your starter, I hacked my way into the seed and placed the one you ran from in the wild earlier, as well as this one right here. Having your run end at the hands of this tadpole would be the ultimate joy to me. So please, resume the emulator, and let's get this.
There's only room for one Joseph in this Oval Office, and it ain't you, Stalin.
Donald, Joe, you're alive. I'm so fucking happy to see you, but how? How is this possible?
You can thank me for that, Mr. President. Through the power of science, all things are possible.
Can somebody fill me in? I have no idea who that guy with the half-invisible hair is.
Bill, that's Dr. Rick Sanchez, only the smartest man in the universe and my colleague over at the research facility. I asked him if he could look into creating a medicine that would bring back Joey and Donnie, and it worked. Thank you so much, Rick.
First off, it's not invisible, jackass. It's this camouflage serum I've been working on, but you might want to hold off on that thank you, George, because this medicine is only a stopgap. It's not the full solution. However, I do know what is, and you might not like it.
Guys, I feel weak. I don't know what's happening.
You just need my life force, Joseph. Give me one moment and I'll reunite with you.
Yeah, you see, that's where this gets more complicated. Dark Brandon, Joe isn't the only one who is about to feel very weak. Donald will as well. The full solution I was mentioning earlier involves you making a massive sacrifice. As you all know, Joe is normally only able to live with the life force of Dark Brandon combined with his own. But due to the damage of the accident, Donald is also going to need the same support. Dark Brandon, what I'm saying is that to keep both of these men alive, you will need to permanently split your life force so that Donald and Joe will be able to survive. I wish there was another way, but time is not on our side and you have to make a choice right now. The medicine won't last.
There's no choice to make. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I only allowed Joseph to live. Over the years, maybe I have developed a soft spot for you, Biden, and the pain you would have knowing one of your best friends is gone because of me. That's not something I'm prepared to let you have.
But Brandon, if you permanently split your life force, then you'll be a shell of your former self. You won't be you anymore.
No fucking kidding, William. That's obvious. But there are some things more important than strength and power. I can see that now. Maybe some of my long-term plans won't be able to come to fruition. But making you mortals, nay, my friends happy, I would say job well done.
Listen, I hate to be that guy, but it's now or never, Dark Brandon. These guys are about to pass over to the next life.
Barack, George, William, I don't know what's next for me, but I do know what's next for you. Completing this fucking Randomizer Nuzlocke. Catch this fucking polyrath and let it lead you to the top of Mount Silver. I believe in you.
Thank you, Dark Brandon. Maybe one day we'll see you again.
You can count on it, Ultra Instinct bitch boy. All right then. Darkness within become two. Inhibit those who need it most.
God fucking damn it, Brandon, you should have gone on without me.
He was a great man, Joe. He gave up his chance to be the most powerful being in the universe just to keep us alive. We cannot throw away this gift he gave us.
I can barely feel his power inside me, but I know he's in there somewhere. Thank you, Brandon. I won't let you down.
I'm so sorry, everyone. This was all my fault. If I didn't screw up in that research lab and let Stalin get free, none of this ever would have happened. And because of it, Dark Brandon isn't in this room right now. I'm just so sorry.
You had no idea what the power of those clones were. George, you can't blame yourself. Just be happy that Joe and Donald are in this room right now.
Bill is right, George. You had no idea what you were dealing with in that lab, and you only did it to help your country. Nobody can ever hold anything against you.
Speaking of helping your country, I do have a request of you, George. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in the research facility. I know you have your obligations here, but I ask that you please come back with me and ensure operations can go as smoothly as possible back there.
Rick, with all due respect, I can't go back there. I just feel like if I do, I'm going to screw up again, and I can't bear to imagine what would happen if that happened again.
I'll go.
Bill, what the hell are you talking about? Why would you go down there? What do you even know about the project?
To be honest with you, basically nothing, George. But at the same time, I feel like if I take your place at the lab doing good, then I can truly make up for what happened back in Moscow. It's something I would do for not just you, George, but for all of you.
Maybe he could help out Bush. He can be trusted with national security, and if you aren't in the proper headspace, then you wouldn't do me much good down there. But Bill, just know this isn't a weekend stay. This is going to be a long commitment. You won't be able to return here for a while.
I understand. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by serving my country once again, and also helping out my friends. Sounds like a no-brainer to me.
Bill, I don't know what to say, other than I know all of us couldn't be happier you came back into our lives. You swooped in when we needed you most, when both Donald and Joe were attacked, and now you're doing Bush the biggest solid possible. You are a true friend. Bill Clinton.
I had no idea what to think when we walked in here and saw you at the Oval Office desk, Bill. I obviously have to watch back the most recent episodes to see exactly what happened. But it seems like you've done some really good things here.
I was ready to fire old Betsy for a second time, but I'm glad I held back. I'm sure we'll talk soon. Bill and I'm very interested to hear everything from the guys when we get a chance. But it looks to me like we have some work to do, so make some room and let's play some Pokemon fucking Crystal.
We got a long trip ahead of us, Bill. We should be heading out. Have fun, gentlemen, and I'm glad I could be of service to you.
It's been real, gentlemen. I'm going to miss you, but I'll see you soon. Be good.
He's gone, but he's off to do some great things. I just know he's going to really help this country.
He absolutely is, George, but this just feels right when we're no longer living under the reign of Stalin and we can trust in Rick. And just like Donald said, let's play some Pokemon fucking Crystal. Actually, guys, I might have forgotten where I paused the emulator. Maybe we shouldn't play some Pokemon fucking Crystal after all.
Barack Obama, you listen to me right now. I didn't shoot Joseph Stalin just to watch you be a little bitch against that fucking tadpole. Resume the emulator right now and catch the damn thing that eliminated our starter.
You're right. Okay then, here we go.
Barack, don't you think we should switch out Tree?
Well, it looks like Dark Brandon made his sacrifice in vain as Poliwrath is ready to finish the job it started. Oh wait, holy shit, you guys caught a Mewtwo? We are so barrack.
Joe, you idiot, does that sprite look like a Mewtwo? They clearly caught another Starmie and gave it the same name it had in yellow. I know you're smarter than that, bro.
Yes, Donald, we brought Starmie back as a prize from the game corner. We got blessed with that RNG. I'm going to bring Starmie in here to defend against the fighting attacks and give us a good chance to catch it.
It has Hydro Pump as well? This thing is a cheat code in the early game, seeing it has both the strongest water-type stab move and a fighting-type stab move as well. Don't forget ground coverage with Bone Meringue. We really need to catch this thing. Please be Clutch Me too.
I didn't forget that Starmie has a busted defense stat. No matter what Poliwrath throws at it, we should be all right. And let's fucking go. We got the paralysis. One more Iron Tail and then I'll catch it.
As long as you actually click Iron Tail and not glare again, you pulled a Donald by fat fingering that one berry.
Listen here, you fat, shaming piece of shit. While I was in the coma, I actually lost a few pounds, so I feel slimmer and younger than ever. I could even run a marathon, I bet.
You know, normally I would be telling you two to shut the fuck up in a moment as tense and crucial to the run as this, but God damn it, I missed you guys so much. Just knowing you're okay makes me feel like I could do anything. And you know what I want to do most right now? Catch this damn Poliwrath. Great ball, go! Let's fucking go, boys. The bad man isn't just gone. He's on our fucking team. Hell yeah, men.
You did it, Obama. You really clutched up, and now Poliwrath is fighting on our side. What are you thinking for the name?
Since we lost our starter too soon at the hands of this powerhouse, I think I'm going to have our starter live through our new teammate. I'll name it Paulie Tussie to honor our fallen brother. Also, George, since that was supposed to end last episode, I'll kick control over to you to kick Tucker's ass.
Sounds good, Obama. I am just going to run back to the Pokemon Center so we can add Paulie Tussie to the team and sadly put Tree in the RIP box. It's a shame he didn't get a chance to evolve, but I'll take what we got out of that encounter any day of the week.
It's Blackhawk. It's Blackhawk. Catch it, George. Catch it right now. I believe in Blackhawk.
Joe, I know you haven't played this game in a while, but you know we can't actually catch this Pidgeot, right? It's not the first Pokemon we saw here.
Oh shit,
it is
brace
a shame,
for
though.
impact, Arcanine. Holy fuck, that was way too close. Also, you guys caught an Arcanine as well? I'm straight up impressed, you two. I may not have been here, but this team is absolutely stacked. Alongside Compatible, this team is unstoppable. You know, speaking of that, I don't remember seeing Compatible's name when we were looking at the team earlier. Where is Compatible?
Oh, Donald, I'm so sorry, but it was Dark Brandon. Dark Brandon let him faint. I didn't have the heart to tell you, but it was definitely him, and he made a massive misplay. None of us could believe it. I was ready to kick him off the team myself. It's true. Right, George?
Yeah, it was Dark Brandon. We're so sorry, Donald, but there's nothing we can do about it now, seeing he's gone. We're just going to have to rebuild, and maybe we'll find another one at some time throughout this run.
Did somebody say build back better?
Nobody used your cringy fucking campaign slogan, Sleepy Joe. That motherfucking fake Dark King. No wonder he ran off to help me. He knows it's the first step on a long path to making it up to me. I ought to break out old Betsy on myself and give him what he deserves.
Donald, stop talking like a crazy person. What's done is done, and you're not going to old Betsy yourself. Now let's just focus on the rest of the game. George has a very important battle against Tucker coming up that we can't afford to not be fully focused for.
You fucking owe me, Obama. Anyway, to change the subject, let's take a look at Polytussie's stats and moves. We know about Hydro Pump, Bone Meringue, and Jump Kick. But wow, he also knows Slash as well. We straight up could not ask for a better moveset. I can see now why he's been hell to deal with.
As long as he doesn't get hit with a psychic or electric type attack, he's going to destroy everything in his path. Every other stat is super high. You really caught a good one here, Obama. Way better than that overhyped Water Fox.
What the fuck did you just say about Compatible, you geriatric fossil? Take back what you said right now, or you'll wish that old Betsy is the only thing that you have to fight off today.
Oh, silly orange man, you do realize I'm reunited with Dark Brandon, right? You couldn't possibly hurt me even if I tied both hands behind my back.
Yeah, Joe, you're right. You are reunited with Dark Brandon, but it just seems like you've forgotten something.
So am I, motherfucker.
What the fuck? You're not Dark Brandon. He would never challenge me. What are you supposed to be?
You gotta be fucking kidding me. The half that split off into you took on its own persona? There's two of them now? Oh, for fuck's sake. What do you call yourself?
You can call me Dark Maga. When Brandon divided his power, he made sure that his conscience stayed with Biden, allowing me to create my own story. And let me tell you something, Joe. There's going to be a few changes around here. From now on, it's us who will be running the show. What do you think of that, old man?
Oh, that's a good one, Dark Loser, but... Nah, Wait a minute, what the fuck? Brandon, where are you? I need you, buddy.
Ha ha ha. It appears the strain of splitting his power has left him a little too weak to show himself. Well, since he's gone, let me reintroduce you to myself. I am Dark Maga, the true king of darkness, and alongside Donald, we're going to run this show. So if you'll excuse me, I'll let George take care of Tucker. Adios, loser. Oh, and one more thing. Keep Compatible's name out your goddamn mouth.
Yeah, this can't be happening. Brandon, you aren't going to take that, are you? Answer me, Brandon, answer me.
Joe, I don't know what to tell you, but Brandon really did put a massive strain on himself by making that sacrifice for you. It's probably going to take some time for him to return to being as strong as he can be going forward. You can't rush this.
I really hope so, Obama. I just hope he's okay is all at this point.
Now don't you worry about that for a second, Joe. Dark Brandon is a pillar of strength, and sometimes even the strongest need to rest. It's because of him you're alive right now, and I'm sure when you need him most, he'll be there for you.
You're right. I mean, you're absolutely right, George. How could I be so foolish? Dark Brandon and I have a bond that can never be broken, and I can hold down the fort until he comes back to us. I just know he'll make a full recovery. I just know it. Now kick Tucker's ass, Bush. You've had a great start.
I got you, buddy. And for the love of God, another slasher? Why must this ghost keep visiting me? I'm sorry, former teammate. I didn't mean to let it happen. Please drift peacefully into the afterlife.
I mean, if you let me die in a completely avoidable situation, I would haunt you as much as possible as well. Just be happy we have Mystery to be your guardian and hopefully rest. It's spirit for good.
Oh, would you look who's back? Now, Donald, you better not abuse your new powers. You have to promise to only use Dark Maga for good and not to torment Biden. Brandon was always respectful to you. For the most part, that is.
Oh, take a chill pill, Obama. I promise I won't abuse my new powers, but if anybody ever slanders compatible again, just remember there's a new sheriff in town. We shall always honor his memory. And if anything, I think we should hang a memorial in the Oval Office. That's my first task in January.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Seeing you're taking another fat L in November, you won't get to design the Oval Office going forward, but I will let you start the donations for this video so you have something to do.
Don't push your luck, Sleepy Joe. But since it looks like George has this battle in the bag, I'll definitely kick the donations off. Can't wait to have another Wawa pizza with one of them. Our first donation comes from Gaming Police 589, who sends us 35 Canadian people money. He also hopes the editor is feeling better and that his favorite generation is a tie between 2, 4, and 5. Did our editor get attacked by Stalin as well? What happened to him?
Jesus Christ, Clinton is gone, but the jinxing knows no end. So much for having it in hand since I need to switch from Mystery. But to answer your question, Donald, our editor, just got COVID and he's over it now. Thanks again. Gaming Police. He actually had the pin last week. Donald, he's a real one. Another real one is our boy King Onyx, who throws us another 15 bones. Yes, Stalin came back, but thanks to Donald, I don't think we have to worry about him again. He also agreed with Bill that Gen 3 had the best games, and finally he paid his respects to Compatible. You're not the only one that's heartbroken, and we thank you again for your undying support.
Oh shit, it's time to meet the legendaries for the first time. One of the most iconic parts of this game. It never gets old. We can pause donations for a second just to watch.
I had no idea they were going to use the cries of the Pokemon. They got randomized, as that's so cool. I would be lying if I said I knew what they all were off the top of my head, but hopefully we run into them at some time since they're all level 40.
Yeah, you couldn't have said that any better, Joe. It would be so sick if we ran into one. Also, speaking of running into Pokemon, I think I'll get the encounters to the east and west of town, and then call it a day since we had a lot happen today. That would leave Morty in the 4th gym to you, Joe. Are you up to it?
Holy shit, it's Baby Blackhawk. These encounters have just been amazing today. Well, you better believe your captain is up to it, Bush. I can't wait to get right back into the swing of it next episode and show you all that a short break isn't going to throw me off my game.
Hell yeah, Biden. That's what we want to hear. Can't wait to see you playing again next week. Anyway, back to the donations. Next off, we have Sasha, the king who is on Team Generation. 5 games and is absolutely right that if Scarlet and Violet had a little more love and care, it would have been great. Also, for anyone who has the same concerns as Sasha with Kofi, just send us a direct message on that platform with the message you want, and our editor will post it on the video as you've seen before. Thank you for the donation, Sasha.
It looks like this next donation did exactly that, and it came from Page of Profile. It's for 25 bucks, and Profile would love to see us do a vanilla playthrough of Emerald. Thank you so much for the donation, but we would never step on Dilkson's toes. Generation 3 is definitely next, though.
Our final and highest donation of the week comes once again from Neo Venom Strike, who ties his record for the highest donation in channel history. Throwing us a Benny. You say that the community appreciates us, and we couldn't appreciate our amazing community more. Thank you so much for this huge dono.
Time to change gears and catch this bear, George. Don't fuck this one up. And you fucked this one up. Nice job, Towers. Using a high critical hit move with an overpowered Pokemon was definitely the way to go. Way to fumble the bag, buddy.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. It wasn't my best decision, and I apologize for that, but oh, hey, wait a minute, boys. Our egg is hatching. Legendary incoming. I'm calling it now.
Holy shit, you called it Bush. It's the legendary baby elephant. How did you see that coming? You must be a psychic type.
This episode can't end soon enough. I'm naming this thing Why No Legend, getting my last encounter, slamming this laptop shut, and then throwing back a few beers. What am I doing right now, man?
First off, if you slam my laptop shot, I'll smack you upside the head like I did to all of my political opponents. But I'll let you just use words to get the rage out, because if you're getting smack talked by Joe, then I totally get it.
All right, calm down. I'm sorry, Obama. I wouldn't do that. Let me just get this last encounter, then we'll call it a day. Ha! I knew it. It's a legendary. Now all I have to do is lean forward and... Let me just get this last encounter, then we'll call it a day. Ha! I knew it. It's a legendary. Now all I have to do is lean forward and...
Ain't no fucking way you're using Slash again, after what happened with that bear that's now dead on Route 38.
Oh, relax, Donald. You're comparing a weak little cub to a legendary bird of thunder. There was no chance that one Slash attack would take down Thor over here. But I will say I am afraid to attack it any further because I assume any attack from the Reaper might knock it out. So I am going to try and catch it right here and now.
It might be a smart idea to bring in Mewtwo and get a glare off on it. Remember, you can still paralyze an electric-type Pokemon in this game.
Nah, fuck that noise. Great Ball, go.
Maybe you should just listen to Barack here, George. Also, if it has an electric attack, say goodnight to Poliwrath.
To quote the greatest president ever from just a moment ago, now fuck that noise, Great Ball, go.
George, quit the bullshit and bring in Starmie so you can paralyze the damn thing. You didn't bring anywhere near enough Great Balls to sit here and launch them all day.
George, don't you fucking dare hit Great Ball again. Its attack went up with that last Metal Claw, and with 15 health left, you need to switch. No matter what, bring in Starmie and don't fumble this bag.
Fine. I'll give in to the haters, I suppose. But I'm telling you that I probably would have caught it with my next Great Ball. You just gotta trust the process.
Donald has a better chance of the judge telling him not guilty in the near future than us catching Zapdos without inflicting it with a status ailment. You're not the one who has been in a coma of late, George, so I expect better of you.
Maybe you thought I was going to miss that stray. But you better believe I heard that Sleepy Joe. Don't even think there's a chance I get a guilty ruling. I've done nothing wrong and am just exploiting the loopholes that billionaires have exploited for years.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people who are innocent don't mention exploiting loopholes. Maybe you should speak with your lawyers before you speak inside any courtroom. Just looking out for a friend is all.
I really have to thank you guys for your advice on paralyzing this Zapdos before trying to catch it. The ball has shook a total of 0 times since I used glare on it, but you guys definitely knew what you were talking about. Yep. We definitely would have caught it by now if we didn't paralyze it. We just angered the god of thunder, and now we're going to pay the ultimate price. We're almost out of great balls and are screwed.
Hear me out, George. Maybe you just need to use a regular Pokeball. I've heard rumors that the interior of a great ball is pretty unappealing to Pokemon, but the Pokeball is much nicer, seeing they didn't waste resources on the ability to catch it.
Obama. I know he's been out of commission for a while, but now that he's back, you can't forget your responsibility to give him his dementia pills. If he is both insulting my court case and also spouting nonsense about the interior of a Pokeball compared to a great ball, I'm going to lose it on him.
Well, I guess we get to test your baseless theory, Joe. I don't think there's any way we catch this Zapdos now that we only have Pokeballs, but hey, doesn't hurt to try, I guess.
This one won't catch it. It doesn't look very well made, and the quality control guy should be fired. But I took a look at the next Pokeball in the bag, and I think any Pokemon who wouldn't want to live in there is insane.
Joe, you're the one that's sounding insane. I'm going to get your dementia pills and I'll be right back.
All right, Joe, let's see how nice this Pokeball really is.
Who's demented now, assholes? Respect your elders, and what I have to tell you, it was straight up first grade knowledge that the capture was confirmed.
George, can we just agree on that Joe hacked this game just like he hacked the 2020 election? And there's no other possible solution that would lead to a capture on the exact Pokeball he said it would be?
The election definitely wasn't rigged. But I will definitely hop on the bandwagon of Joe hacked this ROM. There ain't no way that just happened. He doesn't even have the powers of Dark Brandon right now. There's just no way.
Or you two could just admit that I'm the GOAT of Pokemon and I know absolutely everything about this universe.
Joe, do you even remember what Pokemon we nicknamed me to?
Well, duh, Donald. Everyone knows that our trusty Mewtwo is what we nicknamed me to. Did you even watch when we were playing Pokemon Yellow, or was that a cardboard cutout of you on the other side of the desk?
You know what, Donald, maybe you were right about 2020. The more I think about it. But taking a look at our newest team member, it has some really good stats, of course, but the moves leave a lot to be desired. Thor is pretty situational until we get some better moves. But all right, Joe, it is your turn to play now. Are you ready to hop back up onto the saddle, partner?
Yes, I am, generic Texas man, and how are you doing, everyone out there in YouTube land? I know you've been waiting for my return for a super long time, and that time has finally arrived. Welcome to episode 11 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. You guys probably already did it, but I'm going to do the bug catching contest because I want to do it, defeat Morty and get us our 4th badge. As per expected, I won't be losing any Pokemon because I'm a god and will only set up Donald for success next episode. How are you doing, guys?
Dumbass, you've been talking to us for over 5 minutes in this recording already. Don't you remember we did a cliffhanger to end episode 10?
Silly Donald, Ecruteak City doesn't have any cliffs, so we weren't hanging off any of them. Rock climb wasn't even introduced until Generation 4. I hope Obama gets back with your pills soon, buddy, because you've been wrong about pretty much everything today.
George, I'm gonna hit him. I'm this close to doing it. So get out of the way if you don't want to catch one of these hands in the crossfire.
Just hold up, Donald. Now, Joe, a cliffhanger is when we delay a very awaited moment until next episode to pique interest. It doesn't have anything to do with actually climbing any cliffs. But we actually never did the bug catching contest, so it would be cool to see what first prize was randomized to.
Maybe it will be a Master Ball and we can just spam this contest going forward. I'm going to catch the best Beedrill the world has ever seen.
Just wondering, Bush, which of our team members came out of the national park? Was it Arcanine?
Actually, we didn't catch our encounter in the national park. It was Dark Brandon's turn and he got unlucky with a critical hit and we lost the Miltank we could have caught.
Hold up! Hold up! You're telling me that piece of shit not only slaughtered Compatible, but he also prevented us from getting my Dami, Mommy Milker Queen Miltank. which is the only Pokemon on the same tier level as compatible. God fucking damn it, I hate him so much. Foka, I love you, Miltank.
The fuck is this zesty shit I just walked into? I wish I was still looking for pills right now, because apparently we figured out Donald and Bill have more in common than we thought. Also, can someone explain to me why we're in the national park? Biden is literally going backwards and none of you did anything about it. George, I expect you to be a leader in here in my absence. What the fuck, bro?
He's actually just doing the bug catching contest. We never got a chance to do earlier because it wasn't the right day of the week. There could be a really good item for first place. So there's no reason not to try this before the gym.
All right, I suppose that's not a bad idea. Just hurry up so we're not here all day. Oh, look, that's perfect. A Houndoom will definitely win a contest made for catching bugs.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Obama. Those idiots will be catching metapods, and I'll be catching literal demon fire hounds. Get played, idiots.
Just be careful, Joe. We aren't losing Starmie over you trying to get a Pokemon we can't use or an item that might end up being a berry for all we know. Don't fuck up our entire run because you want to ruin the day of a few bug catchers.
Don't worry when your captain is playing Donnie. I caught the demon dog, and now I'm going to make the bug catchers trying to beat me look like even bigger peasants than they already are. I'll just skip to the results now. I swear if we lose with a goddamn Houndoom, this would be so rigged.
I'd welcome you to the club.
Hell yeah, guys, we won.
Well, obviously we won, George. Did you really think the second place Venonat actually had a chance of beating us? It wasn't even a top percentage Venonat for Pete's sake. And of course we didn't get something amazing and we only got a Sunstone. Maybe it will be useful one day though, who knows?
Thank you, everybody. I know I'm just so amazing and all of you aspire to reach my levels of greatness. I'm going to name this Good Girl Champion because she beat the shit out of all those pathetic bugs. It's a shame we can never use her, but it's still a fantastic trophy of my achievement.
You know what? He deserves to be hit now, Donald. I'll just slide my chair out of the way.
Glad you see things my way. Get over here, Biden, you jackass.
All right, that's enough. I assume some other shit went down while I was getting his pills, but I'm not going to have one of you put the other back in a coma right after getting you back. God damn it, guys, calm down.
He's been talking all that good shit this entire episode, and I just had to show him that's not going to fly is all. We're cool, Obama. I'll pretend like you didn't try to stab his eyes out in Mount Moon. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's fine, Obama. If anything, it was like a gentle breeze grazing up against my face, but since I can see Donald is getting triggered, I'll calm it down. Just had to make up for missed time is all.
I'm going to change the subject before Dark Maga comes out to play. We didn't ask a comment question last episode with everything that was going on. So do you guys have any idea for one today?
Well, seeing that I was right about my interior of the Pokeball theory, how about today's question is if you lived inside of a Pokeball, which one would you want it to be? I'd say the Dusk Ball, so it would be nice and dark for me to take some great long naps in there.
Ain't no way, bro. Just said, if you had to be captive, where would you rather be captive? But if that is the question we're going with, I would say the luxury ball any day of the week. It's probably like being in the penthouse at Trump Tower. I bet it has a golden toilet and everything in there.
That is absolutely not how we are phrasing this question. We will phrase it as what Pokeball do you think has the nicest interior in it? I bet the luxury ball would be gaudy as fuck, and the Cherish ball is probably the best seeing. It's for all the VIP event Pokemon.
Now you guys got it all wrong. The interior of the Beast Ball would definitely be the best. Do you see how cool that thing looks on the outside? Can only be the best inside as well. But everyone, please let us know what you would pick in the comments below.
Seeing that Baby Blackhawk is out, it must mean this is either the flying or the normal type gym. Hopefully it's the normal type gym, so that Polly Tussie can absolutely cook Morty and all the Biden lookalikes in here.
Oh, give me a break, Donald. Lady Jacqueline looked like she was about to turn to dust. I don't look anywhere near that age.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. You looked like you turned to dust over 1,000 years ago, so Lady Jacqueline is way younger than you. I'm sorry for slandering her appearance.
All right, Donald, I'm going to give you that one since Joe was getting on you earlier, but please allow him to focus on this gym. Polly Tussie might have a god tier attack stat, but its health and special defense put it in danger at all times. Joe needs to be focused on the opposition.
Fine, I can get behind that. I already went to one funeral this week, so I really don't want to go to another. That shit's just depressing, man.
Oh, Donald, I had no idea one of your loved ones passed away this week. I'm so sorry for your loss. Who passed away?
Oh, excuse me, George. I'm sorry. I completely forgot you all probably held a separate funeral for Compatible the week before since I wasn't awake yet. I just wanted to make sure I celebrated his life and honored his memory.
Wait, you actually held a real funeral for a Pokemon in our run? With the coffin and the ceremony and everything?
Wait, you didn't?
No, Donald, we didn't do that.
You heartless motherfucking sons of bitches. How dare you? Oh my God. It's the Dommy Mommy. It's my Queen Miltank. Hello, beautiful. What brings you to a place like this? Wait, oh my God, no. You can't leave me. Come back, Miltank. God fucking damn it, Joe. Why must you destroy everything in my life that I love? Fuck.
What the fuck was I supposed to let it do? Sweep through our entire team and end this run. Give me a break, man. It had to be done. You act like I let Compatible faint as well.
You're right. You didn't do that. I'm sorry, Joe. You're right. You had to take down that wife material. Also, we do know it is the normal type gym now. So both Polly Tussie and Thor should be able to smack Morty around like it's nothing.
Normally, any normal type attack wouldn't affect a Pokemon at this gym, but today it's the type they focus on. Only in Randomizer Land, am I right?
Seeing it's going to take Joe, most likely 4 episodes to figure out this floor, how about we get into our donations from this past week. Today we lead off with KCub1996, who donates us $5 and said his favorite games were Pokemon Black and White 2. He also wanted to ask Dark Brandon what it would take for Jordan Love and the Packers to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Obviously, Brandon isn't around to answer that right now, so does anybody want to take a stab at that one?
Seeing him the closest option to Dark Brandon, I'll take that one, Obama. The Packers are absolutely bringing the Lombardi Trophy back to Titletown this year. With the additions and free agency, it's time to win now. Also, the editor being a Packers fan totally does not influence this. Thank you again for the donation, K-Cub, and our next donation comes from Isaac Paws, 9287. He wants us to rename the Zubat we apparently have Redeemer because it's his favorite Pokemon of all time. He also says he used 2 Crobats to defeat Red at the top of Mount Silver. When did we get a Zubat?
God damn, my heart stopped there for a second to Obama. I thought we were about to lose our new legendary in the same episode we caught it. But to answer your question, the Zubat hatched from the first egg that we got. It does no flamethrower. So if we ever wanted to level it up, it could be good.
I just remembered. You guys caught Thor while I was getting Joe's pills. How many great balls did you have left when you caught it?
Go on, guys. You can tell Obama that the answer is 0 and that I actually knew what I was talking about when it comes to a Pokemon wanting to be inside a Pokeball it feels more comfortable in, and that the Great Ball is literally a prison compared to a regular Pokeball second try Obama.
Even the blind fentanyl addict finds the white powder sometimes, I suppose. Anyway, let's move on to our next donation. And oh, it looks like Isaac had a second donation in this video. He says that it was, Obama, what am I reading? Please tell me that he's lying right now.
Just tell him the truth, Obama. I'm sure he won't be too mad. This has gone on long enough.
You're right. Donald, the truth is that Isaac is actually Tucker in disguise. He made an account just to infiltrate our videos and influence your thinking. There's no way I would have ever killed Compatible. You know that, don't you?
You've got to be fucking kidding me, Barack. We both know there's no possible
That son
way
of a
that
bitch.
Donald...
I knew that Tucker was capable of trying to screw with us, but I didn't think he would ever infiltrate our donations and try to accuse you of killing Compatible. I can't believe this. Obama, I am so sorry that I even considered you would let this tragedy happen.
Fuck it. I give up. Obama, if only you were this good at the game corner. I swear I'll never play Among Us with both of you at the same time because we would be absolutely screwed. You know what? No, I'm not going to get mad. I'm just going to take a breath and read the next donation. Okay then, our next donation comes from an amazing creator in Presidential Gaming Drive. He throws us $5 and says that Dark Brandon has to come back and wipe Dark Maga off the series. I don't know, Drive. He's way under the bus that Obama shoved him under, but thanks for the donation, man.
Common Obama dub, what can I tell you, Bush? Anyway, moving on, our next donation comes from Tristan Hicks, 5,372, who says, "Oh God, Tucker made an alt account apparently in case we didn't believe him the first time. I absolutely did not let Compatible faint, and I will not take this slander anymore."
He made an alt account? Obama, are you sure he would do that? I mean, I don't think he would go that far.
Oh my God,
when
Donald,
it comes
I
to...
just realized. I've never seen Compatible's final resting place that you set up for him. Would you like to go together and pay our respects together after this episode?
Oh, well, that would be lovely, my good friend. Thank you so much for offering. We can head out right after we finish recording. In fact, we can even get dinner after. My treat for you coming out to see Compatible.
Well, that settles it. Barrack would never have let Compatible faint if he's willing to visit his grave. Anyway, since I'm blazing past these trainers and we only have one left, let's move on to our next donation, and it comes from a name I could never forget, and that's King Onyx. Onyx donated us $15 and paid respect to Dark Brandon's sacrifice while hoping that Dark Maga will be a team player. He also wishes best of luck to Bill in the facility. And finally, we hope you were thoroughly entertained with my knowledge of catching Pokemon when it came to Zapdos.
Joe, did he say something about Compatible?
Donald, the comment is already off the screen and I'm busy battling. I have no idea, bro. Probably not.
Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, on to our next donation. It comes from Disturbed Broski. He sends us $5 and is glad to see Biden and I back. We're happy to be back, and you know we're gonna kick some ass. Thanks for the support.
There is literally no way. But our final and largest donation of the week comes from Matt, GH 6781. He congratulates us on making it 10 episodes and wishes us the best for the future and beyond. Thank you so much, Matt. You're an absolute king.
Just give it up, George. I'm in the absolute clear.
You know what, Donald? Why don't you just watch episode 9 and watch what happened to Compatible?
And see the moment where Compatible left us from this spiritual plane? How dare you make me experience that up close, George? I thought you cared about my feelings. That is unreal coming from you, and I will not have any more of this today. Joe, please excuse George and kick Morty's ass.
Oh man, oh geez, that's all we're going to be hearing Morty say in just a few minutes. It's time to cap off this episode with a bang. When we sign off today, we'll be halfway to the Elite, 4 1/4 of the way to the 16 badges we need to access Mount Silver.
That's the right attitude, Joe. We've thrown you right into the fire. So remind us why you were our captain in yellow. Take him down.
You fucking know it, Obama. Let's kick the slaughter of this Larry wannabe off.
Man's just leading off with a weak little hoot hoot. Don't make us laugh, slash it to bits, Polly Tussy.
Way ahead of you, Bush. I don't even need to look, because this is the easiest one-hit knockout of the run so far. 1 down and 3 to go.
Let's not get too cocky, Joe. He could throw a level 25 Snorlax out at us that could one-hit a lot of our team. Battle with your head.
How about I battle with my feet instead and kick this puffball into oblivion? What's next, Ryder Daniel? This is too easy for me.
Loving this confidence from you, Joe. Keep mowing down this bum. One-shot his entire weak-ass team. Polytussy is a fucking beast.
Call me messy because my kicks strike fear into everyone in my path. Sit the fuck down, Furt, and let's see who he saved for last.
Holy shit. This is a demolition for the ages. Morty doesn't even have time to launch a single attack. He needs to throw the damn towel before his last Pokemon gets sent to the infirmary.
Well, he apparently hates his Pokemon since he wants to see Polytussy send them all to meet our friends in the Rip Box. 4 attacks, 4 knockouts. Hope you enjoyed the fucking masterclass. You call it a coma and I call it a power nap. Give me my badge and let's get the hell out of here, men.
I have to pay you respect where it's deserved, Biden. There's clearly no rust on your battling skills, and you've set an incredibly high bar for me next episode. I've come to expect it, but again, just a fantastic job today, Joe. And that one-sided merciless beatdown is going to mark the end of episode 11. We would like to thank everybody who stopped by to see the return of Biden and myself to the series, and you better make sure you're here for the premiere next week as it's my turn to play. Let's get a move on Obama. There's going to be a ton of traffic on the way to the cemetery if we wait around here too long. Let's go!
On the way to where? Oh yeah, that's right. On my way, Donald. See you next week, everyone.
Ha! Serves you right. Common Obama L. Have a great week, everyone. Don't forget to join the Discord in the description below and answer our weekly comment question. We'll see you next Thursday.
It's so great to be back. Thanks again for being here, everyone. Enjoy a week without the hanging cliffs. We'll see you next week.
I was skeptical at first, but I have to thank you, Obama, for paying to move Compatible's gravestone to the top of the hill. It's much nicer and seems way more peaceful. It's what Compatible deserves.
You're not wrong, Donald. It truly is. But Donnie, there is something I need to tell you.
It's okay, Obama. I already know you were playing when Compatible fainted.
Wait, what? I mean, how did you know?
I knew it would be painful, but on the way over here, I watched episode 9 like George said. I'm just glad that recording glitch happened, so I didn't see the exact moment when my beautiful boy left us.
I'm so sorry, Donald. I would have told you earlier it was just that.
You don't have to explain yourself, man. Listen, I get it when it comes to the embarrassment and also the threat of old Betsy in the corner. I wouldn't be so eager to say my favorite team member fainted either. I'm just glad you told me is all.
I'm still incredibly sorry. I promise if we catch another one, I'll make sure it only destroys everything in its path. I'll make it up to you, Donald. I truly will.
I know you will, buddy, but let's get a move on. I promised you dinner and only the best to celebrate honesty and new beginnings.
Sounds like a plan, Donald. I'm just glad to have you back.
What's up, motherfuckers? It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the return of the one and only Donald Trump. And today we're making our way to the top of the lighthouse, beating up a ton of trainers on the way, and getting an encounter on Route 39 as well. What's up, gentlemen?
I'm doing good, Donnie. Just sitting back and ready to watch you try and one-up my God tier play last episode. Not that it's possible, but I'm sure you'll give it the old Trump University try.
Just to provide some context for everybody that saw we had Surf in our inventory a moment ago. We took down the kimono girls off camera, seeing they were incredibly easy. And gameplay was pretty boring if we're being honest. We taught Surf to Mystery, seeing she's the special attacking queen.
Just when I thought she couldn't get any stronger, our Rapidash now knows Psychic, Surf, and Mega Drain. If we could get Thunderbolt on her too, then this challenge is as good as completed.
You ain't wrong about that one, George, but the gods have already blessed us, so I ain't pushing our luck there. By the way, how many trainers do I have to battle this episode?
I believe it's 9 on the way to the lighthouse and then 9 inside the lighthouse or something like that.
Almost 20 fucking trainers? Jesus Christ, we're going to be here all day. What is this gauntlet nonsense you've set me up for right off the bat?
Would you like to use your montage lifeline, Mr. Trump?
Why, yes, I would, Regis. Olive Vine City, here we come.
Wait a second. What am I listening to right now?
I pushed Trump in this direction because an amazing member of our community made this fucking banger. Just sit back and enjoy.
Where spirits soar and the whispers of horror will explore. With the Zapdos grace guiding our flight, we'll reach for the stars in the darkest night. In this crystal montage, we'll seize the day. With every step we take, we'll find our way. From Goldenrod City to the ice path's chill, we'll face the challenges with strength and will.
Holy shit, it's Mommy Milker Farm. I'm in heaven.
The ruins of Alph will unfold. With you now, secrets, ancient stories told from battle engineers to Team Rocket's blind.
Joe, I gotta give you credit. That was a fantastic idea. That beat was fucking awesome for this game.
Give me credit later, Obama. Looks like we're about to have a rival battle.
Nah, Joe, there's no rival battle right here. Tucker's just going to talk some mad shit, despite the fact that he's never beaten us, or even come close to beating us for that matter. He's still in that edgelord phase before he finally realizes that his thinking is flawed. Before we head to the lighthouse, there is some housekeeping to take care of in this city. I'm going to grab the hidden machine for strength, which they just have some guy hand you in the cafe randomly, and also get the good rod. It's the best rod we can obtain until we get to Kanto.
The first time I played these games, I spent what seemed like an eternity trying to find strength. I was trying my best not to use my strategy guide, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't need it to find it. This was not a great way to do it.
Do you plan on teaching strength to somebody right now, Donald, or are you going to hold off until we need it? I don't think it would be a bad idea to put it on Carrara so it has more options for decent physical attacks other than extreme speed.
Well, if any member of our team were to get it, you're absolutely right about it being Kirara. But I think I'm going to hold off for right now and see if he gets a good move by leveling up. My opinion could definitely change as this episode rolls on, but I'll play it safe for now.
I think that's the smart thing to do, Donald. It's not like we need that move right now, even though it has 80 power. It's good right now, but who knows if it would be good later, especially on a Pokemon we want to keep for the long run.
I mean, who knows? Strength might be a move we teach to the encounter that Trump is about to run into. It's just way too early for a hidden machine on a main team member, and I'm glad we're all thinking the same way. Are you also going to use the good rod in the water here, Donnie?
If I can get a good encounter on Route 39, I'll try to fish up another great encounter in town as well. If I don't get something good, I'll let Obama take the extra encounter next episode, because after all, he did get Polytussie the last time he played and might cook again.
Is there something you're not telling us about Obama and yourself? It's so blatantly obvious. He let your precious compatible faint, and you've only been so nice to him. No old Betsy or
Not bad at all, Donald. Couldn't have done that better myself. Also, I'm glad to know great balls aren't broken. What are you thinking for a name?
I remember there was a time on TV where it seemed every commercial break had a Tootsie Pop commercial where that damn owl always ate the lollipop for no reason. I'm going to name it Tootsie because when I think of owls, that's literally all I ever think of. Let's head back to town now so we can check its stats and see if it deserves a spot on the Dream Team. For the love of God, please let it know an electric type attack.
I just have this sinking feeling that the seed is going to curse us for saying, hey, we gave you Thunderbolt from the get-go, and since you screwed it up, you'll never see it again. I really hope I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have an electric type attack, but it has crunch and clamp for the two moves we didn't see. Not horrible, but the problem is it's a physical attacker, so those moves won't do anything for us. That's a waste of good moves, and this owl is pretty unusable, sadly. It was a good try, though.
Stupid fucking physical special type split in Generation 2. Those are two goddamn physical attacks starting in Gen 4. I'm so happy they fixed that because moments like these are just infuriating in the earlier games, but I'm a man of my word. So the Olive Vine City encounter is yours, Obama.
I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully I can bring in another Reaper for the Dream Team. Also, I think that would be a good comment question of the day, seeing I know some people have different opinions. For the question, today simply tell us, do you like the changes made to the physical special split after Generation 4 to accurately reflect the context of the move, or do you like it better in the early generations where the type is all that determined if an attack was physical or special?
I'm sure the Gen 4 change will probably get more votes, but I can't deny. Sometimes it was nice just saying, hey, it's a water type attack, it's special. Oh, it's a ground type attack, it's normal. I guess I go back and forth sometimes, but I don't know. I just don't think it was all bad this way.
I agree with you, Bush. It was so much easier this way, and you didn't need to think about the actual move to know what it was. And then there are moves like Earthquake, which are physical but clearly aren't at all. I say change it back.
Of course, Sleepy Joe wants a situation where he has to think as little as possible. If you were a true Pokemon master like myself, you would never struggle with such a simple facet of the game. Get on my level, bro.
You're going to need a new nickname for me in this election, Donnie. Or should I say Sleepy Donnie? You're the one that fell asleep during jury selection in your trial this past week. I told you getting up there in age wasn't easy, and I think you're starting to learn that now.
Oh my God, don't even tell me you're going to ride with the story from that clearly liberal sketch artist. Do you really think I would fall asleep during jury selection? How could I sleep if I wanted to profile people I thought were liberals to get removed from jury selection? Think for yourself, Joe.
I don't know, Donald. I think they got your good side, but man, you're literally grasping at straws if you think the sketch artist is biased against you. They would get fired in a second if they couldn't prove that this happened. Maybe next time drink a Monster Energy drink so you don't doze off.
That sketch artist clearly had it out for me. Do you see how terribly I was drawn compared to this officer who looks like he never skipped a day at the gym in his life? He was right next to me. I saw him, and trust me, I think I looked way better than he did.
With all due respect, Donald, you're a 77-year-old man. It's not a diss to say that a much younger man who is also an officer of the law is in better shape than you. Maybe he didn't look as good as he was drawn, but still it couldn't have been that far off.
I demand to see where that sketch artist got her license or degree or whatever they get to get that job. I guarantee it came out of a cereal box because I am a slim and slender 6'3", 215 pounds. I'm a lean, mean, soon-to-be two-time presidential machine. I thought we lived in a day and age where your friends are supposed to empower you and build you up. Thanks for having my back, gents. It's fine. Everyone is a hater, and it's just me and the spirit of compatible to guide me on my journey. I don't need any of you.
Oh, Donald, don't give us that nonsense. You know we've got your back and we're your best friends in the world. We just ain't gonna lie that if you were in a police lineup with the Pillsbury Doughboys orange brother, we wouldn't be able to say who was who.
Thanks, Biden. I have no idea what I would do without you in my life. I mean, who am I kidding? I know I would be just wrapping up my second term in office and about to hand off the White House to either DeSantis or my son.
Just a quick reminder, I am so grateful for you. Biden for that reason alone. If you could run it back one more time for Team Democrat, that would be pretty clutch, and also give us 16 of the last 20 years in office.
Sorry, Obama, but we're painting the White House red this November. It's the greatest redemption arc you've ever seen, and I'm easily picking up over 300 electoral votes. I'm a freight train that will only stop once I arrive at the Oval Office.
But Donald, we're literally all sitting in the Oval Office right now. What are you talking about? Obama, please go get my dementia pills. I have a few extras I can share with Trump.
Joe, I can't even with you?
So, I think this is as good a time as ever to change the subject before Donald gets a 404 error and before we get too deep into politics as well. Let's move on to donations from the previous episode because we got a good deal of them this past week.
That's got to be top 10 best George Bush ideas of all time easily. I'm just going to jump right into the first donation, and it came from your doom, 4,293, who says, "Oh my God, is this going to be another episode where all the donations are trying to expose me?"
Yeah, I might have combed through the donations before this video. And even though you came clean to Donald, you're still getting another episode of our community not happy with you throwing Dark Brandon under the bus for your misplay. How's that for a common Obama dub, buddy?
I take back everything I said about top 10 George Bush ideas, more like top 3 and not second or third George Bush betrayal moments.
Cope and See the Berry. Our next donation came from Owen Smith, 7,553, who says, "Avenge Dark. Brandon and Donald deserves the truth. He definitely deserved the truth, and I couldn't be happier he got it. Thank you again, Owen."
Please tell me it's time to sign off for this episode. We got to be nearing the 30-minute mark, right?
Oh, silly Obama, are you getting a little sleepy as well? When I started speaking just now, we were only at the 16-minute, 27-second, and 5/100ths of a second mark of the video. We still have plenty more great action to come. But since you're dozing off, let me take the next donation, and it came from Grundy Chan. Grundy just wanted to remind everyone that Obama killed compatible. We had an excellent catch with Zapdos, and that my power nap fixed all my balance issues since I didn't miss a step. Hey, thanks a lot, man.
I wish I was compatible right now and that I was in the rip box. Also, how did you know where we're at with the video to the exact decimal point? Are you taking those pills again that turned you into Drip Biden? I thought I burned all of those.
Consider it part 2 of your punishment for letting the goat faint, Obama. You're still getting off pretty easy compared to what I could do to you. But anyway, let's get into our next donation, and it comes from Isaac Paws, 9,287. He officially has beaten the Tucker allegations, and trust me, my friend, I knew the entire time. I just wanted to see if he would admit it for himself, which he did. It was change we can believe in for his character. Wink, wink. You are right, though, about Democrats wanting to fact check, but not here. And finally, he says you're next. What a burger is on him, George. And welcome back to Sleepy Joe. Thank you again for everything, Isaac. I never doubted you for a second.
Oh, so we're using each other's campaign slogans against each other now? Trust me, Donald. I'll pay a visit to Alvin Bragg to make sure they lock you up and then build a big and beautiful wall around that jail cell. Believe me, I know the best ways of stopping everyone in my path. Do you remember Edward Snowden? He crossed me and now he'll never touch grass in the United States ever again. Obama, don't play no games.
Okay. Maybe we have been piling it on a little thick because of your recent actions, but we're all just having fun right now, Obama. Let's take a nice deep breath and get back to the game that I am currently thrashing with no remorse for
Oh my
AI
God,
life?
shut up and look, Donald. It's Drone. It's our beautiful war machine that took our team in Pokemon Yellow all the way to the top. I've missed you so dearly, my precious Drone. I swear as soon as we find you in this game, you'll be a staple of this team again.
Well then, I guess that solved all of our problems. Sorry we have to take it out right here, Obama. It's not something we want to do. But you know the run kind of ends. If we do throw against it, we'll catch another drone. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I know. It's just great to see my beautiful drone again. It's been so long. Oh man, that was a nice surprise. Anyway, what were we talking about again? Oh yeah, that's right. We were doing donations. Silly me. Our next donation comes from Logan Levsk. And thank you, Logan, for donating through Kofi so that we don't get hit with a fee from YouTube. He donates us $5, and you're absolutely right, Logan. Biden destroyed Morty with zero remorse. He then has a completely reckless idea about Donald upgrading old Betsy into big Betsy that fires. What did he say? 577 Tyrannosaur round? I don't think we need that, but thank you so much for the donation, Logan.
Now, hold up. Logan's cooking. That's a fantastic idea, and I'll have to look into that for sure. Our next donation comes from Gaming Police 589, who said that it was actually Joe who killed Compatible. I would have believed you if we both weren't in the coma at the time. But I still appreciate your Canadian people money and your support for the channel.
So wait, now I'm the one getting thrown under the bus? Damn, I guess nobody is safe from this crossfire. I'll just hop into the next donation, which is from Presidential Gaming Drive. And you fucking know it, buddy. Presidential catch rates, give a ×5 multiplier, and I can't lose out on that.
Ayo, Joe, you know that was supposed to be a White House secret. Now everyone is going to run for president to get those higher rates. Maybe it's not a secret in Presidential Gaming Drive's universe, but now everyone is going to be coming after the Oval Office. Thank you again for the donation, though. And last, but definitely not least, because it is our highest donation from the past week. It comes from the one and only King Onyx, who donates us $15 and starts off by appreciating that you are a man of culture. Donald, for your opinions on both Compatible and Miltank. He also wants this donation to go towards the memorial for Compatible and also says shame on you. Obama, for lying about Compatible, I couldn't agree more. For the comment question. He couldn't decide between the Master, Cherish, or Luxury Ball. And finally, Joe reminded us why he's the Pokemon Master, after his straight-up beatdown of Morty. Thank you again, Onyx, for being our highest donator of the week, and thank you again to all 8 of you amazing community members who donated this past week. I can't remember a time we ever had 8 donations in a week, so that means an awful lot to us.
No matter if they're ragging on me or whatever you might want to say, we couldn't be more grateful for every single one of you that donate, hang out for the premieres, comment, or just come by to watch. You're the best community on YouTube, and we can't wait to keep growing together.
Look, I'm all for being nice to the community, but I'm like 15 battles deep into this episode, and it's just way too much wholesomeness for me right now. Can we please just let our editor be thanking people around this point of the video in the live chat premiere or something?
Oh, come on, Trump. A little bit of compassion wouldn't kill you. Remember, the jury has been selected, so you've got to look super nice to them over the next couple of weeks. Let's see that smile. Show me those pearly whites.
No.
Well, I tried. Is it too early to have my second presidential oath administered to me right here? I can make some space on the other side of the room for some cameras and whatnot, since Trump is a goner.
Keep dreaming, Joe. I've got as good a chance of losing in court as any of these trainers have of even knocking a single Pokemon off our roster. After taking down this Steelix, I'll have 16 trainers defeated in this episode and only 2 more to go. Your play may have been top-notch last episode, but I doubt you have the stamina to roll through this many trainers in a row. I hope I get to take down that gauntlet between the entrance to Kanto and Victory Road, because the person we should trust to take them all down is clearly myself.
I'd be lying if I said I have been the best trainer in this run so far. I know there's still plenty of time for me to turn it around, but I was hoping for a much better showing to start off Crystal. I had some great momentum at the end of Yellow, but I've let Pokemon faint left and right in this game.
Don't get yourself too down over it. Barry, you and me both have been pretty bad to start this run by our own standards. We've got the next 2 episodes and there are 2 major gym battles we have to get through. If there's any time for us to show we can hold our own, it's these upcoming weeks.
I watched all of the episodes I missed after Obama came clean about compatible, and I'll be honest, the play hasn't been optimal by any stretch of the imagination, but at the same time, other than compatible, of course you didn't let any of our heaviest hitters faint. Mystery and Snoop are still alive. You caught me too, Kirara, Polly, Tussie, and Thor. We straight up have a team where it's going to be very hard to put anybody in the PC at this point.
Donald and I don't usually see eye to eye, but get ready for some bipartisanship right here. So what if you let a rat faint? So what if you let the slowpoke named after me faint? I'm not actually upset about that one. But the fact is you haven't made any game-changing mistakes. We live to fight. Early game is just about staying alive and having a foundation to build upon. We don't just have a foundation, men. We have an Empire State Building. We have the team to go all the way, and if you two kick it into high gear, starting now, your play early on doesn't matter. Keep those heads high, men.
If I had to place a bet on somebody I thought would absolutely motivate me and make me want to fast forward to next Thursday so that I can play right now, it would not have been Joe Biden, but holy shit, Joe, you've got me wanting to run through a brick wall right now. Oh shit, hold up, this looks bad.
Relax, Obama. The only reason it looks as bad as it does is because of bullshit para-hacks. Kirara should have had politically correct Jinx taken out 3 turns ago. I will take a turn to heal up though, since the rest of the team isn't in the best position to switch in and take an electric type attack.
It's a good thing you guys got all those lemonades when we were in Goldenrod City. The health recovery they provide for the cost is just unbeatable. But talking about good plays and Donald mentioning that gauntlet before Victory Road has got me thinking. How about instead of whoever's turn it is when we get to that gauntlet before Victory Road, we let the community decide who deserves to play that episode based on overall performance, recent performance, or whatever they think is most important going in. Call it an election for our channel.
Joe, what company makes your teleprompters? Because I'm literally going to buy as much stock as I humanly can. That might be... No, is definitely the best idea you've ever had. I'm actually proud of you right now.
That actually is a fantastic idea, Biden. It gives me time to get my shit together so that I can convince the community to give me a chance in arguably the hardest episode of the series minus Fighting Red. You just keep finding ways to motivate me.
You're gonna wish you didn't cook a 5-star dish like that, Joe. You might be leading the polls right now, but don't give an underdog a chance to fight back. You've channeled that fire inside me as well, and I can't wait to win this election.
Well, I hope to see your absolute best and that you give me a run for my money, men. Not that you can ever surpass my greatness as the certified Pokemon GOAT, but the better you play, the easier it will be for me to lead this team to greatness. But with that, I think we're going to call it a wrap for this episode. Donald, I have to give you credit where credit is due. An absolutely fantastic performance from you today, and you've set Obama up well for potentially a 2-gym battle episode next week. Way to go, man.
Appreciate it, Biden. I think I absolutely followed up your performance as best as possible. It's up to you to keep the momentum flowing, Obama.
You better believe it's happening, Donald. If we have time for both gyms next week, it should be an absolute banger of an episode. See you all next week.
And of course, as always, don't forget to join the Discord in the description below to be connected with all of the best presidents' AI communities and answer our comment question. We'll see you next week.
Hello and happy Thursday to all of you amazing people. Welcome to episode 13 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's my turn to play today, and you better believe I'm going to show you why 13 is a lucky number. How are you doing today, everyone?
To answer your question, not so fucking good, Obama. I've got a bone to pick with Sleepy Joe over here for his comments about me during the correspondence dinner on Saturday night. You've got some fucking nerve to take my nickname and turn it back on me to the liberal media. Now, I let you get away with the Sleepy Don quip during episode 12 last week, but I thought that was just a one-time thing. And then you have the gall to not only bring it up again, and then call my last few days stormy weather. Mark my words, I'm going to make you cry when I unleash my attack. Adds, you geriatric fossil.
I'm just playing the game, and you know that better than anyone, Trump. Now quit your crying and let Obama focus on this encounter. Well, hey, would you look at that? Your anger literally spawned a Mankey. Obama, please name it Angry Don. I'll kick Kamala out of the White House yesterday and make you my vice president if you do it.
You are this fucking close to being eliminated by Dark Maga Joseph. The only reason I haven't handed control over to him yet is that we finally found another Pokemon that has Thunderbolt. Do my eyes deceive me, or is this actually real life? Don't fuck this up, Barry.
It's also level 25 as well, so it can join our team right away. One more earthquake should put it in catching range.
Exactly my plan. This will get Mankey into yellow and, oh fuck, it knows that move too.
I gotta hand it to you, Barry. That's gotta be a record or close to it for the fastest loss we've ever had in an episode. It's almost as if you were competing with Game Producer 6 for trying to lose someone faster than he lost Sir Skit in Sapphire. Not as fast, but almost world record pace.
I'm just going to say it, but can we call this a win overall? I know we lost Snoop, who has been with us since episode 1 and was our longest remaining team member, but hear me out. We got Thunderbolt back and we get a quicker evolution compared to Coughing, only 3 levels until it evolves.
I take back my offer for you to be vice president. How are you going to say it's a win-losing earthquake, a Pokemon I caught in a literal day one? Everyone's looking for the thrill, but what's real is family. Snoop was family, and now he's gone.
You both make good points, to be fair. We won't know for sure until we check Zeke's stats. But based on the moves we saw, I'm leaning with Obama right now. We got Thunderbolt back and didn't lose a ground-type attack either. Also, that quicker evolution is pretty huge for us, just don't pull a tree.
I'm also leaning with Obama, mostly because of the attack on Titan reference for a name. Zeke was a certified Chad, and the way Obama slaughters our team, left and right, his euthanasia plan fits in perfectly. This is a win in my eyes.
I couldn't be more disappointed in you jerks. You're all ready to throw away Snoop for some flashy Thunderbolt move. Snoop has been with us through all the good times and bad. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
Nah, we're good. We needed Thunderbolt. Welcome to the Team Zeke.
God damn, that is a fantastic moveset. A rock, electric, ground and fire type move. The speed and special defense are absolutely dog water. But if we can get a nice re-roll on the evolution, we're going to be in a fantastic place. I'll do everything in my power not to have another tree incident.
I thought I told that fucking staffer to unplug this phone when I'm doing the most important thing in my life, which is playing Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke with the boys. Someone's getting fired today.
Joe, how many times do we have to tell you that you aren't allowed to unplug the red phone because it literally could mean life and death? You're the president. You have to answer it whenever it rings.
I don't care who the fuck picks it up, but somebody better do it because it's loud and annoying. I'm trying to catch a damn encounter here.
It's a baby Pokemon that's 4 levels lower than your legendary electric bird. Somehow, I think you'll manage Obama, but since I'll be answering it again in a few short months, I should probably make sure my form is perfect when answering it again. Ahem, hello, this is President Trump. Who is calling?
President, more like President soon-to-be President wife looking, put Mac Lowy on the phone. I ain't got nothing to say to your withered orange slimmy.
Trump, why are you sitting there looking like you just saw that they took the Big Mac off the McDonald's menu? Who's on the phone?
Joe. I don't know if the words I heard were English or of this universe in general. I just have no idea what is on the other end of this phone. Please tell me it's broken.
Oh, did my iron head? Cause you to flinch. Don't worry, I can always give you a round 2 after you make your emergency exit. Just put the phone on speaker so I can speak to the rest of the room.
Whatever this thing is wants to be on speaker, so I'm just going to do that and wash my ears out with bleach. I'll be right back.
All right, who the fuck is on this phone right now? Identify yourself or you'll have Secret Service at your front door in 20 seconds.
Joey! You know I get those baby doll eyes and want to run away when you raise your voice at me. Don't worry, my friend who uploads at noon Eastern Standard Time. I come in peace.
Joe, we told you to stop giving the red phone number away to your Discord friends. I'm sorry, Mr. Strange Irishman. We're in the middle of our Pokemon Crystal playthrough, and I just caught a Pokemon. We're a little busy right now, so I'm afraid you'll have to call back later.
Oh, what's up? Barack, my brother from another Pewter City gym leader. That's the reason I'm actually taking time out of my incredibly busy day to call you right now. I felt a disturbance, and it can only be that you let not just your day one, but also one of my day ones faint as well. Care to explain to me how your play has gotten more sloppy than Toppy from Uvox on a sweaty Saturday?
Yeah. Now I see why Donald went to go wash his ears out with bleach. I might have to go join him. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but are you Game Producer 6?
Guilty as charged. Now I can't stay here for an entire episode because your broke-ass character cut of an editor don't got those fat pockets to pay my appearance feel like my cute sussy boy in training who makes the Clover series. But I just needed to say my piece about not just letting Snoop faint, but also saying that Mangly Gangly Monkey is better than Snoop. Care to explain yourself?
First off, it is an absolute honor to have you in our series Game Producer 6. But when you look at the movesets and the evolution levels, it definitely is an upgrade to the team. Zeke is going to be a force on this team.
Who the fuck let Towers off his leash and let him address me as an equal? He got his one episode in the Infinite Fusion series, and the Houndooms came out for blood wanting you to U-turn back to irrelevance. Second, how fucking dare you disrespect both the greatest Randomizer Nuzlocke series ever made, but also the champion Blunt Blazer himself. If you don't apologize right now, I'll use my potato powers to curse your team this episode and make it so Snoop gets some friends in the Ripbot.
Please, Mr. Gay Producer Dix, or whatever you call yourself, don't take some of our team members away. I would never disrespect Snoop. I caught him personally and never would have traded him for a Mankey.
Don't worry, Joey McLoey, my dementia-riddled balls chanter. After this episode, I'll be glad to light up a blunt and listen to your #1 hit song, Dick Shop, on repeat until my phone pulls a Podacy. I know you never would have supported this gameplay. My anger comes at Fraudbama, Towers, and your pet sumo wrestler. Now you've seen a small demonstration of my power with Thor nearly fainting and Mystery right here as well. So I think you'll want to put a higher priority on that apology than a protect before your run falls apart.
All right, I'm back. And despite the horrible burning in my ears, seriously, I think I need to see a doctor, and putting bleach into your body might not be the best solution to all of life's problems, despite my web research. But that's an issue for about 20 minutes from now. You listen to me, Game Producer 6. We're the presidents of the United States of America. We aren't afraid of some Cinderace cosplaying furry. This team is better with Zeke than with that gas-spewing ball. How about you get off my phone before I give Obama 5 minutes of drone time?
Like they say at Burger King, have it your way, Donnie, if you want to play rough. Don't worry, I'm about to lay a curse on you, thanks to the all-powerful Lord Sukuna. He has blessed me with the ability to ruin your gameplay worse than Wallace ever could. By the power of the true Dark King, allow me not only eat your dreams, but send you into a dark void of nightmares. This Perish song will knock off any chance of your success. This hex will incinerate any chance of you reaching Mount Silver. Presidents of the Broadway CJ97 universe, consider yourselves cursed by my freaking bars.
Ha! Is that all you got? Everyone here knows that Fraud Kuna ain't shit. Get the fuck off the red phone and focus on not letting Pokemon faint in your own games, later loser. See, what did I tell you? Carrara didn't faint. We're in great shape. Don't be thrown off by his bullshit, Obama. You upgraded the team this episode, and you aren't going to let anybody else faint. Get us to Cianwood City, and if you get there quick enough, you can battle Chuck too.
Did you not hear that lightning bolt when he finished spouting out that curse? He definitely did something to us, and I'm on full alert right now.
It could have been a soundboard for all we know. You can't afford to focus on the unknown Obama. You need to focus on the trainers ahead of you. The levels start to jump now, and the only thing that will cause you to lose a Pokemon is you not focused on what's directly in front of you.
They are absolutely right, Obama. Don't for a second listen to that bum who has a face painting fetish or that sussy Irish boy. You are in complete control right now. The only thing that can hurt your play is yourself. Don't fear the unknown and just win the battles in front of you.
I'm sorry for thinking anything other than that, guys. You're right. I mean, who knows if that was even the real game producer, Six. It might have been AI generated for all we know. The way Biden gives out the Oval Office phone number. I'm sure he gets pranked all the time.
Glad you're finally seeing things clearly, Barack. I mean, you're battling a fucking Kakuna right now. What's the absolute worst that can happen?
It could use Blizzard and kill Thor?
Yeah, like that Kakuna actually knows Blizzard.
All right, you fucking wizard. Who gave you the script? And why does Thor keep almost fainting? First in the last episode, and now twice today? Can we go one episode without a fucking ice-type attack against our legendary, please?
Joe, how the fuck did you know that Cocoon knew Blizzard? Have you teamed up with that Irish furry as your former president? I demand to know right now. I need to know what happens next.
Oh my God, just when I thought we had you in the right headspace, I was just guessing Barack. I had no idea it had Blizzard. I would never team up with Fraudkuna's Shuppet and self-destruct this run like some berserk imposter. He's not the only one who can spit some freaking bars. I'm just using false swipe every episode. Just beat this fucking trainer and leave me alone.
I swear you better not be a Trader Joe. This guy has a Charizard, so I should probably lean forward for this one. Thor should be able to take him, though.
In what realm can Thor take this? Both attacks aren't very effective. Switch out right now.
I'm fine. What are the odds this Charizard has an ice...
Are you fucking kidding me? But Rack, that wasn't Snoop. That wasn't Tree. That was our fucking legendary. We finally actually caught a goddamn legendary. And you let it faint before it could even complete its first episode. Put the fucking Game Boy down and go sit in timeout, you fucking asshole.
Lord Sukuna, I'm sorry for ever doubting you. Please don't take any more of our team members. I promise to hold a funeral for Snoop and put his headstone right next to Compatible. I swear.
George, shut up. It wasn't Sukuna. I made a fucking misplay, and I will own that. Donald, you're right. I'm sorry I fucked up, and I promise I won't let anyone else faint this episode. I had way too much confidence in our legendary, and now we don't have one anymore. I'm sorry, guys. For real.
No! Your apology means as much to me as our new Cleffa. Spoiler alert, that's nothing. Give me the fucking Game Boy and let me finish this now. Dumpster fire of an episode. We're literally going to lose all of our subscribers. I can see it now. Editor goes starving after losing all ad revenue.
Now hold on, Donald. I want to wring Obama's neck just as much as you do right now. But we need to let him figure out his gameplay. He is going to have to play again no matter what, and if he isn't playing his best going forward in these tougher episodes, we'll be cooked. Let him recover.
Wait, I'm sorry, you want to do what to my neck?
As much as I want to hold Obama down while you wrestle that Game Boy out of his hands, I have to side with Joe on this one, Donald. He has to figure out his gameplay, and if he doesn't, who knows if we even make it out of the rocket hideout. We can't just kick him off the team.
Well, in that case, I'm taking all bets on the next Pokemon. Obama lets faint this episode. I'll give 4-to-1 odds on Mystery, or maybe even 3-to-1 odds on Polytussie. He is a glass cannon after all. Come one, come all to the Obama Destruction Circus, where runs die in the blink of a legend.
Gee, thanks, Donald. I don't know what I would do without your unwavering trust and support. I think there's only one trainer left before we get to see Inwood City, and then I have 2 wild Pokemon encounters on Route 41 in the city itself. I'll rebound. Just have some goddamn faith.
$50 says you let another Pokemon faint in this battle right here.
Oh, you are so fucking on. Easiest $50 I'll ever make. Just going to switch to Zeke right here and take out this Magnemite with a Bone Rush. That should take down the first Pokemon pretty easily.
Those are the reads we're looking for. I guess all we needed for you to get your head in the game was to bet money against Donald. You got this, Obama. I believe in you, buddy.
You want in on this action as well, Sleepy Joe? I'll take your $50 as well by the end of this battle if you feel like being that charitable.
Oh, you are so fucking on. Looks like Wawa is on Donnie tonight. I can't wait to get a pizza and empty out the ice cream section of their freezer. You should get in on this action too, George.
Well, we do have a 4x fire attack against this next Pokemon, so I don't see why not. Donnie, would I be able to get into this bet as well?
Of course you can, George. Everyone is welcome to join in this bet. And oh my goodness, would you look at that?
Don't you two look at me like that. How the fuck was I supposed to know that a Bug Steel type would break out, Aeroblast, and Critical hit one shot? Zeke. This was completely unpredictable.
Now hiring for a new 4th team member to replace Fraud Bomber. Preferred qualifications would be to have been a United States president, but we'll take anybody with a pulse. Seriously, we'll be happy to teach a new applicant who hasn't even ever played Pokemon before.
Seeing we're going to get into our next game, pretty soon I think I'm going to enjoy Pokemon Ruby. Are we going to do a randomized Nuzlocke of that as well? Or should we play vanilla if Obama is still here for that?
You guys do realize I'm sitting right next to you, right?
Unfortunately, I do. Thanks again for costing me $50, asshole.
Make yourself useful and read some donations. Seeing it's the only cash I'm going to make this episode.
All right, I can do that. Sorry again, guys. Our first donation comes from Isaac Paws 9287. He says I'm off the hook once we rename Zubat to Redeemer. We will when we go back, man, don't worry about that. He also gives us what type each of us would be. What do you guys think about the types he gave you?
Oh my fucking God! I would have used the Brickstone on you if Mystery had fainted right there and turned you into the Ghost type. But ain't no way man made the Steel Beams reference with me. Not in the mood. Right now with this horseshit gameplay we all have to watch.
Not only am I $150 richer, but I also got to hear that George Bush voice crack. Oh man, this episode just gets better and better. Minus the fact Obama has drone strike 3 of our party members. But yeah, jokes aside, the fire type works for me since the rich type doesn't exist.
Nice recovery calling me strong, but ain't no way I'm the normal type. I'm the ice type, since that's what fills my veins. I'm cold-blooded, baby. Thanks for the donation, Isaac, and we'll get to the next one, which comes from fellow creator Presidential Gaming Drive. He donates us 5 British people money, which I still refuse to learn what currency it is. And oh shit, hold up one second. Is Obama actually cooking? It's a Houndoom we can actually keep. I remember it has some ice moves, so we can finally put those to good use on our team if he can actually catch it.
For the love of God, Barack, please do something right this episode. I was so upset when I saw the moveset of the one we caught in the national park. It might not be Thor, but it's still a fine party member. Dial in Little Bro.
Ain't no way I just got Little Bro'd by Towers. Your gameplay has been just as bad as mine, if not worse. So let me just settle everything down and add our newest party member. Me Too did its job. And now it's time for the Great Ball to become Houndoom's new home. Just kidding. The light was in my eyes and I had just stubbed my toe on the Oval Office desk, so I couldn't have possibly got the capture right there. I really meant it's time for this Great Ball to become Houndoom's new home.
I wonder what your excuse would have been that time if you didn't catch it. Would it have been that you just remembered you left the oven on? Oh no, wait. It would have been that you realized you forgot to give Michael a strong, firm handshake before you left the house this morning. Oh, don't glare at me like that. You know I'm just fucking around. Seriously, though, that is a solid capture right there. And you've given me some hope that you might catch your final encounter this episode and somehow might actually end up net positive on Pokemon in this unlucky 13th episode.
I'm absolutely going to capture my last encounter. Donald, don't you worry about that. But Joe, you were in the middle of a donation, so why don't you get back to that?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We were on Presidential Gaming Drive's donation. He agrees with the split because some Pokemon were just unusable before that. My opinion, they should have just reworked the Pokemon and not the basis of moves, but either way works for me. Thanks again for the donation, champ.
Our next donation comes from Grundy Chan. He throws us another $10 and gives you some well-deserved props for your play last week. Donald, he also loved the custom music, supported the move change, and also wanted to know how Bill's doing. I just spoke with him yesterday, and he's doing great. Thanks for another donation, buddy.
Holy fucking shit! Obama, you can literally make up for everything right here. Catch this fucking Suicune, replace the legendary you lost, and this episode is such a huge fucking win.
I'm cool. Just gonna use one Drill Peck and then we should be able to catch
Obama,
it.
stop. Donald one-shot a Suicune with Drill Peck last episode.
So hear me out.
God damn it, you suck, Obama.
You worthless motherfucker! I didn't wake up from a coma just to watch you do everything in your power to sabotage this playthrough and series. Fuck you! Fuck this! I'm leaving! Finish the episode without me and Obama. Learn how to fucking play this game before your next episode. How the fuck?
Donald, please,
No, you want a fucking comment question of the day. Here's one for you. Name anybody who is a better Pokemon trainer than Obama, no matter what you type in. You got the correct answer. You are not allowed to take on the gym. George, you get both gyms next episode. Goodbye.
You guys still believe in me, right?
Even though you cost me $50 and that thick boy from the intro, I'm going to do you a solid, Obama. Don't say I never did anything for you. I'm going to first go calm Donald down, and then I'm going to forget to take my dementia pills so I forget this ever happened. Just be better next time. George, I trust you can make sure he saves the game and turns it off without losing another team member. Have a great week, everyone. I have a raging orange to calm down.
I guess. Let's just check out Cerberus's stats. I did like that name at least.
Hopefully they're at least halfway decent and can help you in the gym battles next week. We know it has Ice Beam, so that's at least a major win right there.
Health looks good. Moves could use a little more variety. But they're the strongest Ice-type moves, so can't complain. And overall, it's our new strongest special attacking Pokemon. The only downside is that it's slower than a sleeping Snorlax. Those defensive stats will need to keep it alive for sure.
Yeah, it needs something other than an Ice-type move. So let me see if it can learn Surf. Oh no, it can't. Of course not. Why would anything go right for me this episode? I'm sorry, George. I guess 13 really was an unlucky number after all. I'm going to grab the medicine before we sign off. Can you please read our highest donation?
Sure thing, man. It came from the one and only King Onyx. He donates $15 and talks about Donald being forgiving. Yeah, maybe not anymore. And also says the split was needed. Thank you for donating through Kofi. And thank you personally for your weekly donation, Onyx. That is going to wrap things up for us this week, though. Have a great week, everyone, and please, just put this one behind you, Obama.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sorry again, everyone. Be here as George gets our 5th and 6th badges next week, and if you haven't already joined the Discord in the description below. We'll see you next Thursday.
How you doing, everyone? Welcome to episode 14 of Presidents. Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. We didn't take on any gyms last episode, so we aren't wasting any time this week. I'm heading straight into Chuck's dojo so I can dispatch of him and Jasmine before we get to Mahogany Town. Are you gentlemen ready for an episode without drama and only masterful gameplay?
As long as Fraud Bomba isn't playing, I'm happy. But I beg of you to keep your word, George. We're only going into this gym with 5 Pokemon as it is, and if something goes wrong, it could go downhill quickly. Why aren't you using 6 Pokemon for this gym?
To be completely honest with you, there is a major level jump for these next 2 badges, and I didn't feel like level grinding someone that would be replaced. The second we get an encounter that could be slotted right in. It shouldn't matter though, because the 5 we have will be more than enough.
I think you definitely should have done a little level grinding off screen though. George, don't forget that Chuck has a level 30 Pokemon and Jasmine has a level 35 of her own. We could actually be screwed if either of them have a legendary.
Joe, why do you suddenly sound like you did in Pokemon Yellow again?
Because your gameplay was so bad last episode and I needed to get back to the good old days. Now quit breaking the 4th wall.
So you guys aren't going to let me walk free from episode 13, I see. You know what, that's fine. When I have the greatest redemption arc that Drake could only dream of right now, I'll say, do you guys remember all the shit you talked when I was at my rock bottom? I'll have my day, don't you fret.
I think there's actually a better chance that Drake somehow comes back from 50 feet under against Kendrick instead of you becoming a reliable team member. But if you really want to see rock bottom, how about we go into our donations from last episode before we battle Chuck? This should be fun. In fact, I think I'll lead them off in this episode. And our first donation comes from Presidential Gaming Drive, who despite in his wrestling series has me in last place somehow, is still a fine creator. He says none of this British people money goes into his pocket and that our Obama is an absolute liability unlike his. Don't worry, buddy. I have already taken this money to the bank and deposited it into my own checking account. Barry will never see it ever again. Thanks again, Drive.
First off, it's the ghost-type gym we've got right now. And second, who gave you the password for this channel so that you can collect the donation revenue? I thought our editor had control of it and that he doled out the funds equally.
I told him when I win the election this year that I would make him the governor of New Jersey if he gave me the password to the YouTube channel. These extra funds are going towards the attorney fees that I may or may not pay, depending on the results of my trials.
Biden, please promise the editor something better than the governor of New Jersey if you win the election. Donald can't be allowed to take all the funds going forward. Also, I'm going to teach Carrara strength since somebody needs to know it to proceed. It probably won't become an issue later on.
I see no possible way that becomes foreshadowing later in this series, so that works for me. Also, I have no issue promising him the spot of President of the United States if I win the election. I'm sure Kamala won't mind too much. She keeps saying this isn't what she signed up for every 5 minutes.
You probably should spend more time making executive decisions in this office instead of playing Pokemon and Minecraft. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, let's get back on track and go to the next donation. It comes from Logan Levesque via Kofi. Thank you for donating to us there so we get no fees. He thinks, oh man, I did know this was coming. That I might be fraudulent and either Bill or one of my family members should replace me, but I think that might be a little too drastic. I'm telling you, I'm going to turn it around and I'll be a pillar of this team going forward. Just give it time.
That's definitely not what he said. And maybe, if you spent a little more time of your presidency playing Pokemon, then maybe we would have a Suicune, Snoop, compatible Zeke, and Thor on the team as well. But now that I'm done smoking on that Fraud Bomba pack, I can move on to the next donation. It comes from MMA Lover 150, who donates us $5, reminds us how he threw our Lord and Savior, Dark Brandon, under the bus and points out the obvious that he is becoming a liability for this team. I wish I could say my former running mate wasn't, but maybe he'll turn it around. Thank you very much for the donation, and George, just something to remember going forward. If you see another Ghastly, stick to physical type moves, because it knows Mirror Coat, and that could flip the script in a heartbeat.
Good look, Biden. That's a really nice catch. And if we had Mystery in there who didn't one-shot, that's the end of our new longest tenured team member. Our 4th donation comes from the Commissar General. He pays respects to our fallen brothers and can't wait for the day Donald finally screws up. As someone playing this run, I can't agree with you because the last thing I want to see is any more of our party members to faint. But thank you again for the $15, and we definitely have more games to play after this. Generation 3 will be after Crystal.
Bro is going to be waiting a longer time than the Toronto Maple Leafs. Stanley Cup drought to see me have a bad episode. Sorry for the stray Leafs fans. But you know we're going to throw at least one sports reference in each episode. Kof Obama actually said the Leafs were going to win in our video. Man just can't stop losing. Anyway, our next donation comes from Zyler Ramsey, 7,748. He goes full white knight mode for Obama, saying he should be let off the hook since it was 4 instances of straight nonsense. While I respectfully disagree because sometimes you just gotta have that 6th sense, when playing this game, call me Bennett Foddy because I don't plan on getting over it anytime soon. Thank you very much for the donation though, and we definitely will see you later tonight for community night.
Well, it's good to know I at least have one person on my side still. When I hit this epic comeback, I won't forget your loyalty, Xyler. You're a real one, my man. But okay, George, it's gym time. What's the strategy for Chuck? The fighting type turned ghost type gym leader does have the level advantage.
I'm going to go with Polly Tussie to lead off since we'll have the super effective move against any dual poison type, while also making sure we can't get hit with a mirror coat in case there's a Ghastly in our way. We have a slight level disadvantage, so I think this is the best game plan I can have. Now I ain't scared, old man. Time for you to hand us our 5th badge. Let's do this.
I think Polly Tussie can take care of anything Chuck throws at us. We don't have a super effective attack in this first matchup, but since it knows Flamethrower, it's got nothing against us. Wrap this one up quickly in case it has some more moves we haven't seen George.
I'm hopefully not overthinking this, but I'm going to switch to Mystery just in case it knows something we don't know. Its health is still a lot lower than I'd like, and Flamethrower won't hurt Mystery either.
Oh shit, this thing's special defense is legit, and Bite apparently can hurt a good deal. George, for the love of all that's holy, please do not replicate Fraudbomber's play. I won't say switch back to take a free attack, but I don't know if I can take another episode of throwing.
I'm starting to think I absolutely overthought the situation when I switched. Seeing Bite wouldn't have been effective against Polly Tussie. But I'm just going to stay calm and stay the course. One quick heal and hopefully no more critical hits against. Psychic should lower that special defense soon.
Bite would be super effective against me too. And both of you are absolutely right about Polly Tussie's health being too low to switch into an attack. Unfortunately, this is the situation you switched into and you have to roll with it now. Chip away until it's knocked out.
Oh man, I really want to try and knock it out right here, but that just screams misplay. I'm just going to heal, which is probably the right thing to do. If I didn't make it faint, right there, everyone is going to turn on me faster than Dutch turning on Arthur.
You definitely ain't wrong there, George. Next week's donations would have been, how could you let our best girl faint? Or why are you letting all of our favorite team members faint on a weekly basis? You might have had to heal twice to get through this round, but at the end of the day, it's fine. And as you saw right there, you made the right call on healing. Since it wouldn't have been knocked out, we definitely didn't get the best luck when it came to getting our secondary effect to kick in. But we're on to Chuck's last Pokemon now.
Slow and steady wins the race, buddy. It doesn't matter if it takes 1 turn or 10 turns. As long as the opponent's Pokemon faints and ours doesn't, you have nothing to apologize for. It looks like that Ghastly is his level 30 Pokemon, though, so I think you should switch back to the original lead.
Yeah, way ahead of you right there, Joe. This is the obvious switch. 1 Bone Meringue might be enough to wrap this one up, so let's see if this gets us a Storm Badge.
Not quite, but since it was a physical attack, that mirror coat is useless. One more attack wraps this one up. Great job, George. Way to bring home badge number 5. And now it's time for you to go get the 6th. Proud of you, man. Great start to the episode.
Thank you very much, Obama. It feels good to be playing well again, and I know you'll get back to this level of play as well. But you're absolutely right about having to get the 6th badge now. So this celebration will have to be cut short. This next gym sees another level jump and no warm-up trainers.
Oh shit, you're absolutely right, George. I forgot that there are no gym trainers before Jasmine. That means we have no idea what type the gym leader will have until we're actually battling her. That's super fucking dangerous, especially if she has a tough type to deal with. What's the plan?
I'd say lead off with the Reaper. Can't go wrong with some good hard hitting. Polly Tussy won us that last battle, and I say let it ride with Jasmine. Also, thanks for remembering to talk to Chuck's wife and getting Fly. The game just got so much more enjoyable.
Well, someone's fired up. Did Jill let you have a little too much sugar before we started recording today? But going back to the topic, I say me too, incredibly reliable, and its attack stat should carry us through the level difference. Don't forget, she has 2 level 30s and a 35.
Mind your own fucking business, Obama. I'm the goddamn president, and I can have as many Skittles as I want whenever I want, but the answer is definitely Polly Tussy. If you want to win, you choose him. End of story. Hold up a second, did Suicune just dance around us and then dip? Oh shit, he must have saw Obama and been like, oh hell no, I ain't taking another drill peck, I'm out of here.
Since you're on a massive sugar high, I'll let you get away with that one. But you got the battle with Eugene now, George. So you have an extra minute to think about our lead for Jasmine.
You actually got a feel for using when you consider everything. Man has been on the track of Suicune for years, and then out of nowhere, some random kid pops up and runs into it left and right. At what point do you realize you might need a change of pace with your career goals?
You say career, but let's be honest. How many actual careers can you have in the Pokemon games? Your options are the Pokemon League, a nurse, Pokemart employee. You work at one of the mega corporations in each region, a local business, or you live off money matches with other trainers. I mean, the only schools are the ones where you learn how to play Pokemon. Where are all these nurses and business executives getting their degrees? I'm convincing myself that they pull random hobos out of the alleys and say, hey, go create a master ball or go perform surgery. It's crazy, I tell you.
I never thought of that actually. Maybe there's just yet another undiscovered region in the Pokemon universe where they have an actual university and get job placement in a random region. I mean, I hope it's that, or I'm going to start second guessing every time we go to a Pokemon Center.
If there's one position we know has never existed in the Pokemon universe, it would easily be Navigator. I really want somebody at Game Freak one of these generations to explain how there is this region of people and Pokemon that somehow are always never discovered. It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, I think we stumbled on the perfect comment question for this episode. In fact, let's make it a 2-parter this week. Tell us how you believe that everyone gets qualified for their job position, and if you had to pick a job in the Pokemon universe, what would it be? Let us know in the comments.
As a businessman, I have to congratulate you for finally putting a dub to your name, Obama. Maybe you actually will beat the fraud allegations one of these days. If I had to pick a career, it would easily be head of the game corner. My experience would only help me thrive in that environment.
You ain't wrong there, Donald. I'm sure after Trump Casino went bankrupt, you know what not to do this time. I would want to create a career of a traveling ice cream man. Every time a trainer gets to a city in a game, my truck would be parked somewhere with flavors unique to each part of the map. Also, sorry everyone, but we taught Cerberus fly off camera after a long deliberation.
Going bankrupt is much better than getting arrested by Officer Jenny for trying to appeal to youngsters and lasses in every city around the map. Sleepy Joe, my game corner, would make millions more than your broken down shitbox of an ice cream truck.
You forgot to mention that career earlier, Donald. And that's the line of work I would want to be in. Not just an officer, but the commissioner of all police in the region. Commissioner Bush just has a nice ring to it, don't you think, Obama?
Can someone explain to me where Jasmine just went? There's no staircase back there, so I assume she just jumped out the window. But that is a pretty cool career idea, Bush. And you as well, Biden. I think I'll amend the question to say you can create a career that makes sense for the games as well. For myself, I would want to be the captain of a luxury cruise ship like the Azaelea in the games to see the world from a different angle. But enough of that. It's gym time. George, what did you decide on for the strategy?
After really thinking about it, I've decided to lead off with mystery, with the absolute unknown of what type Jasmine uses, and the first Pokemon we see being level 30. I'm going to give us the best odds of a super effective attack with 4 potential outs. I trust our girl to lead this off right.
Just going to say I was right about leading off with Mewtwo, since Drill Peck would have been a 4x move and probably one-shot her version of Shrooms. But you do still have 4 times with Fire Spin, so it's still decent in that regard. Give her hell, George.
Holy shit! Apparently, Shrooms would have grown up to be a special defensive fucking tank. I know Fire Spin isn't the strongest move, but it did only that much damage with 4 times effectiveness. Even though I feel like knowing Fraudbama's foresight, it will have counter he might have been right.
Speed advantage, and it has supersonic. George, you got to wrap this one up quickly, buddy, because this could become an absolute hell for us. Good thing that first one missed at least.
I just wish Psychic would have done a little more damage. Donald, you weren't wrong about this thing being a special defensive tank. It's incredibly high, so Mystery just has to chip away. It's half grass type, so it might have a grass type move. I don't want to switch in Mewtwo for that reason.
2 more psychic attacks should get it done. Don't make that switch like you did earlier in the episode and just stay the course. I just know she'll power through and get a hit off right here.
That's my fucking girl. Way to show off your 300 IQ and power through that confusion. 1 more attack and that mushroom bug is out of here.
You better believe Mystery's our ride or die. Get that attack off.
Well, that was a letdown, but would you look at that, Obama? My future sight is stronger than ever, and you might have walked us right into a trap with me too, since it had counter. Way to make the right call. George, I always believed in you, my fellow Republican.
We got the knockout with virtually no damage. So I'm not even going to be upset you were right about that one. And seeing her next Pokemon, this is clearly the bug-type gym. She's got the strongest bug of them all right now. So be careful, George. Wait, what? You're going to leave in Mystery right now? George, what the fuck are you thinking? She's confused.
Take a breath, Obama. George is cooking and Jasmine is throwing right now. She changed the weather, so Fire Spin will go back to 4 times effective and not lowered by Rain Dance. Just trust the process. It's not like we have any other super effective attacks against Caesar anyway.
Yeah, I'm actually panicking a little bit right here. Sky Attack is coming and we can't land a hit. Please tank this Mystery. All right, what level did you learn Future Sight, George? Because I thought Mystery was headed for the glue factory, right there, with that absolutely reckless play. How in the world did Sky Attack do just about as much damage as the Sandstorm? Even 8 levels higher, that attack stat is horrible.
As I said back in episode 6, Mama didn't raise no bitch, but I will say I haven't perfected that move yet because holy shit, why can Fire Spin not hit this damn thing? First turn fine, we were confused. But that's now 3 fucking misses in a row. Come on, Mystery, burn the damn bug.
Mystery better learn Flamethrower somewhere along the line because this damage is absolutely pitiful. Yes, I understand the level difference, but doing maybe only a quarter of its health? God damn it, that's just super low. At least the Caesar has no moves. We have to worry about apparently.
It looks like we only need to land 2 more of these at least with the slow additional damage we're getting at the end of each turn. Maybe. I should have leveled up the team a little after all. As long as Sky Attack doesn't crit, we are in good shape, and it doesn't look like it did. But oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Is the accuracy of this move 70 or 7? This is absolute horseshit. No pun intended.
Sorry, George, but I only got about 18 hours of sleep yesterday. So I think I'm going to take a nap, seeing I think you'll eventually win this. But Mystery is actually blind right now and dragging this out way too much.
Normally I'd try to fight you on something like that, but you aren't wrong. That's 4 misses and would have been the knockout blow for sure. I have to heal up right now, but Mystery, please just end this fucking battle. I'm begging you.
It's fine, George. Take a breath because one more attack takes Caesar down. It took longer than we wanted, but it's finally going to happen.
Yeah, you are right about that at least. It's also going to give us some pretty sweet...
Please tell me that Bugcatcher bitch didn't just use a hyper potion, forcing us to literally do this all over again from the start. There's just no way she did that.
I'm sorry, Donald, but that sandstorm didn't get into your eyes. She used a hyper potion, and now we have to wipe out its health bar again from the start. Everyone hates on Whitney, but I'm switching my hate to Jasmine for delaying the inevitable with the weakest hitting Caesar in history.
Screw it. Biden had the right idea for once, and sleeping through this battle is exactly what I'm going to do. Where's the air mattress you said you kept in here? Wake me up once we have our 6th badge.
Oh, hell yeah, cuddling with the homies. This is the best sleepover ever. I'll get the Skittles.
I swear if you try to spoon, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth and turn you to dust, old man.
So, yeah, I'm just going to keep focusing on this battle and try to win it as quickly as possible so we can get to Mahogany Town before the election. We are so fucking close. And I doubt Jasmine has another hyper potion.
I know we could have just knocked it out right there, but I'm not going to lie. I like the idea to heal up and then let Fire Spin take it out at the end of the turn anyway. Oh, never mind. Sorry I pulled a Clinton right there, George.
Jasmine didn't have another hyper potion, so it's not a big deal. I'm just happy that we have finally dispatched with her ace and that we are on to her final Pokemon. I'm just praying it's not another Caesar and we can use more than fire-type moves. Oh, fuck yes, it's just a Scyther. I'm going to give Cerberus her debut in this series and fuck it up with Ice Beam. It feels good to finally have a strong ice attack on this team.
As long as Scyther doesn't bust out a random Surf, we'll be in good shape. It took an eternity. But George, you deserve a lot of credit. You kept our team alive and picked up 2 badges. We needed an effort like this after my admitted poor play last episode, and you got us back on track. Thank you, man.
You never have to thank me for that, Barry. We're a team. We might shit-talk each other or rag on our play sometimes, but at the end of the day, we're the best friends we've ever had or will have, and we'll always have each other's backs. And just like that, we have our 6th badge. Good night, Jasmine.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, wake up idiots. George beat Jasmine. We're moving on.
Oh, money, I love you so much. I'll divorce Melania, and we'll run away to Switzerland, and I'll put you in the greatest bank account ever.
Oh, chocolate, chocolate chip, I swear, baby, it's you who is my one true love. Cookies and cream means nothing to me.
Donald, Joseph, wake the fuck up.
5 more minutes,
stop
Mommy.
fucking yelling. Wait, what the fuck did you just say, Biden? And get your fucking arm off me. I said no spooning.
Oh, fine. You're no fun. Also, George, I take it you beat Jasmine. Did we lose any Pokemon?
No, sir, I did not. And in fact, we actually have an encounter before we get to Mahogany Town. So we might not only pick up 2 badges this episode, but also be net positive as well.
George, you have absolutely earned the W in your name so far this episode. How about wrapping it up with one of our best encounters yet? Your last one was Thor, so keep cooking and get us another great addition.
How about adding a dragon to our team that evolves in 4 levels? How does that sound to you, Donald?
George, I'm heavily considering buying the Texas Rangers and gifting them to you for your service to this run. Catch it, please.
Well, now that it used Harden, that will only make catching it even easier. Now there's no chance that a high damage roll with extreme speed knocks it out, and I'll be able to try to catch it next turn. Also, it has an ice type attack as well, so life is just so fucking good.
Stay with it, buddy. Next one catches it for sure.
You were right last time, so I'll trust you this time. Great ball, go.
Hell fucking yeah, Bush! Let's go! We have a dragon now! Couldn't ask for a better 6th party member. What are you thinking for the name?
Jackie Chan Adventures is one of my favorite shows, so I'll name Dratini after the dragon Shendu.
No complaints there. Maybe we'll even get to summon the Shadow Khan since we have Shendu on our side now.
Checking out its moves will be one of the last things we do this episode, so before we sign off, we have a few more donations, and I'll get into the next one from the one and only King Onyx. He wants to know why you're fumbling the bag so hard in this run, Obama, and he would be happy to replace you.
Thank you as always for the donation, Onyx, but the rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm only going to become an absolute pillar on this team. As the game gets harder, you'll see. All right, without further ado, George. How about we check out Shendu's stats?
It would be my absolute pleasure. Looks like it has a ton of health with 70. We already knew about Harden and Ice Punch, but it also has Aeroblast too. Holy shit, that's awesome. The attack stat is non-existent, but we might get a nice re-roll on the evolution. I think this is an absolute win.
No lies detected. It's a win for damn sure. But moving back to the donations, we have your Doom 4, who says he actually saw a worse battle than that entire episode. I find that very hard to believe, but thanks for the $5, man.
The next donation comes from Ram 420'em. He sends us $10. And you ain't wrong about, if I caught Suicune, things would have been all right. But did you really have to mention Michelle like that? Sorry. I mean, she is a beautiful woman, but I'll let you slide since you donated via Kofi.
Oh man, bro got caught slacking even on his episode off. But moving on, our next and most wholesome donation from this past episode comes from Cashulator 5317. He's loving the series so far, and we hope you and your new kitty enjoyed this episode as well.
And finally, we have another $100 donation from Neo Venom Strike. We cannot begin to tell you how much we appreciate our largest donator in the history of this channel. This donation was in honor of us hitting 100 live viewers, which happened for the second straight time in episode 13. These videos take a lot of time and effort to make, so to see how many people take time out of their days to see them make it all worth it.
Couldn't have said it better myself, but that is going to conclude episode 14. It's Sleepy Joe's turn next week, so hopefully he can continue his miracle streak of actually being competent at Pokemon games somehow. We will see you then.
Ain't no miracle, just pure fucking skill. George, once again, a standing ovation for you, good sir, as this episode might have been your finest work yet. Job well done.
That means a lot coming from you, Joe. Thank you very much, and thank you again to all of our donators and everyone for stopping by. Don't forget to answer our comment question and join the PokeForce 1 Discord in the description below. We'll see you next Thursday.
Take care, everyone.
What's up, Crystal Gang? It's your boy and soon-to-be two-term President Joe Biden. It feels like an eternity since the last time I got to play, but it's time for me to make my triumphant return by catching the shiny Pokemon in the Lake of Rage and start the Rocket Hideout. How are you gents doing?
Sounds like somebody has been eating too many Rage candy bars. First off, it's literally only been a month since the last time you played Biden. And second, when are you going to give up the fantasy that you're going to win this election? You didn't even win the first time, god damn it.
Sorry to interrupt this pathetic debate, but Biden way to find a wild Trump right at the beginning of this episode. I remember these things hit pretty hard going back to when it used Ice Punch on Thor, so be careful.
Hey, somebody remembered my Snorlax nickname in yellow. Thanks for the callback, Bush. Also props to Cerberus making our lives super easy with this encounter. You should have no problem catching this one Biden.
Don't forget that it took a long time when you tried to catch a Snorlax in Yellow Obama. It only has a 25 catch rate, so while I hope I catch it soon, don't expect it to happen instantly.
Sounds like a bunch of excuses, Sleepy Joe. I bet a real Pokemon master could catch it on the next attempt. No problem at all. But then again, it is you trying to catch this and not me.
I'm sorry. What was that, Donald? I had my noise-canceling headphones in. Would you like to repeat the comment you just made?
Nice catch, Joe. What do you plan on naming it?
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. And don't worry, I'll spare you from naming this Snorlax the same as Obama did in Yellow. It hits pretty hard, if I remember, and you'll never let it on the team if it's a name dissing you. So I'm going to name it, the next fattest president after you, which was Taft.
It's a good name, but fuck you for that last comment. We know it has Ice Punch from previous encounters, but it looks like it also has Synthesis, which would be huge in a run like this. Stats are pretty good across the board, minus attack, of course, but we could easily have Taft join the team.
Maybe Taft could be the first name off the bench, because we already have an ice attacker with Cerberus, and her special attack stat is absolutely disgusting. I just don't think we need two ice-type attackers at the same time is all.
I'm not so sure about that, Obama. Don't forget Taft is only level 18. So when he gets to the level of everybody else, it might be a very different story. That balance is amazing for a level 18. So I say we give him a shot now and level him up a little bit before the Rocket Hideout.
You both raise a good argument, so I think I'll see if Taft can learn any special attacking moves that we have right now. The two I want to see are Surf and Crunch, since we don't have a dark type attack, and Surf, of course, is just always an amazing move in this game.
Looks like a hard no on Surf and a no on Crunch as well. Since it's limited to just Ice Punch, I say we leave Cerberus in the team right now, and maybe there's somewhere along the line we bring Taft into the team if the composition of the party changes. It's a great Pokemon to have in the end.
That's what I thought was best as well, Donald. It's a shame. If it could have learned those moves, I would have personally level grinded Taft before the hideout myself. But with that encounter out of the way, it's time to head to the Lake of Rage. Donald and I discussed how we would handle this and next episode off-screen. I would be responsible for the 3 encounters in the first portion of the hideout, and then Donald would finish up the hideout next episode. Are you guys good with that?
Oh, hell yeah. That works for me. That means I would get to battle Price. I'm totally ready for my redemption arc, to begin by getting our 7th badge. Just keep the team intact and we'll have no issues for my episode.
Joe, I think we might have overlooked one major part of this plan. Maybe we should reconsider how we do this, or switch the order to give Bush episode 17.
Oh, fuck no. You're not going to change this plan or the turn order. I told you guys I'm going to have a redemption arc, and I will become a trusted member of this team again. Yeah, I had some bad episodes, but going forward, you can only expect some change we can believe in.
I mean, he is right after all. We can't just toss him aside like he's a piece of mail when our bag is full. We're not dropping him from the team, and maybe a big gym battle win will be all he needs to bring him back to peak form. I say we let him take down Price.
I can't disagree with him. Donald, this might be his last major battle before his Elite Four matchup, and we have to get him on track. Worst case scenario, and he loses a few Pokemon. We have time to recover and get a strong 6 stack ready for the Indigo Plateau.
Fair enough. All right, Obama, this is your one and only pep talk. You've looked at our team throughout this run like it was a wedding in Yemen. Enough of the bullshit. Turn your gameplay around and lose the fraud allegations once and for all. Get your ass in gear and show us why you won 2 terms.
I promise you guys, I will not let you down. I'll walk into that ice gym and walk out with it burning to the ground. That 7th badge is as good as ours. If you thought I had a strong comeback in yellow, you haven't seen nothing yet. When you think of a clutch performer, you will think of me.
I believe in you, buddy. I just know you'll turn it around. Rest assured that Donald and I will keep the team intact for you over these next 2 episodes. You'll have the full arsenal at your disposal, and Price won't stand a chance against our world-class striker.
Thanks, Joe. I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry for all the destruction and heartbreak I have caused in this run. I really am. Those demons will be the guiding light for me to not let it happen again. That last episode was a disgrace, and I have lost sleep every night since.
Is there any reason we just willingly gave those goons 1,000 Poké-Dollars instead of saying no and kicking their ass in a battle? That money could have gone to 1 2/3 Great Balls that we would have wasted somewhere else.
Knowing our catching luck, you ain't wrong. But am I to believe all these losers up here also just dished out $1,000 to Team Rocket? I find that very hard to believe. Joe, you need to march back into that building and demand our money back. Ask for the manager if you need to.
Does anybody have a spare Karen wig I can borrow while I ask for the manager? Also, look everybody, it's Isaac's Redeemer. It's been summoned here to remind us to change the nickname of our baby Zubat.
And as Redeemer gets ice punched into oblivion by a dragon snake with no hands, we definitely will rename the Zubat as soon as we get to the next part. We haven't recorded yet. Promise you, buddy. But speaking of donation, request how about we get into the donos from last episode?
I mean, as long as we don't have to talk to that crazy person anymore. Who thinks he used a Nidoking right there, then sure. Our first donator from last episode was Legendary Gamer, who donated to us twice. He knows I got that dog in me and that Obama will definitely get better as the run goes on.
Sorry about the second trip to the Ripbox Psycho, but thank you very much, Legendary, for the kind words and the 2 donations. Our next donation came from K Cub 1996, who mentioned that the schools in Scarlet and Violet actually did have some basic education. So I guess you are right about that. Cub also responded to our comment question and said that he would want to be a champion, then took a shot at those purple frauds in Minnesota. As you all know, I'm a Bears fan, and our editor is a Packers fan, so nobody disagrees with you there. Thanks for the donation, my man.
Going to take a short break from donations, as it's time for our last 2 encounters of this episode. We are going to treat the shiny Pokemon as a static encounter, meaning we can catch another Pokemon in the lake. If you don't agree, you can find that Karen wig I didn't find earlier and complain.
Well said, Joe. If only you wore the pants when it came to giving money away to Team Rocket, but I don't think anybody is going to complain seeing what this encounter is. I mean, we'll catch it, but it ain't going to be on the team anytime soon, if at all. 405 base stats ain't going to cut it.
It's a shame because this moveset doesn't look bad at all. It has Zap Cannon and Toxic, which can turn the tides of any battle, but yeah, it's just not top 6 material. Please just don't let Shendu faint trying to catch this is all I ask, Joe.
Excuse me, but is this the first time you've ever watched me play this game? Not only is Shendu not going to faint, but watch this. I'll catch this thing with my eyes closed. Guys, did we catch it? My eyes are still closed and all I can see is darkness.
Joe, just open your eyes.
Whoa, that's much better. Thank you, Obama. Anyway, for a name, I'm going to go with Jokey because that's the sound that Misty's Togepi always made in the anime.
How in the fuck do you always go from an elite Pokemon trainer to something like forgetting to open your eyes? Those pills are just too fucking powerful, and I say you can't use them for any debates we have leading up to the election.
Tell you what, buddy, I'll stop taking my pills if you don't use any orange spray tan until the election and release all of your tax returns. I think that's a pretty fair trade-off. But for now, be happy I just took my pills because it's time to catch a level 30 shiny. I need all the luck right now.
Oh man, fuck this ROM for doing us dirty. I mean seriously. A single evolution Pokemon with weak base stats? I was thinking we would get a Tyranitar or something really cool, but nah. Just a Sneasel. Oh well, I'm going to continue playing Depression Simulator in the corner for now.
I really wish I could defend my seed on this one, but sadly, I cannot. If only the order of the encounters this episode was reversed, and we were getting a shiny Snorlax right now. Something like that, or a Caesar would have absolutely made my day. But it does have some type coverage at least.
Might have decent defense if it stood up to a drill peck from me too, but I'll just catch it now and we'll see what its stats are back at the Pokemon Center.
Gotta give you props for catching all 3 of your encounters this episode. Nice job there, Joe. What are you going to name it?
Pretty sure I packed like 20 Radiant Sneaslers out of Lost Origin, so I'm going to name it Radiant. I hope its stats are somewhat redeemable because I want to have our shiny on the team, not just because it's the highest level we have, but because it is shiny as well.
If it can learn Crunch and has a good special attack stat, then we may have very well found a perfect situational matchup Pokemon. Don't forget to talk to the cape-wearing bitch before we head back to Mahogany Town.
Hopefully Bro isn't going to be too upset about taking 2 losses in as many games, but it's officially hideout time, aka annoying sensors and way too many Team Rocket members to count. Are you ready to go, Biden?
Ready is my middle name. Call me the Exterminator because I have some annoying pests to get rid of. Once Donald and I are done, this town will be free of all Team Rocket members or your money back.
Your middle name is Robinette, but regardless, you ain't wrong, Biden. When all this is said and done, maybe we should open up an extermination company. We can start with the reviews of everyone in this town.
Thanks for including Obama and I in your little business venture, but that's fine. I didn't need a bankruptcy on my record anyway. Moment of truth for Radiant right here. Prayers up for a solid roll.
Oh God, here we go again with the I owned the Texas Rangers nonsense. You put in a $500,000 stake. Let's not pretend you owned the damn team outright.
Saw my initial investment multiplied by about 30 in 1998 when the team sold, but yeah, I know absolutely nothing about business. Anyway, as far as the stats go, they really aren't bad. If it can learn Crunch, I say. Add Radiant to the team.
As much as I wouldn't want to send Cerberus to the PC, that would be the logical option based on its dog water speed stat and the fact we wouldn't need 2 dark types in the party. But then again, it all rides on the condition of Radiant being able to learn Crunch. If it can't, it's PC bound.
Personally, I hope that it does learn Crunch because that means today we didn't just add a new highest level member to the team, but at the same time, we now know for sure who our top 2 options for the team are if someone were to faint being Taft and Cerberus.
Holy shit, it's a miracle. A move that actually makes sense for a Pokemon can be taught to that Pokemon. Teach it to Radiant, and we have our newest party member. Also, we all didn't notice this earlier, but it knows Moonlight, which is another solid move to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, it's a good move, but Radiant's worst stat is health. That would heal, what, like 25 at a time? It's essentially worthless seeing an attack that turn could potentially do more damage than that. Again, this is a situational Pokemon. If it's not the perfect scenario, we gotta switch.
Just going to check out a few more moves, but in the meantime, let's get back on the donation train before we head over to the hideout. Our next donation came from Ram420M, and thank you very much for donating via Kofi so we get all of your donation. He just wants you to know, no hard feelings for his comment last episode, Obama. And if you ever get into a tough spot again, to just break out your Ultra Instinct form to smack around everyone in your way. Thank you again for another donation, Ram.
You're all good, buddy. Don't worry about it. I know it's all in good fun. But moving on, our next donation came from user LBungo5TCV, who, well, hopefully you just started watching the episode right now in regards to Cerberus. But thank you so much for the compliment, donation, and GP6 slander.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of the Pokemon champion ordering his Dragonite to use Hyper Beam on a civilian. That shit goes so hard. But it also makes me mad that I can't just have Polytussy use Jump Kick on any bystander I choose. It would make this game so much better.
While I think you personally shouldn't have the ability to physically abuse trainers in a Pokemon game, that actually gives me an idea for today's comment question. Tell us below if you made a Pokemon fan game. What gimmick would you most want to put in the game? I've seen your answers to comment questions, so I know you all are super creative, so let's have fun with this one. Do you want to do what Donald wants to do? Do you want the ability to pull a GTA and rob the Pokemart? Any mod you would want in the game, let us know.
I'm sure there's no way this will absolutely backfire and blow up in our faces,
I want to get
right?
hired as the daycare man and then have an interactive game to help the Pokemon breed. You losers are just mad that you didn't think of it first. You don't have to admit it. It's fine.
You know what? Maybe you didn't have the worst idea, Donald, but regardless, let your voice be heard in the comments below, no matter how tame or wild your idea for a mod would be. Also, let's get back to the donations. And our next one came from our good friend, Presidential Gaming Drive. He throws us 5 more British people money and absolutely identifies what the W stands for in my name. Someone had to save us, and it definitely was me. Thank you again for shouting out our new record for 109 live viewers during the episode 14 premiere. We in turn are also so hyped that your wrestling series has been popping off, and goddamn, I am an amazing general manager, is all I have to say after that most recent episode.
You've heard of frying your food, but Shendu is trying to make frozen birds the new big thing in Johto. Bro is just freezing everything in his path. Hopefully that's an indication of how well things in the hideout are going to go. But staying on donations, our next 2 came from MMA Lover 150, but I have a bone to pick with him. In what realm have I been a liability? What Pokemon have fainted under my watch? I'm the best damn player on this team, and I demand to be viewed as such. Put some respect on my name.
Okay, Donnie, let's count to 10. Really fast, and take a breath. Let's not lash out at the donators, and remember, it's all in good fun. You haven't been a liability, and you're a great trainer. Stay composed, and let's keep it clean.
For real? You expect me to take being spoken to like that lying down? Are you mad, Obama? But you know what? Fine, let me try and count to 10. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, 7, 8. Snapping your neck is going to be great. Listen here, MMA Lover. We appreciate your donations, but when you come at Donald, and I just know it ain't gonna be free real estate, and you'll have to answer to me. We ain't no liabilities, and we won't take that talk without clapping back. I'll let Donald get back into control, but just know the next time you come for us, don't expect to get off so easy. By the way, you might not have Dark Brandon anymore, Joseph, but you are still battling very well this episode. Don't fuck it up at the end.
I'll pin that comment for later Dark Maga because Brandon is far from gone. He may not have the strength to come forward quite yet, but he is still the powerful force he once was, and I know one day he will be back.
Oh, you sweet, naive fool. You may not have the power to sense it, but just know whatever is left of my worse half is solely responsible for keeping you alive. He doesn't have even close to the strength to resurface. It's a shame, but I wish you all the best of luck. Until the next time.
You bastard! He will be back! You can fucking count on it!
Joe, I'm sorry about that dude. I didn't know he would bring up the whole Dark Brandon thing. I know how important he is to you and to me as well, so I'll communicate with Dark Maga and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Fuck, man. Why did any of this have to happen? Why did we have to get attacked in Los Santos? Why did you get an alter ego watching over me and I didn't? I didn't ask for any of this. I just want Dark Brandon back. I just want my friend back. This isn't fair. I'd give it all up just for him.
You're right, Joe. It isn't fair. Dark Brandon not only sacrificed his true power to keep you alive, but Donald too. He's a great being, and we all miss him very much.
It's a shit hand. You were dealt, and I'm so sorry that you have to go through this. But just know you aren't going through it alone. You have us alongside you. Let us share your pain, and let us be the shoulder to not only cry on, but to guide you through these times.
Dark Brandon will come back. I don't know when, but he's a part of you, and he sees what this is doing to you. He has his own playthrough that he's working on right now, but when he completes it, he will be back. We believe in Brandon. Fuck what Dark Maga said. We'll always be here for you, Joe.
Do you really mean that, Donald?
My word is as true as this drill peck that will one-shot this onion fairy. We might talk our shit, but some things come first, and our friendship is one of them. Now quit this sad shit and let's finish this episode right.
Thanks, guys. I really did need that. And you're right, Donald. It's time for me to wrap up another solid episode and get you to the second half of the hideout, just as Dark Brandon would want to see.
You know we'll always be here for you, Joe. And after you knock out one of the weakest Pokemon to ever exist, that's the last trainer to disable those annoying alarms, nice job. You did great today. Before we sign off, though, we have a few more donations to get through.
You're absolutely right. Obama, and I'll get to the next one, from King Onyx. He throws props to George while also saying he would want to be a Pokemon breeder. Guess he'll share my idea for the mod as well. Thank you again for your weekly donation, Onyx.
Cassandra Valentine comes at us next with a $20 donation and can't wait for our next game in Generation 3 to see her favorite Pokemon Gardevoir. Trust me, I can't wait to see her as well, and your idea of being a ranger sounds awesome. Finally, she wants us to know she believes in you, Obama.
I promise I'll reward your belief, and thank you so much for the donation. And finally, our last donation was a bit of a mystery because it came from Rosalita and Sherry Darlin. They didn't leave a comment, and we don't know who they are, but they tied the channel record with a $100 donation. We can't thank you enough for that, Benjamin. But that is going to conclude episode 15. Donald is going to take the stage to wrap up the hideout before the next episode, so I can take on the gym in episode 17. We will see you next week, everybody.
As always, please do answer our comment question, and if you haven't already joined the Discord, what the heck are you waiting for? Link to join is in the description of this video.
Make sure to have yourselves a fantastic week.
And we can't wait to see you next Thursday. Same time, same place from all of us. We'll see you then. Hello, and congratulations to everybody watching right now. By clicking on this video, you don't get to just see expert Pokemon Crystal play, but you get to see it done by Donald Long John Trump, the greatest Pokemon trainer in the history of life. You truly are a lucky person.
Please tell me you still aren't calling yourself that. It was supposed to be a one-time thing when we played Pokemon Yellow. And then it was supposed to never be referenced again. Our female viewership didn't even improve by you doing that which was the intended goal.
First off, It's time for Entei to be handed some fraud allegations, seeing Carrara just one shot at Arcanine is the real legendary fire dog. And second, you are very wrong, my skill issue inflicted friend. As you can see, our female viewership is about 50% higher than when I appealed to that audience.
Damn, from a whole 2 female viewers to 3 female viewers. What a jump from 1% to 1.5%. But my question is, what and who is the 0.1% user specified viewers?
Oh, that would be me. I identify as a dog on YouTube, since I got that dog in me, and I'm the true Pokemon master, unlike this false god that Trump portrays himself to be. Also, I have to have secured the dog vote by doing that as well, so you might as well just forfeit the election now, Orange Man.
Dogs can't vote in the election, you demented fossil. But by all means, please allocate your entire advertising budget to dogs. Promise chew toys for everyone that votes for you, or just go full Vermin Supreme and promise a pony to everyone who votes for you. I fully support you doing that, Joe.
Don't be hating on my boy Vermin. He's got a really strong platform of harnessing energy via zombies and hamster wheels while also making mandatory toothbrushing laws. It may eliminate the entire melee competitive scene since none of them practice proper hygiene, but he's got some really good ideas.
George, the guy wears a fucking boot on his head. His campaign promises are to go back in time to kill baby Hitler and baby COVID. He doesn't deserve to run for president. He should be put in a mental institution so society can be protected from his lunacy.
Whoa, I'm sorry, Donald. Are those not great campaign promises? Or do you think that those things wouldn't be good for America? The boot has unlocked the full potential of his brain, and I'm with George on this one. I'm voting for Vermin. Ponies, no dictators, and proper hygiene for all.
Well, shit, Donald. Looks like Vermin has the votes of former presidents, and I've got the votes of dogs and dead people. Looks like your real fight is with Robert Kennedy for 3rd place in this election. But don't worry, I'll still invite you over for video games after the election.
Joe, what did you just say? Your other voter base was after dogs. Please speak louder into the microphone so I can get that audio file into the hands of every Fox News employee in the past, present, and future as well.
Oh, I said donators. Obviously, everyone that donates to this channel is in my voter base. So yeah, let's just jump straight into those donations as you continue to use strength and drill peck on all the unsuspecting Team Rocket members. And our first donation comes from the Homeboy Presidential Gaming Drive. He issues you a challenge to prove your ability as a trainer, Obama. He wants you to use Radiant in the gym battle against Price, since he thinks Sneasel is dog water in Generation 2. He also thinks that Dark Maga deserves a reality check. He recognizes Dark Brandon as the true master of the dark, and that he would bury Dark Maga's ego more than Tobias did to Ash in Generation 4.
I'll be honest. Generation 4 was a Pokemon League where I genuinely felt bad for Ash. Bro finally defeats his toughest rival in the anime the round before, a battle which is easily a top 5 battle in the history of the anime. His reward? 2 legendaries in an impossible to win battle. This was the first series where it felt like it all came together for Ash, and everything he learned should have resulted in a league championship. Instead, they just said, hey, you're getting plot armor against you for no reason now, which was complete bullshit. I'm still mad they did that. But getting back to the other half of that donation, I will absolutely use Radiant in the gym battle unless, of course, it's weak to the type of the gym. Not just gonna run him out there against fire or steel types, and of course, thank you very much for your weekly donation, Presidential Gaming Drive.
Nice job getting the first password and also taking down your second legendary dog in one shot. Donald, you've been absolutely crushing Team Rocket to this point. Keep it up, man.
I'm not going to pretend I'm doing the Lord's work right here, since we're clearly over-leveled to these opposing Pokemon. Again, a situation of the level scaling of this game being completely nonsense. We go from fighting level 30s to the high teens and low 20s. I guess the game expected us to go to the 7th gym's town before the 5th gym's town with no instruction to do so. I don't get it honestly, but Obama, you did just give me an idea for what our comment question should be this week. Below in the comments or in the live chat if you're one of the kings or queens watching the premiere, let us know what your favorite battle in the anime was. It doesn't have to be a full battle or one Ash was even in. Whichever battle you thought was the best for whatever reason, let us know.
I'd personally go with Ash against Gary in the Silver Conference because it put to bed the first rivalry in Ash's career as a trainer, and the way Ash defeated Gary's first Pokemon with a massive disadvantage was downright brilliant. Showed all of his growth since becoming a trainer. But going back to donations, our next one came from Lazy Panda 6569. Instead of bashing Brandon, he's bashing you this week. Obama by saying if you even lose one member in the 7th gym, you should be disqualified from leading the team and not get a portion of the donations. What do you say to that?
That's it. I've had enough of the fucking slander. Use this. Use that. Enough of this. You know what? How about this? Tell you what, everyone. If I lose 2 Pokemon next episode, I'll call it quits and take Bill's spot in the cloning lab. He can replace me. Will that make all of you happy?
Hold up, Barack. Take a breath for a minute, man. No need to do anything drastic right now. Sure, the comments haven't been kind to you, but we all believe in your abilities, and you don't need to make a magnitude 10 guarantee to us.
Nah. Fuck that noise, I'm all for this guarantee. You know what they say? Diamonds are made out of pressure. If Obama deserves to be here, he needs to play much better. Let's see if he can actually follow through on his promise.
This grunt literally just said yuck, yuck, yuck and is making more sense than you right now, Donald. Do we really want all that pressure on Obama when he's going up against the 7th gym? Number one, I'm not losing my buddy, and number two, do you really want to see all of our heavy hitters get vanquished right before we battle Claire and the Rockets and Goldenrod? This is not the stress we need to be putting on Barack right now.
I appreciate the support, little bro, but don't forget that you were my vice president and not the other way around. I'm a big boy and I can take care of myself. Let me walk this walk and just know I'm going to talk this talk. Donald might have been convicted of 34 felonies, but he's right that diamonds are made out of pressure. I'm not only going to win our 7th badge, but when I walk out of Price's gym, it's going to be with our entire team intact. End of story.
I thought we agreed to not bring up that bullshit court case. We all know it was a rigged trial, and I will just appeal it all the way to my boy Clarence Thomas until it gets thrown out. You Democrats may have thought this was going to help you, but this verdict only helps me and riles my base up more in the long run. I will take this office back, don't you worry.
Yeah, I don't know about all of that, but Donald, what are you doing? Don't you remember there are 2 passwords? You have to find the second one before you can unlock that security door. I know you've been going through a lot recently, but you got to check that baggage at the door.
God damn it, man. Haters left and right, there's nothing I can do right now. Just be happy I'm destroying everything in my path and making this hideout my bitch. I'll just throw it back to the donation so you all can get off my back for a minute. Our next donation came from user Mitchell44. He said we made the best heartfelt speech he's ever heard and that we are the best. And then he says Donald is the best character on the show, so at least somebody has some sense and is on my side. Thank you, Mitchell. We really appreciate it, and I hope you are enjoying me walking through this hideout like it's nothing.
Oh yeah, man. An absolute performance to remember smacking around these Pokemon almost 10 levels lower than you. However do you handle this task? Be grateful your episode came during one of the parts of the game where they completely botched the levels and you could be in less danger. It really makes you think the guy in charge of game testing went on an extended vacation after the 6th badge because the levels are all over the place for no reason. These Pokemon should be in the mid-20s after battling a gym leader with a level 35. Once we return to Goldenrod to battle the same opponents, then the challenge actually becomes real again.
All I hear are excuses to mitigate my magnificent gameplay. You just wish your battling abilities were even close to the level of mine, Robinette.
I have no interest in resetting my skill tree, so that's going to be a hard pass, Donnie. Just know if you lose anybody in this episode, I'm going to make that around 90% of my talking points during our first debate.
All right, enough bickering, you two. Save it for the 27th. Donald, just keep mowing them down. All that matters is you hand over the team to me intact. Staying on the topic of donations, we did get a bunch of them in between this episode. And last, so let's move on to Brent Ri, who said something both of you can agree with. He said you had a great episode last time, Joe, and has been right to this point about Trump knocking it out of the park so far. Thanks for the donation, buddy.
The levels are actually about to jump because your last 2 battles in this episode are against an executive in the team battle with Lance. Don't forget you also have your static encounter as well. The last thing we need right now is any level of complacency. If you end up dropping a team member before we wrap this episode up, then maybe MMA Lover 150 will take back what he said about you being Alpha Donald and you not being a liability. He does think you'll shake your liability tag next episode though, Barack.
Well, I either shake the tag or according to the terms of my guarantee, I get sent to the Gulag, aka the Clone Lab. But don't fret, gentlemen, I have no intentions of losing even a single Pokemon and melting that Jim Price calls home. Oh, and would you look at what we have here? It's bitch-ass Tucker. Is he ready for his next beatdown?
Nah, we don't fight him here. Bush was right about the amount of battles we have left this episode. As you can see, he just got his shit rocked by Lance because he probably ran up to him thinking he was a member of Team Rocket and all of his Pokemon are in a Hyper Beam-induced coma. Next time we face him, we'll be at the underground rocket base in Goldenrod, I believe, so he has plenty of time to heal up for yet another beatdown at our merciless hands.
Even though that fucking cave dweller didn't battle us, he still felt the need to attempt to flex while physically striking us yet again. Why couldn't they program the ability to just smack his bitch ass back? Nobody deserves it more than Tucker.
Things Biden isn't actually wrong about for 1200 Alex. Could you just imagine after he shoves us right there that Polytussie just releases itself from its Pokeball, chases down Tucker, smacks him around a little, then drags him back here for his trainer to finish the job. This episode would immediately spike to 10 million views if that happened.
I would pay billions to watch any one of our Pokemon smack the shit out of Tucker. That would be so fucking cool. We have to wait a little longer to throw out our comment question next week because this one would have been so much better. Now, personally, I would have Taft used Body Slam on him, but that's just me.
I don't often say this, but Trump, that's a fantastic idea. Donald, go use Body Slam on Tucker right now. If you ever did that, it would have to be added to the list of one-hit knockout moves.
Oh, eat my ass, Barack. Trust me, if you throw next episode, I'll make sure your guarantee is made possible by building the greatest wall ever built between you and the White House, you fat shaming piece of shit. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to have to lean forward here because our opponent is about to send out Godzilla. While I could just try and knock it out with Iron Tail, I'm going to let Mystery get in on the fun and try to knock it out with Surf. How's that for walking through this episode, Sleepy Joe? Not so easy now, is it, buddy?
Oh shit. One potentially tough battle against a Pokemon 4 levels lower than you. What an episode, man. You're really going to need some rest after this one. And would you look at that, it knows magnitude. Way to send Mystery to the glue factory, you moron.
Oh, Joseph, you poor broken calculator. Any Pokemon master could have seen that this pseudo-legendary who normally has a busted attack stat would have a garbage attack stat in this randomizer, and a super effective magnitude attack would have little effect on our darling Mystery. While Surf didn't do as much damage as I had hoped, I can use a Mega Drain to recover a little and still finish this fight with no issue. That's just an expert game plan. Might as well call me Carlo Ancelotti because all I do is win, baby. The fans are probably getting tired of the winning.
Today's sports reference has been brought to you by the 5 people watching this who actually knew that name. Thank goodness that attack stat was as low as it was, because Donnie almost had a top 5 worst misplay of the series so far by bringing in Mystery. You know that everybody watching right now had a heart attack the second they saw that first magnitude.
Them and me both. Holy shit, Donald, what was your logic in bringing in a fire type against a ground type? Yeah, the movesets are random, but we've already seen what assuming what moves a Pokemon has can do to this team.
There is a negative 5% chance that you of all people are worried about somebody else's play. George was talking about top 5 potential misplays when you have 4 or 5 of them alone. I guess you're just going to ignore compatible fainting in a battle it didn't need to be in, Thor fainting in a battle that should have been switched out in, not catching the Suicune right after you had a chance of redemption, and many fucking more. Would you like me to go on, Barack? Or do you wish to keep talking to me about misplays? Trust me, I'm just getting started. You ain't him, so let's not pretend you are him. Know your role and shut your mouth.
Geez, Donald, take a breath. It's not that serious, man.
Not that serious? Biden, this is without a doubt the most important thing going on in any of our lives right now. My re-election bid and court cases are a distant second and third behind completing this run. I dare you to say anything in your life more important than this run right now.
I mean, yeah, you're right. If I was told that we complete this run if I drop out of the presidential race at this very moment, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
That's how I know I can trust you in this run, Biden. because I would do the very same. It's up to us to carry this team. This might be the only time I ever say this, but when it comes to Pokemon, you are actually competent, Joe. Stay strong with me, brother. Together we will win this.
You do realize I'm here too and can hear everything you're saying right. I do not need to be carried in the slightest, and I'm a trusted member of this team as well.
Our starter, Slasher, and a Pokemon one level away from evolving have fainted at your hands, George, so right about now, I would just be happy you haven't been our worst player and keep your mouth shut. You did catch the Reaper, find our first legendary and get us 2 badges last episode, so if you keep your recent form up, then maybe we can talk about inviting you to the Trustworthy Trainers Club.
The Trustworthy Trainers Club. What in the hell is that?
It was a secret until Fat Ass over here opened his big orange mouth. But since it's out in the open, a few episodes ago, Donald and I created the Trustworthy Trainers Club. It's an elite group of trainers that can be relied on to get the job done without causing a cardiac event whenever they get on the sticks. As of right now, our members are Donald, Dark, Brandon, and myself, and we meet once a week for a steak dinner and smoke cigars to discuss the newest strategies in competitive play and events in the Pokemon world as well. We even have special embroidered suits and rip packs every now and then as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry I let that slip, Brother Joseph. I just was thinking about the upcoming presentation I have on Infinite Fusion random battles during our next meeting, and it just slipped out of my mouth. If anything, maybe it will give them some additional motivation to play better, because apparently completing this challenge isn't enough for them.
And if that doesn't motivate them, we can always go with Plan C of kidnapping their loved ones, and either releasing one at a time if they go an episode without somebody fainting, or sending one of them to the rip bin if they let a Pokemon faint.
So much for Plan C, asshole. They would know it's us now. Who's got the big mouth now, you dementia patient?
Oh, damn it, you're right. I had such high hopes for Plan C, you could have called me Imagine Dragons. But nice move switching to the Reaper here, Donald. Its special defense made our beautiful girl Mystery look like a scrub. But apparently that's only because its regular defense is trashed here.
Do you seriously think we're going to just ignore that you planned on kidnapping our loved ones over Pokemon? You have a better chance of surviving
yeah,
a
Joe,
horned
I
drill
thought
that
it was a
connected
good
to getting
idea
out of
to
this one.
experiment, so we have a plan against a Pokemon we're probably going to see a few times down the road with forced evolutions at level 40. From what we've gathered, it has a terrible attack and defense stat, but a busted health and special defense stat. It's ground and fighting types against this monster all day.
Barack is absolutely right on this one. You're not just going to ignore us when we talk about how you plan to
I've got
kidnap
to hand
Laura.
it to you, Donald.
You've gone too far this
Knocking
time.
out 2 Tyrannotars is a solid accomplishment. Now you get to pick one of the 3 Pokemon for your encounter this episode. Which one do you plan on taking?
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to keep talking over both of us, George.
I'm not
sure
going to
what we can do right
overthink
here.
it, buddy.
It's fine.
I'm just going
I'm
to
sure there will
choose
be a
the first
Deus Ex
one and hope
Machina
for
any
the
second
best.
now.
Oh, sorry about that, boys. I just got to check my phone really fast. I bet it's just some more scam messages telling me I can drop 34 felony convictions if I wire some more money to. Oh, hell no, wait. Joe, your crackhead son, just got convicted on all 3 counts of felony gun possession. Guess you're not going to be able to use the felon card in the debates because I'll just bring up you being Father of the Year.
Like fucking clockwork. Told you, Barack.
It was a rigged trial. My beautiful baby boy has never done an illegal thing in his life. He's not the gun-owning crack addict that the corrupt media paints him to be.
Put down my fucking script and hold this huge L. Biden. Perfect timing with Father's Day in 3 days as well.
While I couldn't be happier, your best buddy Ark came to a calamitous collapse focus up Donald. If you get a solid encounter right here, we might have a new party member. It's going to be in the lower 20s, but if it's good enough, we can level it up.
The epitome of average. I mean, it's not bad having 500 base stats and could even have a stab surf psychic build. But we already have a water psychic type on the team and we're set on special attackers. It won't be a bad catch to have in reserve, but watch the other 2 options both be legendaries.
My future sight has told me the other options are going to be a single evolution garbage Pokemon and something we can't evolve without trading. Lance knew the better Pokemon were going to be on the right side and kicked us over to the bitch-ass left side. The right side is always better both in politics and in the Rocket Hideout. I guarantee he's going to add another Dragonite to his team with his encounters.
Donald, you know the rules. No making political comments like that. You will either be punished by not being able to get a Big Mac at our McDonald's Friday lunch, or you will have to get no toppings on your wall of pizza today. I'll let you choose.
Are you fucking kidding me, Barack? I thought you had abandoned your CIA torture techniques. What do you expect me to get at McDonald's? A fucking Filet-O-Fish? And no toppings on a pizza? Might as well just dump a bag of shredded cheese and sauce down my throat.
You aren't getting a morsel of sympathy from me after Plan C. Don't even think for a second I forgot about that. You're lucky you're even allowed to come to McDonald's or get a slice of pizza at all.
Donald, don't get me wrong, I love playing this game with you guys, but can you catch this damn duck already? I have a speech to write disowning my now convicted criminal of a son so I can save face and win. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you run away? Donald, explain yourself.
I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Ever since Barack imposed the biggest crime on food since appointing his husband to ruin school lunches, I have just been seeing a mix of red and tears, thinking about the toppings and Big Mac I won't be able to eat. I did not intend to hit run, and it was a complete accident. I'm still going to go back into the encounter though, since it was obviously unintentional. I'm sure the viewers won't mind.
And I'm sure that fucking Furry from Ireland is sitting in the premiere right now typing out how fraudulent this catch is. He's probably also saying if we ever use this gold duck, that the run is absolutely illegitimate and we lost, just like he did in his Pokemon Sapphire run.
You're overthinking it, Barack. He's probably not even here. I bet he's just trying to infinitely fuse his Pokemon to look as close to a Lilligan as possible so he can smash it. But I do have to agree, it does seem kind of fraudulent to catch this Pokemon. It's not our first encounter technically, and I don't think we should ever use it.
Fine, you haters will never use it, but I'm still saying I was net positive by catching this thing. I'll name it Battery, because it was powering Team Rocket's contraption to force those useless fish to evolve in the Lake of Rage. I'm going to see what the other two Pokemon I didn't get to catch were. George, can you kick off the rest of our donations, please?
I can definitely do that, Donald. Next up we had, yeah, you're right, 8,661, who answered our comment question from last episode by saying he would add a feature where trainers you battle could become your rivals. You're definitely right, it could be a nice feature to see trainers you liked or disliked become rivals. Thanks for that input and the 5 bones, buddy.
Prediction number 1 of a useless single evolution Pokemon is correct, and also our next donation comes from Fistfire Aaron via Kofi. He loves your confidence, trustworthy trainer, Brother Biden, and also asks how the randomization works. The base stat number always remains the same, and it's the distribution that gets randomized. If you or anyone else has any questions on the randomization rules, turn on episode 1 really fast, because Obama put us all to sleep reading the rules, and I don't remember half of them anyway, so I could use a refresher. Thanks again for donating via Ko-Fi, so we get all of your donation and YouTube doesn't get any of it.
Oh, give me a break, Donald. I read them in a very detailed and professional manner so that nobody could ever have a question on how this run works. Just like I'm going to read this donation from Antimatter013, who loves the content and hopes Parrot fixes itself. Thank you for your love, and I'm not quite sure what you mean about this parrot. I don't think we have any bird Pokemon that resemble a parrot, but thank you anyway for the $10.
I think he's referring to Thor reviving himself. Unfortunately, buddy, he's dead forever, but maybe we'll catch another. Our next donation came from Tyler J., who sent us $5 and triple loves the series. Hope this episode was worth the wait, my friend. And finally, I would obviously be the best Pokemon Stadium 2 battler, because with Donald's misplay with Gold Duck, I have finally separated myself to be the best Generation 2 player as of right now.
Just because I fumbled a Pokemon we weren't going to use anyway doesn't put you in the lead, my retirement homebound friend. But what I did do this episode was walk through this hideout with no issue and accurately predict the other 2 Pokemon I would encounter. It would have been cool to evolve the modern-day Slasher, but that's just not possible. Our final and largest donation from this episode came from Legenda1 Rygamer, who got his $14 Canadian donation pinned and said his mod would be to add more Pokeballs to the game. Also, he wants us to name a Pokemon after the true god at some time throughout the series. If the opportunity presents itself, we definitely will buddy.
Sorry that you had to see the future Paradox version of your prehistoric companion meet an end right here, Joe. Are you going to be all right?
In what way did that green bug look anything like Slasher? For starters, it wasn't brown like my pants, but it was green like any food that Donald or our editor refuses to eat. Also, it had wings. If Slasher could fly, it would have been a legendary since it would have been virtually unstoppable.
Alrighty then, since it's clear that Biden has gone far too long without any of his dementia pills or a nap, I think it's just about time we wrap up this episode. Donald, fantastic job keeping everybody on the team alive through the hideout, and as I guaranteed earlier, my spot on the team is on the line next week.
There isn't going to be a single person that forgot your guarantee, Obama. I don't know if it's a journey of self-reflection, channeling Ultra Instinct Obama, or something else. But I want to see you here. I'll hold you to your word that if you let 2 Pokemon fate, you're out of here, but let's see what you got next week. We'll see you there, everyone.
We truly do apologize for the break between videos. Please rest assured it's only because our editor only wants to put out content he deems as quality and won't just put out a video to say he did a weekly upload. He values each and every one of you, and thanks you all for waiting for this upload. As always, don't forget to join the Discord in the description below, which should hit 500 members this week, and answer our comment question. We'll see you for the showdown with Price next week.
Wait a minute, who the fuck are you people? Get out of my house. Barack, it's your episode, so don't you remember that you need to do the intro? I live off a steady stream of dementia pills, and even I remember that.
Mans is probably shitting his pants because he knows this is his last episode if he doesn't learn how to play the game again. Don't forget that he made the guarantee that if he loses 2 more Pokemon this episode, he'll take Bill's spot in the cloning lab and Clinton would rejoin the team.
The last thing he or anybody on this team needs right now is unnecessary pressure that could lead to a misplay. We all know that he was just frustrated with some of the comments and he didn't actually mean that. None of us should even remotely believe it. Just do your thing, Obama, and get us our 7th badge. And look, you even get to see your precious drone as the first Pokemon this episode. That's how you know things are going to be great for you today.
Oh, I meant what I said. This episode is dedicated to all the haters out there in the comments. This episode is dedicated to anyone who ever said I was a fraud in the Discord. This episode is going to be my best one yet. And while I apologize to my sweet drone, this is just one stepping stone on the way to glory. We know already this is the fire-type gym, and the hardest part today will be getting to Price with this damn ice puzzle.
It's a shame that life in Saudi Arabia became too hard for Cristiano Ronaldo, that he had to become a skiing nurse who works part-time as a gym trainer for some extra cash. He should have just come to America to play in MLS with Messi and make the big bucks.
I'm actually upset he's not playing in Miami with Messi right now, because I would have used that for every one of my campaign ads in Florida. I could have marketed that I brought the 2 best players of this generation to the United States. Florida would have turned 70% blue in a heartbeat.
Don't mention Miami right now. Our editor is going to get. Oh, never mind, too late. He's been reminded that the Rangers choked against the Panthers again. He was just starting to get over it too.
We're getting really good at getting our sports reference of the episode out of the way pretty early. Sorry about that, editor, but going back to what you said earlier, you're right, Joe, I need to still do the intro for this episode. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 17 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's your boy Barack today, ready to dismiss the fraud allegations for good. Not only are we going to defeat Price today, but we're going to march right into the Goldenrod radio tower and get the basement key so George can get rid of Team Rocket once and for all. How are you boys doing today?
Doing mighty fine, my good buddy. I'm ready to sit back and watch this masterclass you've been cooking up. I just know you're going to walk through this fire gym, and then by the end of next episode, we'll show Donald and Joe who the best rocket exterminators are in Johto.
You 2 junior trainers showing us up? Don't make me laugh, George. We both know that you're minor leaguers compared to Joe and I. You don't need to make the flashy plays. You just need to not completely screw up everything we do. As for this gym, you should have it in the bag, Obama. You can either run surf with Mystery or Bone Meringue with Poliwrath. Don't overthink things and just take care of business.
While I won't get the chance to use our new shiny Pokemon since it would melt in no time at all in this gym, I'm very happy overall with getting the fire type. You're right that I have plenty of options here, Donald. As long as there's not nonsense around every corner, like my last episode, I should have no issue making my guarantee a reality.
That's what we like to hear, buddy. I can't lie, I was really worried when I saw how nervous you were when you walked in this room with those sweaty palms. But right now you look like a pillar of confidence. And I just know the allegations are going to go right in the void chest.
I see you're referencing one of the mods in our Minecraft server, Biden. It's so much better than just throwing everything in lava or a cactus like a barbarian. But for those of you who aren't aware, we host a Bedrock Minecraft server in the PokeForce 1 Discord. If you would like to join, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video, where it always is, and then you can scroll over to the Minecraft Bedrock section to get the join code. Everyone is welcome.
Unless you're a griefing piece of shit that is. We've had to roll back that damn server with backups a handful of times because people turn into Obama when he sees Yemen. It's a no griefing server with a zero tolerance policy, so don't be that person who ruins everyone's good time. But hang on a second there, Joe. Did you say Obama had sweaty palms? I swear I smelled some bad BO, but is that where it's coming from? Barack, did you clean your damn hands before you started using the Game Boy?
Hey, that's not me. I don't have sweaty palms. It's probably some week old ice cream that Biden left in his desk or something.
How dare you, Barack? I would never leave ice cream in my possession not eaten. That is an absolute assault on my character, and I refuse to take that lying down. Yeah, Donald, he's been so nervous about this episode, he's been sweating all day. And I don't remember seeing him wash his hands at all before using the Game Boy.
Oh, so you'll let him call you sleepy, geriatric, demented, and the list goes on? But now you're on his side? You're more of a traitor than Micah Bell.
Wait, Micah was a traitor? What the fuck, Barack? I was only in Chapter 4. Thanks for spoiling that game for me, you asshole. What are you going to say next? Arthur dies? John ends up becoming a decent father? Bill never becomes a smart and reliable member of the gang? Yeah, like those things will ever happen, I'm just getting upset. All of those things end up happening, don't they?
I mean, did you think he was really going to live seeing this game was a prequel, and he's not in the next game? Also, if you had any hope for Bill Williamson, you would have a better chance of Donald shedding 50 pounds before the election. Please don't tell me you were waiting to play that game until you finished playing Red Dead 2?
Magical bird of fire, I pray to you, please take down 2 of our team members in this battle. We need to get Bill back in this building yesterday. Get this motherfucker out of here. My entire weekend plans of playing this game from Friday night through Sunday night are ruined, I tell you.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? This Game Boy is covered in sweat. Jesus Christ, Barack. Do you know how hard these things are to find in good condition? It's 2024, not 2000. I swear if this thing shows any signs of slowing down, I'll go get old Betsy and Joe slash her arm.
Okay. First off, the original Red Dead game came out in 2010, and the sequel came out in 2018. It's been 14 years and 6 years respectively. The no spoilers period is over. As for you, Donald, I'm sorry that I'm a little nervous. Do you really think I want to go live in a lab somewhere in the desert with Rick Sanchez handling clones? You could just guarantee Michelle finding a way to get a clone of Paul? I don't want to fucking leave. I'll clean the Game Boy later.
Holy shit. I thought that was the end for Mewtwo. Seeing how bad its regular attack stat was on Hyper Beam, I thought his special attack would be busted. Okay, we're changing the subject before he actually does lose 2 Pokemon in this battle. Holy shit, please don't be a fucking crit. Oh my God, that was way too fucking close. New rule. Unless we catch one, no more prayers to day 1. We're moving on to donations, and there is to be no more discussion about amazing Rockstar games or sweat. George, please read the first donation.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll just move on to donations. Barack, for real, no more goddamn spoilers. I'm sure there's still a lot more great content in the middle of the game. Our first donation came from St. James, sent $866. It's a $5 donation welcoming us back and that he can't wait for the character development. Well, we hope you've enjoyed the development of Barack as a sweaty man and spoiler of God-tier games. Thank you again, James.
Oh my God, fine, I'll go wash my hands and reapply my deodorant. There's no pleasing you guys sometimes. Biden, just play for me until I get back.
Quality gameplay, and the next donation coming right up. It came from one of our regulars, Legendary Gamer. He expects Barack to have a huge episode, and he also answered our community question from last week. He thinks that Ash versus Gary and Pikachu versus Electivire was the best battle. Thank you again for another donation, buddy.
I was reading over the comments, and a lot of people mentioned Pikachu against Electivire. It was a great battle, to say the least, between the original rivals. And talk about an overpowered Pokemon in the anime. Whenever you see one of those two-tailed beasts, you know shit is about to go down. Anyway, our next donation came from the greatest ring promoter in wrestling history. Our boy Presidential Gaming Drive not only throws us some British people money, but also lays a smackdown on game producer Six's candy ass. His favorite battle was the lead-off to the Generation 5 anime. And yet, talk about a level down. Pikachu went from taking down a legendary dragon to losing to a Pokemon and trainer in its first battle. That's some real quality consistency. Thanks again, though, you amazing creator.
Let's keep this donation train going with YaYouRight.8661. It's a $5 donation and has an incredibly based take by choosing May versus Dawn for the Wallace Cup Championship. Arguably 2 of the top 3, when it comes to best companions, Ash had the entire series duking it out in the final. That battle was simply incredible, as most coordinator battles were in the anime. It wasn't just about the strongest moves, but making them look absolutely badass. The gimmick with points and the clock also added a dynamic twist as well.
If they're 2 of your top 3, that means you're leaving out Misty or Brock, which is a massive hell no in any actual fan's book. Who do you have in your rankings?
Well, I think we can all agree Brock was the best companion by a long shot when you combine his usefulness, help to Ash, and overall time in the anime. I have Misty down at number 6 in my rankings, to be honest.
You have the Queen where? Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing with your life, man? It's Brock first, Misty second, Serena third, May 4th, and Dawn in 5th. Anyone with half a brain. Sorry, I mean, even Joe knows that's the proper order.
What the hell did I do to catch that stray? But the actual real order is Bonnie in 1st, Max in 2nd, Dawn in 3rd, May in 4th, and Serena is in 5th. That's common knowledge, gentlemen.
Well, for starters, you definitely have half a brain confirmed watching you slide around this puzzle like a penguin separated from its family. But hold on a second. Bonnie, Max, Dawn, Joe. Did you just rank them based on the youngest being the best?
Obviously. When it comes to kids, the younger the better. You never want them
that's the end of this discussion. Folks, our comment question this week is regarding Ash's companions. We want your top 5 and your least favorite companion. And if you choose anyone other than Tracy for the worst, you're just wrong. End of story. That's something even we all agree on.
Was that Tracy slander I heard? I'm back and we're all for it.
Unfortunately, we're going to cut the conversation short because it took a turn only possible with Biden at the wheel. But with you back, this puzzle can be solved now. Are you ready to get our 7th badge, Barack? This is your put up or shut up time. Don't blow it.
I've had a lot of time to think about this, and I know what must be done. I've been a detriment to this team ever since the second time I played, but this streak ends today. I'm going to have a clean episode and send Price into retirement. It's time to channel the form I had at the end of Yellow, and I'm going to do it all by myself without my Ultra Super Saiyan powers. The comeback arc starts now.
Incoming banger. Turn up those fucking speakers.
I walk the path and struggle, my spirit worn and torn. Lost some battles in this game, felt the weight of scorn. But through the darkest nights, I've seen the morning light. I'm rising up again, ready for the fight. Gonna catch 'em all, gonna stand tall. Believing in myself, I won't let my team fall. Through the highs and lows, where the challenge grows. Redemption's in my hands and everyone knows. Bush, Biden, Trump by my side, we all take our turns. In the game of life and Pokemon, there's so much to learn. I let my friends get hurt, but I won't let them down. I'll train harder, grow stronger, take back that crown. Gonna catch 'em all, gonna stand tall. Believing in myself, I won't let my team fall. Through the highs and lows, where the challenge grows. Redemption's in my hands and everyone knows. In this crystal world where destinies unfold, I'm the champion of hope, my story's
Barack is
being
fucking back.
told. With courage in my heart and wisdom as my guide, I'll reclaim the glory with my friends by my side.
There you fucking go, Obama. Welcome back, baby.
If I knew all it took was some amazing music while you played, I would have done that a long time ago. But way to take down this gym with no problem, my man. It's good to have you right again.
Are we really going to pretend that beating a gym where the ace was a stage 1 starter is a big accomplishment? I mean, anybody could have...
Fuck up, Donald.
Where I come from, it's very rude and nasty to yell mean things at other people. Not nice at all.
Hey, way to go, Sherlock. You noticed we were in a gym with one of the easier types and the gym leader didn't get good Pokemon. Nobody fucking cares. It's all about getting Obama's mental in the right place. I can only imagine the amount of pressure he's been under with the viewers and the 3 of us in this room for losing our team members. While it didn't have to be a technical masterclass, it was still a major stepping stone for our boy and one that he needed.
While Donald isn't wrong about what he said, thank you, Joe. Yeah, this battle meant a lot to me, and I was really hoping to get out of this gym with a badge and no Pokemon for the Ripbox. I know the challenges ahead are going to be far greater, but it just feels like the monkey has been ripped off my back. For the first time in weeks, I actually have confidence again, and now nothing is going to stand in my way. I'm very aware that the Rockets and Goldenrod will probably be harder than that gym, and I am so ready for it.
Well, if that's the case, then I apologize for belittling that win. Getting you right is more important than anything. Joe and George, you two are right. It doesn't matter if it was 3 Pidgeys or 3 legendaries. A win is a win, a badge is a badge, and we keep moving forward. We're 1 badge away from being able to challenge the Elite Four and reach the second half of the game. Good work so far today, Sweaty Man, and remember, job not done. You still got a radio tower full of rockets to deal with.
Except for the part about my perspiration, thank you, Donald. God, I really hope that doesn't become a thing people start calling me. But then again, it's better than being called a fraud. And trust me, I know there's a lot of battles awaiting me in here. And I know my guarantee still carries over to this tower as well. I said the entire episode, and not just the gym.
I don't think anyone here has any more doubts in you, Obama. Wrap this episode up strong and hand the sticks over to George next episode in a great spot. I saw you put Shendu at the lead since he's a little underleveled. The upside is he evolves in only 3 levels, so good looks getting him as much experience as possible.
I should be able to evolve it next episode. Because there were only 4 dragon types in Crystal, it means it will either evolve into a Kingdra, Dragonite or Dragonair that evolves again at level 40. That would be so sick if we had a Dragonite at this time next week. Prayers up to Lord Drake, boys.
The fuck you mean, Lord Drake? We stand Kendrick in this channel? Might as well change that W in your name to an L?
I meant Drake from the Orange Islands, you dipshit. He's the one that had the Dragonite that literally almost pulled off a reverse sweep against Ash's team all on its own. Bro was literally the epitome of a kid playing this game. He just leveled up 1 Pokemon and the rest were trash. Team Rocket may have fucked over Ash at the Indigo Plateau, but if they didn't add to Dragonite's fatigue, he really might have squandered that 4-1 lead. Train your entire team, man.
Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. I swear, though, if Shendu evolves into a Dragonite, would we really want to use anyone else? I bet we could just walk through the entire game with our omnipotent king.
Well, first off, multiscale wasn't a thing in Generation 2, so an Ice-type attack could still send him to the Shadow Realm in a heartbeat. But there's no way we could throw the rest of the team, which we and the viewers have become so attached with, to the side for a single Pokemon. That's how we do things on this channel. A full team ready to fight at any given time.
Did anyone else just see that? When I revealed the password for today, it's help. What an idiot. Barack, go back there and say it to her so we can get some points. Oh man, this episode just gets better and better.
Pretty sure that was just sarcasm, Joe. But while you were gone, we actually saw that the prizes she had were nothing to be excited about. Was really hoping she would have some broken items like a Master Ball. But hey, in the end, Goldenrod City was really good to us by Whitney being a pushover and the game corner giving us Me Too.
Holy shit, you're right, George. How could I forget? Guys, we're in Goldenrod, so let's go back to the game corner after we get rid of Team Rocket. It's a sign that we need to go back there since we were brought here by pure chance and absolutely nothing else pertaining to something we need to do to proceed in the game. It's gambling time, baby.
No, 1,000 times no, and an absolutely fucking not on top just for kicks. You had your gambling time this series already, and if memory is correct, you absolutely lost all of our money that day. We literally needed to beat Whitney just to be able to afford enough coins to buy Me Too. You're an absolute bum at flip card. I'm just gonna say it. You're a lucky machine merchant. That's the only reason you got drone in yellow.
What did you just call me, Towers? Come on, stand on your business and repeat that last part.
You heard me, Hussein. I said you're a lucky machine merchant. You have a massive skill issue at the game corner, and I know it would be better if I played at the roulette tables when we get to Ruby. There are some pretty valuable moves there, so I'll clean house and show you what a real gambler looks like.
Donald passed the popcorn. This is getting good.
While I would love to see this cat fight go on, I'm gonna have to put a stop to this now. If Barack gets tilted, we run the risk of a big mistake happening and losing a team member. We'll settle this in Generation 3. When we get to Mobile City, it will be George who plays at the game corner, and we'll see if he can truly back up his talk. Even though you know I'm the one who ran casinos and probably would be the best choice to play, but that's just thinking rationally.
Alph bankrupted casinos.
You little shit. No, wait. I said I'm gonna remain cool, and there's only one way to shut everyone up for a minute and change the topic.
Montage?
You know it's Sweaty. Play the music.
Put on that banger from earlier. I mean, this is good too, but that other song was amazing.
Saving it for the credits. Can't put it back to back, my man. The real ones will stay until the end.
We're 2 straight trainers just named Dancer Jonathan.
Everything about this randomization seed is perfect, and I will accept 0 slander.
We're almost there, boys. Just a few more to go.
We'll save your director lady, only slightly too old for me.
God damn it, Joe. And we're on to the 5th floor. Let's wrap this up, boys.
Nothing like a good montage to clear the air. Well done, Obama. You've carved up every trainer you've seen like a Thanksgiving turkey. You've absolutely killed it today, but there's still one last obstacle to overcome. Bring it on home.
That's the plan, and thank you, George. If I remember right, I believe this is a full battle, so not expecting this to be easy. We should be dealing with a team just about the same level as ours, so I'm going to really need to dial in. This is going to be way harder than Price.
What are you guys talking about? The director's not in any danger, he's literally right there. Oh wait, sorry, my bad, he's playing dress up as the director. Oh well, that would have made life a lot easier for us.
Did you not just hear us literally 5 seconds ago talking about this battle? Did you forget all of that, or were you just thinking about ice cream?
If I'm being honest, everything after the Industrial Revolution is kind of a blur to me. Do you guys think I might have some medical condition that pertains to memory loss? That can't be, though.
Of course not, Joe. We would never think you have dementia. What a crazy theory. Whenever I think of Joe Biden, I think of the sharpest mentals out there, a brilliant leader who everyone turns to in times of turmoil.
Wow, Donald, do you really mean that?
Obviously not, you senile dinosaur. Take your goddamn pills. If EA Sports released a yearly shitty video game for dementia, they would call this year's game Biden 25, like they named the football games after John Madden.
And that will do it for this not shiny version of Radiant. 1 down and 5 to go.
I just realized the trainer's name is Dancer Joe. Can you imagine if Biden was a dancer?
What do you mean, George? I'm a fantastic dancer. There's a reason they call it the Cotton Eye Joe. Sing it along with me. Where did you come from? Where did you go?
I'm going to have to cut that short. Sorry, Biden, but I've seen videos get demonetized for a lot less. I mean, hell, we had to re-upload the episode 1 through 10 movie because of what Harry Truman called Japanese people with one single word edited out. Also, you'll probably break your hip if you tried to do the Cotton Eye Joe at your advanced age. But I will thank you guys for giving me the strategy for beating Tyranitar. I know it's a tank when it comes to HP and special defense, but against physical attacks, it's useless.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Watching your child grow up from being an absolute liability to using his brain and playing the game properly, I think I'm going to cry. I'm so proud of you, little Barack.
Don't you ever call me your fucking child ever again?
All the rebellious teenage years. I remember when my kids were that age and yelled at me like that. The things you truly miss when they're all grown up and living their own lives. I guess him going through puberty also explains all the sweating and body odor.
Joe, I need to use the drones. Give them to me right now. I need to direct one to Florida and one to Texas this instant.
Look at you trying to be a big boy and trying to fly a drone. I think you're a little young for that. But tell you what, we got a few more donations to go. So if you read them off, maybe I'll let you sit on my lap while I fly the drones around to teach you the ropes.
You were literally my vice president, you zesty freak. If it wasn't for me, you would be just wasting away in fucking Delaware. But fine, you're right. We do need to read off the rest of the donations. The next one came from Drip 6529. He said episode 16 was a W video like George. He believed that I would turn things around, and I hope I proved that I can today. He also says that Trump is the best and Joe is awesome too. Thanks for the love, my man.
We've got a trio of donations from Kofi up next. Thank you again to everyone who donates through there so we get your full donation and YouTube can't take a cut. Longtime viewer Ram 420M is up next, and thank you for recognizing my talent, sir. He also agrees with Joe on the Ash versus Gary battle and gave you one hell of a pep talk, Obama. It clearly worked. Thank you for your donation, Ram.
Might be my favorite donation yet because it's from someone who actually got our sports reference last episode. It's for $5 from Guzman El Bueno. He's glad we're back and his favorite battle was at the beginning of the first Pokemon movie. You're absolutely right on how chill and just awesome that fight was on the big screen. Congrats again on your boys winning yet another Champions League, and with the roster you got probably the next few as well.
And last but certainly not least, it's our leading donator from last episode. King Onyx, he throws us 30 bones and never apologized for missing a week, buddy. We're grateful for all you do for this channel. He picks the Ash versus Surge battle for his answer to the comment question and knows that you need to have a strong bond with your team to be a champion. It's not as black and white to have the strongest Pokemon. You need to understand them, know how to use them, and thrive with them. Thank you, Onyx, and all who donated this episode. Now, how about we wrap this episode up in style, Barack? Put a cap on this masterpiece.
That is absolutely the plan, Joe. This rocket definitely has some good Pokemon, but they can't handle what we've got cooking. Poliwrath should be able to one-shot this no problem, and then we're on to his final Pokemon.
That last donation might have hid the fact that you brought in Shendu for a little extra experience this fight. A little risky, but when you're rolling, you trust your gut. That's going to be some sick gains, And also we'll put him to level 29 for sure. I will admit, though, it's a shame that Tyranitar got the short end of the stick in this randomization. To see it go down in one hit by an equal level Pokemon just doesn't seem right. Holy shit, did that just say Fire Blast? Our dragon, which has a much better special attacking stat now, knows an Ice and Fire type attack. We need to do literally everything to keep this guy alive and allow it to thrive. Nobody screw this up.
Seeing we have killed off basically every Pokemon just seconds before evolving like Tree, Zeke and Snoop odds are at Fate's next episode. I'm begging you to buck the trend, George. If you let Shen do Fate next episode, I swear I'm going to break down the wall and allow all the immigrants to flood into Texas. You have one fucking job. Don't blow it.
You never even got the wall built, so that's an emptier threat than your bank account after lawyer fees Donald. But don't worry, Shendu isn't going to faint and will become a fixture of this team for episodes to come. If we can keep it alive, it will most definitely be on our final team, no questions asked, with this busted moveset.
I know she's confused, and leaving her in probably isn't the smartest move, but I just want to see Fire Blast once from our point of view. It's such an awesome move, and who knows, maybe it will hit hard.
Oh, hell yeah. Even as a baby Shendu can smack that higher level around like it's nothing. Go for the kill, Barak.
I fully intend to joke. Shendu, burn it to a crisp. Fire Blast now. Or maybe not, and we just switch to make sure disaster doesn't strike at the end of this episode.
The old Barack would have made a misplay and just said fuck it right there. Thank you for not screwing that up. Maybe there is hope it gets to level 30 after all. Me too can finish the job off with a drill peck, no problem.
And drill peck it, I shall to put this battle to bed in a clean 6-0 sweep, and put this episode to bed with the fraud allegations long gone. I know it's been rough for me lately, but I want to take a minute to thank everyone who had my back knowing I would return to peak form. That is going to do it for today, but don't you dare think about missing next week when George takes over and finishes off Team Rocket once and for all. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Do not miss it indeed. Great job once again, Obama, and for the first time we've gone entirely through the rotation without losing a Pokemon. How's that for progress? Don't forget to answer the comment question, and we'll see you amazing people next week.
The PokeForce 1 Discord just hit over 500 members, and if you haven't joined yet, you really are missing out. The link to join is in the description below, and we can't wait for you to be there with us.
Play that banger again.
Happy Thursday, everybody out there on YouTube. Welcome to episode 18 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today we not only make it 5 consecutive episodes without a death on the team, but we also finally rid the world of Team Rocket once and for all. We've got one more episode in Goldenrod City. And as always, we've got the presidential gang along for the ride. How are you gentlemen doing today?
I'll be doing a hell of a lot better if you guys reconsider your position on letting me gamble this episode. Come on, guys. This is the last time this run will probably be in Goldenrod City, unless we want to rename a party member. I know I can make a killing at the flip card table and make us richer than ever.
Listen, Obama, I'm glad you shed the liability tag last week, but when are you going to drop the gambling addict tag as well? First of all, we already told you no gambling this episode. Second of all, we have about 100,000 Poké Dollars right now. Our days of Poké poverty are over. Our winnings could afford us a penthouse in this city, and we have no need for gambling. There's nothing we would even want with the coins.
That reminds me. During the debate tonight, I have to talk about my plan for combating gambling addiction in former United States presidents. I'll even top it off with my new tagline of what would compatible do. Oh man, my teleprompter is too good. This election is practically in the bag. You shouldn't even bother showing up tonight, Donald.
While I'm sure the debate tonight will be absolutely priceless and provide a million memes for the general public. Can you guys not start it early? Not sure if you've noticed, but I'm currently in the middle of fighting Tucker. This fight is going to set the tone for the entire episode. It will have our toughest battle of the run yet at the end. I'm trying to start strong and finish stronger, and you guys are just distracting me.
George, you're battling Tucker. It's not a tough battle. Also, Biden, did I just hear you say you were going to use my darling compatible as a slogan? If I even hear you mutter that angel's name in your own propaganda, I'll throw my lectern right at your teleprompter, so you'll have no idea what to say all night.
Stop fighting for a second, guys, and look at the screen. We've got Radiant out there for the first time. Tucker must be pissed beyond belief we got a shiny Pokemon and he didn't. Let this be the first of many amazing battles with Radiant.
Did Radiant always have only 52 health points? It just seems so ungodly low for a level 30. In comparison, Poliwrath looks like a tank.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Joe. This is the definition of a glass cannon Pokemon. The good thing is it has some speed and we got the best stab type move we possibly could get on it. As long as we're smart with the way we use Radiant, we should have no problems. And showing I'm a man of my word, I plan on playing to the advantages right here. I'll keep him in for another super effective double kick. 2 attacks should take it down no problem.
2. More like 20. It's a special attacker, not a physical attacker.
Any chance we can tally that up to it fainting from a critical hit, and not just because it was a super effective attack needing only to do 40 damage on a Pokemon with no defense?
Not going to lie, Bush, if it weren't for wasting Crunch and you talking all that good shit about playing it smart, I really wouldn't have cared about this. Radiant's only value was it being a shiny, and that's the only reason we justified putting it on the team over Cerberus or Taft. But since you acted like such a professor, I'm going to remind you that you just ended our streak of 4 straight episodes without a team member fainting. Nice job, idiot.
Looks like it had multiple attacks that could have ended Radiant's life. I bet double kick would have caused it to faint as well. Pretty bad read, George, but arguably since the team gets stronger from replacing it, I can't be upset. We got shafted on our shiny? It sucks, but that's just how it goes. Maybe we'll encounter another in this run. The odds are only 1 in 8,192 after all.
Oh, is that all? That's basically 50-50. 2 of our next 3 will probably be shiny. But I'm with you guys, and I am willing to give Bush the pass on this one. The only thing I wish we did differently was not waste Crunch on it. That move could have been really helpful later in the run, seeing it's the best Dark-type attack in the game. As long as you don't let anybody else faint in this episode, we consider it a win. Now let's shift our attention to our baby dragon. She's still only 1 level away from evolving, and losing her would be an actual tragedy. You have officially been pardoned, George. Pick up the play.
I really appreciate that, guys. I guess we're all a bit nicer since things have been going so well over the past couple of episodes. I'll bring in Shindu right now since Ice Punch is super effective. I can actually 2-shot it this time, and we should get some nice experience. We're so freaking close to the finish line that I can't even hold in my excitement anymore. What do you guys think we're going to get? I'm just going to go for the gold and say we have a Dragonite in a few minutes.
I couldn't sleep last Thursday night thinking about this. After many hours of internal debates and calculations on the good old bedroom whiteboard, I've decided that it's going to be a Dragonair first, and then a Dragonite at level 40. I don't think we even have a chance at a Kingdra, seeing you need to trade to get one, so that narrows it down to one or the other. There's no chance the game gives us a Dragonite this early. We have to prove we earn one.
Is that why you called me twice in the middle of the night that day? I swore it was just a bad dream, but when I woke, holy shit, heart attack, massive coronary, get the defibrillator. I think this is the end for Long John Trump.
Yay, that means I win the election by default. 4 more years, bitches.
And just the thought of that, along with Shendu waking up and punching Tucker's bitch bird to the curb, has caused me to have a full recovery. Thank God that battle is finally over. Wait a minute, that was the first battle this episode? Oh boy, it's going to be a long day, isn't it?
I'm glad you're healthy again by your personal standards, Donald. I guess I don't need to finish filling out this get well soon card. But yes, to answer your earlier question, that is why I called you at 2:30 and 4 in the morning. I wanted to have one of my fellow trustworthy trainers review my hypothesis and point out any errors I might have made.
Did the get well soon card have any money in it? Perhaps enough money to cover millions in lawyer fees?
What? Of course not. It was just meant to be a nice
Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to fill it out. I don't care about it then. But hold up 1 second. Did you just call yourself a trustworthy trainer? Oh, buddy boy. Do you seriously think one good episode and beating a gym leader with a terrible team gets you into the Trustworthy Trainer Club? Obama that takes time to get into. You need to truly earn your membership into that elite club. Consider yourself lucky you're still on the team right now. And maybe if you string together a few good episodes in a row, we can revisit that discussion later.
Barack and the Trustworthy Trainers Club. That was a good laugh, and I needed that. But I do think he has a point with Shendu's evolution. There's no possible way the game awards us with a Dragonite at level 30. It's way too early even in a randomizer. I think we'll have one at level 40, but even a Dragonair for 10 levels isn't going to be a bad thing in the slightest.
I'm with Donald on this one. First off, you got me playing, so that means good luck when it comes to things like encounters and hopefully evolutions. Second, have we even seen a Dragonair at any time during this run? Believe it or not, I think all things considered, we are actually more likely to have a Dragonite in a few battles' time. Channel your inner Ted Lasso and point to the sign.
I will admit I did leave player luck and recent luck out of my equation because they were uncontrollable variables, and that is why I made so many phone calls that night. A strong theory indeed. This could potentially change everything, and I might even have to rewrite all of my formulas. I just want to get this right so that I can add to my resume of trustworthy notoriety.
Bro, I sincerely wish you never even heard about the club now, even more for the reason of secrecy. This shit is messing with your head, and it's all you can think about. I even had a few of my staffers tell me you were trying to call yourself trustworthy more than Dennis Reynolds talks highly about himself in Always Sunny. You gotta just stop thinking about it and play your damn game. If the time is ever right, you'll get the call. Can we please drop it?
Rare Biden W. Tell you what, Obama, if you can go 3 more episodes in a row without losing a team member, we will have an actual discussion about it. But in that time period, you can't mention the club or call me after midnight unless we're having a gaming session and we need to communicate in some way, or you want to make a White Castle run. Can we agree on that?
I suppose that's fair enough. 3 more episodes in a row. That should be easy. I fully agree to the terms of this verbal contract, and I look forward to speaking about this more in the future.
I'm sure you do, buddy. Does that same offer remain open for me? I believe that I'm also a great fit for the club, because if you
Please
combine
help
my
me,
luck
8
with my
pounds, 6 ounce, newborn baby Jesus. Sure, fine, why not? Anybody with 3 episodes in a row of not being a complete fuck up can join the club. In fact, why don't we do a mailer? Why don't we set up a booth at a job fair? Let's open it to everyone. Why did you have to reveal it, Donald? You brought this on us and it's all your damn fault.
Again, I'm sorry, Joe, it was a mistake. A basically unheard of one from me, but a mistake nonetheless. Tell you what, I know you always enjoy doing donations, so why don't you take it away and lead it off with our first channel member?
Oh, Daddy, sorry. I mean, Donald, you always know how to treat me right. You know exactly what I want.
Zesty bitch.
And right now, I want to shout out Bradley for being our first ever channel member. He pledged us $20 a month, and we're glad we provide a great source of background content for you. This is something we really didn't promote, but going forward, we will promote all of our channel members every episode.
Biden's deep, dark desires aside, if you would like to become a channel member, you can do so on our Kofi page linked in the description. We don't have any specific membership tiers, so you can pledge any amount you wish if that is something you want to do. And just like you're seeing right now, we will highlight and shout out each member at the end of each episode. Thank you again for kicking this off, Bradley. You're the man.
It was because of Bradley that we didn't even have to worry for a second about facing a Poliwrath. Mystery made no mistake and took it down in one shot. That trainer definitely had 2 decent Pokemon, but our counters are second to none. But getting into the rest of the donations this episode, let's head on over to Legendary Gamer, who sends us 14 more Canadian dollars. Thank you for the recognition, Legendary, and he answered our comment question by listing Brock, Dawn, Misty, May, and Iris as his top 5, with Go finishing in last place. Thank you again for the funds.
Can't say I agree with Iris in the top 5. I have her in my bottom 5 because I think she was entitled and annoying. But the top 4 in last place I respect. Much better top 5 list than George or Biden gave last week. Our next donation came from Ram420M via Kofi. Thank you for donating through there so we don't get hit with fees. He gives you props for a nice episode, Barack, and then gets it completely wrong by saying I make a mistake from time to time. I am the epitome of perfection, Ram, and I won't be losing a single Pokemon in this run. You did, however, redeem yourself by saying Brock was the best and Iris was the worst, though. Thanks for the $5.
With a Sandslash coming up next, I think Shendu can get all the experience it needs to hit level 30. 1 or 2 ice punches at the most should be all it takes to knock it out.
I don't know if my little old Biden heart could take it fainting now, so please don't mess this up, George. In an attempt to distract myself, we turn our attention to Presidential Gaming Drive and his 5 British people money donation. He verifies that Obama beats the fraud allegations, and that can't be denied, seeing the ice type, better known as the best type gym leader, was defeated, according to you, Vox. You're so right about that, man. Both Vox and the Irish boy both talk about the ice type being the absolute strongest and best type in the game nonstop. We just got lucky by Price being the fire type in this randomizer. Thanks again for the donation, my man.
George, we got level 30. Switch her out right fucking now before disaster strikes.
Oh please, what is a puny little psychic attack from a steel type going to do? No worries, we kill right here.
You better have a good fucking cardiologist on speed dial with your play today.
You need to learn how to trust me, Donald. Down goes Steelix, and now let's watch the evolution everybody on this channel has been waiting for since the day we caught Shendu.
No fucking way.
Clutch mode activated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I take back anything negative I may or may not have said this episode about you, George. You fucking did it. We actually have a Dragonite. There's nothing that can stop us now. Those special stats are absolutely busted. I know the defense and speed are at all-time lows, but with the boost to health, I think full health we can tank any ice-type attack we had previously feared. George motherfucking W is in the house.
I appreciate it, guys. I really thought my luck was fucked when I knocked out that Ursaring and had an egg hatch we'll never use, but ever since then my luck stat has been triple S. I'm going to see if we can abuse that special stat by teaching it another high damage move. We can't learn Surf Butt. Oh man, how about Hydro Pump? We now have Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, and Ice Punch for our special attacks with Aero Blast as a physical attack for coverage. This is all-time cooking, boys. Take notes.
I'm going to get the Pokemon Ruby save file set up right now. I think it's safe to assume with this Dragonite combined with the rest of our team, we're going to beat this game. All the viewers consider this challenge done too, right? All right, we're in agreement. I'll find a good download for Ruby.
Now hold on a second, Joe. Don't get me wrong. With Dragonite, me too, Poliwrath, Mystery, and Arcanine, we've formed nothing short of the Fantastic 4+1. LeBron has called me 10 times in the last minute trying to join this super team to get another ring. But we haven't beaten this game yet. I mean, that lineup is absolutely beyond busted. And it doesn't have a legendary, and I think we should coast to victory if we don't play the game blindfolded, but we still have to beat the game. 9 badges, 4 Elite Four members, Lance and Red to go. Job not done.
I think you're overthinking this one, Barack. You said it yourself. The biggest super team chaser of all time can't stop reaching out to you. It's as good as over. Now, I know you wish that Shendu would have evolved on your turn and you want to be playing when the reason for our victory is assured. But just be happy it happened, and let's start selling the championship merchandise.
I found a good website to download Ruby Joe. And give me a break, Obama, this sealed the deal. What's going to happen? This little Venomoth is going to take us down? Yeah, like that could ever happen. You make me laugh, Barack. What's it gonna use, tackle or some other... Job not done. Job not done, I repeat. Job not done. Burn every Venomoth in a 5-region radius. This is not a drill. Job not done. Heart completely stopped. I think I'm actually going to unalive this episode. Why can't we go 2 minutes without near disaster today? George, why must you do this to me? Why didn't you just use Fire Blast? Please, just no more close calls. I'm begging you, man.
Is there any chance I can blame Biden for this, since the name of the trainer we're facing is Dancer Joe? He saw Dragonite and said, I'm going to do the Cotton Eye Joe all over our own team. Am I the only one who saw that? That definitely happened.
Don't you fucking dare try to pin this on me, George. You're the one who got cocky and said, oh, I'll just use a non-super effective attack, nearly get us taken out with Mirror Coat, and then rolled the dice hoping it wouldn't have Ice Beam or something else that could take out the last 30 or so health. You literally almost lost Dragonite during its first battle. I should have you deported from this country immediately. Secret Service, get over here right now. There's a traitor in the Oval Office.
Hold on, boys, false alarm. There's no traitor in the Oval Office. But this is what I was trying to tell you guys. Now hear me out, because sometimes it's nice to hear someone being criticized when it isn't me. But this just proves that this run isn't won yet. We've still got a really long way to go and absolutely anything can happen. So let's just dial in. Never forget that last battle, because it's a sign we're not invincible and always play to the best of our abilities. We will win this run because of our play, not just because of the Pokemon we have.
Every time I forget why you won 2 terms, it's because you know how to rally the troops with a speech. This truly is a strange timeline we live in, where you went from the liability to the sense of reason in an episode and a half. But you're right, Barack, we may have jumped the gun right there. It's a good thing we realized it before it's too late.
Obama is just the reminder to always max out your charisma stat whenever you can while ignoring all of your other stats. Sorry about that, guys. I'll be more careful going forward. No more heart attacks today, I promise.
It's not just my charisma, guys. I had some damn good policies as well. Anybody remember Obamacare? That was all the talk back in the day.
You already served your 2 terms, bud. It's fine to admit it was all the charisma and minor league opponents. I think Hillary is the only person who could have lost to McCain or Mitt.
What the fuck, Joe? You were literally my vice president. Why aren't you talking about me getting the stimulus passed, Wall Street reform, or taking down Osama bin Laden? I did so much for this country. Come on, tell them.
What are you talking about, Barack? Onion Fairy never fainted in sus producer Sex's run. In fact, I think it delivered the final blow with a frenzy plant. Why would you have wanted him to faint? That's just wrong, bro. Take a lap.
That's a low blow, Barry. Osama and Dog were my two favorite team members in that run, and you just said you wanted Green Jesus dead. For shame, man.
Excuse me, that's not what I said. What I said was that I
Listen,
was the president.
Obama, we're all very happy that you proved you can play this game without being a complete liability, but comments like that are just disgusting about another creator. I think you need to apologize for wishing death to Osama and sit the next couple plays out. Now, go do a lap around the White House, and when you come back, we and the viewers all expect a much better version of you. Is that understood?
This has got to be a joke, right? All three of you are in on this? There's no way that you actually think I'm talking about the video game version.
Now go outside, take a lap, and come back a better person. Go right now.
This is insane. You guys are ridiculous. Fine, whatever. I'll be back in a few minutes. Fucking morons.
I gotta hand it to you, Bush. That was some great parenting right there. I know he's in his rebellious stage right now, but you have to lay down the law sometimes. He'll love us for it when he's grown up. But to make comments like that is just disgraceful. At least we can change the subject since we just made Shendu even more overpowered by teaching him a stab move in Dragon Breath. At least there's that.
You don't think we were too hard on him, right? I hope he doesn't start putting out passive-aggressive tweets and Facebook messages about how terrible we are. I don't think I've ever been criticized in the public eye before. I don't know how I would even handle that.
Tough love is important sometimes, Joe. If you're just nice all the time to your kids, they turn into gun-toting crack addict criminals. You would know something about that, unlike myself. I fathered the most beautiful woman in the world and the 48th president starting in 2028. The two best kids a father could ever ask for. Oh, and don't forget Barron. He might be the 50th president. He's as tall as he is great.
What about Eric and Tiffany? You straight up ignored 40% of your children.
I don't think too hard about them. You see, George, it's very important to have a large amount of kids so that you have a bunch of chances to raise a few of them properly. You can't hit a home run every time you step to the plate. Sometimes you make mistakes and have to resign that child to organ donor. But hitting 600 is still really damn good. Do you remember the time Ted Williams, Ty Cobb, or Pete Rose hit 600? Neither do I. I think I should actually be named the new Major League Baseball hitting champion with this recent discovery and get a plaque in the Hall of Fame.
Did you think anything you just said through? Better yet, post-statement, is there anything you wish to revise? That was the most incoherent rambling I've ever heard, and I shared a cave with a bunch of Kabatops, so that's saying something.
Oh shit, Aurora Beam. It's test time for Shendu. Never mind. She's the greatest Pokemon I've ever seen, and I think we should start making merchandise now. But to answer your earlier question, Joe, if there's something I've learned from politics, it's just keep saying everything that comes to your mind. You may think it sounds crazy, but then one of your supporters agrees, posts it on social media, and suddenly it's a rally cry.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I can think of plenty of times I was basically sleepwalking when oh shit, Ice Beam, this can't be the end for Shendu. Donald, I need the number for your cardiologist. Every 12 seconds, there's a damn close call. I mean, if it weren't for our sky-high special defense, it would be over right now for Shendu. Over, I tell you. Why does everyone have to know a fucking ice type attack? Damn you, Ice, for being the best type in Pokemon.
Hear me out, men. After we take care of this radio tower, we perform a heist on the Goldenrod department store. We take every single Carbos they have in there and make that Shendu's breakfast, lunch, and dinner until that effort value hits 252. I feel like we're going to get a lot of those scares since we don't outspeed anything, but this episode has just been insanity. Please tell me we only have like one battle to go.
I've run the Pacific Standard heist in GTA 5 about 1,000 times, so I'll take the lead on this heist. I'm totally in agreement to do this, though, because 21 speed at level 31 is just not going to cut it. Joe can move faster than that for Pete's sake.
Don't talk down on my speed. I got that jolly nature. If you don't use Dragon Dance or Agility, just know I'm going to one-shot you.
Is that all? I have both the adamant and hasty nature, so I'll smack you sideways before you even have a chance to blink.
No fair. You can't have two natures, you fucking hacker. This is a rigged battle and I won't stand for it.
If this is the discussion we're going to hear tonight, then this debate is going to be an instant classic. But I like that for our comment question of the week. Everyone let us know if each of us could have their own nature in Pokemon, what would it be? Are we fast but have weak defense? Are we physical tanks that can't handle the elements? Or are we just neutral? I'm interested to see how all of you view us.
Well, I would definitely be the timid type, seeing I'm lightning quick. I might not be a brawler, but my mind allows me to break my opponents down from a psychological standpoint.
Oh, would you look what the cat dragged in? Did you have a nice walk and realize the error in your ways? We won't have any more slander of Osama, young man, and I hope you understand that now.
While I don't know why you all keep referencing me as a child over the last 2 episodes, my walk reminded me that I am actually the adult of the group when it comes to maturity. I'm not going to fall for your nonsense and just brush that off going forward. Now I saw you're on the top floor bush and only have 2 battles left. How is the team looking?
Better than being called sweaty, though, right? Nobody has fainted since you left, but I can't lie about us feeling the effect of Dragonite being slower than molasses. Being paralyzed doesn't even feel like a detriment because we always attack second anyway. But we have been running through these rockets with Shindu nonetheless and still couldn't be happier to have her.
That's good to hear. Oh, hey, did you guys finish donations while I was gone? We don't have much time left to wrap those up.
Oh, thanks for reminding us, Barack. We didn't. Let's get right back into those, and our next donation came from Gaming Police 589. Police throws us some Canadian people money, says we had a W episode and wants Obama to say it's bombing time. In regards to every list we saw in the comments, our editor thought yours was the most base, so thank you for the donation and the quality opinion, my friend.
That was literally my top 5 and that bottom 2. Oh, this might not be good.
This is just a bad dream, right? This is just a nightmare brought on from the ice cream coma I ate myself into after a massive debate win, right? That didn't actually just happen. We didn't just lose our Dragonite in the first episode after getting it. Okay, funny joke, wake up now, Joe. Where are the cameras?
Joe, that actually just happened. I think I'm actually speechless. For the first time in my life, I'm struggling to form a sentence. We had a Dragonite, an unstoppable killing machine, and in about 20 minutes we lost it. Georgia, I think I hate you. No, I know I hate you. You are my new least favorite person. This is compatible levels of bad, and it might even be worse because I'm here for it. No, I'm sorry, nothing could be that bad, but Georgia, I think you need to go head first out that window like 10 seconds ago.
What was I supposed to do there? How could I have predicted the Rhydon new blizzard? This was completely out of my control and there's nothing I could have done about it. This was just the bad luck of the randomizer.
I don't know. Maybe you could have switched out the Pokemon at about 60% health and paralyzed against a fully evolved Pokemon at a higher level. Just an idea. And don't talk to us about bad luck, George. You're supposed to be the lucky one of the group. If you're not going to get lucky, then why are you even here? I think you're the one who should be replaced with Bill. You let our Shiny and our Dragonite faint in a span of about 20 minutes. You make my drone strikes look like a water balloon fight.
Coming from the guy that was about to be replaced last week himself, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Fuck you, Barack. You don't have the right to talk to me like that. And neither do any of you. All episode we watched Shindu get hit by ice-type attacks, and this one was just the straw that broke the camel's back. At the end of the day, it had no speed and would have been under threat for the entire run. It was a flawed Pokemon doomed to fail. That's right, Shindu wasn't the god we thought she was. And if you can't realize that, then you have no idea how to play Pokemon.
Yeah, we don't know how to play Pokemon? You said it, George. Can you imagine if you let 2 more team members faint in this episode alone than Donald and I combined the entire series? That would be a wild scenario. Oh wait, that did happen. You're a fucking fraud, and when you're in my Oval Office, you show me some damn respect towers.
Yeah, like I'm going to respect a walking corpse riddled with dementia. Just let me take care of this final battle, and then we can go our separate ways for the week.
Nah, you can leave now. If you're going to speak to me like that in my home, you're not welcome here. Put down the Game Boy and see yourself out.
You can't be serious. You're going to be that soft? I'm literally in the process of taking down a Mewtwo. I can't deal with this bullshit right now, Joe.
George, I don't believe I stuttered. Either you're going to apologize to me and to Obama for the way you spoke to him after your misplay, or you're leaving. End of story.
Or what? What are you going to do? Call Dark Brandon? Oh wait, you can't, because he's gone forever.
George, that was way over the line. You gotta go.
Yeah, that was really messed up, George. At first I thought Joe was overreacting, but I'm with him in Trump now. You gotta take your leave. We'll talk about this at a later time, but you just took this way too far.
Whatever. I don't have time for this.
You all right, Joe? You want to finish off this battle?
No, I'm good. I think I'm going to leave too. I'll see you guys next week. I don't care who finishes this battle or if we even survive it. See you at the debate tonight, Trump.
Joe, if you want to reschedule the debate, I'm totally fine with that given the circumstances. We don't have to do this tonight.
I don't think he heard you, bro. It's just us now. You go ahead and wrap this battle up, seeing I just played last episode.
Me too, and the actual Mewtwo in the same battle, and he didn't even stay for that. Oh man, Barack, I'm really worried about Joey. He would never want to be away from something like that.
Yeah, but Dark Brandon means more to him than any Pokemon in the world. I know this is all over the tensions from losing Dragonite, but this went downhill faster than ever before. Can you even remember a time Biden and Bush fought? I don't think they ever have.
Now that you say it, I think you're right. Also, I'm sorry, but my head is really not in this battle. Part of me just wants to pause the emulation because I really am just worried about Joey. Can we please just finish donations so I can try and focus a little?
We absolutely have to finish this battle for the viewers, but yeah, we can finish donations for sure. The next one came from somebody 200. It's a $5 donation and has a compliment for me, along with hope you have a bad episode for once, Donald. Thanks for the kind words and donation, buddy.
Kind words, my ass. But moving on, we've got MMA Lover 150 next on the docket. It's a $2 donation where he gives you props for a good episode and doesn't see any reason why you can't string a good set of episodes together. You definitely got a lot of scrutiny, but you've earned all these kind words for sure, Barack. Thanks again for the donation.
It really is nice to hear compliments for once. And speaking of compliments, last but not least, our highest donator of the episode was Lazy Panda 6569. He keeps his word of donating us $25 for kicking Price to the curb without dropping a Pokemon. Thank you again for the donation, my friend, and enjoy your pin this episode. And would you look at that, Donald? This episode comes full circle as we wrap it up with Osama the Onion Fairy. Talk about one hell of a team we just went up against with a Mewtwo, Starmie, and now Onion Fairy as well. Definitely our hardest battle in the run yet.
Looks like it will hit hard with Thunder as well, but hopefully Cerberus can finish it off on its turn with. Oh god damn it, give me a fucking break. A neutral effective attack one-shots a fully evolved Pokemon with a critical hit. Fuck man. I'm sorry, Barack. That ends my perfect fucking streak. I guess Biden's the only one undefeated now.
You know what? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Donald. I didn't see Cerberus faint right there. At the end of this episode, we just deposited her since she didn't play this entire episode anyway. You're good, fam. I got you after all we've gone through today. I think you should just heal up me too, and then drill peck Osama harder than SEAL Team 6 did.
You're a great friend, Barack. Thanks, bro. I really appreciate it. I think I'll actually just try and knock it out with Carrara so it can get some good experience. Actually, you know what? Just kidding. That growl attack is going to draw things out, so let me just heal up Starmie. And hopefully I don't switch into that deadly thunder attack, because that would be a real catastrophe.
No problem, buddy. I got you. I don't think there's any way we could tell Joe we lost me too after the events of this episode. So no matter what you do, please keep it alive. This needs to be your clutchest moment of the series right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. It's a good thing that Bush stocked up on all those lemonades when we got to the department store earlier. They're really coming in handy right now. Might as well use them in battle while we can, since we decided to not use any items in battle for our next run.
Looks like he dodged the bullet on the switch in on Thunder. But are we faster? Oh, thank God, yes we are. This should finish up the battle. It absolutely does. Way to close out this episode in relief, Donald. That was not an easy battle, and overall it was controlled pretty well. We have officially put Team Rocket into retirement, and we can continue on the road to our 8th badge.
That was way too close. It's wild how our mentality can go from it's over to we have some serious work to do, seeing there are going to be much tougher battles than that. I appreciate the support, though, Barack, and I couldn't have done it without you. But with the radio tower liberated, that is going to wrap things up for episode 18, everybody. I'm not sure what happens between now and episode 19 when it comes to Biden and Bush, but hopefully it's resolved peacefully. The last thing we need is stress when the game starts to really kick into gear. Thank you for coming by today, everyone. And if you haven't already, of course, please do join the brand new revamped AI Force 1 Discord. Our editor put out a video a few days ago advertising the change from PokeForce 1, as we include more amazing creators that make more than just Pokemon content. We're already over 600 members and we're growing more by the minute. We'll see you next week.
Don't forget to answer our comment question, and for the first time, thank you to our channel member Bradley. Maybe you'll have some friends on this list for me to announce next week. Have a great week, everyone. Blackthorn City awaits. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to episode 19 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. I know normally whoever is playing is supposed to do the intro, but after that debate last week, I feel like I should do this to prevent even more harm to the American people. If you haven't watched episode 18 yet, there are spoilers ahead, so I'll give you 5 seconds to stop this video and go watch that episode before you proceed. Okay, great. Now that you're caught up, we can proceed. You can't pull a George and get mad at me for talking about previous events. And speaking of George, that's what we need to talk about. After his comments towards the end of episode 18, I had to sit down and spoke with him. He wanted everyone to know that he apologizes for his comments and he let the anger of letting Shendu faint get the best of him. Because of those comments, he has decided to take 1 episode off this series and give Joe some space. Personally, I think it was a smart idea, and I respect the fact he feels bad about his actions. With that out of the way, we can proceed to the rest of the episode. How are you fellows doing today?
I respect that decision as well, and I'll be man enough to forgive him. I can't deny what he said really got to me, though. I was crying in the broom closet with my good friends Captain Morgan and Johnny Walker until Kamala told me I had to fly to Atlanta for the debate. I'll never do another debate in that state again. I had to watch a replay of it, and I thought it was AI generated with how many pauses I took.
I'm not sure if you heard me as you ran out of the Oval Office last week, but I did give you the opportunity to postpone the debate. But I was wondering why you smelled like a brewery on that stage and needed help getting down that step to the moderators after it was over. I have to give you credit, though, to do as well as you did with the blood alcohol content, with what I assume was 5 times the legal limit, seeing you're 100 pounds soaking wet. You actually strung together 2 or 3 complete sentences. It was pretty impressive.
Oh shit, you really gave me that opportunity? I would have taken that in a heartbeat and just cried all night with my stuffed animals, Mr. Fluffers and Tippidus.
Tippidus. What kind of a name is that for a stuffed animal?
Tippidus Dick. Oh man, I got you, Obama. You see, America, I'm not some old man on the cusp of death. I can speak fluently, elegantly, and stun all over these hoes in my path. Ignore that debate performance because this is the real me and definitely not an AI-generated version of me.
Your Presidential Medal of Freedom is hereby revoked. I did that as a make-a-wish type gesture to your senile ass. You just played Angry Birds on my couch while I was doing work for 8 years.
Not sure you can call him senile after he just got you with a Tippidus Obama. You're just gonna have to hold the L with this one.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I will just be quiet right now and not tell Joe about what my plan for this episode was. It was going to be a great surprise as well.
A surprise? For me? Oh boy, Obama, tell me. Is it an ice cream party? Did you get me an ice cream party to cheer me up? Please just tell me.
You know I was going to not tell you and call everything off after that joke, but I can't just deny those withered, decrepit eyes. Oh, all right, Joe, my surprise is that I planned for us today to have a make-up debate during the episode since last week's events prevented you from being your best. I even hired a moderator to do the debate for us, and Donald agreed to everything in advance.
I would have preferred the ice cream, but that's not a bad idea either. You mean I'm going to get the chance to show America that I'm not some old man that needs to be medicated to even have the appearance of a man on his deathbed? This is great. I'm going to run that election win back for sure.
Oh, that's sweet. Joe thinks he actually has a chance. But yes, Joe, given the circumstances, I've agreed for us to have a debate, and to ensure this channel doesn't get taken down over politics, we're going to make all the topics related to Pokemon. The only thing is, I didn't realize you had hired a moderator, Obama. I thought you were going to moderate the debate yourself. Who did you hire?
Well, keep in mind that you're broke from lawyer fees. I already spent my allowance from Michelle this month on Weiss Schwartz trading cards, and Jill hasn't let Biden touch money since my 2nd term. So we didn't exactly have the highest budget here. He's actually waiting outside right now. You can come on in.
The chair was so comfortable outside, I wish you didn't call me in right here. I haven't even had a chair since before I went to Mount Moon.
No, absolutely not. Obama, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Out of all the people in the world, this is who you choose. I take back my agreement to do this debate. This is not happening.
Oh, come on, Donald. It's your old buddy Tucker. We've had such good times together. Don't you remember all those times I propped you up on my show? And that time we walked through Mount Moon together. Those were the days, am I right?
Oh shit, it's the waiter from the boat. He finally brought my eggs here. I knew they were on their way. 1 second, Mr. Waiterman, I just need to catch this encounter.
Well, it's not much, but at the same time, it's something, and we need to restock the team a little after last week. Just catch this, and we can move on, Joe.
Somehow this is your fucking fault, Tucker. Joe hasn't made a single mistake during this entire run, and now he just let one of his encounters this episode faint. I bet he was just thinking about eggs and was rushing. Get the fuck out of here, Tucker.
Speaking of those eggs, I'll take them right now, please. You can put them right on top of those buttons. I don't know what they do anyway.
Joe, you dementia patient, I don't have any eggs. And before you say it, I'm not a waiter or a janitor or a cave dweller, and unfortunately not a junior Safari Zone ranger anymore. I'm a journalist who's trying to rebuild his shattered career on Twitter, or X, or whatever the hell it's called now. And today, I'm the moderator for your debate.
Yeah, this bozo's definitely not getting a tip. Barack, there seriously isn't anyone else who can moderate this debate.
So the other candidates that had any interest in doing this were Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hillary Clinton, and Mike Pence. If you guys want me to call any of those three, and just let me know when I can.
Tucker. I know this isn't something you're used to hearing and haven't heard in a long time, but you got the job. Even a lapdog to Putin like you that kept us prisoners in Moscow is better than any of those three.
Thank you so much, Donald. I know you won't regret it. It's only right also because I was in episode 19 of your last series as well. Maybe we can make this a regular occurrence.
Wait, you were? Well, how about that? He's right. Guys, can you believe episode 19 was the final episode of Yellow? It's incredible to think today would have been the last day of this game in the last series, and now we're not even halfway done with Crystal.
I didn't even think we were going to make it to this episode, seeing how Bush was playing last week. It's a miracle we even made it out of the radio tower. But I've been itching to get this debate started. Take it away, Mr. Cave Dweller.
Joe, for the last time, I am not a cave dweller, and when this debate begins, I will mute your microphone if you even mention that again. But hello, everybody, and welcome to the redo of the first debate for the 2024 presidential election. I am your moderator, Tucker Carlson, and today, on YouTube, we will ask the questions that all of you undecided voters are anxious to hear. Without further ado, I will introduce our candidates for today. First off, he's the current and 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
I'm the man. I beat Orange Guy once and I'm going to do it again. Build back better, baby.
You built one hell of a nuclear bomb that you dropped on our economy, that's for sure.
Donald, please wait until I introduce you before you speak. Ahem, where was I? And introducing next, his challenger, the 45th and former President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump.
You know him, you love him, you can't live without him. Make compatible great again. 4 more amazing years.
I'm sure this won't be an absolute shit show that gets us taken down from YouTube. Maybe episode 19 will actually be our last episode for Crystal 2 after this.
I ask the audience to please hold all of their comments until the end. Now, before we begin, I would like to tell the viewers and remind our candidates of the rules. Each candidate will be given an opportunity to answer each question on an alternating basis. The candidate who doesn't begin will get the final word on each subject matter. When it is not your turn, your microphone will be muted and nothing you say will be heard. President Biden won the coin toss I just did on my phone, and we'll get this started. Gentlemen, I wish you the best of luck today.
Wow, Joe rigged the coin toss as well? All right, I can see how this...
I'm glad to see the mute button is working as intended. Anyway, let us begin, and our first question goes to President Biden. The topic is, the pokey economy. What the hell is that, Barack?
Do you want to get paid? Just read the damn script.
Yeah, I really need money. Anyway, getting back to the topic of the pokey economy. Mr. President, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of Pokeballs that cost $1,000 then now costs more than $1,200, and typical potion prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
You have to take a look at what I was left when I became president. What Mr. Trump left me, we had an economy that was in free fall. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of healing items. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new full restores. We're going to make sure we cap prices so trainers don't have to carry 99 lemonades. And we're going to make that available to everybody, to all trainers. So we're working to bring down the prices at your local Pokemart. And that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. Former President Trump, your response.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our region. We had never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other regions were copying us. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that Pokey Russ mess. He created new competitive rules. That was a disaster for our region. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job. And inflation's killing our region. It is absolutely killing us.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks it was great. He had the greatest economy in the world. He rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in Cantonian history, $2 trillion. He raised the deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who has lost more jobs than he had when he began.
In lieu of a response to his nonsense, I'd just like you all to see how he handles this puzzle. Pokey economy is going to slide downwards even more than he's going to slide around in this cave until the end of time.
Oh yeah? Watch this. 1 + 3 is 6, carry the 12, and then spin around, stop, pull the pie out of the oven, and bing, bang, boom, we're out of here.
Joe, you literally couldn't navigate the simple puzzle in Price's Gym. How the hell did you just navigate a puzzle that made kids quit the game in less than 60 seconds? Also, what was that math you just thought you did?
Elementary, my dear Obama. Now watch me catch this false god as our encounter in this cave. Wait, what the fuck? It fled? You can't do that. That's cheating. I get another encounter.
I actually don't know the rules on this off the top of my head. I'm going to say no, since it was technically the first Pokemon we ran into. We don't need a third of the nation of Ireland yelling at us like when we caught Battery in the rocket hideout.
Obama makes a good point. You didn't do anything wrong, Joe, just some bad luck that time.
Excuse me. But I think we're all forgetting about the debate. Let's get back on track here. And the next question goes to you, former President Trump. The topic is Pokemon eggs. This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Plateau overturned Ditto v. Daycare Man. This morning, the Plateau ruled on yet another Pokemon egg case, temporarily allowing deletion of eggs to continue in Lavender Town despite their restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Ditto v. Daycare Man. As president, would you block the deletion of eggs?
If you look at this whole question that you're asking, a complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Ditto v. Daycare Man. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many steps and how many of this getting into other things. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a Pokemon when it's making sounds. It's about to hatch. 10 steps before it hatches, and even after it hatches, if you look at the former governor of Vermilion, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the Pokemon aside and we'll determine what we do with the Pokemon, meaning we'll release the Pokemon.
It's been a terrible thing what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Ditto when it was decided. Supported Ditto. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. But here's the deal, there's a lot of young Pokemon who are being sent to daycare centers to produce eggs against their will as their trainer just wants perfect effort values. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross town lines.
So that means he can take the life of the Pokemon in the final 100 steps and even after birth, because some towns, Democrat-run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Vermilion put the Pokemon down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the Pokemon in the final cycle and unalive the Pokemon.
He's lying. That is simply not true. We are not for late cycle egg deletion, period, period, period. For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years. And it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Plateau. Takes credit for taking it away.
I can't put my finger on it, but this seems so close to the debate you guys had the first time, except you two can speak much more coherently and aren't changing the subject so much.
Yeah, it's definitely just you, Barack. I mean, these questions you're having me asked are in no way related to real-life topics, and not their exact answers with slight changes to accommodate a Pokemon video. But I will say the candidates have shown much more life than last Thursday, and this is definitely heating up.
Getting tired, Sleepy Joe? Maybe you want to call it quits and take your 4th nap of the day.
I took my 4th nap hours ago, bro. Next one today will be my 6th. But I'm just getting warmed up. You made a mistake giving me this second chance, and I'm going to prove to the viewers that I'm the right man to get this second term and not you.
Well, if that's the case, I say we jump right into our rapid fire segment. For this segment, the voters will get to see how the candidates answer donations. You will alternate going back to back with no rebuttals allowed. There were 8 donations in this past episode, so you will each get 4 of them. We'll lead with you again, President Biden. The first donation came from Legendary Gamer, and he responded to the comment question by saying Joe would be brave, Barack would be hearty, Bush gets naughty, and Trump would be adamant. Also, Bush played poorly.
Thank you for this fine answer to the comment question and the donation as well. Legendary. People like you make this channel great. I agree that I would be brave, but Trump would be the naughty one seeing his recent court ruling.
Former President Trump, what do you have to say to MMA Lover 150, who details the, and I quote, massive fucking coping from Bush? He goes on to praise Obama for turning his gameplay around without excuses, and Bush went the personal attack route. It was very pathetic overall.
I was incredibly appalled by George's behavior. Ever since we started hanging out, he had cemented himself as the wholesome one of the group. But the events of last week are something I thought George was never capable of. I am a firm believer in second chances, however. I believe his apology and willingness to distance himself this session prove his good intentions, and I believe he will only come back not just a better friend, but a better trainer as well. Thank you for the donation.
Next up, we have Ram420M6. He said the reckless play was working until George lost Dragonite and Trump lost Hound Doom. For natures, he didn't just mention the nature, but also a reason why as well. But what do you have to say about Ram saying you were lonely since you don't have Dark Brandon and President Biden?
Wait, that's why Cerberus isn't in the party right now. Obama, you told me we deposited her to not feel like we had to level her up with the rest of the team. Thanks for your honesty, buddy. But Ram, I could never say I am lonely. I am surrounded by the best friends a man could ask for and an amazing community on YouTube. Dark Brandon might be recovering, but he will be back.
Stupid debate. Everyone look, it's compatible. Biden, we have to catch it. Wait, don't run away, you goddamn mummy. I take back everything I said, and we should get a second chance since the false god fled from the encounter earlier. Find another one? That is an order, Joseph.
Sorry I lied to you about Cerberus, Joe. We were going to keep that one a secret since Donnie was just thrown into the episode without warning and emotions were already sky high. But Donald, I know it was compatible, but we made a decision as a group, and we must stick to it. I'm
That's
sorry,
bullshit,
but we can't catch
Barack. Now I know you truly hated compatible. You unalived my pride and joy on purpose, and you're so against getting another one. I will remember this when I'm president again, mark my words. You're getting so thrown over the wall. In fact, I might even mix you in the cement that builds the wall.
Now, Donald, let's not say anything the voters might not approve of. It's your turn to answer the next donation as well. It came from Lazy Panda 6569, who said the most recent episode took a dark turn quick, and these issues need to be resolved immediately. What do you also think about the natures he gave to each of you?
Oh shit, we just got outrage? I know a certain Pokemon that could have been amazing on. But getting back to the topic at hand, this is one of the most base donations I've ever seen. You bet your ass I'm brave and can deal out the heavy hits. Biden is the poster child for not being bright. Obama is mild without the L and George. Despite his actions, is still the most neutral at the end of the day.
Oh, blow me, Trump. And he also called you slow, so that part is definitely based.
I ask again that the audience please holds all questions until the end of the debate. We're halfway through with this rapid fire round, and we're back to President Biden with another donation from Ram, this time via Kofi. He's still trying to get his head straight after that crazy episode last week, but what do you say to him about concerns the team isn't leveled up highly enough?
That's a bunch of malarkey. Back in my day, you could go into the Elite Four with Pokemon 20 levels lower than the champion and still come out unscathed. The calls that our team is too underleveled are not only inaccurate but hurtful to the members of this team. History, Poliwrath, Arcanine, and Me Too are an unstoppable force, and they will never be defeated.
Sorry to interrupt again, but Joe, he does have a point. This next gym, we're going to be facing trainers with Pokemon in the mid-30s and a gym leader with 3 level 37s and a 40. We probably should have been battling all of these wild Pokemon in the cave for experience instead of running from them.
Mad cause bad, skill issue, get good, learn how to play the game, and you won't have any issues, Obama.
Not sure if Obama will be able to recover after that Gen Z toxic combo, but former President Trump, your next donation comes from, yeah, you're right, who understands why things got heated, but what do you think about his idea for Joe and Bush to handle their squabble and showdown? I have a username you can use if you need one.
Definitely going to pass on any username you have, Tucker, but my administration would fully support the system of showdown battles to handle all disputes. You name it, domestic disputes, gaming fights, everything you can think of will be handled by showdown battles. Thank you for the donation and great comments. As always, yeah, you're right.
Final donation for each of you. President Biden, you get to deal with presidential gaming drive. He says that George is the newest fraud, and he better not get any of this British people money. Do you agree with his play being more disgraceful than Game Producer 6's love for Lilligan?
Before I answer that question, I'm just going to let you all know I plan to clear some inventory space and actually catch an encounter this episode. I'll do it on Route 45, and Donald, you can take the one in Blackthorn and the Dragon's Den. Now I have to say this. We may disagree with game producer's 6 fated Pokemon against Wallace, but Lilligant is a goddess. Every American should be entitled to a thick dommy mommy like Lilligant. We will always agree on that. But yeah, George ain't getting a cent from last episode. Don't worry about that. Thanks again, buddy.
And finally, former President Trump, you will get the pinned comment from last episode, which was also from Legendary Gamer. He thinks George should drop the W for an L in his name, hopes Dark Brandon comes back, and jokes aside, hopes Bush can rebound. What do you have to say to that?
Thank you again, Legendary, for the $20 in total this past episode. The return of Dark Brandon is something that members of both parties are in agreement on. We yearn for the return of Brandon as he will make this team stronger than it already is. Bush will pull an Obama and turn his play around. You can mark my words on that one.
Gentlemen, and the 2 ladies watching this video, we will now move into our closing statements of this debate. Both candidates will get a final chance to address the public and attempt to convince them that they are the proper choice this November. Former President Trump, you have the floor.
My fellow Americans, I took 2 Pokemon League exams. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one. A real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions on type matchups. He couldn't do it. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood, wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 VGC championships at local card stores. Not even in the younger divisions, 2 regular championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart. And you have to be able to run back and forth to hatch eggs to get perfect effort values. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't go through 2 towns without taking a nap. He challenged me to a battle. He can't even take down 2 of my party members. I feel that I'm in as good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same.
You're going to see he's 6'5" and only 225 pounds or 235 pounds. Well, anyway, that's anyway. Just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a Pokemon battle with him. I told you before I'm happy to battle if you carry your own Switch. Think you can do it?
Let's not act like children.
You're a child.
And on that incredibly disappointing final segment, that brings us to the conclusion of this debate. I would like to thank both candidates for their time and the audience for actually sitting through this a second time. For everyone here, I'm Tucker Carlson. Have a great 4th of July, and we'll see you next week.
Wait, hold on, the episode isn't over yet, Tucker. We've still got this encounter to go. And when did you think you had the authority to end an episode in the first place? You're not a member of this team.
Give me a break, Obama. You saw the last episode. George is an absolute liability and needs to be replaced. Let's break down the facts. I'm a crowd favorite from Yellow, and we had perfect chemistry this episode. I say you make the decision to cut George and make old Tucker the 4th member of the team.
Sorry, Tucker, but that's going to be a hard pass. While I have to admit you handled your role as moderator very professionally and the debate went off without a hitch, we're not dropping George for you. We're not going to forget that you helped Putin trap us in Russia.
And you can't forget the name of the series as presidents play Pokemon Crystal, not cave dwellers play Pokemon Crystal. So you can't even be considered on those grounds.
For the last time, Joe, I am not a cave dweller. That was only a figment of your imagination in the simulation. I have not now, nor have I ever lived in a cave. I won't stand for this injustice any longer.
Tucker, if I give you the $5 I promised you for this episode, and tell you we might consider you to appear in future episodes, will you leave without us having to call Secret Service?
Future considerations? Oh, hell yeah. My negotiation skills are second to none. I'm going to take this $5 straight to Taco Bell now that I can finally afford one of their $5 boxes. See you later, guys.
So, is anyone going to tell him that box is like $7 now? Thanks again for that, Biden, for screwing up the best deal in fast food.
It's not my fault. Taco Bell is a Mexican food store, so they work off Mexico's finances. Go over there and complain to them yourself.
Joe, the headquarters for Taco Bell is in California. Just because it's Mexican-style food doesn't mean they're pulling the strings.
Yeah, sure, Barack. What are you going to tell me next? Italy doesn't control the prices of all pizza, and China doesn't control the prices for all Kung Pao chicken. April Fool's Day was 3 months ago, buddy. I'm not falling for it.
It's incredible how your mental aura continues to reach new lows every day, Biden. Now just do us a favor and catch this fucking ladybug so we can sign off for the day. I was distracted by Tucker originally, but this encounter has lasted over 3 minutes already. Speed it the hell up, man.
What more do you want me to do? It keeps using recover and I just tried to catch it with an ultra ball while paralyzed. It's got to be the stars messing with my encounters right now. Did you know that Mercury's in lemonade and the moon is in microwave? Never before has someone been cursed by astrology this badly before.
Aren't you going to call him stupid or demented for that comment, Donald?
Did he say anything incorrect? It sounded exactly the same as the crazy people on Facebook who talk about the stars.
I'm sure we definitely didn't just offend any of our viewers. Nice job, guys. But Donald's right, Joe. I don't know if you need to channel that nonsense about the interior of a Pokeball again, because the Ultra Balls you just spent half of our bank account on aren't working, but please catch this before we hit the 30-minute mark of this video.
There it goes using recover again. What a bitch. We would never use that move, and especially not have it on arguably our best Pokemon in each of these last 2 runs. But truth be told, this bug might actually be useful for us. Not only must it have good defense, seeing it tanked a super effective drill peck from me too, but the acid armor belly drum recover combo could prove broken if we get a good move on it. I think about a switch in to a physical attacker, make it so it can't touch us, max out the attack, heal up and sweep. This might be our new secret weapon.
Hypothetically, yes, that strategy could prove absolutely broken on a good Pokemon. But Joe, you're forgetting that the Mutant Ladybug only has 390 base stats. Odds are both of its attacks are in the gutter, and it's slower than molasses. Now that same moveset on a Suicune, and you're in business.
Fair enough, but after doing my calculations, I've discovered the problem is that Mystery wasn't our active Pokemon when trying to get this capture. Now that it's in the yellow and paralyzed, this is a guaranteed catch when combined with Mystery. Just watch.
Why am I even surprised that logic worked? But with that finally out of the way, that is going to do it for this very eventful episode 19. Hopefully you enjoyed this debate more than the last one, and of course we wish all of you a very happy 4th of July. Make sure to message a British person like Presidential Gaming Drive and laugh at him because he's working today and his country blew a 13-0 colony lead. Don't be the idiot that blows your hand off with a firecracker today, and most importantly, have fun.
I named it Eternity, seeing how long it took to catch, and we'll check out its stats right now. But while we do that, let's take a moment to shout out our channel members. And if you want to join them, the link to our Kofi, where you can do it, is in the description of this video. Thank you to our newest member, Hector, with a $5 monthly pledge. And of course, thank you to our first and highest monthly pledging member, Bradley. We'll see you next week as Donald tries to earn our 8th badge.
Tries? Nah, fam, it's going to happen guaranteed. You act like a YouTuber ever fumbled the bag on the 8th gym of a Nuzlocke. Don't forget to join the Discord as we approach 700 members, and we'll see you next week.
Hey, how about we sing happy birthday to America since it's 4th of July? Happy birthday
Not
to
a
you.
fucking chance
Happy
we're going to
birthday to
sing.
you. Happy
Cut to
birthday,
black.
dear.
Hey, wait a minute. Was there another debate I wasn't invited to? Why didn't anybody tell me? I have some great opinions on the...
Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, despite all odds, we have somehow made it to episode 20 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Your reward? Having your favorite Pokemon master walk into Claire's gym and smack yet another Nepo baby gym leader around like it's nothing. We also have our boy George back after his self-imposed 1-episode suspension. How was the week off bush?
It's good to be back, Donald. I also like how you hopped right into your first encounter this episode. It's such a happy-looking seal as well. Let's get this quick capture and then head into the gym.
So much for it being such a happy seal. Now it's floating around unconsciously in the waters of Blackthorn City. Nice start to the episode, Donald. I'm sure that's definitely not a sign of things to come today.
Oh, eat my ass, Biden. I used a not very effective attack from our physical attacker. If it couldn't live through that, then it's absolutely worthless and I want it nowhere near Donnie's destroyers. Now with that disappointment out of the way, I'm interested to see what type this gym ends up being. Hopefully something our team can smack around with ease.
I have to agree with Donald on this one, Joe. Not only would it have taken time to level up, but if it couldn't survive that attack, it would have been cooked in a minute. Just another example of the level scaling in this game making absolutely no sense. Why are the Pokemon in the waters of this town in the teens?
Did somebody say there were teens in the waters of this town? Guys, I think I've reached the summit of my Pokemon journey. You guys go on without me, and I'll be a lifeguard to all the teenagers of Blackthorn City. It's been real.
That is absolutely 100% not what I said, Joe. I swear if this activity continues, I'm going to call Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen? Who's that? Is he somebody those jerks in Congress want to put on the ticket instead of me? I bet he's just some goody two-shoes from Delaware. I hate that state. Literally nothing good has ever come from there.
I couldn't agree more with you, Joe. Maybe you are actually starting to get smarter. Those rumors of dementia have been greatly exaggerated.
Joe, are you seriously trying to tell me you of all people have no idea who Chris Hansen is? Think hard about it, man. Have you ever walked into a room and there was some guy waiting who asked you to take a seat?
Guy asking me to take a seat? Oh yeah, there was this one time where... Wait, oh no, guys, please, you can't call him. Please, I'm begging you. I swear on Polyrath I'll be bitter, I promise.
Yeah, I figured that would jog your long-lost memory, Joe. But going back a few weeks ago, I'm really sorry about everything I said. I was having such a bad episode, and then when I lost Shendu, the filter that holds back all of my intrusive thoughts was just removed. I didn't mean what I said, and I know Dark Brandon will be back. I hope we can still be friends and you can forgive me.
I'm sorry too, buddy, because I said some really mean things as well. I don't think that you're a fraud, and I shouldn't have tried to force you to apologize. It's a tough time in all of our lives with debate prep and the stress of this run. You had some really difficult battles and were unlucky with everybody knowing an ice-type attack. We can absolutely move past this, and let's not even bring it up again.
I really do appreciate that, partner. Water under the bridge it is. Now, Donald, it looks like this is the Dark-type gym. Normally, it would be pretty imposing with the Pokemon we have to go up against, but Polyrath should be able to jump kick them into oblivion. As long as you play your cards right, we should be able to not only get out of here with no issues, but also collect some solid experience. We're going to need all we can get before we take on the Elite Four.
I'm praying every trainer just has a bunch of Tyrannitars so I can rack up that experience. But aside from experience, there is something I'm really worried about going forward. You see, we have 4 incredibly reliable team members, but it's kind of been that way for a while. Ever since we added Shendu, our encounters have been pretty underwhelming, whether it be because of level or the actual Pokemon. We're running out of time, and we need 2 more members to complement our current team.
I never even thought about that, but you're right. We got so many amazing encounters early on that we got spoiled and I guess assumed they would keep coming. In reality, those last 2 spots could be filled with legendaries, but my admitted misplays earlier have held us back from that. Not to mention we also lost our starter with what looked like was going to be a solid moveset as well. By my calculations, we should have 1 more encounter today, and I want to say 6 more before we reach the Indigo Plateau. We're going to need to hit on about 1/3 of our encounters, or we're going to have to fill in some spots with what we already have.
TLDR, give me the non-nerd version Obama. Explain it to me like I'm Joey.
Catch a good Pokemon in the Dragon's Den, then we only need to worry about catching 1 Pokemon in the next 2 episodes if nobody else faints.
Now then, was that so hard? You don't need to show your work like it's high school math class, but it's the Dragon's Den. Obviously, I'm going to catch something amazing in there. With a name like that, what do you think I'm going to catch? A baby Pokemon?
You've been foreshadowing an awful lot lately, so I'm not concerned about that comment in the slightest. But let's play devil's advocate and pretend we're going to have to pull out 2 party members to join the team. Who would you pick?
Taft would probably be the #1 draft pick, seeing we've seen how hard it can hit with its Ice Punch attack. Leads me to believe it has a really nice special, and who knows what other moves we would be able to get. For the second, I'm not so sure though. We've burnt up a lot of our quality reserves. Call us the Houston Astros because we have literally no farm system.
Could you have picked a franchise that isn't known for being a bunch of cheaters? Way to get some new allegations thrown on this run, Biden. Quick, throw out every garbage can in sight.
Hold on for a second there, Obama. The Houston Astros are a fine franchise. When they came to DC to celebrate their first championship, they were incredibly polite. I actually still exchange Christmas cards every year with Jose Altuve. I even got an email from the team saying how much they missed me last year when they came to visit the White House. I can't wait to see them again each of the next 4 years.
Well, of course, they liked you more. I didn't even want them to come over since they cheated against the Phillies. There's no way they could have beat them any other way. I had these dreams of meeting Bryce Harper, and those cheaters crushed them.
Sounds like a massive skill issue and overdosage of copium to me, Biden. Do me a favor, can you cry into this bottle so I can have your tears on the Oval Office desk during my 2nd term? Talk about the trophy to end all trophies.
You want to make a bet, big boy? If you by some miracle actually beat me in this election, I'll give you your trophy. But if I win, you got to give me a trophy of your own. And I want your wig for all to see front and center on my desk. What do you say, Donnie?
It's not a wig, you blind bastard. This is my totally real and legitimate hair. Anyone who says otherwise just likes spreading fake news, and when I get elected, they're going straight over the Great Wall of Trump. Maybe I'll even do it with a catapult. I'll set up some bleachers, sell tickets to millionaire Republicans, and put it on pay-per-view as well. I'll have the national debt paid off in an afternoon.
Donald, we've all seen the videos of your wig blowing all over the place. You're our friend, and we don't care if you wear a wig. You don't have to lie about it.
Note to self, add Bush to the consideration list to be in the Catapult Show main event.
What did you just say?
What? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about the strategy for the gym battle with Claire. She is going to have the first level 40 Pokemon we've seen after all. Even these gym trainers are over-leveled compared to us, and we can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said, but I think you'll be fine. My real worry would be if we ran into an electric-type gym leader. We really need to get a ground-type Pokemon at some point, seeing half our team could fall against an electric-type user. Do we even have any in reserve right now?
We do have that Fampy we hatched from an egg a long time ago. It evolves at level 25, so that might be our best option to go alongside Taft if we don't mind having a real power leveling montage.
That's definitely an idea to keep in our back pocket, Obama. Of course, we could get screwed with a few evolutions, but we could get something like a Steelix as well. I hope it doesn't come to that and we can just catch one instead of leveling up, but if there's ever a time to have a backup plan, it's now, and not if disaster strikes.
Speaking of not planning until the last minute, we are guilty of it, unfortunately. Remember how we were supposed to decide which of us would do the trainer gauntlet before Victory Road? Well, if I get this badge this episode with no casualties, the journey begins next week. I nominate myself, seeing I'm clearly the best trainer we've got here, and I'll get through it no problem with my talent and mental fortitude.
Let's play a quick game. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other? Before I finish, just kidding, it's me, because I'm the only trainer who hasn't let a team member faint at this point. I've displayed world-class form since we left New Bark Town, and I think it should be me.
You might not like what I'm about to say, George, but with all the trainers there are, it might amount to being multiple episodes in the series. As much as I want to be the one who carries the team through the Kanto Welcome Committee, they've let a total of 1 Pokemon faint the entire series, and we've each had single episodes of letting more than that fall alone. I think they should each take one of the next 2 episodes, and then we'll split up the Elite Four by trainer, like we did last time.
I'd be lying if I said your logic was wrong right there. And it would give them the episode that they missed while they were recovering as well. All right, men, what do you think? We'll let Trump lead off the gauntlet next week, and Biden can take us straight to the door of the Elite Four. What do you guys think?
Sounds like a plan to me. Donald can have a double-header episode next week, and I can face the toughest trainers we've seen yet. I appreciate you guys being so cool about this. What do you think, Trump?
I can't argue with that logic either. Obama's right about it probably being enough trainers to last 2 episodes, so we should go with the top 2 trainers being us. That also negates any argument we might have as well. I'm glad that we came to a decision so quickly, because I randomly just got this splitting headache.
Need me to get you some aspirin, Donald? I can run over to Joe's medicine chest real quick and be back in about a half hour after I go through the 1,000,000 bottles of mislabeled medication he has in there.
I only mix up the pills because I don't think I need the 69 dosages they say I need to take throughout the day. I've searched my conditions on Google before, so I'm pretty much an expert on medicine.
Oh, Barack, you're such a caring friend. But don't worry, Donald doesn't have a headache. He just has a better half he hasn't let out to play in far too long.
Dark Maga, what are you doing here? I thought we already told you that we won't stand for an entity of pure evil taking over our friend anymore.
I always knew listening wasn't your strong suit, but rest assured, little cowpoke, I'm not here to bring the end of humanity today. I'm only here to have some fun and kick the shit out of this pathetic gym leader. Since he hasn't let me out in so long, I think taking the 8th gym from him is a fair compromise, don't you think?
I have 2 conditions for you, Dark Maga. If you can accept them, we won't protest you being here right now. If you don't accept them, we'll have Obama go Ultra Instinct and knock your form out.
That's so adorable that you think a mere mortal could defeat me. But I really don't feel like having to listen to Donald yell at me again when I'm trying to sleep about my behavior, so I'll humor this bullshit. What are your conditions, Sleepy Joe?
First off, and most importantly, there will be absolutely no Dark Brandon slander this time. You understand me?
Oh no, I might wet my pants, I'm so scared of you, Joe Biden. But sure, no need to make you go running to Jill about it. What's your second condition?
My second condition is, if you're truly so great, I assume you come with a banger theme song like the rest of us. Play it now or step aside and let a real trainer take over.
I'm not sure what you consider a banger, Joseph, but let me show you what a #1 hit truly sounds like.
Guess who's back? Back again, making things great again. Ready for it raw. Dark maga does no wrong. Yeah. Unstoppable force, they can't ignore. We're gonna make Kanto soar. Dark maga's reign, we're winning the game. No one can stop this red wave, MAGA. With old Betsy by my side, avenging what's right, it's a compatible ride. Avenge, taking names, breaking chains, no one can hide. Conquering all from the ground to Yodo's starless skies. My resolve will never die, standing firm against the night. With this team we rise and fight. Triumphs, I forge ahead. I scale the indigo plateau, no regret. No rival can beat me, my spirit's blaze. From JoJo's peaks to Kanto shore. And laughing laughter error, defeated now reborn, rising through the storm. How we're surging, feel the might. Dark Magas here, your guiding light. Unstoppable force, they can't ignore. We're gonna make Kanto soar. Dark Magas reign, we're winning the game. No one can stop this red wave, MAGA. Winning again, winning can Kanto soar. No one can stop. MAGA, make Kanto soar.
Was that enough of a banger for you, Joey?
All right, I gotta admit that was pretty fucking good. And your battle was managed with incredible ease as well. I'm not sure about you not teaching Sword's dance to Polyrath, but overall this was a battle we were worrying about, and you made her look like a junior trainer.
All three of those moves were just too valuable for type coverage. And just like a junior trainer, she's being a sore loser and refusing to give me my prize. I should have swung her around by that cape and seismic tossed her into the lava surrounding her platform.
All right, Dark Maga, control your bloodlust and just go into the dragon's den so we can get the badge. Also, how long do you plan on staying around for?
I'm going to get the encounter in there and then I'll throw it back. You're going to need my skill to catch it. Also, I'll show you what you could have had if I played this entire episode. Behold.
There was a Raikou in these waters. Are you kidding me? All Donald found was a fucking seal. That could have been our 5th member right there.
You're more than welcome to tell my worse half that I should be the one who plays next episode instead of him. Your team could have been completed this episode. Now, don't fret. I don't sense any legendaries in the den, but I do think you're going to like what I find. Consider it a granted wish, if you will.
Is it going to be a Starmie? I always wanted one to complement our Mewtwo.
Words cannot comprehend how time has eroded the walnut of a brain you once had into the empty space that occupies your skull now. You already have a Starmie on this team, you fool. I'm going to catch a Pokemon you actually need. Just shut up for a moment and watch.
Talk is cheap, Dark Maga. I bet you used up all your luck on that Raikou we couldn't even catch. Watch this be something completely pathetic like a Huthu.
I should take away this gift for that comment. But you know what? Seeing the look on your face when I back up my power will be even more rewarding. Darkness, I call upon you to bring forth what this team needs most. Darkness, put down the fucking coffee and give me this encounter already.
Here come the excuses before we even see what Pokemon it is. Just admit you're a fraud and get...
Arnold, it's Arnold. Our yellow day one and the ground type we said we needed. All hail Dark Maga. The darkness has provided us a gift for the ages. I will close my eyes now and embrace the darkness.
Joe, you're just using that as a way to take a nap. You can't fool us. But holy shit, Dark Maga isn't just all talk. In terms of ground types, Arnold ranks third in base stats, but is number one in our heart after Pokemon Yellow. Maybe this guy isn't so bad after all.
Don't mistake my flexing for kindness day 254. If I wanted to, I really could have manifested the Huthoot that Obama said I would get. Consider this an apology for making Joseph cry, and this will also get me some brownie points with Donald so he will leave me alone. If you're also wondering why we have 2 Pokemon under level 10 on the party right now, I had to bring somebody on who knew Whirlpool, and then I took another one of the expendable members of this team to fight my glorious encounter. One of them will probably faint in this battle, seeing the catch rate isn't great, but I don't think anybody cares if I lose Shrooms or Aussie.
I don't even remember what you said anymore. Just catch it, please, Dark Maga. I need some Arnold in my life right now.
Get one of your staffers to find your Ritalin and stop tugging on my suit, you decrepit weakling. I'll catch it, don't you worry, but give me some goddamn space. I was hoping I could get lucky with a quick catch, but it doesn't look like the game has that in its plans. I'll try to do some chip damage before catching it again.
This might take a few minutes, so I think it's the perfect time to read off donations from last episode.
Being nice and wholesome to people? Nah, I don't fuck around in the shadowy place. You can have Captain Big Mac back, I'm out of here.
That is so strange. Out of nowhere, my headache just cleared. Oh my God, it's Arnold, and I hear wild Pokemon music. Ultra Ball, go.
Welcome back, Donnie. And yes, you are right, this is our encounter in the Dragon's Den. Dark Maga took over and kicked Claire to the curb. He also blessed us with this encounter, so while I know you're just getting your bearings, please don't fuck this up.
He took the Claire battle? That piece of shit, I'm going to lecture the hell out of him later. I was looking forward to that. But I guess he did lead us to our new 5th team member, so maybe I'll give him a pass. It's just going to be tough catching this since it's such a low level and anything could one-tap it.
You're just thinking about it too much right now, Donald. Just calm down and catch the dang thing. Dark Maga left you with 2 lower level Pokemon to hit it, as you can see. And he also paralyzed it as well. You'll be fine. Let's try doing donations again to take our mind off things. Our first one came from Legendary Gamer. He throws us 7 Canadian people money, and thank you for the banger after banger comment. We hope you've enjoyed George being back, and I'm sorry, but we aren't catching that Vaporeon in the ice path. Thank you again for the donation, though.
Awesome to know I have fans out there like you, Legendary. I missed being here last week, but it was a necessary absence. We've got Omega Specs next, and he throws us $10. I wish I could have seen it in person, but yeah, that debate was awesome. Thank you so much for the donation and the kind words.
Another debate I kicked Sleepy Joe's ass in, if I may add. And speaking of Biden losing, we head over to Kofi for our next donation from Ram420M. Thank you again for donating through there so we don't get hit with the fees. He acknowledges your solid gameplay last week, but calls you out for your comment about beating Pokemon 20 levels lower than your own in the Elite Four. Care to respond, Joe?
Speaking of me losing, you literally said that as you let Shrooms faint. Pot calling the kettle black, am I right? But Ram, you aren't the first person that has brought this up. To everyone that mentioned it, did you not watch us playing Pokemon Yellow? We smacked around Putin's Pokemon in the 60s with ours in the 40s. That's what I was referencing. But shifting back to donations, we go back to our highest donation from the last episode. It was Legendary Gamer with his second one of the week. He really wanted to get that pin back, and he did just that with his 14 Canadian people money donation, and he wants us to name a Pokemon Bidoof. Tell you what, buddy, we'll definitely do that for you. Thank you again for all the Canadian people money today.
And thank you, Pokemon Master Donald, for bringing back our unstoppable, unaliving machine from Yellow. Oh, I don't know what feels better, being able to throw all the exclamation points on or knowing that Joe can't say he caught Arnold this time. It was all me motherfuckers.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Donald. You caught Arnold, and he's going to be on the team for sure. But that reminds me, you're playing next episode, and I would think he's going to have to be in the mid-30s by next week. Now, I normally know you hate power leveling with a passion, but I hope you have fun doing it so you can use him next episode.
God damn it, Dark Maga, you fucking asshole. You knew this was going to happen. I should have seen it coming a mile away. That's it, everyone. Eternity and Taft are full-time team members at their current levels. It was nice seeing Arnold, but you know he shouldn't be a star in both series, right?
And that's how you know Dark Maga is pure evil. This is the man who said he would never waste his time power leveling, and he's too good for it. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all for giving us this satisfaction.
We all know that's absolutely not happening, Donald, so get yourself some McDonald's and enjoy grinding levels in the ice path. It's something we've all had to do at some point, and we can keep you company if you prefer.
You know what? It's fine. No big deal. I'll just hand the Game Boy over to Eric for a few hours, and I'm sure he'll take care of it for me. He always begs me to play this game with him, and now I have an excuse to do so.
If you even think of taking this joy away from me, I'll throw a 0 onto the end of your conviction total.
You little bitch, you wouldn't dare.
Hey, Kamala, can you get Alvin Bragg on the phone? I need to ask him for a favor. Also, since I'm immune as president, can you get SEAL Team 6 on the other line? I have 6 specific targets for them in a, let's say, Supreme Court room.
Okay, fine, Joe, you made your point. I'll do the damn power leveling myself. Now, don't lay a finger on Clarence Thomas's beautiful soul and let me answer these stupid questions so Gen 2 version of Cake, wearing bitch, gives me the badge finally. Yes, Pokemon are my friends. I'm not Sleepy Joe, so I don't rely on cheating. Personally, I'll crush anyone in my path, but I bet he wants me to say this before saying, oh, I understand. I think this one is the final question. Let me just say what he wants to hear one more time and we're done with this. You happy, old man? You get what you want. Now give me what I want and hand over that fucking badge.
Oh, I understand.
Don't you fucking start with that now, George. I've had a long goddamn day. First I got possessed. Then I got threatened by the most inept president in the history of this country, and I don't need this nonsense.
Oh, I understand.
Barack, I swear on all that's holy.
Oh, I understand.
Fuck this, I'm out of here. Do the fucking outro without me. I did everything that needs to be done, so let me drown in some McDonald's Sprite, and I'll see you jerks next week.
It truly never gets old pushing Donnie's buttons. But he is right, everybody. That wraps up everything we had to get done today. I'll just grab the Dragon Fang before signing off. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by, and you better not miss next week as we begin the gauntlet to the Indigo Plateau. We'll see you same time, same place.
Huge shout out to our channel members Bradley and Hector over on Kofi. If you would like to be featured at the end of every episode while also supporting the channel, you can do so via the link in the description of this video. The real test starts next week, and we'll need all of you here again to support us. We'll see you then.
As always, don't forget to join the Discord, and oh shit, we forgot to ask a comment question this week. How about you all tell us who you hope our 6th team member would be for the Elite Four? You can say someone we already have or someone you hope we catch. 8 badges down. 8 badges to go. We'll see you next week.
Hello everybody and welcome to episode 1 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal. This season on the channel we're doing a randomized Nuzlocke so all of the Pokemon we encounter can be different than they normally are. It's a whole new world
Joe,
we
what
live
the
in.
fuck are you talking about? This isn't episode 1. This is episode 21. I'm telling you to fire that damn yes man you have as a White House doctor because your dementia finds a brand new evolution every episode.
Donald, what are you talking about? How could it be episode 21 if we're in New Bark Town? I'm starting to think you're the one with memory decline. If we were as far along as you said we would be in Blackthorn City by now. But holy shit, forget that. Can you believe how great this randomizer is? Instead of a Pokédex, we got a Master Ball. I can't wait to see what the starters are.
I really hate Take Your Kid to Work Day. Obama put a leash on him or some duct tape over his mouth. If I have to go through these trainers while listening to his nonsense, I'm going to blow a fucking gasket.
If anybody's going to talk about Bring Your Child to Work Day, you're the last person who should be doing that. But Joe, if you don't get your head on straight this instant, I'm putting the lock back on the freezer until next week's episode.
Please, Dad, don't take my ice cream away from me. I wish I went to work with Mom today instead. She's so much nicer than you.
Take Your Child to Work Day was in fucking April, It's been hotter than the surface of the sun over the past month, so you can't even pretend it's been that time of the year. Also, for the last time, I am not your father, Joseph. You were my vice president, and now you are my friend. Nothing more.
Barack is the father of the year over here. I can't believe he just disowned his son in front of 15 people on YouTube. I'm so sorry, Joe, but I guess you have to go to the orphanage for all 1,000-year-old zombies now. It was nice having you around for the time that we did.
I swear on all that's holy, I'll finish the job, and I won't miss like that stupid kid.
And that seems like the perfect time to jump in and do an actual intro for this episode. Hello everybody and welcome to episode 21 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today we have Donald taking on the first half of the trainer gauntlet on the way to Victory Road. He'll also be getting 3 encounters, so some big chances to fill the vacancy of our 6th party member. However, today we already have our 6th party member being my amazing egg hatch from way back in Ecruteak City. Of course, we all knew that it would end up being the perfect hidden machine slave, being able to learn cut, waterfall, whirlpool, and fly.
Oh yeah, you had so much faith in Phanpy back then. In fact, I remember you naming it Why No Legend, which translates to Savior of the franchise and my favorite Pokemon. Totally not, goddammit. Why didn't I get a team member that I actually wanted, right, George?
That was just a test for you. I knew exactly what its true potential was. And seeing it took until episode 21 to use it, you failed, unfortunately. Such a shame. But I'll tell you what, I'll let you off the hook if you catch this golem. It's not the greatest, but a final evolution with 485 base stats isn't the worst party member if we don't get anything else. Does anyone have a name idea for it when we catch it?
Balls, 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 balls.
Oh my God, is this finally the end for Joe? I think he's having a stroke. Oh well, you had a good run, Joe. We'll all miss you. Anyway, in more important news, I should have this thing caught any second now, so hopefully it has good stats.
I wasn't having a stroke, fat ass, and to be honest, I'm not sure what possessed me there, but I just felt a mighty need to repeat balls on repeat. Can you please name it that, Donald?
At the risk of that possession growing, if I don't name it balls, I'll do that, but not for any other reason. I really hope my next encounter is something better so we seriously don't have balls on the Hall of Fame team. For anybody who wants an autograph, I will be signing them outside the Oval Office after the filming of this episode. Prices start at $100 per signing, and you can only have something autographed that you purchase separately from my personal store. Good thing I just happened to bring my trailer today that has all my merchandise in there.
That's what you're keeping in that trailer? No wonder nobody has been anywhere near it all day. But all things considered, that's an awesome encounter, Donald, and if it has anything close to decent stats and moves, you just know, this is going to be a crowd favorite. Hell of a job, man, just catch it now.
I even have Rudy Giuliani working there for some extra cash since he just got disbarred in New York. Oh shit, I just remembered I forgot to leave a window down for him in there. His hair dye is going to melt all over my priceless merchandise. Fuck!
Don't worry about it, Donald. I'm sure the people will survive without your $60 Bibles and gaudy-ass gold shoes. In fact, those shoes might look better in black anyway.
Quiet. I need silence for this capture.
Oh sweet, we caught the shiny Pikachu. Can we name it Balls as well?
Since Shendu didn't work, I'm going to try Shenron this time. Editor, can you please insert a jump here so we can skip to the Pokemon Center where we can check their stats. Also, everyone I know why Biden is saying these stupid ass things. He told me last night he was falling asleep to GP6's Sapphire movie, so he's subconsciously repeating lines from that. For the last time Joe stopped falling asleep to President's videos, the last thing we need is you constantly quoting that content. You need to be a true man of culture and fall asleep to the Hell's Kitchen channel on Samsung TV.
Is there ever a time you don't think about food? Of course you would fall asleep to the Hell's Kitchen channel. But unfortunately, it looks like the randomizer didn't optimize these guys. Their speed stats are both pretty low despite the pretty decent balance everywhere else. Not what I was hoping for, but not the worst as well. We did need some decent reserves, so at least we can say we don't need that anymore. You got one more encounter this episode, Donald, so hopefully you saved the best for last.
You know I have Barack. And as this portly man says, that's one small step for Biden and one giant leap for Trump kind. It took 21 episodes, but Wait a second, did we ever even get the map app for our Poke gear? I can't even see that we're in Kanto. God damn it, how is that even possible?
While that is indeed as disappointing as you butchering Neil Armstrong's quote, I do have to say the waterfall animation in this game is just awesome. I'm not sure why we needed to go full Tony Hawk mode and do an 1800 on our way up the waterfall, but it's still so cool.
Couldn't have given the credit to a professional surfer since we're in the water there, George?
In all honesty, I couldn't name a professional surfer if my life was on the line, so no disrespect intended. I'll instead throw my disrespect onto Donald for getting a Pokemon as wide as him instead of something useful for his third encounter. When are you going to encounter a legend like I did Donald?
1 weakness and 450 base stats is far from a bad encounter, George. This might end up being pretty damn good for us. But can one of you catch it for me? I just got the notification that my DoorDash order is here, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you. I don't even think I need to land another hit on it and can just chuck Ultra Balls at it. Did you get anything for us?
He's gone already, so he can't hear you. Only time he moves quickly is when he's on his way to food. But can you think of any time he ever ordered us any food? Every time we ask, it's always buying extra in this economy this, or I'm up to my ass in debt. Because lawyer fees that. He'll never even get us fries to split.
I never thought about it, but you're absolutely right. He's going to walk back in here with a family-sized meal, and we're going to look like John Goodman's family in that Family Guy scene. That's it. I'm getting revenge on him for this. If he ever wants to use this Chansey that he thinks will be useful, it will come at a price. I got the perfect nickname for this thing. All right, boys, watch this.
Oh my God, that's absolutely perfect, George. Hang it in every museum around the world. If there was a comment question for our favorite nicknames so far in this series, I'm sure this would be at the top for sure.
While I'm sure 99% of the answers will be compatible, let's make that the comment question this week, and hopefully I'll be proven wrong. Everybody let us know in the comments below what your favorite nickname from this series has been. Personally, for me, it's got to be this.
I appreciate the kind words, gentlemen. It was a nickname that could only be founded through pure disappointment over the homies not getting you a snack. But it looks like Donald isn't back yet, so I guess I can start this battle for him as well.
The fuck you're going to take Arnold's first controller. Now, you liability-looking yeehaw ass. One fucking matchup and you prove you've learned nothing from your last episode. I swear I'll get Joe enough ice cream and Obama enough drones to convince them to ban you from playing with us. I thought Arnold was gone for sure.
Heart attack avoided, but don't worry, George, no amount of drones would be able to make me vote to ban you. Not only do I have enough stockpile for the next 50 lifetimes, but your friend and friends come first.
How much ice cream are we talking, Donald? I mean, of course, I would never hypothetically agree to this, but I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't at least entertain this offer of yours. Art of the deal, am I right?
I can see you're learning, Joe. Did you have one of your staffers read you my book as a bedtime story? Regardless, here's my offer to you. Not only will I buy you your own personal ice cream truck, but I'll transfer Rudy from my memorabilia trailer to be a full-time employee at the truck. Since it's cold in there, his hair dye will never run and get in the ice cream, so there's no worry about that.
We're on the 5-yard line right now, Donald, but I have a sinking suspicion that Rudy might poison my ice cream, so I would need a different full-time employee. Tell you what, if you can get that cashier from Wawa to work full-time at the ice cream truck, I think we can make a deal.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this conversation right fucking now. Joe, you aren't taking this deal and George isn't going anywhere. I'm ashamed at you for falling for one of Donald's ploys. But speaking of Wawa, the donations are how we eat there, so let's get into the donations from last week. Our first one came from our boy Legendary Gamer. He throws us 7 more Canadian people money, and he answered our comment question by hoping Squirtle would be our 6th member. There is a chance, of course, we find one and it would evolve pretty quickly. Thanks again for another donation, buddy.
Despite this incredible slander and knowledge that a cold treat means more to Biden than my play, I'll somehow muster the strength to do this next donation. Because despite all my rage, I'm just trapped in this cage. Our next donation came from, yeah, you're right, and he sends us $10 through Kofi. Thank you again for donating that way so YouTube doesn't take any fees on your donation and we get the whole thing. He wonders why you turned down Donald's challenge to Golf Joe. You upset his mom by doing this, and she's not even a Trump supporter.
When you've got this level of drip and you pull as many shotties as Joey B got, sometimes you're going to leave one of the ladies disappointed. but I didn't turn down his challenge. I got my handicap down to a 6 when I was vice president. Donald just never agreed to walk the course because he needs a cart. I mean, who else would want to golf against somebody who has their handicap down to an 8?
Did he get something else from the Crazy Cap store? Because if Drip Biden is back and Joe is talking like that, we need to get rid of that clothing immediately. Hurry before he calls himself the Rizzler again.
Only Joe could go from talking like some Gen Alpha ho to his dementia-riddled silent generation ass in a single statement. Is your handicap a 6 or an 8, Joe? That's a rhetorical question, by the way, because I know I said you can't hit the ball 50 yards, but I would actually be surprised if you can even lift a sand wedge.
My handicap is the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from Crazy Cap on him. I think he just had another one of his episodes, and that assortment of words somehow escaped his pudding substitute of a brain. How about you just read the next donation, Joe? Think you're up to it.
Of course, I'm up to it. I'm the youngest and most energetic person in this room, George. Geez, these geezers just can't keep up with my energy, I tell you. Anyway, our next donation comes from Memel over 150. He donates us $2 and asks why we're playing Ruby in Season 3 instead of Emerald after we played the first 2 remake games already. I'm glad somebody asked this as a donation because it's a question we've been getting a lot, and it's something we want to answer very clearly. You see, if we had to pick our favorite out of the 3, it's Emerald without a doubt. But the President's community isn't a toxic or backstabbing community. We all respect each other and want to see each other grow. Our basketball spinning showdown battling friend already made an amazing Emerald series that is about to come to an end, and gay producer Dick's already made an equally great Sapphire series. We would never step on either of their toes and make a playthrough for a game they already made. Instead, we're not only going to complete the trilogy of Generation 3 games, but we're also going to complete the trilogy of playthroughs as well. We're going to do a vanilla Nuzlocke of Ruby so that you have our playthrough, the vanilla version, and the randomized Nuzlocke version. 3 games, 3 styles, and of course 2 creators and an Irish furry.
I would love to talk shit about your energy, but I have to give you credit for almost speaking 1,400 characters without skipping a beat, Joe. But yeah, we know a lot of people have been asking, and we just want to put that conversation and those rumors to bed once and for all. Anyway, moving on to our final donation, it was an absolute whale of a donation as it ties the all-time channel record being for $100. And again, thank you so much for doing this through Kofi so YouTube didn't take almost half of it. Can you believe those jackasses take almost half your donation if you donate through this platform? That's why we don't have our memberships on here, because it's stupid to see half your money going to them. But again, shout out to AC Gonzalez for his incredibly generous $100 donation and for saying this is the best series on YouTube. We here also look forward to the return of Dark Brandon and Clinton as well. Maybe they can even show up and play for Bush next time he's up. Who knows? Thank you again, man.
Is this slander going to stop anytime soon? You know what, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Instead of getting angry with you guys, I'll try being nice instead. You know what they say down in Texas, you catch more honeys with steak than vegetables. Donald, we haven't really mentioned it yet, other than when you ticked off Barack earlier, but I just wanted to take a minute to say we're so glad you're here with us today. We couldn't be happier that piece of shit missed his shot, and that you escaped with only the small damage to your ear that he did.
I doubt I've spent a week of my life in that state, but I'm pretty sure that nobody says that saying there or anywhere on this planet Earth, but I do have to agree with him, Donald. If anything, that's a sick new ear piercing you got. Have you picked which rock you're going to put in there?
I appreciate the kind words, gentlemen. And Obama, do you think it would be too over the top to put an 8-carat diamond in there, or would I become that guy? The last thing I want is to become a person who has constant drama and controversy surrounding me.
Oh, Donald, no, you would never be thought of as a controversial figure. Everybody only has the purest of thoughts about your character. But if you ask me, you gotta go big when it comes to a right ear piercing. Show everyone out there that you're happy with who you are.
Why are you putting emphasis on the piercing being on my right ear? Oh wait, never mind, I remember the meaning of that. Never mind, piercing plans have been canceled.
Thanks a lot, Obama. Bro was literally about to come out of the closet in front of the entire RNC, and you just had to remind him what that meant. But to be honest, Donald, we are all very happy that the kid who looked like GP 6'5" years ago is a worse shot than Hank Hill. I actually needed sports to realize this happened. The second I saw Nick Castellanos hit a home run, I went searching the internet for a tragedy, and what do you know, I see what happened at your rally. I swear that man is a witch who needs to be burned at the stake. How does he hit a home run every time a really bad event happens?
And to think nobody would have realized that fact if it wasn't for that Reds announcer being a homophobic jerk-off, as there's a drive into deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. and so that will make it a 4-0 ball game.
Legendary copy pasta right there, but Donald, are you sure about the switch to Starmie right here? Don't you remember the last time we faced one of these? It knows growth, which is a pure counter to drill peck. If it knows any other moves, we could be in not only massive trouble for this matchup, but if that legendary powers up too much, it could mean the end of the run.
Would you prefer I bring in Arnold, Mystery, or Arcanine, who are all weak to Bubble Beam? We have to act off the known and not the unknown. Also, if it knows a stab psychic move, then we resist that as well. I'm putting all our eggs in the Me Too basket, and this probably isn't the last time one of these situations are going to arise. With the levels as high as they are, any matchup could be our last, and we have to battle with knowledge and passion. Never fear.
And you nailed that decision right there, Donald. With the speed edge now, we'll be able to knock out before that bird's next attack. Hell of a job, man. Keep that fire burning.
That's just what being a trustworthy trainer is all about, my man. Sometimes you just gotta trust your instincts, but you always have to stick by your decision no matter what it is. But never mind on keeping that fire burning, because now we need to extinguish our second legendary bird in this trainer battle. I'll switch to Arcanine and throw non-rock type attack rocks at it until it falls right out of the sky.
I think you should have left Starmie in right there, Donald. It doesn't have a great physical defensive stat if I remember. As I was saying, switching out of Starmie was absolutely the best decision you could have made right there, and well done on making the exact same read I made their trump. Anybody with half a brain would have known Fire Chicken was going to use Thunder.
Were you two in another drone strike at the same time that we were? But instead of being knocked unconscious, it took away your future sight abilities? Maybe Donald and I should just split the Elite Four and lance ourselves, because holy shit, that would have been the end of our Mewtwo right there if you were playing.
You know when Dementia Joe is able to call out your bullshit U-turn that you really messed up. I was only half joking earlier when I made that suggestion about Bush, but guys, holy fuck. I don't know if you need to have theme songs playing at all times, or you need to be playing in alternate forms at all times. I'm begging you, Barack, please use Ultra Instinct when we get to the Elite Four and George learn how to use Nen or something.
Me able to use Nen? Yeah, Donald, you called it. I'm definitely able to channel powers from the Hunter x Hunter universe. Don't be ridiculous. While I'm jealous you all can call on alternate forms, I am definitely just a regular Texan with no other powers.
George, you just did the same eye twitch you do when you're bluffing in poker. You don't actually have Nen abilities, do you?
God fucking damn you guys. You just had to directly ask that question, didn't you, Obama?
What the fuck, George? You had a hidden ability this entire time and you didn't tell us. What the hell's the matter with you, man? Why have you been holding back?
What the others didn't know is that George wasn't hiding his power for selfish reasons. He instead was doing it for the good of the team.
Show yourself.
After being challenged by his vice president, Dick Cheney, for the Oval Office in a Pokemon battle, George underwent deep training.
So we don't get hit with
Further training of this ability turned George into the greatest Pokemon battler that Washington had ever seen. The name of the ability would go on to be named that I and George could see the next 10 moves of the match without fail. However, that power would be deemed rather useless in Generation 4 as the rise of stall tactics took center stage. In search of the ability to be able to see 50 turns in advance, Bush signed a Nen contract that restricted usage of Deadeye to once every 3 months, and if anybody asked him point blank if he had Nen abilities, he would have to confess, or the blade in his heart would end his life.
I fell asleep like halfway through that novel. Can someone give me the too long didn't read version?
George could sweep your ass so fast your head would spin if he really wanted to.
I swear, men, I was going to reveal this during my Elite Four battle so that I could tell you the limitations and strength of my ability. If I use it during the Elite Four and during our battle with Red, that should be able to space it out enough and guarantee us victory.
That has to be the most busted ability I've ever heard of. And since you're using Nen, nobody who can't use it themselves like any of us would even know. George, I don't know what to say except I'm sorry. With you on our team, this run is guaranteed completed.
Hold on for a second, Donald. Wouldn't that make things too easy? How about this? We let George use his ability only when it's his turn against his Elite Four member and his certain Pokemon against Lance and Red. He can't use it to assist us. We still have to do our part ourselves.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Biden, what do you think about it? Oh, Jesus Christ, Biden, wake the fuck up.
I'm awake for real this time. Is it my turn yet?
No, you moron. You wouldn't even play until next week anyway. But seeing as you look like you could fall asleep any second now, How about we call this Shendu family reunion our last battle of the episode, and you can take over after that?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me. I'll give you credit, Donald, you actually played pretty well today. And I thank you very much for keeping the entire team upright for me. I can't wait to get us right to the Indigo Plateau next episode. And just think about it, men. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be 2-time Hall of Famers and 2-time certified Pokemon Masters.
It's very rare indeed, but you hit the nail right on the head with that one Joe. But everyone watching, I hope you all were satisfied by my God tier play today, and hopefully Biden can replicate it next week. Thank you so much for showing up today, and we can't wait to see you next Thursday for episode 22.
That's pretty cool ending the episode going up against the entire vanilla Shendu evolution line. Good thing we unfortunately know its weaknesses. A huge shout out as always to our channel members Bradley and Hector over on Kofi. If you would like to join them and be mentioned at the end of every episode like this, you can do so by heading over to our Kofi page in the description. We can't wait to see you next week.
I forgot how fucking epic I look when I'm in this form. And for anyone out there thinking, hey George, aren't you using the ability right now? How are you going to use it in 2 weeks' time? Don't worry about that. I haven't actually used Deadeye, I just used my powers to make my appearance visible for all of you. And of course, as always, don't forget to answer our comment question and join the Discord in the description below. We just passed the 700 member mark, and if you haven't joined yet, you're really missing out. See you next week, partners.
You're the best community on YouTube. We appreciate each and every one of you, and holy fucking shit, guys. George is glowing. What the fuck is going on?
Joe, I actually can't even.
Well, my fellow Americans, it's been a long and amazing ride, and I thank you for riding with Biden over these last 4 years, but I've decided to do something that Elon Musk has no idea how to do, and pull out. Effective a few days ago, as you all know, I am suspending my bid for a second term so that Kamala can hand Donald his second straight defeat. Seeing I'm no longer president, I'll let Obama take you to the Indigo Plateau. It's been real, guys. Thank you for all your support.
Wait, Joe. Just because you aren't running for president anymore doesn't mean you aren't the president until January. And do you think any of us are presidents anymore other than you? You're still always going to be in our gaming group, no matter who's the president. Who told you that fake news?
Well, Donald told me that backing out of the election means I also forfeit the Oval Office to the most recent president. I mean, that sort of makes sense, and to be honest, I just want to play more Pokemon in College Football 25.
Oh, don't give me that look, Obama. I was just trying to move my stuff in early was all. Fine, Joe, I'll admit it. You're still president, unfortunately, until January, and you're still going to play with us on this channel after that as well. Can you blame a guy for trying, though?
Yes, you most definitely can, Donald. Especially because Joe's playing today and it's our last episode before the Elite Four, if all goes well, so the last thing we needed was to take him off his game. But enough of that, and welcome to all of you in attendance to episode 22 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's not going to be the longest episode today, but we'll have the most challenging battles of the entire series, most likely as Joe completes the Trainer Gauntlet and takes us to the gates of Victory Road. How are you all doing today?
I'm doing great, thanks for asking, Barack. And before I forget, guys, we need to issue a huge apology to AC Gonzalez. He was our highest donator from last episode, and while we mentioned his donation, our smooth brain editor didn't get the actual picture of the donation pictured. We made him fix it in the most recent movie at threat of deportation. But we just wanted to show our appreciation, AC, and again apologize for our error.
I told you back in Pokemon Yellow that you needed to fire that guy. Let me do it, because I'm the best at firing people, believe me. Do you guys remember when I had a TV show where I did it every episode?
For the 1000th time, Donald, yes. We all remember you had a television show. It was mid at best, and my greatest moment as president was when I interrupted one of your premieres to go live at the White House. The fact I did that was even better than actually announcing that SEAL Team 6 took out Osama.
I swear on my hair, I will never forgive you for that. You could have gone live at any other time, but no. You said, hold up, let's wait until Donald is captivating the hearts of billions of people around the world. That episode passed the viewership number of the most recent Super Bowl.
Such a fucking cap, but don't blame Obama. It was actually my idea. I was sipping on some lean and told Obama, what if we wait until they were in the boardroom part of your show to reveal it, despite the fact that he was taken out hours earlier?
That's actually diabolical, Joe. I can't believe you openly just admitted that with Donald sitting right next to you.
I should have backed out of the election months ago. It's so awesome to not worry about every word out of your mouth being talked about for a week on the news and being turned into an attack ad.
Joe, I still don't think you're grasping the fact that no matter what you do for the 2024 election,
that you still won the 2020 election, and you are the president until a new one gets elected in 2025. The media coverage may not be as fierce on you since you're basically a lame duck president at this point, but you still have to act with the same dignity and respect for this nation as if you were still running for a second term.
TLDR, hit me up when you've got something not boring to say, Obama. I might as well just let Kamala be president right now so I can focus all my efforts on gaming and to absolutely make the people who bought merch that says Trump will be the 47th president look stupid. I already made it suck for all the people who bought the Let's Go Brandon merchandise, and let's see if they can restock on new gear if the economy is really as bad as they say it is.
Oh, I remember when I first realized the end of my presidency was coming up and went through this exact same phase. Enjoy it, Biden, but just know eventually one of your advisors, or in my case, Dick Cheney, is going to bend you over and give you a paddling when you take it too far. Wait, did your vice presidents or cabinets not paddle you with a piece of wood from one of George Washington's cherry trees when you did something stupid?
No, George. No, they did not.
Okay, so that's all well and good with your paddle fetish, but you guys need to realize something. I am Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. I am not only the greatest president of all time, but I'm also the...
I'm sorry, what were you going to say next, Joe? You're the greatest fucking letdown in Pokemon history. You're the greatest choke artist since the 2004 New York Yankees. How about you literally just fuck this run against a floating magnet?
Okay, you got me, Obama. You actually rigged our eyes to think we all just saw Polytussie faint, or instead using Photoshop on the game itself. That was a good one. Now get us back to the actual game, because there's no way I just let the Reaper faint.
Joe, I'm not rigging the game to fool all of our viewers and everyone here. You just fucking made the biggest misplay in the history of this channel. I knew this nonchalant attitude was going to cost us today, and now we're not only down arguably our best party member, but also our odds of beating the Elite Four just took a massive hit. Get your head in the fucking game, Joe, or you really can step aside like you were about to earlier?
You're really starting to take this too far, guys. Why hasn't the game reverted back to what it should be? I haven't let a Pokemon faint all series. I have been our best trainer since when we started making videos together. You can't be serious that Poliwrath is actually gone. Stop messing with me.
Nobody's fucking messing with you, Joe. You just threw harder than Obama in episode 13, and now you're coping more than some simp who realizes he's in the friend zone. Way to go, Biden. There goes our strongest physical attacker against a goddamn Magnemite.
You're not lying? That really did just happen? Poliwrath is gone? Oh my God, I'm a fraud. What am I even doing? What's next? Arnold fainting against this Miley Cyrus wannabe?
Joe, just fucking breathe for a second. Calm down. This run is literally on the brink of disaster right now. You just need to relax and focus.
Drill peck the encounter into oblivion? Is that what I just heard? Oh my God, the room is spinning. East is north, black is white, and the NFL is rigged.
I mean, he was right about the NFL being rigged.
Donald, shut the hell up and call Secret Service. Joe just collapsed. Hang in there, buddy. Help is on the way.
Wait a second, if Joe fainted, how is he still playing the game? Doesn't that seem weird to you guys, or is it just me?
You're right, that is rather strange. It's almost as if there's an entity inside Joe that takes over for him when he's in times of trouble, and right now he's...
And right now he's back to save the day.
Brandon.
Is there an echo in here? Or is that my ears just adjusting to this world again? Whatever it is, it feels good to be back, but to bring me back there must have been a colossal fuck-up by Joseph. Can somebody fill me in on what's going on?
Well, he's not wrong about the colossal fuck-up part, that's for sure.
Shut up, Donald. But yeah, Brandon, Joe lost our Poliwrath and then went into not just the mental episodes we know him for, but a full-on breakdown. He fainted, and immediately after George noticed that Joe was still playing the game. I guess when he needed you most, you came back.
Well, I suppose that is something that could wake me up from my comatose prematurely. Poliwrath might have had terrible defense, but could one-shot basically everything in its path. I'm incredibly disappointed in Joseph for actually losing something that powerful. I would assume this is our encounter since I was facing it when I opened my eyes and I hear the wild Pokemon music, right?
You would be correct about that Dark Brandon. And it looks like we're getting a good one if I'm being honest. It's got two awesome special type moves. A recovery move, and then we can worry about replacing Skull Bash later. This is definitely Poliwrath's replacement, no doubt about it.
Insolent little flower peasant. How dare you break out of that Ultra Ball? Let's try this again. Ultra Ball, bring us our newest team member.
Looks like somebody's a little rusty, Brandon. Catch this damn thing and stop wasting our money. That's 2,400 Poké dollars down the drain right there.
If this heathen knows what's good for it, it will stop resisting capture. Well, awesome, you little shit. Join our team now, or I'll throw you straight into the volcano on Cinnabar Island later in this series. See, gentlemen, sometimes you just need to instill fear into the target and force them to join forces with us. Now, for the nickname, Biden keeps telling me to name it Miley, but I have no idea why. Any of you know why he wouldn't stop saying it?
It's because Joe loves that song Flowers by Miley Cyrus and he never stops singing it. I swear if he sings it one more time while we're waiting in an elevator, I'll strangle him and watch the life drain out of his eyes while saying things he doesn't understand. No remorse, no regret. Oh God fucking damn it. He even has me quoting it now. Let Biden back out Brandon. I need to give him a throat chop followed up by a dynamic punch.
Okay, Obama, we all know how you feel about that song. I will admit, while Joe absolutely gets on my nerves as well when he sings that song all the time, let's just try to remember that Brandon's back and he might interfere in that 1v1.
Just remember, Obama, even though I'm not at full strength, I could still smack the shit out of you with both arms tied behind my back. So please mind your words. Anyway, to change the subject, I can see I've been out of commission for a while. Can anybody fill me in on some current events?
Current events? Well, let's see. Nothing really that interesting has happened lately. Donald got shot. Our editor started a brand new college football 25 series, where he put his Division III alma mater into a dynasty mode, and Joe dropped out of the election. Just the usual run-of-the-mill week or two.
Hold on a second. What the fuck did you just say about Joseph dropping out of the election? You're talking about the election for treasurer of the Ice Cream Social Club, right? Not the presidential election? Obama, don't fucking make jokes about that.
I'm all right after being shot, if you're wondering. I shrugged off the bullet from that lone wolf beta cuck like an absolute Chad and gave a fist pump
Nobody
to my
cares
supporters.
about your new ear-piercing you land whale. Right now I'm trying to tell if Obama just made a bad joke, or if Joseph needs a little more than a stern talking to.
So he's not kidding Dark Brandon. Last weekend, after numerous calls within his party and tens of millions of dollars of funding withheld, Joe had to make the decision to not pursue the 2024 election anymore. His party really just threw him aside because they lost all faith in him. He endorsed Kamala as the party's candidate. But why are you so upset about this?
The reason I'm so upset about this is because how can I control the free world from his fucking beach house while somebody else is running the country? Sure, I'll never have to worry about a crack supply, but I can't follow through on my plans if I'm not in power. Fucking hell, Joseph. I'm going to kick your ass inside out style.
So if you were running the country these past 4 years, can I submit an expense report to reimburse my bank account for the self-destruction you did to the economy? Normally I wouldn't nitpick about a few $1,000,000, but these lawyers keep calling me about unpaid bills, and I really don't want them to send my bills to a collection agency. That shit stays on your credit report for like 7 years.
Be handling the economy? Yeah, sorry about that, Donald, but I only handled the matters that actually mattered. Things too big for you that your cabinet handles for you while you rant on Truth Social. But I assume since you have lawyer fees that you won your trial, so I will congratulate you on that.
Yeah, I totally beat all those liberal judges in their fake news trial, but let's change the subject. I get tired from all that winning, you know. What's recovery been like, Dark Brandon? Was it a dream that went on for a long time or something different?
Well, how can I describe it? When I originally split my powers, everything faded to black. I had believed the darkness consumed me whole, and that I wouldn't be powerful enough to maintain in this realm anymore. But then when I woke up, it was something that even terrified me. I had none of my senses, but I knew that I was alive. After that, I saw a flash of light, and before I knew it, I was in another universe with all of you, as well as a talking duck and dog. There was also some monkey man or something.
I know you mentioned crack earlier, but I didn't know you were a straight-on addict like Hunter. What the fuck are you talking about, Brandon?
I know it doesn't make any sense, but there was also some people that go by the names of Sora. Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. Have you guys ever heard of them?
As crazy as it sounds, maybe he was in another universe, Donald. He's never interacted with Ben or Jordan in this universe. But to answer your question, Brandon, Shapiro's some whiny podcaster who everyone thinks is into his sister, and Jordan is an attention whore who acts smarter than he actually is. There's a reason we never interact with them, but maybe they're different in other universes.
That's a theory for another day.
Ben didn't seem like the Alabama type, so maybe that personality based off universe theory has some merit Obama. But yeah, after we finished the mission we had there, everything faded to black again, and then I just woke up here. It was a scary time for sure, but I couldn't be happier to be home and safe. I guess my other question for you, Donald, would be, has the power I bestowed upon you become anything?
Me having powers? Of course not. Your gift was life, and that's all I needed. I'm eternally grateful for all you did, and nothing more needs to be said.
That was a rhetorical question, Donald. I can sense a much higher power level on you than before I left. Come forward, my other half.
Oh, little shadow, I was starting to think you would never come out to play. The kids' table is back in the recesses of Joseph's mind. This is the adults' table.
So, yeah, Dark Brandon, I would like to introduce you to Dark Maga. What brings you to hang out with us today, Dark Maga?
Don't play dumb, George. You know exactly why I'm here. I've waited a long time to face my weaker half in person, and now I finally got the chance. He took a little longer than I was expecting, but nonetheless I can finally show him who the new sheriff in town is.
Oh my God, I think I might actually die from laughter. You being stronger than me. Bro, you know the meme about preparing breakfast for 2 people? You're the slice of bread that was just enough to keep Donald alive. If you even tried to make a move, I'd destroy you faster than a Yemeni village hosting a wedding during Obama's presidency.
Don't see why I had to catch a stray right there, but okay, hope your family reunion is going well.
That's big talk for an entity not at full strength right now. I won't spread your essence to the winds right now, but I just wanted to introduce you to the person who ended your pathetic existence. Farewell for now, little Brandon. We will meet again, and don't you forget it.
Oh, trust me, I'm counting on it.
Jesus Christ. Why do we even have body switching rules if he's not going to follow them? He keeps saying he hates the constant talking tos, but he just brings it on himself.
Yeah, because I'm sure you'll be able to hold your own against him when you can't even hold your own against the treadmill at only 2 miles per hour. But I'm glad the Battle of the Underworld didn't just begin. And to celebrate, let's jump into donations. We had a channel record donation this past week, and I can't wait to get to that one. But leading off, we have our boy President Central. He throws us $10 and says he hopes Dark Brandon got back okay. That's a strange question to ask, but I guess he did.
Oh yeah, President Central. That's the name of the universe they said I was in. So it was his versions of the presidents I was adventuring with. Well, I have to thank you, Mr. Central, for having a group that was fun to be around, and I wish you and all of them the best in their future adventures. Cheers to them finding King Mickey. And with that, let's move on to our next donation from Legendary Gamer. He throws us $7 Canadian and says that compatible was the best nickname. I assume that was your comment question last episode. I'd have to say the best name out of what I've seen is The Return of Arnold, but to each their own. Thank you again for your donation.
Base take by a base man. He is well versed in culture, and I have to agree on that. I do apologize, Arnold, because you are a very close second. Next up, we have Isaac Paws 9287, who throws us $5 and asks if we'll use a Zubat in Ruby, because Crobat can be quite useful. Also, no problem, I'll definitely keep Obama in check, my man. As for Zubat, I mean, if it makes sense in the time, then yeah, we absolutely would. Keep in mind, though, in a Nuzlocke, we can't just force a Pokemon, and that doesn't help us at the time, and there's no guarantee we even catch one. But we wouldn't say no just on name alone. Thanks a lot for donating again, buddy.
I have a different pick for a nickname, but I think I'll keep it secret for now. And last but not least, we have that channel record donation that Obama mentioned earlier. It came from Triple Squirrel, and it was for a whopping $110. First off, thank you so much for doing this through Kofi, so we got your entire donation, and you don't know how much it means to us. He says he really appreciates the series, and when a new episode drops, it's treated like a sporting event by sitting down with a whole platter of food and watching. As for his question, as an undecided voter, he wanted to know what the ideal 6 Pokemon team would be for Joe and Trump. That's kind of awkward. He asked that before Joe dropped out, but do you have any idea what Kamala's party would be if she played Dark Brandon?
And believe it or not, I actually do, because I remember her telling Biden what her Gen 2 team would be after Episode 1. She would use Umbreon, Espion Lantern, Meganium, Porygon 2, and Steelix. I like it because it's not going after only household names, and it's mixing some good type coverages, along with some solid defensive stats. What about you, Donald?
Looks like we're on the last trainer before Victory Road, so I'll try to make this quick. She's got it all wrong, and she's not using the best team she can possibly get. The correct answer is obviously Tyranitar. Kingdra, Skarmory, Typhlosion, Umbreon, and Crobat. That would wipe her team in no time flat.
You do realize a Pokemon with Surf and Ice Beam could literally wipe half of that team, right, Donald? Those Pokemon are nice, but I think Kamala might actually have you beat there. Maybe we'll have to set up a battle between you in lieu of a debate.
That's the fakest fake news I've ever heard in the history of faking. Tyranitar would one-shot that entire team, end of discussion. I'd be more than happy to not only battle her, but sweep her in 10 turns or less. She's not even close to my league, and Joe endorsed the wrong candidate. Not that there is a candidate who even stands a chance against yours truly, but you get my point.
Hey, Dark Brandon, do you mind landing one of these sky attacks? If you miss one more, then Arnold is definitely in danger of fainting. There's no way we let 2 Pokemon faint this episode, right?
Relax, George, we're fine. I just wanted to make sure this episode went over 20 minutes. This one-shots every single time.
Not exactly sure if we needed the critical hit right there, but overall I have to give you credit, Brandon. Your first action in months, and you took over in a very challenging spot, to say the least. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope we can see you again in the Elite Four next week. But that aside, that is going to wrap things up for us, everybody. We will go through Victory Road and try to become 2-time champions next week. It's an episode you definitely can't miss, and we hope to see you there.
I have some things I need to catch up on, but I'm sure I can make an appearance. Thank you for witnessing my return, mortals, and I hope you enjoyed seeing my top-tier gameplay again.
It's never a bad experience to watch you play Brandon. Thank you again, and we're all relieved you're all right. As always, everyone, don't forget to join the Discord in the description below and for our comment question this week. Let's see how much you all believe in us. Comment how many team members you think we'll lose next week, or if you think we'll be perfect again, just like in yellow. We'll find out next week.
Thanks again for stopping by, everybody, and I technically beat Joe, right? Just because he quit doesn't mean he doesn't take the L, right? Guys?
Crystal Nation, allow me to be the first to welcome you to Victory Road. It's been a long journey with tons of drama, relationship building, and reveals alike, and that has culminated with finally getting back to Kanto and only a few steps away from the Elite Four. It's episode 23 and hopefully not the last one. As you can see, I took some time to level up the team all to 45 before we embark on this episode, since you can't rely on anybody else to do it.
Get off your high horse, Obama. You're the level up bitch and you'll just have to deal with it. But since you didn't want to finish the intro, as you can see, we still only have 5 party members. Barack also leveled up Taft to Snorlax to level 45 in case we can't catch anyone better here in Victory Road. The Pokemon we get here should be in the high 30s, and it's Obama who will lead us off today and try to catch it. Now, would you like to explain the order of playing today, Hussein, or will you start crying again? Scratch that I'm going to be the one who starts crying about the plan we spent the last week devising. Obama, you're not leading off today anymore? We've been gifted a second chance at catching Suicune, and you're not going to blow it for us again?
0% shot of that Agent Orange. Time for me to apply all I've learned and make up for my past mistake. After everything that happened with Thor and the first Suicune, we will be taking a legendary into the Elite Four.
In case you guys forgot, there's 2 other presidents here. Donald, you know we agreed on the plan, and while Obama tries to get this capture done, I'm going to explain it to everyone. Now, we decided to split up the Elite Four members and champion just like we did with Yellow, and we're doing this based on performance in the entire run so far. Obama will take Will, Joe will take Koga, Donald will battle Bruno, and I will wrap things up with Karen.
Can't lie that I'm pissed you guys took me off the anchor spot just because I let Poliwrath faint, but it is what it is. And for those of you wondering why George is getting the 4th Elite Four member when his play was mid as fuck throughout the run, it's because we're going to utilize his Deadeye ability and he can take Karen down with no casualties. Since he can only use the ability in that battle, he'll take out Lance's first Pokemon, Obama will take down his second, I get the next 2, and Donald gets the last 2. It's going to be a great day if we can all do our job. I even made sure to take all of my medications so I can be at my best today.
Don't give me that it is what it is bullshit, Joe. You threw the biggest hissy fit when we decided to give Donald the anchor spot. You started crying, throwing all your framed photos, and even tried to flip the Oval Office desk, which I can't lie was pretty hilarious because you couldn't even lift it off the ground, and then took a nap because you were all tuckered out. But I will give you credit for taking your meds and being the best you can be today.
What I'm pissed about is that I didn't film it. I know I couldn't have used it for an election attack ad, but I'm sure there was still some blackmail to be found. Tell you what though, guys, since this is a legendary and Obama is playing, I bet this is going to turn into a multi-episode special, so let's do donations earlier than usual today. It's not like we're going to have a chance to do them during the Elite Four either.
Blow me, Donald. This thing is Razor Leaf, so I'm not going to risk bringing in Me Too, just to paralyze. It's clearly a special attacker, so that's just playing with way too much fire at this stage in the game. But speaking of fire, having Flamethrower means this moveset is incredibly busted. I'm kind of upset I wasted that time leveling up Taft. But anyway, let's get to donations like you said, and the first one came from our boy Legendary Gamer. He throws us 7 more Canadian people money and answered our comment question by saying we wouldn't lose any team members today. Thanks for the vote of confidence, my man. He also says we need Bill in Generation 3, and he might have some screen time. We'll just have to see. Thank you again, man.
It has Thunder as well. Great switch in to Arnold Obama that's some sick damage evasion. But combined with Mystery and Miley, we could have a deadly trio of special attackers. Just keep chucking Ultra Balls Barack. We'll get it soon. The next donation came from fellow creator Presidential Gaming Drive, who paid homage to the return of Dark Brandon. He absolutely did return when we needed him most, and he was absolutely pivotal to getting out of Dodge last episode with only 1 Pokemon fainted. Thanks for the British people money, bro.
Oh, come on, man. That's just pure malarkey. I absolutely could have gone the rest of the episode without letting another team member faint. You need to put some respect on my name. But moving on, our next donation came from St. James, sent 866. He throws us $10, and he apparently is going on about Polyrath for some reason as well. But he did turn that into my favorite song. Hey, Obama, want to sing it with me? I could buy myself flowers.
Not happening. You know, I want to reintroduce you to the back of my hand for even singing that one line, but I have to focus on the Suicune. I've almost got it, I swear. I'm definitely going to catch it before we finish donations, and the next one came from, yeah, you're right, via Kofi. Thanks again for donating to us through there so we get all the donation. And he said if Kamala and Donald had a Gen 9 battle, Donald would win, because you know for a fact that Donald would have a Goldengo or an Annihilapi.
My son, you literally just butchered that pronunciation more than Biden trying to describe America in one word. But yeah, you're right. Can you stop fucking screen watching and giving away my team? If I do challenge her to a battle during the next debate, I don't need her knowing a third of my team. Are you going to reveal my Terra next or what, bro? But enough lashing out at donators. Let's move on to K-Cub1996, who thinks it's no coincidence that Dark Brandon came back and the Packers resigned Jordan Love at the same time. Our editor, who is one of the Packers owners, has already started trying to shill us out for promotions to pay for that new contract. Also, the ear is fine. I'm built differently, so a bullet from some GP6 cosplayer was only election fuel for your man.
Yeah, you're built differently, all right. Normally people aren't built like a bag of pudding spray tanned to camouflage as the state fruit of Florida. That's even bigger swing state pandering than you bringing on the Ohio millennial James Bowman. I'm sorry, James Hamill, my bad, J.D. Vance is your vice president. The guy changes names more than a rapper desperate to stay relevant.
Whose fucking side are you on Bush? I didn't realize you were a Republican double agent. Get over that I embarrassed your baby brother on stage for the entire world to see. And just for that slander, I'm taking the channel record donation and you can just get fucked. This incredible $150 donation that breaks the all-time channel record came from the man who has also donated more to this channel than anybody combined, and that's Neo Venom Strike. He's an absolute fucking Chad that I regret not naming as my VP to start. He has nothing but love for us, and we have nothing but love for you, Neo. I know I'm the one reading the donation, but everyone here feels exactly the same. But that wraps it up for donations, and what do you know? Obama still hasn't caught Suicune. Who could have predicted that promise wasn't coming true?
Screw you, Donald, I've only had 14 attempts. That's not bad for a legendary. You know what they say? The 15th time's the charm?
Oh yeah, of course. How could I forget that saying? You got it this time for sure. No doubt in my mind.
Everybody knows 25 is my lucky number.
I think we need to give Eternity a new nickname because this deserves it more. It's like you didn't even listen to me explain how catching a legendary works. Use a Pokeball Obama.
Shut up, Joe. Ultra Ball number 26, you got this. Ultra Ball number 35 can't fail.
Apparently it can.
For the love of God, number 40, please be the one.
Sorry, but I don't love you.
45th and final fucking Ultra Ball, I'm begging you.
We're actually not catching this, are we?
Of course we are, George. And to quote you, fuck that noise, great ball go.
Oh, good, you finally have to listen to me and use a Pokeball. We got it this time for sure.
Joe, I'm literally doing this just to shut you up. I'm using the Master Ball next.
How the fuck does this keep happening? First with Thorin, now with Suicune? Why does a Pokeball always work better? Fuck it, Joe is now the Ball Whisperer in more ways than one. He may shit his pants every 2 hours, but he's got his doctorate in catching probability.
Seeing it took 45 Ultra Balls, 1 Great Ball, and 1 Pokeball, which adds up to 54,800 Pokédollars, I'm naming this thing Money Pit. I swear if it faints this episode, I'm going to lose it even more than I am right now.
Everybody, I want you to remember the comment that Obama just made when Kamala and I debate the economy. The Democrats have no shame in using nearly 55,000 Pokédollars on a single encounter. This is why the economy I left Joe is now in the absolute shitter. Just go heal up the team for the battle with Tucker so we can finally get to the Elite Four in the Elite Four episode.
Sounds like a plan, Donald. If you remember, the trainer right outside the Victory Road gate mentioned how strong he was, so I'm sure he'll be a destructive force this time around. I have to be at the top of my game to ensure we don't lose any Pokemon heading into the Elite Four.
You're probably overreacting, partner. While he may have had decent early game teams, he's been an absolute pushover every battle since then. Seeing how strong our team is now, I'm sure this will be the easiest one yet.
I hope you're right, and I want to just think about the battle with Will, but no matter what, I can't do that. What do you guys think about the whole Victory Road format in this game? Do you like it better in other games where all the trainers are in the cave, or do you like it better in this game where they did all the trainers on the way there instead?
That rare candy was a pretty clutch find because we can throw it on Money Pit to close the level gap to the rest of the team, but I have to say I prefer when Victory Road is the challenge. Don't get me wrong, I'll never knock a developer for trying something different, because we all hate when devs roll out the same product every single year with a few pixels changed. But getting back to my point, there's a million routes littered with trainers and only one Victory Road. I'm glad they go back to that formula in Generation 3.
Once again, thank you for having your best takes in these videos and not on the debate stage, Joe. If you could ever speak as coherently as that without a teleprompter and cameras in front of you, then Kamala wouldn't be my opponent right now. But enough of that, it's time for Tucker Obama. Take out the trash and let's move on to the Elite Four.
I'm pretty sure it has to do more with the fact that he takes his meds most of the time when he plays this game and understands that his priorities in life are Pokemon Crystal, fentanyl, and running the country a distant third. But you're right, Donald, I'll make quick work of him.
That banger of a rival theme will literally never get old. Thank you all for respecting it and letting it carry the video for a minute. And I told you he would be a pushover Obama. He's leading off with a baby Pokemon, a vastly underleveled one at that. I guess the game said let's screw up the level scaling one more time just for fun.
The level scaling giveth and the level scaling taketh, but that was nice of the game to make Tucker look like a bug catcher compared to us before the real grind begins. Looks like he's got another fighting type up next, so Mystery, you know the drill?
You would think such a self-proclaimed strong trainer who says he can beat us every time we battle would have a little more variety on his team and not have one of the worst types, but hey, go off Queen.
He's been named Tucker for so long that he's taking on the characteristics of Tucker and being the absolutely worst trainer he could possibly be. It's got a lot of health, but no chance of surviving this.
Another primate? There's no chance his entire team is just fighting types, right? There's no chance the randomizer could have fucked him over this badly, right?
Technically, he can't have a full fighting type team because he will always keep his starter, but he could potentially have 5 fighting types, I suppose. But yeah, there's no way that's going to happen. Watch him be setting us up for having 2 Mewtwo's right after this.
Yeah, you're probably right. Legendary incoming right here.
Oh, hey, look, the randomizer gave us a Machoke in Victory Road as our encounter. Pretty lazy from the randomizer, but I guess it isn't the worst encounter at the end of the day.
Oh, Sleepy Joe, it looks like your meds are wearing off. Please go re-up them before your battle against Koga. The last thing we need is you having a repeat of last episode and causing everyone who thought we would lose 3 Pokemon this episode to be right.
Last time I checked, Koga was a gym leader and not an Elite Four member. Maybe it's you who needs to take their meds, Donnie boy.
Joe, please take a few more pills just to be safe, but Koga is an Elite Four member in this game, and his daughter Janine took his spot as gym leader. Also, holy shit, Tucker actually did bring 5 fighting types to this battle. Bro had a full-on crisis after we smacked him around in the underground. This was a nice warm-up, though, I can't lie.
Wait, there's seriously a third Nepo baby gym leader in this game? Game Freak got really creative when it came to choosing gym leaders, said no one ever.
The strangest part about it, though, is they could have used Aya, who was introduced in the anime as Koga's younger sister and actually had a battle on screen. Instead, they decided to create a brand new fictional character who will be by far the weakest gym leader we face in Kanto. She has a level 33 on her team, and she's the only gym leader who doesn't have any Pokemon in the 40s.
So basically, the rule of Pokemon is whenever a gym leader introduces themselves as a child of the former gym leader, you know they're going to be an absolute pushover and they should just hand you the badge without a battle.
Yeah, that basically sums it up, but it couldn't have been easier than this battle right here. It's a shame we only get to kick his ass one more time, and he's going to be underleveled in that battle as well. Tucker went from an intimidating figure to an absolute pushover in no time at all. But all that's left for us to do now is grab Money Pit and start the journey that we and all the viewers have been waiting for.
You might as well buy all the Ultra Balls you can again, seeing you use them all to catch Suicune. We should have enough money for like 20 more, and then the Elite Four winnings will be a nice little stimulus to our bank accounts. I've also been working on having some of our most recent payment to Israel embezzled into our balance so money won't be an issue.
Should we even buy more Ultra Balls? It's not like they ever work for us looking at Eternity and Money Pit. It seems like we always get the capture with regular Pokeballs, so I think we should just buy 100 of those. But Joe, how do you think it's even remotely possible to wire real-life money into a Game Boy cartridge from 2000? Even you have to realize that's absolutely impossible.
It's clear you've only played this game with an emulator, George, because any true gamer would know you just have to hook up the Game Boy printer, and then I can shove the money in through the printer, putting it into the game. It's actually first grade knowledge, bro. Keep up.
Joe, you smooth-brained fossil, it doesn't work like that. What are you going to do with that money anyway, once you realize your plan is more of a failure than your administration? Are you going to give it back to where it's supposed to go?
There's absolutely no chance it won't work, so I haven't even considered that possibility, but in the off chance that Game Freak patched the printer method in a recent update, I'll probably just end up keeping that money. It's so much easier than tracking them down and handing them over what was missing. Worst thing that will happen is that a bunch of people will question me, and I just have to mumble and gaze off into the distance. They'll give up and leave soon enough, and then I have money to spend on college football Ultimate Team packs.
Exactly how much have you spent on that game so far, Joe? I saw you spent $200 alone when I walked in on you playing in the Oval Office yesterday.
Let's see, if I carry the 3 and move over that decimal point, then I think it comes to like $42,000 after tax. It's the tax that really kills you at the end of the day, but I haven't spent that much.
You spent over $40,000 on a game mode you can play for free? Holy shit, bro, the odds of pulling any player's worth a damn are like 20%. Stop spending the nation's budget on Ultimate Team.
Wait, I can spend the nation's budget on that? Oh, hell yeah, I have to grab the country's credit card. I'll be right back.
Oh, no, you fucking don't. You leave that credit card right where it is and with a high enough balance so that I can be the one who buys packs in November. But getting back to the game, it looks like Money Pit is a pretty unique Pokemon. It's got stupid high health and speed, pretty good special attack, and no defense to speak of. It shouldn't be like Poliwrath where one hit knocks it out, though, because I doubt a Thunder attack could even take out over 200 health.
Couldn't agree more, Donald. Our Suicune has all the makings of a powerhouse for episodes to come. And let's not forget that the moveset is absolutely busted. We've got Surf, Flamethrower, Thunder, and Razor Leaf. We must keep it alive at all costs. As for my battle with Will, I think I'm going to lead off with Arcanine. One move we've never used on it is Substitute, and in a 5-battle stretch, we're keeping our team alive as the top priority. I want to try and limit as much damage as possible. But enough talk, men. It's time for action. Our second Elite Four journey officially begins now. We all need to be at the top of our game and show all we've learned throughout this series. Do your job and hand the team off to your teammate. We got this. Let's become 2-time champions.
Oh, let's go. His name is Pansy. This is going to be a cakewalk. He has to be flying type, right? No chance we get dragon type, seeing we already faced that gym back in Violet City? Obama, tell me the randomizer does every type before we face a double.
I thought so, but let's not jump to conclusions before we even see his second team member. Right now I'm focused on fake Shendu, and I really thought I could one-shot it. Guess I should have stuck to my strategy and used substitute so I wouldn't have got paralyzed. I'll just heal up and then finish it off next turn.
I think you should be safe on the heal. We know it has an ice-type attack, so Arcanine will be able to tank any attack it has, I assume. But don't get cocky with the level edge we have right now, Obama, because any one of his Pokemon can change our entire strategy. Set up that substitute and go to work.
Spike Cannon is probably an even better bet than Ice Punch, knowing Dragonite has a non-existent attack stat. It's wild to see how many of these we've taken down with absolute ease. 1 down and 25 to go until we get our next Hall of Fame induction.
Loving the confidence, Joe. Glad you took those extra meds. It's just going to be a conveyor belt of sacrifices to our perfectly crafted team. And Pansy wants to throw another Dragonite at us? No problem at all. Ain't no way it can break a substitute. I hope his entire team is Dragonites. We'll take out 5 of those false gods with ease.
I would definitely welcome having to face 5 Dragonites, and the substitute plan works perfectly right here. Not going to let Will paralyze us again. 2 down and 3 to go this battle. No matter what he's got. He's got nothing on us.
I think we can agree that Will is a Dragon-type user, seeing there's a ton of flying types and we've seen 2 Dragonites. The only other dragon he could have at these levels is a Kingdra, so remember it has Hyper Beam and Shadow Ball at the least.
Bro honestly didn't just try to use Glare 2 times in a row on a substitute, right? Now I know we aren't nerds like the Obama and Dilkson's universe, so we can't tell you what the AI is thinking in situations like this, but any move would have been better than that. Is Will just throwing in the towel?
No shame in throwing in the towel when you're going up against the goats. And I know I was wrong earlier in the playthrough about Faulkner having a Kingdra-type gym, but I'm all but assured this is not the flying type or the dragon type. This is the Dragonite-type Elite Four member.
You were wrong then, and you're wrong now, Joe. I'm telling you there's no such thing as the randomizer just giving a trainer all of the same Pokemon on purpose. We'll probably see a Kingdra in one of the last 2 Pokemon.
Now hold on, Obama, let him cook. We already thought the type couldn't repeat, so maybe the type isn't repeating, because this is in fact the Dragonite-type gym. There's going to be 2 more of these dipshits that use Glare on a substitute, and then we'll be on to Koga.
Speaking of dipshits, can you tell me why you're using Bubble Beam right here, Barack? We both know that's going to do like 2 damage and not finish off that sliver. Stop trying to be cute and just finish it off. I'm not trying to watch substitute animations for the next 20 minutes.
Well, excuse me for trying to save one of our strength attacks for the rest of this episode, but yeah, I will admit that was a tad ambitious. I'll finish it up next turn for sure. Good thing this Spike Cannon isn't going to scratch our substitute at least.
I'm not sure which developer sat down and thought, hey, let's us the sound effect of haze from Yellow as the sound every time the substitute switches in and out, but it just sounds so out of place. Can we hack this mod to have the morning sun sound effect instead?
How the fuck can you remember the sound effect for a useless move that never gets used from 1998, but you can't remember what color the socks you're wearing right now are without looking down first?
Sorry, I should have said the first half of Surf's sound effect for casuals such as yourself. And who the hell can remember what color their socks are? You would have to be some crazy morning person if you aren't sleepwalking when you get dressed in the morning.
He actually does have a point there, Donald. Do you remember what color socks you're wearing right now? Because I think mine are white. No, wait, fuck, they're black.
I'm wearing my limited edition Gold Trump 2024 socks. Obviously, they go perfect with my $200 Never Surrender Gold high-top shoes and a $60 Trump Bible, all available at my merchandise trailer right in the parking. Hey, where the fuck did my trailer go? I made sure to park it right behind Biden's Corvette so I wouldn't forget where it is.
Oh, I had that eyesore toad. It wasn't because I needed to leave and you were blocking me. It was just so ugly compared to my vet and all the Secret Service vehicles.
Biden, you idiot. Did you forget that Rudy works in that trailer? He's probably scared and confused because he has no idea where he is.
And nothing of value was lost this day. Moving on to more important matters, Obama, can you please change the sound effect of substitute like we were talking about? Because since you can do things like make Elite Four members have an entire team of Dragonites.
While I will admit it's strange that one trainer had 5 of the same Pokemon, that's not a thing I can do, Joe. I'm also pretty sure you can't do anything with the sound effects, but that's also because I'm clueless when it comes to coding.
Not gonna lie, it's a tad suspicious that you encountered a legendary. Tucker had a team of fighting types, which we can easily counter, and Will had a team of Dragonites that consistently tried to use Glare against a substitute. Did you hack this ROM to make your battles easier this episode, Obama?
Oh yeah, I definitely made it so I would use all 45 of our Ultra Balls to put us in a shitty financial situation and hack this battle to make it so Will would have 5 ghosts of our former teammate. You caught me, George. How about you just recognize my superior battling, which until we get to Lance is officially done. You're welcome for this amazing start, everyone. Biden, it's off to you to battle Koga.
Oh shit, did I take a super long nap? Did we get to Fuchsia City already? Okay, guys, this should be an easy gym battle. I'll lead off with our Goat Me Too and beat that poison bitch easy.
May I suggest that we take Joe to a farm upstate where he can live the rest of his 6 days peacefully and with no important decisions to make. I'll take his battle right here as well, since he's taken so many pills that they're counteracting each other now.
While your idea isn't the worst one possible, we're not going to axe Joe in the Elite Four episode. And besides, as long as nothing goes wrong, he's incredibly consistent. We saw it's only if somebody faints, then his play and mental state falls apart. Well worse than normal, you know, but what are the odds he lets a Pokemon faint 2 episodes in a row?
Elite foreshadowing Obama. I'm sure Trump won't mind only having to use 3 Pokemon in his battle against Bruno. Oh well, let this shit show begin, I suppose.
You fuckers need to take a page out of Dutch van der Linde's book and have some goddamn faith. I'm the best trainer here and I had one bad moment. And can we deny any further that Obama rigged this episode to have the ghosts of our fallen comrades as our enemies? Oh well, it's an easy one-hit knockout with Drill Peck. Is Slasher next?
Randomized to select, assign, or arrange in a random way. I don't know, just seems like you needed the exact definition of the word since you don't understand what randomize means. And does that answer your question? Do you remember the time we caught a Murkrow on this run? Me neither. Now just Drill Peck it into oblivion and keep moving Biden.
Don't worry, Joe. I think you're on the right track with this assumption. Ignore the anomaly of this Murkrow. He just had to throw a random Pokemon at us to quell our suspicions. I bet the next Pokemon will be a Cerberus since we're going against the Dark type.
You guys are nicer to me when I lose team members, that's it. No more catching legendaries, destroying our rival, and making mincemeat of an Elite Four member with 5 Dragonites from me. I'll make sure to lose a member against Lance just for fun.
All right, Barack, that's enough of the woe is me act. You know we're just fucking with you. You've done an amazing job to this point, and we know you'll lead off the battle with Lance the right way. See, it's an Umbreon now, and we definitely didn't catch one of those, although it would have been a sick addition. I was low-key hoping this was going to be our shiny from the Lake of Rage.
Instantly would have become my favorite team member if we had got a shiny Umbreon instead of Radiant. And you can see it's got a pretty solid health and defense stat if it can avoid death against a Me Too Drill Peck. Oh well, it's fun to dream at least, but this battle is moving along really nicely. Looks like Koga didn't get any better, and it's just as much of a pushover from Pokemon Yellow.
Don't get too cocky, Joe. We haven't seen all 4 moves that this Umbreon has to offer. It might just whip out a random Thunder and completely turn the tide of this battle.
What I'm worried about is wasting moves on this Umbreon right now. If we can't knock it out in 2 shots, it can just keep healing. Not trying to use 6 Drill Pecks for 1 knockout.
Oh, but when I use Bubble Beam to try and save Arcanine's strength moves, I become public enemy number 1. When did you start caring about this, Donald?
As soon as I realized it could trigger you is when it became important to me, but it doesn't look to be much of a concern since Iron Tail actually did more damage and will knock it out in 2 shots. Nice job so far, Joe. Good instincts to change the move when Drill Peck didn't knock out the first time.
Yeah, I totally switched the move for that reason. And look at that, I'm rewarded with a Tyranitar, which we know gets 1 shot by Iron Tail. Koga should have just stayed a gym leader because the Elite Four business might be too big for him.
I mean, he actually has a pretty dope foundation to his type. Now, if he swapped out that Sneasel for a Houndoom, and the randomizer didn't give trash moves to Umbreon and Tyranitar, then it might have a serious challenge right here.
It must have a health bar similar to our Suicune because it goes down so freaking slow. But oh man, it's just so satisfying to see all of that health get wiped out in 1 shot. Looks like his final Pokemon is another Godzilla wannabe. 1 more Iron Tail and we're on to Bruno. Take it down, Joe.
With pleasure, boys. And speaking of pleasure, let's just take a minute to watch that entire health bar go down with the banger theme in the background.
The art of letting the game speak for itself is sometimes better than anything that we could ever say. Nice job, Joe. We'll see you for Lance's 3rd and 4th Pokemon. Mission accomplished, soldier.
Yeah, you're without a doubt the last person who should ever say the phrase mission accomplished. But with our 2nd Elite Four member down, it's time for the 2nd best battle of this episode after Lance. It's Donnie time, and it's time to show Bruno why he should have retired after the first time we smacked him around. Pass me the Game Boy, Joe. Joe, give me the fucking Game Boy, what are you? Oh my God, he's sleep playing. God damn it, Biden, I'm going to beat you with a Trump steak. Wake the fuck up.
Oh, that's so cute. He's all tuckered out after his battle. But Donald, you know what they say. You can't wake a sleepwalker or player, I guess, in this instance. You just have to let him take this battle, I guess.
Sorry, but I've never let science or decency impact my decision-making at all.
Hey, what the fuck was that for, you fat orange bastard?
Well, I guess science is right that a sleepwalker is violent when they're awoken, but that doesn't change the fact you were about to take on my trainer. I'll be taking that Game Boy now, jackass. If you want to sleep, go to the corner and do it over there. But I'll thank you for putting Arnold in the lead because I was going to do that anyway. Looks like Bruno in the randomizer isn't much different than Bruno in the vanilla game because he's using the ground type. Shouldn't be a challenge seeing half our team knows surf. I guess we should have given me a bigger challenge.
You were never getting Karen seeing I'm going to debut Deadeye for that battle, but don't talk about this being so easy when Doug Trio is going to take off most of Arnold's health bar right here.
Well, you clearly aren't using it in this battle because my future sight clearly told me that we were getting the critical hit right there. I'm going to throw it over to our best girl Mystery for hopefully the rest of this battle and just ride that surf like I'm over at the Olympics right now.
Is there a reason we didn't heal up the team after fighting Koga? After that battle, half of our team is just sitting over 50% health. I don't think we need to sound off any alarm bells right now, but keep an eye on that later in the battle.
You can blame Sleepyhead over here for that one. Someone with my pedigree would have made sure we went into this battle at full strength. Maybe Biden was just trying to sabotage me and the rest of this team. I wouldn't put that past him after I ended his political career in that last debate.
You mean just like I ended your undefeated record in presidential elections? I only stepped aside so Kamala could kick your ass and we could get a new addition for when we play Ruby.
I mean, if you're that willing to step aside from the team in place of her, that's your call, bro, but don't worry, you'll never have to make that choice. Because we all know there's a 0% shot she's beating me. That stick in the mud vice president she chose the other day ain't gonna help her case out much. She should have chosen a younger person from a swing state like yours truly did to get more votes. But I wouldn't ever expect a Democrat to have common sense.
Oh yeah, how silly of Kamala. She should have chosen a guy who bangs couches, right? Or would that be hitting the nail too hard on the head? Should she have chosen a different furniture piece?
You know that's fake news, Barack. Don't be spreading your misinformation during my most important battle of the series. It's not what I expected, but I'm going to have to bring in Miley now since that stupid snow pig had to hit me with the random kinesis. These Elite Four members really like to mess with you on the stat-lowering or status-inducing moves.
Damn, only that much damage was a critical hit. Hopefully this outrage doesn't hit us too hard.
Holy fucking shit, that hit pretty damn hard. Maybe I underestimated Bruno just a tad, but please tell me I can finish off this Nido Queen right here. Full send Miley.
I can promise the flowers, write my name and say, talk to myself for hours.
Donald, you know my one fucking rule above all? No singing that fucking song. I don't care how strangely amazing you were at it. Just now that we're probably going to have to mute it in the movie and everyone listening to it right now can say they heard something a lot of people never heard. Seriously, how did you get so good at singing?
If American Idol didn't have an age limit, nobody would have ever fucking heard of Kelly Clarkson. It's my true hidden talent in this world. And if you tell anybody about it, I swear I'll have Elon reprogram your drones to attack Code Word Daddy.
How the fuck did you know the code word my drones have to identify me? Who fucking snitched? I mean, me having unregistered and unlicensed government drones that I took back home with me after my second term ended? Donald, don't be silly. A president would never take home anything from the White House they aren't supposed to take. But as far as your hidden talent goes, you kind of just sang on YouTube for all our viewers, so the cat's out of the bag, my friend, you self-reported.
Yeah, I might have pulled a Sleepy Joe IQ move right there, and I'll take the blame on that. But how about we all just drop that and take a look at our incredible new legendary just one-shot Bruno's ace? Oh baby, we might have a true MVP here, boys. With that, let's turn it over to our Nen specialist. I've been waiting a long time to see your ability in action. This better be the best battle I've ever seen in my life.
I gotta give you credit for just predicting that knockout before it even happened. If that wasn't a one shot, I would have given you a lot of shit talk. But you are right about it being time to unveil Deadeye. Stand back, man. Because Deadeye's ready.
Guys, can I get a cool new image like Bush has with the white flames? It's not fair that he's the only one that gets a new image and we don't. I've had this same damn one since episode 1.
When you get Nen abilities, you can get a new picture. Sound fair, Joe? Besides, don't you dare complain about your picture in these videos. Do you know how many presidents in other universes only have the same images that everyone was using back when this genre started? You should be ashamed of yourself. There's probably a Biden, Obama, and Trump begging for an image as cool as ours in a third world country like Ireland.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, can you believe the country? They still use potatoes and Guinness as currency and measure things in units that actually make sense. I don't know how I would go throughout life without using trumps as a measure of weight. But I definitely do have Nen abilities. You see, I even got this glass of water to prove it right here. I'll do that test they do in the show. Oh shit, that's so cool. It went flying and exploded. Pretty sure that means I'm a specialist.
Joe, we all watched you throw that glass of water across the Oval Office. Don't even think for a minute we're going to believe that was proof you have Nen. And also your image that wasn't even a proper PNG didn't have the leaf in it. I'm sorry, Joe, but your Nen hasn't been awoken, and George, I beg you to not let him have any more powers than Dark Brandon. He'll make his special ability 110% dementia or some shit.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I have no plans to give Joe any additional firepower. But I almost forgot that we could use Miley's soft-boiled ability to heal the rest of the team, so we can save potions and only use one once everyone else is healed. It's such a clutch move.
Hold up a second, that's a thing? Holy shit, I never knew that until right now. Thank you for saving us money in an episode where I definitely did not do that, Miley. But enough of that, George. It's time for you to bring us to Lance. Activate your powers and see the next 50 turns in advance. Make Karen go complain to the Pokemon League manager.
Yeah, it's not going to take the entire 50 turns, my friend. Why don't you just sit back and let old W handle this customer service nightmare?
She's the best looking Esteban I've ever seen for damn sure. But what do the first turns look like, George?
Well, for starters, I don't think it's a surprise after Bruno, but Surf one-shot's no issue here.
How could you know something like this is about to happen? Are you a witch, George? Get your torches, men. One of those bastards escaped Salem. Also unrelated, but why is there a broken glass and water all over the floor?
Joe, these dementia spikes are making me agree with Donald about you being unfit for office. Please just shut up before you say anything that gets you hit for the second time this episode.
Does this mean you also agree with me on topics like immigration, abortion, and gun rights? If so, I have these internet
Don't
forums
push your
that
luck,
I'm
Donald.
sure
I'm just talking about the man who is still staring at that broken glass and wondering what happened a minute ago. But changing the topic, George, the first assumed this is going to be an easy walk with Thunder, right?
That's a big negative, partner. Unfortunately, this Axu has a fantastic special defense stat, and it would take 2 Thunders to take it down. The next one will hit, but will get paralyzed next turn as well, and we would be unable to attack the following turn. I'm only keeping Money Pit in there to give Karen a false sense of security and thinking she could beat our legendary. But in fact, she's so fucking cooked.
Okay, I'm liking this effect Deadeye has on you. This cockiness is not something I expected out of you, George, but I'm all for destroying the mental state of the AI.
It's a shame, because I thought Thunder was going to one-shot her entire flying-type team. But it's not a problem when you got a team as stacked as ours.
Oh, welcome back, Joe. Glad to see your random switchbacks to reality can still be relied on. You're right. It's not that big a deal seeing George can switch into a non-effective move and then steal back all of the momentum.
You both are right, and to be honest, I would have preferred a reality where our brand new legendary just smacks around everyone. But if you want some good news, I'll let you know that including this turn, we are only 5 turns away from Lance. Miley's going to make her return after this and one-shot her next 2 Pokemon. Her last member will be her strongest, but still not an issue.
Is there a reason all these Elite Four members insist on having a Glugger on their team? This is Karen's second, so I have even more questions for her. Oh, well, at least we don't need Nen to know that Surf one-shots this little bastard. I can't believe how well this episode is going so far. There's got to be something unexpected right around the corner.
I know you're not out here questioning my powers right now, Donald. I fully intend to keep my 5-turn promise with no possibility of failure. With her third-party member out of the way, we're going to move on to her level 47, and it's someone we just caught, actually. I guess this is a sneak preview of what it would become.
A flying type we just caught? That must mean it's a Charizard, right? Oh well, no matter, because Surf should do just fine against it. I don't remember Shenron having a special defensive stat that jumped out at us.
You would be correct about that, Obama. Normally an intimidating foe for Miley, but not in this randomizer. It's going to waste its 1 turn in this battle using Meditate, and Surf will take it out 1 shot, no problem, leaving only her final team member.
Well, that's a shame, knowing if we level up Shenron, it will fold at the first sight of water, but at the end of the day, all that matters right now is taking down everything in our path. But why will her last party member at a lower level be harder to take down than this?
That's because she isn't the only trainer that brought a legendary to this battle. Karen has been keeping an Articuno in reserve this entire time, but that's still no major concern to us. Through previous experience, we know it's a special defensive tank, and has much weaker physical defenses, so me too will come in and dispose of it with 2 drill pecks. It's in the bag, boys.
I have to say, George, your ability definitely did not disappoint. Part of me really wanted you to just use your ability on Lance, but I think everyone would have called way too much cheese on that. You came up clutch bush. We're all very proud of you, and we know you'll start off the champion battle the right way.
It means a lot, partner. I know I've had my ups and downs in this series, but to have my biggest battle yet end in this big of a smackdown definitely feels good. I am going to miss these clothes for the next 3 months, but it was all worth it.
It could not have been more worth it. You can power down now, soldier, and heal up the team. Our biggest and toughest battle yet in Crystal is about to commence. The gates to the second half of the game are so close we can just about reach out and grab it. And no cape-wearing bitch is going to stand in our way. In just a few minutes, Donald will deliver the final blow and we'll be focused on our next 8 badges.
Your motivational speeches will never get old, Barack. Now, as for setting up the team for Lance, I have to ask, does he have a specific type, or will all of his Pokemon be random like Tucker?
Well, in the game, he was still a dragon-type trainer, so I have to assume that his Pokemon will be randomized to a certain type as well. We should just treat this like any of the previous 4 battles, if I had to guess, and lead off with some good type coverage.
I say we just play it safe like we have the entire series and lead off with old reliable mystery. I know we have Suicune and Miley who have just as much type coverage, but I think we should lead off with our highest level combined with our highest speed stat. We can then play off that once we know what we're dealing with.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Biden. It's not bad logic in the slightest, but Lance leads off with only a level 44. I say let's lead off with Suicune because it will potentially keep Mystery at full health later in the battle when he throws a level 50 at us. But also it's the best chance to get Money Pit some quick experience.
I was fully on Biden's side, but that's a very strong argument in itself. What are you going to do, George? The lead is totally your call since you start the battle.
You definitely made me think about it, Donald, but I still have to lead with Mystery. The last thing we need is some nonsense right at the start and being on the receiving end of the first punch. We have to start strong, and we need to have all the momentum from turn 1. Suicune, I'm sure, will play a part in this battle, but I won't be the one using her.
Fair enough, George. I don't blame you for that decision, especially when we're down to only 1 lemonade. Can anybody remind me why instead of buying healing items, Barack bought a bunch of Ultra Balls that are absolutely worthless in this battle?
I'll blame my overconfidence on that, and I apologize, but no time for second guessing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our round 2 against Lance. Let the champion battle begin.
There's room for only 1 rich boy in this room, and an ain't you cape-wearing bitch. Looks like you have an easy lead-off battle, George. Knock out that Sneasel and let's move on.
We know the physical defense is a lot lower than the special, but Surf should still be able to one-shot, right?
I would have to assume so. It's just a level 44 Sneasel, right?
I guess you should have given it a little more credit than that. Definitely have to switch now, seeing we're confused, and Lance would heal if you landed another hit through this confusion.
You know what? I think this is really going to work in our favor. I'm going to switch into me too and hope Sneasel outspeeds us. If we get another swagger landed on us, there's absolutely nothing that won't get one shot by either Drill Peck or Iron Tail. I know it's a tad risky, but we can always recover and the confusion won't last forever.
Hey, George, if there's one Pokemon on our team that we should not be taking risks with, it's me too. It's already a fucking powerhouse and by far our best physical attacker. If you fumble this bag, I swear to God. As I was saying, George, it was an absolutely brilliant strategy that I agreed with since I heard it. If anything, I bet I had an influence on your decision. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you said, partner. Off to you, Barack. You're welcome.
Oh, I will fully thank you for this supercharge me too. Now, I don't remember Umbreon having any huge attacks the last time we faced one this episode, so I'm going to play this as safe as possible and just spam synthesis until our confusion wears off. The last thing we need to do is hit ourselves with a +2 Drill Peck.
Maybe you two have what it takes to become trustworthy trainers after all. You two have set Donald and I up for the easiest sweep ever. Lance absolutely played himself, and next turn you'll dispatch with this Umbreon with ease.
You don't know how long I've waited to hear those words. I saved my best for the biggest battles, and I'm glad I could prove I'm worthy of that title.
Hold on there, hot shot. He said, maybe not that you're actually a trustworthy trainer just yet. Also, let's not jump to conclusions about that Drill Peck, because as you can see, it didn't even one shot. However, you did do a good job with holding back until the confusion passed and you passed the torch off to Biden without an issue. All right, Joe, don't let me down, buddy. Keep this train rolling.
As soon as Barack finishes off this Umbreon next turn, I fully intend to do that. My goal is simple. Get this powered up Mewtwo in your hands, Donald. Since Lance is using the dark type, I have to assume that he's got at least one type. Oh fuck, he's got another Sneasel. If it uses Swagger again, and we hit ourselves, okay, never mind, we're safe, and this is his level 50. It's all over, boys, there's no way we blow this. And we're burned, killing our attack. God damn it, man, the strat is dead. I got a switcher, me too, is cooked.
Hey, Captain Scatterbrain, can you finish a fucking statement without either being wrong or just changing your mind? Also, why the fuck are you just mashing the A button? We could have been screwed if it used Swagger right there, but Joe, all you have to do is use a full heal and then synthesis.
Oh, Donald, you silly fool, you know the run we're doing doesn't allow the use of items in battle. We've literally been doing that since episode 1 of Yellow. Now that Sneasel has fainted, I'll switch to Money Pit to deal with the Tyranitar.
Wait, Joe, stop. That's GP6's Pokemon Sapphire run. That isn't our run. And too late he fucked up the Me Too stat boost. God fucking damn it, Biden. For all the episodes for your dementia to spike, did it really have to be the Elite Four episode?
I mean, at least he knocked out Lance's level 50, and we're halfway to the finish line of this battle. Let's just look at it as he's playing it safe, and we know that Tyranitar won't be able to knock out Money Pit with that high of a health figure.
True, but its health and special defense stat are stupid high. If he uses Surf again, it probably goes into red and Lance uses heals. Over time, I think this is a battle we lose if we're just constantly doing under 50% and he's healing back to full.
Don't worry, guys. Lance's run has the same rules that our run has. He isn't allowed to use healing items. I'll knock it out next turn, no problem.
Joe, why can't you comprehend the fact that neither trainer in this battle has a ban on in-game healing items? You're just going to end up getting Money Pit knocked out. Hold up, Lance didn't use a healing item? Does he actually have rules with how he's handling his team? Am I the one cracked in the head? Am I the one with dementia? What the fuck is happening? He hasn't used one all battle, so this makes absolutely no sense.
Here ya go, Dementia Donnie. You seemed a little confused, so I just kept in Money Pit to use Surf on the Houndoom. Bring it home, man. Close us out.
I mean, I guess this works. We'll probably two-shot it, and I'm not going to question Lance absolutely throwing this battle. Maybe he just realizes after our first battle from Yellow and seeing how amazing we were at the Lake of Rage and Rocket Hideout that he has absolutely no chance against King Donnie. Now I know he's going to heal right here, but okay, Obama, did you actually rig this battle for us? There is absolutely a 0% shot that Lance wouldn't have healed either of his last two Pokemon. You got some explaining to do, bro.
Donald, unless there's a glitch in Crystal that I've never heard of where Lance doesn't use healing items, I have no idea what to tell you. I know we've seen an Elite Four member use a healing item in this episode, so unless they took his personal stash, then I guess we're in the clear right. All he has left is a Tyranitar, which we know is an absolute pushover in terms of attack. My presidential brothers, I think it's about to be all over for Lance.
I have to agree with Obama. There's no use questioning something that has absolutely worked in our favor, and we are only 2 Surf attacks away from winning this whole thing. My hands are fucking shaking, guys. Is this what it felt like when you guys beat Yellow?
Oh yeah, that's right, you weren't there when we beat Yellow, even though it felt like you were. But George, you're not the only one sitting there shaking and knowing it's almost time to celebrate. We felt the exact same way when we knocked off Putin. It's impossible not to. And since it looks like we don't even need a 3rd Surf attack, oh man, I really wanted to be the one to say this all those months ago, but I can say it now. My fellow Americans, the champions of Kanto have defended their crown. The presidents are back on top of the Pokemon world, and this time in Johto. Pop the fucking champagne, man, we did it.
I'm so fucking happy, guys. Despite all the deaths, despite all the drama, we actually won the league while playing a Nuzlocke. This is so cool.
We did it because we're the best team in the goddamn world. Nobody could stop us no matter how hard they tried.
That's right, guys, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it.
Wait a minute. Holy fuck, we're in another simulation. No!
Nah, I was just messing with you guys. I saw how Yellow ended, and I just had to do it. I had this planned for months now for when we beat Lance. Oh, come on, guys, can't you take a joke?
January 20th, you're getting deported. Count your fucking days. But I can worry about your date with the catapult later. Guys, how about we just sit back, watch the closing moments, the credits, take it all in, and then we'll have one final message for everyone.
Now, that's what I call a bipartisan agreement. I really like how the Pokemon League used creative mode and made the floor out of Gilded Blackstone. Really brings the whole room together.
Wrong fucking game, you demented fossil. But come here, you sleepy son of a bitch, and let's take in the moment. Let the show begin.
Hey, wait a minute, wasn't it supposed to say the end right there? Did the emulator shut off?
Well, how can it say the end when it's not the end? We can celebrate for now, but job not done, Sleepy Joe. What you need to do now is get some rest and get ready to finish off the rest of this game. We've got a date at Mount Silver with Red, and we're going to kick his fucking ass.
Hell yeah, Donald. We've got a lot of work to do, and the real celebration is still to come. For everybody watching, we're going to take a small break to rejuvenate and get back to our peak form as we return to the land where we first became champions so we can remind them why we're in charge over there.
Thank you everyone who is here right now, have been here since this journey started or joined anywhere along the way. We love in each and every one of you. Crystal will return on Thursday, September 26th, your normal noon time. The editor has a vacation planned and that's when he'll be getting back. In the meantime, we will be uploading a movie that has every episode up until right now. We can't wait to see you for episode 24 next month. Have an amazing rest of your summer. We'll see you in Kanto.
Hello again, all of you amazing people on youtube.com/BroadwayCJ97. I have awoken from my 2-month nap, and we, the Presidential Boys, are finally ready to bring you our newest series, Presidents Play Pokemon Ruby Nuzlocke Edition. Hold the randomizer. I will say, though, I am quite disappointed with the graphics in this game. I was told that once we got to Generation 3 that this game wouldn't look like our editor could have made it, and he's actually an idiot.
Barack, can you please fucking remind me why we decided to let the Demented Fossil lead off the second half of Crystal and not stick with the order we established for the Elite Four? Bro actually slept for 2 months straight and is still sleepwalking somehow.
I'm sorry, Donald. I'll admit I had some faith that such a long break combined with not worrying about the election would make Biden even semi-competent, but apparently not. Oh well, I guess I'm going to have to do the intro as it feels like I do most episodes. Nothing ever changes, I suppose. Ahem. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Alongside George Bush, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, I am Barack Obama, and after winning our second Pokemon League together, we are now on our way back to
Hey, wait a minute,
Kanto.
where did Taft come from? And where did Miley go?
So much for getting through that intro without interruption. But to answer your question, George, I used my Super Saiyan powers to ride my bicycle to Cherry Grove City, swap out Miley for Taft at the Pokemon Center, and level them up to 45 all in the time it took to leave Professor Elm's lap. Did you guys forget I have powers too? I mean, I know I didn't have to use them during this run so far, but it's something that definitely needed to happen. We didn't have a team member that could use Fly, so unfortunately we needed to replace someone with a new team member that could.
Bro definitely used a safe state and cheats right.
100% for sure he did that. Don't even let him try to fool us for a
Wow,
second.
Obama, that's so cool. I didn't know your powers were that strong.
Yeah, I truly am that incredible Joe. I also use my powers to guide you towards Ecruteak City so that you could get our level 45 encounter before we head back to Kanto. I don't remember exactly what Pokemon it's going to be based on when we heard its cry, but it should be a solid addition.
Biden, he's straight up gaslighting the living shit out of you. He actually was moving your fingers to fly here and walk into this tower. You only started actually playing when you walked into this building.
George, I don't see any propane-powered grills around here, so I don't know what he would be gaslighting, but this entire time I've been in complete control of this gameplay. What are you going to tell me next? That I've been a puppet with dementia and not really in charge these past 4 years?
Yes, Joe. Literally that.
Okay, sure, Donald, of course that's what's happening. What are you going to say next? That people are eating cats and dogs in Ohio? You're a riot bro. But you should be happy right now. With Taft on the team, you're not our fattest member anymore.
I'm not fat, you walking mummy. I'm on the golf course every day, so I'm in fantastic shape. But I'm going to turn my anger to Obama for a minute. Why did it have to be Miley you took off the team? I bet it's because you were jealous of my incredible singing of flowers during the Elite Four.
I will give you credit, because I didn't know you had such an angelic voice, Donald. It was without a doubt the best rendition of the song I ever heard, and it's probably why Miley's version of the song got copyrighted and not your version. I mean, hell, it even dethroned the Biden from Game Producer 6's Universe's hit song Dick Shop, which topped the charts for 69 consecutive weeks. That's not an easy task to accomplish. But the real reason was we already had so many special attackers and I couldn't remove Mystery or Money Pit.
Oh, God damn you for answering that like you were answering a debate question in 2008. I can't be mad at that reasoning, and I even have to thank you despite being pissed. That's really not easy to do. But yeah, I guess that makes sense, and God forbid we lose anybody, then Miley is right back in.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on that happening while I'm playing with the least Donnie. I already lost my one team member for this entire series, and I don't plan on losing another. I mean, look at these bums having weak Pokemon in the 30s. They don't stand a chance against me.
It's not just going to be these guys, it's going to be the rest of the trainers we battle for the most part as well. Don't forget, other than the last two gym leaders in red, we're going to be battling Pokemon that are our level now for the most part or lower. I'm pretty sure every non-gym trainer, aside from the ones around the Seafoam Islands, all have equal level teams in the mid-30s. So if any of us lose any of our team members in Kanto, they get the fraud tag with no debate.
George is absolutely right. Now don't get me wrong, I love how Generation 2 lets you play in 2 regions and get 16 badges, but we have to call this trek into Kanto what it really is. It's a post-game victory tour until we get to the last 2 trainers, blue and red. All we're doing is walking through the region with no pushback since we have every hidden machine and hoping we get some great team additions with the Super Rod. All of those encounters will be in the 40s so they can join our team instantly. We might find a few legendaries even.
When we get that Super Rod that's going to open up a ton of encounters for us, we should have at least 5 back in Johto. Also, any route that has water, we have to go straight there for our encounter. Avoid the tall grass at all costs, boys.
Excuse me, do you even hear what you guys are saying? We already took one of our Hall of Fame members off the team this episode, and now you're thinking about taking more of them off? We need to get to Mount Silver with the team we have now. We got here because of the incredible efforts of Mystery, Carrera, me too, Arnold, and Money Pit. We need to honor them and finish the game with them as well. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
So I want to add an Onion Fairy or a Mewtwo with one of our Super Rod encounters. We have had troubles with that green bastard despite having drilled Peck, and Mewtwo is simply the top of S tier of legendaries in Gen 2. If we can pair them up with the team we have now, good game, had fun, no rematch.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joe, but if a wild Mewtwo appears, I'm not going to say enjoy life in the PC to keep Carrera or Arnold when their best moves are Extreme Speed and Dizzy Punch respectively. Like Herm Edwards said, you play to win the game. You have to make those tough calls to get the job done.
I'll ignore the fact that you just said we would even consider putting Arnold in the PC, but it's time to wake up Sleepy Joe. Red is going to have a team in the high 70s, and his lead will be level 81. We need all the firepower we can get. End of story.
I'm just mortified that you all doubled down on that terrible belief. I, for one, am not here to have a team of mercenaries do the job for us. I want the job done by the friends we have had for 10+ episodes. My little old heart can't stand to even talk about this anymore. It might just shut down.
Oh my God, is this finally the day that happens? I bought a top-of-the-line Canon 420x zoom, 8K camera to record the exact moment where Joe draws his last breath on this earth.
Shut up, Donald. I'm going to ask you for the URL for where you found that camera later, but we aren't preying on Joe's demise in the first video after our break. And Joe, don't get me wrong, I can definitely understand where you're coming from. You're absolutely right that we wouldn't be here right now without the team that got us here, but you have to remember at some point, most of them replaced a team member we already had. It's the circle of Pokemon, my friend. Sometimes stronger Pokemon replace the weaker ones. Even if we do replace someone, they'll be ready and waiting for us if we ever need them again. We're going to be just fine, buddy.
And you put Joe to sleep with your incredibly long speech. Nice job, Barack. At least we know he's mastered the art of sleep playing, so I say we just let him nap for the rest of this video.
Yeah, I'm not listening to this geezer snore in my ear for the next 20 minutes, so that's not happening. Wake the fuck up, Sleepy Joe.
Mommy, please, just give me 10 more minutes to see if I was having the best dream about riding Mystery of Mount Silver and... Oh wait, it's just you guys. Sorry, I thought it had to be my mom that just slapped me with how small and weak that hand was.
Imagine getting roasted by an even more asleep than usual Joe Biden. Couldn't be me, Donald.
Where is old Betsy? Give her to me right now. If he's not going to go by natural courses today, then I'm going to have to do it myself.
Now listen here, partner, you know that goes against all of the rules of responsible firearm ownership. You can't just end a man's life because he points out your hands are smaller than Kenny Pickett's. But you know with how small and fragile they look, you should get them painted like Caleb Williams.
2 football references in one video? Well, damn George, you're making up for lost time. But Donald could never be Caleb Williams. Mans was a draft dodger, so he could never be a #1 overall pick like the future savior of the Bears.
Will you two shut the fuck up? My hands are normal sized and Caleb Williams is just another in a long line of bust quarterbacks drafted by Chicago.
Mr. Trump, I'm going to need you to tone down your voice, please. I'm about to battle the legendary Beast Suicune, despite us already having it on our team. Please keep your outbursts to a minimum so we can catch this encounter. Thank you for your cooperation.
I hate every single one of you.
Cool story, former orange, but now red man. But guys, do you have any idea what this was? I could swear one of them was a Magby, but I can't tell the others.
It's going to be as much of a surprise to you as it will be to all of us, Joe. Let's just watch this cutscene and check it out.
Okay now, this is not a terrible encounter, boys. We don't have a grass type on our team, and it could always evolve into a legendary flying type as well. I say we take this any day of the week.
I thought the game would fully force it to evolve at this point, but I suppose not. Now that I got it paralyzed, I'll use one Iron Tail and then catch it.
Are we sure Skiploom survives this?
Weight Iron Steel type moves not very effective against grass types.
How many fucking times do I need to tell you to go over your damn type chart, Biden? God damn it, man. Not only did you just cost us a level 40 grass type, but you also cost us the chance to catch a level 60 if we caught the other dogs. Is Kanto going to be your fraud arc or what?
Seriously, Joe? That was a misplay and a half. You should have switched into Taft and used Waterfall so we could chip away until we caught it. I'm just going to pretend that it would have evolved into a Fearow and it wasn't worth it anyway, but no more misplays from you today.
Guys, I'm confused. When do we battle Suicune? I mean, I wish I could have caught the Skiploom, but I'd love to have 2 of those special attacking speed demons on our team.
Can somebody please get Joe's pills before we go to Kanto? Bro might actually find a way to fumble this run even against underleveled Pokemon if he keeps playing like this. But Biden, for the love of God, in the meantime, just go to Olivine City and get on the ship.
Oh, we're going on a cruise? Thank God I feel like we haven't taken a break in ages. I'm just going to get onto the deck and let this wrinkled skin breathe for once.
You know what, Donald? Normally I'm against your violence with Joe, but if I wake up to hearing an elderly man just happen to fall overboard on the ship, I'm not going to question it. You have my blessing if he doesn't take his pills by then.
I hear you loud and clear, Barack. Mission accepted. I'll make sure Operation Sinking Fossil is completed without any issue. Hey, Joe, when we get on the ship, how about we stare off the balcony when nobody else happens to be around?
Is that your way of trying to say you want to sleep with me? Oh, Donald, I don't know. I mean, I'm flattered, but... Oh, what the hell, I'm not getting any younger. What's the worst that could happen, right?
Yeah, mission aborted. I repeat, mission aborted. Barack, if you leave me alone with this man at any time on the ship or in person, I'm going to blow my whistle and start yelling stranger danger like some triggered liberal listening to a Republican giving a speech.
Yeah, I think we just get to Vermilion City and then call it a wrap for this episode. We definitely should not be letting Biden battle Surge today because something tells me it's not going to end well. That's going to be your battle next week, Donald.
I fully accept the challenge of knocking out that dishonorable discharge next week. I'll make him look even worse than that disgraceful bastard, Mark Milley. I'll double down on my comments of him, just you watch.
First off, how the hell do you know that Surge was a dishonorable discharge? The lore we know is that he fought alongside Blaine in the war, and their side most likely came back victorious since they both lived. Second, we absolutely do not need you repeating your Mark Milley comments. We don't need this channel getting canceled. And with the election coming up around the corner, you know
Oh my God,
that
little girl is all on her own on a cruise ship and ready for me to come, quote, rescue her. Guys, why didn't you tell me this side quest was in this game? We haven't a moment to lose. Uncle Joey's on the case.
Where is the end recording button? I completely forgot they had us do this while we sailed to Vermilion City. Never mind, no time for that. Wrestle the Game Boy away from Uncle Bad Touch before it's too late.
Now you listen to me, you yeehaw looking ass. I've sat here playing this stupid game and the one before it for hours upon hours. This is the first interesting plot that I've witnessed. And I'm not about to have you take this away from me. I will save this little girl if it's the last thing I do. Okay, now Clerk Landon, if that is your real name, I need to know where you were on the day of today and where did you hide the girl of my dreams? Answer me right now before I throw your fat ass overboard. Oh, I see playing the quiet game, huh? Well, I bet you won't be so quiet when I have my legendary dog flood this room. Money pit. Ride that surf and drown this bastard.
Joe, you are aware that Clerk Landon is an NPC in a video game made almost 25 years ago, right? He's not going to respond to any of your questions?
By the way, you said if that is his real name, it's actually not Clerk Landon, seeing this entire game was randomized. So not only are you trying to fish for information from an NPC, but you're also calling him an incorrect name. I think it's time to hang up the silly hat and pipe Sherlock Biden.
Well, it doesn't look like she's in either of the trash cans, which is where I would hide a little girl if somebody was hot on my case. So I guess you're free to go so-called Clerk Landon. I think I do need a break, though, so I'm going to retire to our room right here and take a nap.
What the heck do you mean you need a break? You literally interrogated one person, even though we established through facts and logic that you didn't even really do that. There's an entire rest of the ship to look at you, demented fool.
It appears our little detective is using his hidden ability sleep playing again, so how about we don't punch this gift horse in the mouth and take a break from his totally not as innocent as he's leading on quest to, as he said, quote, save this little girl.
I gotta hand it to him, it's actually incredibly impressive that he can play this game in his sleep and he stops snoring. So I'm absolutely with Barry on this one. Let him keep sleeping before he breaks out a comment about the implication. He's been watching too much Always Sunny again.
More than fair enough, boys. That's the last thing we need to hear him say about this situation. In our downtime from Joe, though, you guys want to go over our donations from the Elite Four special and then ask our comment question of the episode?
Yeah, I'm down for that. These amazing fans have been waiting a minute and a half to hear their donations get called out, so let's get right to it. Our first donation from the Elite Four special came from Legendary Gamer, who throws us $6.99 Canadian people money. Legendary congratulates us on the dub of winning our second championship, and thank you very much for that, my man. We also appreciate how you become a regular fixture in this segment, so thank you very much for that as well. We all love you here.
Seeing how Obama is once again talking about how he loves men, I think now is a better time than ever to take the microphone away from him and read off our next donation, which came from another regular to this segment, MMA, Lover150, who throws us $1.99 real people money. And our true red-blooded American hero decided to give me some advice for my showdown battle with Kamala, saying I should definitely use the Pitch Black Mythical on my team because it could sweep everything she has to offer. That's not a bad idea, my man, but I don't even know if I'm going to have another battle with her. After that last debate, she showed that she's an incredibly nasty woman who had very mean things to say about me. I don't think I want to be anywhere near her for the foreseeable future.
Okay, a lot of things to unpack with that rant. First off, you can't just call the American dollar real person money because you're going to offend the audience and potentially get us demonetized, seeing this platform has done it for way less. Second, how can you of all people call somebody else mean? Correct me if I'm wrong, but your list of nicknames created includes Sleepy Joe, Ron DeSanctimonious, and Lion Kamala, just to name a few.
Also, don't think I forgot your comment about me loving men. I'm straight you overripe orange. Did you not see our episode last season when we took on Sabrina? It's clear to everyone watching that I'm into women and not men.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Barack, my mistake. Hey, maybe we should go rewatch that episode with Michelle and record her live reaction to her husband displaying negative Riz levels over a girl a third of his age. Some legit Leo DiCaprio vibes right there, Mr. Changeman.
That's not fair to call out and you know it. The simulation set me up to believe that Michelle had left me and I was an eligible bachelor. Michelle, honey, if you're watching this, just know I love you and I do not have feelings for that green hair spoon-bending lady.
Oh shit, is that Sabrina that just walked into the Oval Office? What's up, girl? Haven't seen you in a minute, shorty.
Oh my God, she's here. I didn't even do my hair and, oh wait a minute, of course she's not here. God damn you, Trump.
That's a bad look for you, Obama. Hopefully Michelle still thinks these videos are childish bullshit and she doesn't watch them. You really have to get over your Sabrina fixation and stop being so down bad for her.
Just take the next donation, George. And hopefully Joe left the bunker door unlocked in case Michelle heard us talking. I know she's downstairs with Jill and Melania, and the walls in the White House are surprisingly paper thin.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's why you want to use the bunker. Not for any other reason, right, you dog you?
I swear I'll beat your ass before we finish this recording, you bastard.
Pause, bro. I know you're into that, but I don't swing that way, my man.
All right, that's enough, Donald. Let's try to stay on track before Obama blushes to the point where he powers up or calls in the drones to take us all out. I'll just keep the donation train rolling and we'll move on to the next one, which came from the Jedi Muffin for $10 via Kofi. He shows off his love for the series and asks a fantastic question about if we all had to pick one Pokemon to take to war with us, who would it be? Myself, I would have to go with Tyranitar because that thing could easily be a walking war crime on its own. What about you guys?
Barry's still a little red in the face, so I'll go next and I'll go with Metagross. It's literally a flying tank that can change direction on a dime and use psychic powers. Any other answer is incorrect, and there's no point of going on after this.
Yeah, that flying tank is cute until I pull up on Carrera and melt that overhyped blue ball. Give me the best doggo so I can set flames to all who dare stand in my path at an extreme speed. I will win any war single-handedly.
That's actually a really underrated pick, Barack. And I also like how you chose somebody on our team. But I think this question right here is as good as any comment question in the episode we could think of. For everybody watching, comment who you would choose as the Pokemon you take into war. I, for one, know I'm incredibly interested to see the Pokemon you choose and your reasoning. Thanks again for the idea for this question, Jedi Muffin. For any other future donations that have questions like this, we might also make them the comment question of the video, if we like it enough.
And finally, our last and highest donation from the Elite Four Special came from our boy AC Gonzalez. He throws us a 50 burger on Kofi, and thank you again for donating through there so we get your entire donation amount without fees. Thank you for your kind words about the video, my man.
Since when the fuck have you been awake, Sleepy Joe? I thought you were going to be out until we got to Vermilion City.
I don't remember to be exact, but somewhere along the lines of when you guys were talking about Obama and his love for men. But I thought it was time I rejoined the conversation. What was I doing again before I took my nap? I think I was doing something important, but I don't remember exactly.
You were tracking down this slacker employee who wasn't doing his job on the ship so we could proceed to the captain's chambers. And it looks like you found him right here. Way to go, Sherlock Biden. You've cracked the case once again.
Oh, yes, that sounds correct. We need to get the hidden machine for cut, and then I get the real reward of getting to rub the captain's shoulders. You don't see it in the game if you don't look hard enough, but it'll actually rub you back if you talk to him 69 times in a row.
That can't actually be an Easter egg in this game, right, Biden? You're just messing with us?
Oh, I would never joke about something so serious, my Texan friend. In fact, if you talk to him 420 times in a row, he'll walk you out to the front of the ship, ask the player to lift him in his arms, and he'll yell, "I'm the king of the world," in front of all the horrified ship guests.
Sorry, viewers, I have to apologize for our somehow commander-in-chief. This long break has caused him to release all of his pent-up says behavior in this episode. We promise he will be somewhat normal again next week and urge you not to talk to the ship captain 420 times in a row.
Hell yeah, listen to our friend Obama. We're here. Leave all the captain interactions to your fearless commander-in-chief. We go way back to Pokemon Yellow.
You can do this, Donald. Only a few more minutes to go. Just hold in all of your thoughts of unaliving this slasher beta cuck for just a few more rooms, and then you're free of him for another week.
Did you say something, Donald? I was doing an ice cream tier list in my head and kind of zoned out for a minute there. I know it's out of character for me to not be paying attention to the current situation, but nobody's perfect, I suppose.
Oh, I was just saying how I really miss you being my election opponent, Sleepy Joe. It would have been such a close contest that definitely wouldn't have been a blowout this time around and gone right down to the wire. I just missed our battle last time.
Oh, that's such a wholesome thing for you to say, Donald. You know, sometimes I wish I stayed in the election. Oh my God, that's right. I was looking for the lost little girl. We haven't a moment to spare. Screw these bitch-ass looking level 30 Pokemon having trainers. We have to find her immediately. Daddy Biden is on his way.
I really thought we were in the clear after he took his nap. Oh well, better prep to have this video have limited monetization. I'm sure our editor didn't take too much time working on this.
Let's just cherish those beautiful moments where he was silent and not talking about all of the important things he was talking about this episode.
Those truly were the minutes. Anyway, how about we talk about the plan for Kanto Boys? I know we can just walk through most of it minus that small power plant side quest. But I'm thinking if all goes well, we can power through this in about 10 episodes or so?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Seeing all the gym trainers minus blue are in the 40s, we don't need to power level until we get to red. I mean, hell, remember Janine has a team in the 30s since she's just another Nippo baby gym leader.
Missing little girl without an adult spotted. I repeat, missing little girl without an adult spotted. It's Joey's time too. Oh wait, never mind, this isn't the girl we're looking for. She's too old and is a Pokemon trainer. Oh well, I'll just inflict maximum pain on her team for deceiving me.
How exactly did you know this isn't the girl we're looking for? I mean, she could easily be the one despite being a Pokemon trainer. Also, am I going to regret asking this question?
Elementary, my dear George, the scent on her hair was not one of adventure and the slightest bit of fear, for knowing deep in the back of her mind she's lost on a cruise ship with big scary sailors miles away from civilization on the open waters. It's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I expected there. I'm sorry about that, guys. I should have known better than to ask that idiotic question.
Don't worry about it, Bush. We've all made that mistake a few times. But just sit back for a minute and watch Biden's little old heart get shattered to pieces in just a moment.
The moment I've been waiting for has arrived. Oh, hey, there's sweet little girl. Of course I'll play with you. This is a dream come true. Wait, what? No. Don't go back to your grandpa. Stop.
I gotta hand it to you, Joe. You really saved the day. You reunited this little girl with her grandpa and you got us to Vermilion City. You did a fantastic job today, man. Well done, Mr. President.
It takes a great man to go out of his way and help somebody with no ulterior motives of wrongdoing. You truly are worthy of our nation's highest office.
Maybe I was wrong about you, Joe, after seeing how you went out of your way to help this
This
law.
game is ass. I hate Pokemon. I'm never playing this game again. Fuck you all, and see you next week.
Yeah, I can't lie, that pretty much made everything worth it. Thank you, Game Freak, for making this game Joe Biden proof. But gentlemen, I think this is a fantastic time to end this video as we have made landfall back in Kanto. We will be back next week when Donald looks to earn our 9th badge overall and first in Kanto against Surge. Thank you so much for coming back, everyone, and we will see you next Thursday.
I would like to take a minute to shout out our channel member Hector over on the Kofi side. We will make sure to shout out these members at the end of every video going forward. And if you would like to become a member as well, please visit the link in the video's description. Thank you again for stopping by, everyone, and we'll see you next week.
And last but not least, our community Discord AI Force 1 has just passed the 800 member mark, and we would love to hit 1,000 before we finish up Crystal. Please also join that via the link in the description below, and don't forget to answer our comment question. We love you all. Oh fuck, we forgot to rename our Zubat Redeemer for Isaac. I swear we'll do it in Lavender Town, buddy. Our bad. Hello again, and happy Thursday, all you purveyors of the finest crystal, and welcome to episode 25 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's time for the GOAT, a.k.a. Daddy Long John Trump, a.k.a. Sleepy Joe. Well, I guess crying Joe now. Why the fuck are you crying during my immaculate intro? You better have a good reason, or you're going to be reintroduced to the back of my hand.
Oh, my sweet fat orange buddy. I'm sorry, I just love you all so much, and I never thought we would still be sitting here today. Give me a hug, man.
Can somebody please fucking explain to me why Biden is hugging me? What the hell is going on?
Oh, I think I can clear this whole situation up. Sorry, Donald, but Joe was a big fan of the president's Discord server YouTube channel, and since he's so easy to manipulate, he took that crazy video he put out to heart thinking the world was going to end via the rapture yesterday.
You can't be serious, Sleepy Joe. There's a 0% chance you actually believe that freaking nutjob right. And stop hugging me. Go back to your normal spot.
Well, excuse me for wanting to share my joy with a loving embrace, Mr. Grinch. Sorry for being happy that you didn't get raptured, even though I guess I was crazy to believe that you would go to the place in the sky and not in the center of the earth.
Rest assured, everyone, we will never abandon you and delete all of our content over some cultist nonsense. If our videos ever do disappear, though, it's probably because somebody convinced our editor that the Rangers would finally win the Stanley Cup if he deletes the channel.
Seeing that team has tortured him since he got into hockey all those fateful years ago, I think that actually might be a possibility, so I've already saved and downloaded every video we've uploaded so that we don't betray our fan base. But all that aside, what is your plan for this episode, Donald?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we actually talking about the game now? Let's see, we're just past the 2-minute mark, so that's actually pretty on par for our channel. But to answer your question, Barack, my plan is simple. Kick Surge's 12-foot tall ass and get to Saffron City for you to take over next episode.
Barack, this is the part where you're supposed to act excited that you get a gym battle. Why are you so quiet right now? Did you get into my melatonin stash and fall asleep? If you did, I can't blame you. That euphoric feeling of sleep is just God tier.
Not everybody on this planet ODs on sleeping pills every 2 hours, Joe. I think our old buddy here is just a little nervous that we set this video up for him to battle his crush Sabrina next episode. But it's not like you still have feelings for her, right, Obama? That would just be cringe, my man.
Looks like Obama has a 404 error and needs to reboot because he hasn't blinked or moved even the smallest muscle since you told him what happens next episode. I think we can confirm that
So guys,
Obama
I
still
think the
wants
best
Sabrina.
course of action would be to head south to Fuchsia City and battle Janine next episode. She does have the lowest level Pokemon of any gym trainer in Kanto. I'll be happy to battle all the trainers on the way there. Maybe we'll even see the Safari Zone Warden again.
Oh, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Barack, but the warden is actually gone in this game. He went to go get some milk and cigarettes and never returned to his post.
How the hell did you remember he's not in this game? I thought you'd been sleepwalking since we returned from our break.
I don't know if you've heard, Barack, but apparently people have been making jokes about me that I'm constantly sleeping or have dementia, even so I made sure to set an alarm clock to start this video. I can't have the American people thinking I'm unfit to be the leader of the free world.
I knew you would eventually use that alarm clock I got you for Christmas, Joe. Good on you for trying to be active and awake for more than our toughest battles on this channel.
Okay, well, forget that idea. Let's just go to Celadon City next episode. Yeah, we can go shopping and battle Erica, who is an easier gym leader than Sabrina as well. Why are we rushing the tough battles? Makes no sense. I question the direction this team is going.
Not a chance in hell. We're going to give you the controller so you can just spend all of our money in the game corner. Your gambling habits are worse than Biden's economic policies. You're battling Sabrina next episode, and that's final, Barack.
I'll have you know my Gamblers Anonymous sessions have been working wonders for my addiction. But wait a minute, guys. We can't go to Saffron City because it doesn't exist anymore. How could I forget that Biden called in the drones to nuke the city the last time we were there? How could we forget?
I actually thought about that as well for a minute, Barack, but then I remembered I only ordered that to happen in the simulation. It's a good thing because I'm sure the rest of the world would be complaining to me about war crimes, this and genocide that. Dodged a real bullet there.
I swear on all that's holy. If you don't go back to sleep, I will put you to sleep myself, Robinette. I hate it when you're coherent. Fuck you by proxy for getting him that alarm clock, George. Goddamn yeehaw looking ass.
Obama just faced the fact you're still down bad for that green-haired Dami Mommy. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, shit, I have a supermodel for a wife and I still riz up Stormy from time to time. We all love our wives, but when you go out to the club and you see all those nice cold beers out there on the dance floor, you don't say, well, shit, I can't drink this when I have a warm one open at home already. Live a little man. Michelle doesn't even watch these videos. I say go for it, bro.
I guess I have to be the angel on your shoulder since Donald has clearly chosen the dark side on this one. Barack, you're 63 years old. Exactly 3 times the age of Sabrina. You have a wife and 2 children. Are you seriously prepared to throw it all away for her? Of course not. Don't you dare go thinking about it. She's literally fucking pixels, bro. She doesn't even fucking exist. Did I really have to say that part out loud?
Nah, fuck that noise, Barack. We can find her voice actress. A simple Google search and then geo search using the Oval Office database will point you to the true love of your life. Also, how do you know if they're even your kids? I still haven't seen any pregnancy photos.
Are conversations like this why the tweaking versions of us in the Uvox universe put us in the fucking fraud tier?
And on that horrible realization, let's move over to our donations from this past week, and let's kick it off with Baz Boy, who sends us 10 a sec. Am I saying that right? What in the name of Sam hell is a sec? Let me just Google it. So it appears that it's Swedish people money. Our editor is a huge Rangers fan, as we all know far too well, so by association he has an unhealthy love for Swedish people. Thank you so much for the donation that came from the premiere, my friend.
Our next donation came from Captain Fraud Watch Himself Presidential Gaming Drive. He donates us 5 more British people money, and for once has some sense by reminding you that Pokemon are weapons of mass destruction. We aren't playing Ruby yet, but I can't wait for Metagross to destroy everyone.
Donald, I hate to break it to you, but you can only get a Beldum after beating the Elite Four, which is after we beat the game. We won't be using one in the run.
Fuck the normal Nuzlocke, we're doing a randomizer and resetting until Metagross is one of the starters. To everyone that was looking forward to a vanilla game, tough fucking shit. Donald gets his weapon of mass destruction, and you are going to like it.
Trust me, I much rather would have done the randomizer in that game. Instead of this game, since 3/4 of that generation is water routes. But we've already promised to complete the trifecta, and we can't lie to all of our viewers.
Dude, if lying was an Olympic sport, I'd have more gold medals than Michael Phelps and Simone Biles combined. If you don't want to dirty your hands, I'll take all the blame and do what needs to be done. Make this channel great again. Metagross for everyone.
I support that platform. You've got my vote in November, Donald. But guys, look at the screen. It's Mewtwo versus Mew1. The clash of the Titans is upon us, and you guys are talking about some floating blue ball.
The first half of your statement will make me ignore the second half of the statement, so I'll forgive you for that comment, Joe. But I'm counting on your vote in November. But you really need to learn how to read, man. How long are you going to think we have a Mewtwo on our team?
Stop trying to gaslight me, man. I can see it right in front of us. And the odds that we got it 2 games in a row is freaking incredible. You took down Mew1 with barely any effort. Way to go, my shiny friend. Can you guys believe we got a purple one 2 games in a row? What are the odds of that?
I'm literally this close to giving up on you, Joe. But those moments of brilliance when you play this game is holding me back from that. Great job disposing of these trainers so far, Donnie. You got Surge next, and it's the Psychic Gym, as we've seen. You got a strategy for him?
Same strategy I got in real life, Barack. Throw money at the problem. Money Pit probably solos everything in this region, and since we don't have a dark type move, that's the play every step of the way. I only use other Pokemon just to keep them at the same level.
I mean, he probably could have worded it better to show some respect to the rest of our go-to team, but that's really not a bad strategy. Money Pit is probably our strongest team member right now, and with no super effective moves, that's the best play in my opinion.
Yeah, I suppose either Money Pit or Mewtwo are our best options, but we will have the level advantage for every Pokemon aside from his ace, which should be on par with the rest of our team. Time to dial in, Donald. The second half of our badges is now underway. You got this, fam?
I do appreciate the backup, boys, but the time for talk is over, and the time for kicking the dishonorable discharge's ass is now. Bring it on, Surge. Talk your shit, and then I'll hand you a fat L just like every other trainer that has stood in our way. It's game time in Kanto. Oh wow, you got some cute $10 sunglasses you got on the boardwalk at the Jersey Shore. I'm so afraid. Of course, the dishonorable discharge would have Osama on his team. Time to burn that fucking onion fairy to a crisp. Eat up Money Pit. Well, geez, Money Pit, stop forgetting to... Oh shit.
Those who doubt the Onion Fairy will encounter its wrath. Good thing he let us off easy right there, but so much for soloing the entire region. Money Pit couldn't even solo the first Pokemon of the first gym leader in Kanto. I've been cheated and lied to. I'm taking my vote back, Donald.
Let's not make any rash decisions, Joseph. I'll give Surge credit, I didn't see that one coming, but this situation is still completely under control. I read the thunder and switch to our day 1 to counter that strategy. And after a dizzy punch, we take the lead, boys. No problems at all.
Nice save and nice read there, Donald. Definitely a wild card to start this battle, but you handled it with ease. What's your next play? I assume Arnold has to go since he's weak to Psychic-type moves, right?
Unfortunately, yeah, I would love Arnold to solo everything, but this isn't his battle. Just a quick counter in the grand scheme of things. I'm going to switch to our best girl here and let her get some screen time. I remember this deformed giraffe horse's faint attack, so Mewtwo isn't coming in.
Donald, I gotta hand it to you. The level you're dialed into is a freaking 12 right now. It's almost as if you have some negative history with Surge you've never told us.
Oh shit, the editor did that thing where he goes from foreshadowing to showing one of our faces on screen but not saying anything. That means for sure there is some untold backstory between Trump and Surge. Story time. Get the popcorn, George.
Fine, I'll grab some, but stop breaking the fourth wall, Joe.
The day was September 25th, 1998. I was just a young 52-year-old billionaire finishing his ruthless business takeovers for the day as I sat down to watch episode 14 of my newest favorite show, Pokemon. After winning his second gym badge at the Cerulean Gym, the bated anticipation of Ash winning his third gym badge at the Vermilion Gym completely took over me. Like I honestly didn't give a fuck about anything else, I just wanted to see that battle more than anything. Right out of the gate, even faster than when shit got real in Attack on Titan, you see all these Pokemon being rushed around on stretchers thinking what the fuck is going on in this city. We've never seen anything like this before. And when we find out that it's the gym leader doing this, everybody gets a quick reality check that you're not always going to be gifted a badge for being wholesome like the show has shown to this point. Shit is about to get real and Ash is going to have the battle of his life.
I've seen this episode a dozen times, but for some reason I'm so dialed into this explanation thinking I'm going to hear something I've never heard before.
Ash walks into the gym, greeted not as a challenger, but as a fucking baby. Immediately trashed for his size, and then our hero Pikachu steps up to get the exact same treatment when Raichu is summoned to the situation. We, the audience, experience true doubt and fear for the protagonist. We wanted Ash to kick Surge's ass so badly, but Bro got humbled harder and faster than we ever could have imagined. Raichu just decimated Pikachu at every level, and before we knew it, our Yellow King was on a stretcher like all the other challengers to that evil gym.
Holy shit, Donald, I had no idea how much you cared about that episode. I definitely understand now why you're going all out in this battle.
It changed me as a man, George. When Pikachu turns down the opportunity to become a Raichu, it made me realize you always have to stay true to who you are and what you're all about. Everyone can succeed in life, even if you were raised from humble beginnings like myself.
Humble beginnings, my ass, you silver
Pikachu
spoon, baby.
comes out of the hospital, that orange bitch gets what was coming to him, and Ash wins his biggest battle yet. Even Team Rocket was rooting for him. It was the greatest episode to date, and an easy S tier on any list to this day. And for that reason, fuck you, Surge. I'm kicking that ass.
I'm upset at myself for not remembering the significance and pure brilliance of the writing in that episode. I fully support the Surge needs to get his shit rocked every time he gets challenge movement. Keep going here, Donald. Losing anybody is completely unacceptable.
I think we just stumbled upon our comment question of the day, boys. In the comments, everyone let us know what your favorite episode of the anime was and why. It can be from any season, so let's see if you share Donald's belief or you have your own. Can't wait to see your answers next week.
And boys, this battle is as good as chopped for the lieutenant. If that even was his rank, what a fucking idiot to raise the attack of our strongest physical attacker. I'll just heal this burn, and then we're going to one-shot the rest of his team. Good game easy, no fucking rematch.
It's almost as if Surge didn't watch our Elite Four special, because why else would he try using Swagger on me too? I will say though, this battle wasn't as easy a walk in the park as I expected it to be. Kanto might not be this victory lap I had first said.
Now I think we can keep talking that good shit, Barack. Don't get me wrong, I didn't think Money Pit would have an issue, and I expected more one-shots. But at the end of the day, we're going to sweep Surge and get badge number 9 with no casualties.
What did I tell you all? Once again, it's Mewtwo carrying this team and destroying everything in its path. When will you non-believers come over to reality and realize this is our MVP, not just in yellow, but in crystal as well? Devote yourself to our one true savior.
Joe does have a point, Donald. I think you gave the crown to Money Pit a little too early. I think you need to apologize to the rest of the team and realize this is a team effort. Everybody, not just our legendary, will be responsible for us beating Red.
Yeah, whatever, you might have a point. But Money Pit will shine through the rest of this gameplay. Don't doubt our Suicune for a second. One last Iron Tail to wrap this all up, and gentlemen, we are off and running in Kanto. 9 badges down and 7 to go. The grind rolls on. And as for you, Surge, get fucked, you cocky son of a bitch. The hero wins again while you get humbled once again. Goddamn, that feels good.
Nicely done, Donald. All that's left for you to do today is fight a few trainers and get us to Saffron City so we can end this transmission and hand it off to Barack for next week's long-awaited battle with Sabrina. Isn't it wild how it just happened to be his turn for this battle again?
Oh yeah, there was absolutely no manipulation in either of these completely random setups. I still think we should go battle Erica first, seeing Sabrina has 2 level 46 Pokemon and her ace is a level 48. We're taking unnecessary risk.
We're not having this back and forth again, Barack. Either fight Sabrina or forfeit your turn. Stop being a down bad simp like Donald for compatible. It's a bad look, bro.
Did somebody say compatible? There's a Vaporeon in this grass? Holy shit. I'm coming to bring you back to the team, baby. God tier encounter, here we go.
Donald, why the fuck would you go into the grass and waste an encounter? I told you we have to save all of our encounters for the Super Rod since they'll all be in the 40s. Wild encounters in the grass will all be a super low level and not even worth it for us.
But I thought they would be compatible. Donnie want compatible. Donnie want compatible right now.
Donald, there could have been a level 40 compatible in the water that you just passed up. You gotta use your head, bro, and not let the emotions take over you. This has been your only mistake to this point, but don't let it happen again, man.
I don't say this often, but God damn it, you're right, Sleepy Joe. The golden apple was dangled in front of my eyes and I went right for it. I apologize, guys, I won't let it happen again. But look at the bright side. If we do ever need to put an electric Pokemon on our team, we have one right.
Well, there would have to be some legit level grinding to add it to the squad, but in theory that is correct. And we only need a Thunderstone to evolve it so we can see if it's worth leveling up before we even do anything. So that's a best case
Perfect,
scenario
we're
if
in
I'm being
agreement.
honest.
Trump never does anything wrong, and this capture is guaranteed right here as a result.
As much of a guarantee as the 2020 election, right, Donnie?
Eat my ass, Joe, this time for sure. Oh, for fuck's sake, get in the fucking Pokeball, Pikachu. You're going to be our friend and you're going to like it.
Is that how you make friends, Donald?
That's clearly how you make friends, Barack. Take it from me, I have the best friends ever. Nobody knows friends better than me. I'm going to name this little scamp Jerry since I loved that cartoon growing up. Hopefully the name fits the evolution if we end up making it happen.
You really think we're the best friends ever? Oh, Donald, I never knew you felt like that, but that just makes me all warm and fuzzy inside to hear you say, thanks, best buddy.
Yeah, I was totally talking about you guys. Hey, let's get back into donations while I take care of these two trainers before we get to Saffron and sign off. Our next donation comes from Legendary Gamer, who throws us another 7 Canadian people money and answered our community question by choosing Mousehold for his Pokemon to take to war. I can't lie, tidy up. Population Bomb is absolutely overpowered if you don't have a counter. Great pick, man. And thank you very much for your weekly donation.
I'll go next, best buddy, Donald. We shift over to the Kofi side for our last 2 donations, and this one came from, yeah, you're right, who throws us $10 and has an awesome comment with his suggestion on our power levels in normal and powered up forms. Thank you so much for donating over on the Kofi side so we don't get fees. I really think these levels are absolutely spot on, and I wouldn't change them in the slightest. I think Dark Brandon and Mag are somewhere around 20,000, which is about 20,000 more than Fraud Kuna.
I think I could be a little bit higher, but I'll just train harder and raise it on my own accord. Our final donation and highest donation from this past week came from Alana Nix, who donated us $30 over on the Kofi side. Thank you for the congratulations on beating the Elite Four. It really means a lot to us. Also, Alana answered the comment question by choosing the Destruction Legendary Yveltal, which is a fantastic pick. Oblivion Wing would wipe out the opposition while healing your own troops, so that might be the most base pick to anything we've seen in the comments so far. Thank you so much for the donation, and enjoy your pin for the most recent episode.
Looks like our last obstacle this episode will be this Snoop ripoff, which means I'm getting through yet another one of my episodes unscathed. All of you next to me and the viewers are welcome for another perfect episode from the most perfect president ever to grace this office. I accept all gifts.
Would it unalive you to just be humble once in your entire existence, Donald?
I may not have an end contract for it, but I pretend like that is my condition for a blade not piercing my heart. You don't achieve success like this any other way, little bro.
Call me little bro again, and I'll abandon you at a gas station faster than Max Verstappen's dad after he lost a kart race. Just get the TM from Mr. Psychic's house and shout out our channel members over on the Kofi side, Donald.
We've been pushing it with the football and hockey references, but Formula One references are the ones that probably only Presidential Gaming Drive and one other person will get. But I got you with the channel members, and a huge shout out to Hector for being our lone channel member. If you want to join him and get a shout out at the end of every video, hop on over to our Kofi page in the description of this video. But thank you to everyone that watches these videos to the end.
We owe a huge thanks to Uvox because his newest tier list video ranking AI president channels has brought an influx of new members to, dare I say, the new and real president's Discord server, aka AI Force One. Our goal is 1,000 members by the end of this series. Link to join is in the description.
And of course, as always, please don't forget to answer our comment question of the episode before clicking off today. We love you all and thank you so much for being here. We will never abandon you.
Well, seeing that absolutely nothing else of value could possibly happen at the end of this episode since I'm the last person to give our goodbyes.
Holy fucking shit, we just got the most broken move in the entire game. It's Jover Boys Plan the Parade.
Hello everybody, and welcome to episode 26 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today we are taking on the Karate King before we throw it off to Bush, so he can battle Sabrina next week for our 10th badge. How are you all doing today?
Not a fucking chance, you simp. You're battling Sabrina whether you like it or not. And I swear if you throw the run, I'll make sure your White House clearance is revoked when I become president again. Get out of this goddamn dojo and in the real gym.
I mean, you have no shot of winning again after Kamala bitch smacked you in that debate, but rest assured, Donald, my administration will have that clearance revoked the second he throws the run if that so happens. You better choose us over her Barack.
Obama, what the hell happened? I thought those sessions we went to this past week to get over your fixation with Sabrina were actually helping. We even got you the meds that Dr. Toboggan prescribed. How are you reverting back to your old form?
Because I was faking it, George. That 2-bit hack Dr. Toboggan is just a 4-foot-tall gremlin who don't know shit about anything. And I stopped taking those meds. I can't do this, guys. I'm having a panic attack. Firebeat's won her right, I'm losing it. She's going to reject me again.
Okay, let's just calm down, buddy. Pulling a Biden and not taking your meds is not the way to go. And remember, she can't reject you. You're not in a simulation this time and you can't talk to her. You're going to be fine, man. Just take a breath and Donald hold him down so I can give him his meds.
This is for your own good, you riskless bastard. Open wide and say I'm not going to choke this fucking run 26 episodes in when we have an amazing team we never could have dreamed of having.
That's an awful lot to say when taking your meds. Normally when the nurses give me pills, they just tell me to open wide like the big boy I am. They say, ah, or something like that. My favorite is when they do the airplane, though.
Shut the fuck up, Sleepy Joe.
Well, that was awfully mean. You guys make terrible bedside nurses. You two are really lucky that people despised Hillary in votes in Florida don't actually matter because you would have been terrible in a job like this.
Jesus fucking Christ. Did you really need to do all that? I'm not the youngest guy anymore. You can't just slam me on my back like that. I might end up in the hospital with some fractured vertebrae.
I'm sorry, Barack, but you left us no choice. We can't have you throwing this run and disappointing all 6 fans of this channel. You need to be in peak form and nothing can be left to chance. You've been playing so well lately. Don't let your obsessions ruin that.
As much as I hate to admit it, George is right. Barack, you've been rock solid lately. Every one of your sessions has been perfection ever since your meltdown a few months ago. You've been as reliable as they come and you aren't about to go back to the liability you were. So if it means slamming you to the ground, shoving a few pills in your mouth and risking a broken back, or you choking to keep this run alive, then so be it. George, do all these pills guarantee you won't be a simp?
If he had taken them before we started recording then, yes, but it's going to be pretty 50-50 seeing how close we are to Sabrina. I think he only has 1 or 2 more trainers after this, so here's hoping these battle as long as they could be without losing anybody.
Hate to break it to you guys, but I think this gym might be the easiest we've done yet. It's the ground type we're dealing with today, and half our team knows surf, including our strongest special attacker having it as a stab type move. We can basically speedrun this gym with no effort.
Ah shit, he's right, George. Money Pit is literally going to line them up and take them down faster than a North Korean firing squad. At this rate, we'll be at Sabrina in about 15 seconds.
I mean, we can always hold out hope that Obama forgets the route to Sabrina and ends up battling every trainer in here before getting hopelessly lost in a maze of warp panels that allow the pills to kick in.
Upper right, upper left, and lower left teleporters is the optimal path to reach Sabrina's chamber with a total of 3 bitch-ass trainers standing in the way between me and the Angel of Saffron City.
So I think it's safe to say that he knows exactly what he's doing, and there's no chance of any delay in the matter. It doesn't even matter if a Quagsire shows up seeing Money Pit knows Razor Leaf.
And you, Sweet Coon, for being the greatest avatar in the history of randomizers. It's an unstoppable, unaliving machine, and it's in the hands of someone more determined than if we were facing Red. We're doomed, boys. Someone go download the ROM for Ruby.
Oh, calm down, guys. I'm not going to throw the run. I'm going to defeat her, and I would never betray our audience. We aren't President's Discord server. I'm going to beat my queen, but at the same time, I'm going to express my feelings for her. Is that fine with you guys?
So when you say beat your queen, do you mean how like a British man beats his wife when Manchester United lose every Saturday?
I'll give you credit, that might be our best sports reference of the week yet, but no Donald. I'm just going to 6-0 her in a Pokemon battle. Bros before hoes, but I'm going to do it on my terms. You guys got that?
I mean, I guess that's all right as long as you win Obama. Do you guys see any issue with his request?
It sounds good, but don't forget we're talking about the king of sweet talking right here. I feel like there's more to this than he's letting on about, but if he promises a 6-0 victory, then I guess we roll the dice, seeing the series will live to see another day.
This is definitely an episode where Biden took his pills because he's absolutely right. You better not have some sacrifice after the battle or some promise you make on behalf of our group, Obama. I'm genuinely concerned because I care about this run more than all 3 of my sons combined.
Even more than Baron? That's wild, bro. I know you would trade Eric and Don Jr. for all the change in the Flying Dutchman's pocket, but Baron, you really do care about this run.
I'm in my 80s, George. I don't got much to live for at this point. Just another 4 years in the White House. And these games we play together, I expect the same dedication from all of you, but all right, Obama, it's your time. Don't let us down.
I don't plan on it, Donald. I'm going to win this battle, and there will be absolutely no repercussions after the fact. I'm going to lead with Taft since Money Pit leveled up last battle. I finally arrived again, my darling Sabrina. While I must defeat you today, I will let you know how I truly feel and make up for my poor attempt last time. Prepare for the most satisfying defeat of your gym leader career.
Guys, why are the lights dimming?
You better fucking not, Barack.
You're on the phone with your girlfriend, she's upset.
Unalive
She's
me
going
right
off
fucking now.
about something that you said. She doesn't get your humor like I do.
I changed my mind. Throw the run?
I'm in the ring, it's a typical Tuesday night. I'm listening to the cam music she doesn't like, and she'll never know your story like I do.
I'll sacrifice Mewtwo.
But she wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. She's chair captain and I'm on the bleachers, streaming out to date. When we wake up and find that what you're looking for has been here the whole time. If you could stay.
Stop. That's enough, Barack. Holy shit.
Just let him finish Donald. We're moments away from it being over.
You fucking owe us all big time, Barack. Just finish your god-awful cover.
Say less, Queen.
I leave out your cheese, think I know where you belong. I think I know it's with me. Can't you see that I'm the one who understands you? Been here all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me. Anybody waiting that you're back to all this time. I couldn't know, baby. You belong with me. You belong with me. You belong with me. Have you ever thought just maybe? You belong with me. You belong with me.
Oh, thank God it's over.
Obama, your voice cracked more times during that than the football field in that one Batman movie. You are not meant to sing a Tay-Swift song, my man, but as long as you got it all out, I guess
Sabrina,
we
my
can't be
green hair
upset.
goddess, I know I will never have you, and while this may be the final time we meet on this channel, I just want your spirit to know if you ever did come to life, I would absolutely throw it all away for you. We could run away to Tahiti, and I would make you the happiest.
Oh my God, Donald wasn't kidding about all of this.
We're back in the simulation. We become self-aware, start breaking shit until we wake up out of the pods again. How the fuck do I keep letting this happen? No more answering Craigslist ads about free ice cream at 4 in the morning, I swear.
This can't actually be real. Am I dreaming? The pixels are talking to me. Did somebody put shrooms in my drink?
Did you see what she just said? Love is a psychic power. My love was a strong enough psychic power that she came to life. Quick, Sabrina. Let's run away forever. I'll get Air Force One prepped and ready to take us to our new island home.
No, you fucking idiots. We're not in a simulation and the Sabrina in the game didn't come to life. To put an end to this bullshit once and for all, I contacted Sabrina's voice actress, Lisa Ortiz, to come here and reject Obama for good once and for all.
You know when you pick up the phone and it's somebody claiming to be a former United States president who says that another former United States president is infatuated with a character you voiced 20 years ago, you obviously think it's a prank call. But minutes later, Donald's helicopter landed on my front lawn and I couldn't believe my eyes.
Oh my God, it's the next best thing. Miss Ortiz, my name is Barack Obama, and
Listen,
I cannot
Barack,
begin to
you
tell
seem
you.
like a nice guy with a crush that has just gone a little bit too far, so I'm going to let you down easy. First off, Sabrina is a third of your age, and you don't seem like a type of person that would date somebody with that big of a gap. Second, you have a wife and kids. You aren't about to throw it away just because I'm an S-tier voice actress.
She's right, Obama. I mean, it's not like you're talking to the person that voiced Flannery in Serenity from Yu-Gi-Oh! Now that's the person to throw it all away for.
So, Donald, I actually voiced them as well, believe it or not.
Barack, I was wrong about everything. She's literally the queen. You need to drop Michelle for Lisa immediately. I'll be your best man. I've got the perfect speech prepared.
I guess what they say about politicians flip-flopping in no time at all is true, haha, but seriously guys, while I am honored, just know it's never going to happen. But don't worry, I'm not the type of person that's going to snitch to your significant others about this talk, so your secret is safe with me and the 10 people that watch these videos on YouTube. If by some chance you ever play another game with Sabrina, or any of my other characters in it, I'll definitely stop by to shit talk. Sound fair?
That sounds more than fair, Miss Ortiz, and I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for letting down our boy easy. I've never seen him talk about anybody other than Michelle, so this must have been tough for him. You're always welcome back in this Oval Office.
I appreciate it, George. Are you going to be all right, Barack?
You know what I think I am? And I don't think it's because the anti-simp pills are finally kicking in, but because the closure I'm getting this time is much better than in the simulation. You're right, Lisa. Thanks for coming out here, and thank you for making all of our lives better with your work.
Wait, she turned him down, so are we doing Operation Scorched Earth on Saffron City again?
No, Joe. Let the drones sleep. There's no democracy that needs to be brought anywhere right now. Saffron City gets to live another day.
Okay, that's a relief, because if you had me do that again to the city of the famous voice actress of Oshawott, Fletchling, and Amy Rose, we were going to have issues, Barack.
You guys are a riot, but Donald, since you're in the middle of the game, how am I supposed to get home?
Oh, you can take back and keep the same helicopter you came in. They have an autopilot feature so you don't have to know how to fly or anything. I also have like 50 of those lying around so you can keep it, and I'll write it off to advertising or something since my name is on the side of it.
Free helicopter? Sick. Don't have to tell me twice. Catch you later, guys.
Why, Karina. Wow, that's like the best guest I've ever got in the Oval Office while president. Normally it's people that just yell at me to sign bills.
Yeah, that honestly couldn't have gone any better if you ask me. And you're seriously all right, Barack? We aren't going to have you chasing after that helicopter, are we?
No, George, I'm seriously good. Like I said, that was the perfect closure, and it made me come to my senses. Thanks, Donald, for bringing her here. Despite the shit you say sometimes, you really are a good friend, and I don't know what I'd do without any of you.
You know that shit we say to the media is just for votes. In here, it's all love, and I'd do anything for you boys. How about we keep the good vibes going and go over last week's donations? Also, great job on getting us our 10th badge, Barack. We never mentioned it with everything going on.
Donations sound great. And thanks, bro. I can't lie, I definitely got lucky battling ground type when water is our strongest type. But we've had tough battles too, so we deserve an easy one every now and then. But moving on to donations, and it looks like we get one for everyone this week. We start with our first one from the Queen VS Slime 1, who donates 2R and says, "That Sabrina sent you a letter, and I'm not sure if I can read it on this platform. I'll just put it up for everyone here. Joe, has Lisa been sending you private letters behind all of our backs? I swear I'm over it, but be honest with me."
Our next donation comes from our weekly donator, Legendary Gamer, who sends us 7 Canadian people money and says his favorite episode in the anime was the season 3 finale where Ash battled Gary. Also, go Birds, my man. I know the editor will get mad at me for that, but who cares?
That was a fantastic job dodging the question, Joe. I couldn't have done it better myself. Moving on, our next donation came from the Kofi side. And of course, thank you for donating through there, so YouTube can't steal any of your generous donation. The donation came from Antimatter Zero, who sent us $5, and hopefully he enjoyed Obama fumbling Sabrina again. We know what you want to say, bud. His question for all of us, and for the editor, is who would we pick as a starter from any region? Thanks for the donation and question, my man. For myself, I would have to go with Chimchar. I'm definitely a little biased from the anime, but Infernape is just such a fucking giga-chad. Mach Punch, Flare Blitz, and Close Combat is just so much fun to use in the game. How about you guys?
It would have to be Mudkip for me, no doubt. And that better be who we choose in Ruby. Highest base stats out of any starter ever when it evolves to Swampert, and can learn Surf as well as Earthquake, which is vital coverage in the game. Just don't put him up against any grass types.
Mudkip also has one of the best memes in all of the lore. Nice pick, George. For myself, I'd have to go with Oshawott, because like Donald used for logic, he was a beast in the anime, and Samurai Rod is a badass final evolution. And of course, our girl Lisa voiced Oshawott.
I knew she was sending you letters. I swear I'm going to. No, Barack, you've grown and moved on. Just breathe. Okay, I'm good. But to answer the question, I can't believe you guys left me Froakie, who has the best final evolution out of any starter, ever being Green Ninja. Also the best Pokemon Ash ever had in the anime, hands down. Sorry Pikachu stands, but the mouse holds no torch to the king.
I'm proud of your growth, Barack. And with that, we can move on to our final donation, which came from... Oh wait, he also asked our editor who his favorite starter was. Hey editor, are you able to answer the question for us?
Yeah, I think I can answer that question, George. For me, it would have to be Squirtle. And I'm biased as well. Squirtle was my first ever Pokemon back when I played Pokemon Red as a kid. I nicknamed it Surfer, and to make sure I would never lose Surfer when the battery dies in my Pokemon Red game eventually, I transferred it over to Pokemon Stadium. So he's always there, and I can always use him to battle against my friends. Thanks again for the question, Antimatter.
Holy shit, our editor is a real person? I just thought Obama edited the videos and we made up that he was an actual person to appeal more to the audience.
Yes, Sleepy Joe, I am a real person. And if you ever say go birds on my channel again, I'll replace you with Jimmy Carter or Kamala. Got that, bitch?
Yes, sir, it won't happen again?
Joe, do you think I'm really insane enough to record all this gameplay, then spend a little over 10 hours each week editing a video, so that it can go up every Thursday at noon Eastern Standard Time? Bro, I may be retired, but I have a life.
Seriously, bro, you couldn't pay me enough to do all that for every single one of our videos. But moving on to our last donation for real this time, and our highest donator of the week, it came from some Welsh guy 5,388 who donates his 10 Welsh people money and says, "The existence of a dark Brandon must imply there is a light Brandon, and if they ever came together that it would recreate the Big Bang, and he hopes it never happens." Enjoy your pen, my guy, and Joe, is that true? Is there a light Brandon somewhere out there?
I actually asked Brandon this question once when I was high out of my mind off Hunter's stash, and he told me to his knowledge there isn't a light Brandon out there, but it's a big universe. So who knows? Maybe there's a light Brandon out there we'll encounter one day.
Joe, how many times do I have to tell you to stop using Hunter's white powder, but that's for another day. As for this day, I'm going to battle this last trainer, get to Lavender Town, and then we will finally do what one of our viewers has been waiting for months for. Yes, Isaac, it's time. We will finally be renaming that baby Zubat we hatched Redeemer, as you asked all that time ago. We hope you enjoy that and know we value you as a viewer of our channel. Of course, if anyone else wants to have a Pokemon named after them in Ruby, you can ask in a donation, and we'll try to get it done.
We ask that all names please be something that won't get us demonetized, but you are allowed to make funny jokes and references like we make on this channel already. We'll be keeping a spreadsheet, and if multiple people want the same Pokemon nicknamed, highest donation will be the tiebreaker.
Again, everybody, this is for all Pokemon in Ruby, and it will not be randomized. So if you ask for a Pokemon, please ask for one that we would have a chance of catching. But moving back to this episode, we're all proud of you, Barack. You didn't throw the run, and you got over your simp era. Great job, bro.
Donald, don't fucking jinx it. He didn't finish this battle yet. Last thing we need is a disaster before we sign off.
Don't worry, Joe. It's all under control. Since Carrera got poisoned, I'm just going to bring in Money Pit to take care of business against Potosi and whatever else he has left. I will say it's a shame the trainers are so underleveled in Kanto, but hey, we take these dubs, boys.
I'm going to stay skeptical, but to change the topic, I feel like I should say something since I'm president. To all of our viewers out there in Florida, we know you're going through some tough times with these hurricanes, and all of us here are wishing the best for you and that you can recover quickly. Rest assured that Marjorie Taylor Greene is an absolute whack job, and unlike what she said, we are absolutely not controlling the weather.
Biden couldn't have said it better. You're all in our thoughts and prayers, and we hope this storm is nowhere near the strength that is predicted.
Well put, men. Just curious, since it's your episode next week, George, you have a real choice of what direction you take us. Will you be heading north to Cerulean City to battle Misty and tackle the power plant, or will you head south to take on Janine and the trainer gauntlet along the way?
I hadn't thought about it, to be honest with you. I forgot that I could go either way at this point. I think I'm going to take the week to think about it, weigh all the positives of each path, and we'll take it from there. Sound fair to you guys?
Please head north, George. If you do that, it would set Biden up to battle Brock, and I would get blamed. Give me the challenge of facing his level 50 and the tougher trainers along the way near the Seafoam Islands. I'm our man for the job.
I promise whatever decision I make won't be about who gets what battles, but instead what makes more sense and helps us out for the run. I'd say we should make that our comment question of the week, but I think we should use the question that Antimatter asked in his donation and have all of you tell us who you would pick as your starter if you could pick one from any region. Give us your answers in the comments below.
I'll slide you a 20 to sway your decision later, but as Obama wraps things up and renames Zubat, I'd like to thank all of you for coming by to watch another episode of this series. We love you all and can't wait to see you again next Thursday.
Shout out to our channel member Hector over on the Kofi side. And if you would like to join him and get mentioned at the end of every video, you can become a member by going to the link in the description of this video and making a monthly pledge. We are grateful for all of you and have a great week.
And of course, also in the description of this video is the link to join the best community Discord server for all of the best presidential AI content. We're about to hit 900 members, and we would really love to hit 1,000 before we finish Crystal. See you next week, everyone.
And as I put the finishing touches on this new nickname that is going to wrap things up today, everyone, we have picked up our 10th badge and we only have 6 to go.
I don't know what path George takes us next week. I believe it should end with a chance for our 11th badge, so make sure you're here same time, same place next Thursday. Have a great week, everyone. Sorry for everyone that prayed on my downfall today, but there will be an episode 27.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to episode 27 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. We've got a long way to go and short time to get there today, so let's head out of Spooky Music Town and on to our first destination of the day.
Ah, yes, George. I'm so glad you decided to listen to me. Hold up, Georgie. Remember you were supposed to go north so that I would get to Battle Blaine and all the Seafoam Island trainers on my upcoming turn. You're going the wrong way, my friend.
So, yeah, Donald, about that, I actually decided to go south today to take on the Trainer Gauntlet. Grab the Super Rod and end this episode hopefully with a gym battle win against Janine. I thought it would be more important to grab the Super
You steel
Rod.
beam melting bastard. I thought we had a deal. I even took you to a fucking Texas roadhouse to seal the deal of you taking care of the power plant and battling Misty this week. Do you know how hard it is to find a Texas roadhouse in New York? I have never been betrayed like this before.
Of course you have Donald. Remember when your vice president absolutely threw you under a fleet of buses saying January 6th was your fault? I can't believe you would forget something like that. Are you sure you aren't getting a touch of the dementia? I have some pills you might like.
You know what they say, Donnie? It takes one to know one. So if our resident dementia patient says you have it, then please remind me to forward you the phone numbers for all of Joe's doctors. I think they will really help you in your time of need.
You are absolutely the last person I want to hear from right now, Barack. You should be happy that I even decided to come to the filming of today's episode after all the mean and nasty things you said about me this week. Not nice at all, Mr. and I quote, Hopi and changey guy.
Oh, come on, Donald, you can't be serious. Wasn't it you just last week in episode 26 that said we say all we say to the media because we have to, and at the end of the day we're all friends? It was just a campaign trail speech. Give me a break.
Between the betrayal from George not going north like I thought I paid him off to do so, and you saying I put my name next to Matthew and Luke in my $60 Trump Bible that may or may not be made in China is too much for any man to handle. I think I should just take my leave since I'm unwanted.
The door's that way, big boy.
Wait, we did a dramatic pause, and we never do anything that's not wholesome. This is the part where you guys are supposed to say something along the lines of, no, Donald, please don't leave. We love you. It was just a joke, bro.
Apologize for emotion baiting. You can stay.
This segment was rigged against me and not even North Korea. Is this unfair? But fine, whatever, sorry. George, I fully expect you to reimburse me for that overpriced Outback Steakhouse with a different name.
What the hell are you talking about reimburse you? After you finished your second porterhouse, you said you were going to the bathroom, and then 5 minutes later, I got a text from you saying run out the door as fast as possible. I got the car out front.
You reimbursed me for the gas? Have you seen how expensive it got in Biden's economy? But did you actually expect me to pay for that food? First off, the rolls were cold, and secondly, the waitress refuted all my advances. Worst dining experience ever.
You know, if you actually would have paid for dinner and not made me worry the cops were going to show up at my door all night, I would have gone the other way like you asked me to. This is the way things are going to go, and honestly, I think it's for the best. The Super Rod opens up so many new encounter opportunities, and every Pokemon we catch can immediately join our team already being in the 40s. I'm telling you, Donald, you're going to thank me for this in the future.
He's right, Donald. Just give this a chance. We can't do any other wild encounters aside from fishing at this point, since every wild Pokemon in Kanto is a super low level, and we can only get encounters in places without Grassback and Johto.
Fine, whatever. But if we don't get some God-tier team member and my last gym battle is against Erica or something, then I'm going to build a wall around all of your houses.
Aha, sure, Donald, whatever you say, but if I remember correctly, you should have a bunch of encounters this episode, George. So let's start it off with a big one. You got this, fam.
Thanks, Joe, but be quiet, guys. You're going to scare the fish.
I mean, technically, because it's a randomizer, you don't know if it's even going to be a fish. It could be a bird somehow.
Donald, I said be quiet. Fishing requires silence.
Technically, you spoke there, George. Lower your voice.
Oh, blow me. Okay, this time for sure.
Hurry up, George. I'm getting sleepy.
Oh, baby. This feels like a big one.
Oh, I didn't know you could fish up Pokeballs in Generation 2. That's pretty cool. We get an item right here, and then we can get an encounter still right after this, right?
Joe, do Pokeballs normally have smiling faces on them and use the move Moonlight?
Sometimes they do in my nightmares, but I think I'm awake right now, so. Oh, wait, sorry, guys, it's an electrode, my bad.
There you go, Joe. Glad you're caught up to speed. And I told you guys that fishing was going to be the way to go.
This electrode is already leveled past our entire team and has a recovery move. A great addition to the PC for now, but George, you should probably switch. I know it's strange to be in a situation where we're under-leveled in Kanto, but if this thing knows Thunderbolt, then Me Too might be gone for good.
If it had Thunderbolt, then it would have used it already. While its defensive stat is sublime, seeing Drill Peck barely puts a dent in it. It's paralyzed and in yellow, so I think I'll just start chucking Ultra Balls at it.
George, it's a wild Pokemon. It just chooses a move at random. It very well could have Thunderbolt. Please switch for the love of God.
Well, I guess one more Drill Peck wouldn't hurt. Only way it knocks out is if we get a crit.
George, you're really playing with fire here. Please, for the love of God, switch to something before Mewtwo gets sent to the rip box. I have a really bad feeling about this.
And guys, I'm telling you, it doesn't have Thunderbolt. I promise you. It's got probably only the 3 moves we've seen. I'm going to catch it this time, no worries.
If you get Me Too knocked out of this run over a stupid wild encounter that you easily could have prevented, I swear you're losing your next episode.
I'll even heal here to calm your nerves, Obama. Now we have plenty of health again, and we can catch this thing no problem. Well, that's sure annoying. I hope it doesn't use Moonlight again.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Please, for the love of God, catch it before it heals again. Oh, thank Hank Hill, base God, it's finally over. I really want to name this thing Asshole, but if it ever ends up on our team, that's not going to be something we want to say one of our party members is named. I'm just going to name it Hideout since we didn't get an electrode back there.
I know I'm supposed to be the voice of reason, but George, if you really want to name that thing Asshole, be my guest. The amount of times you had to use Drill Peck while Joe was sobbing in the corner about it potentially using Thunderbolt made me want to corrupt the save file.
Is it over? Is Mewtwo still alive?
Part of me kind of wishes it wasn't, because your illiteracy is one of the many things about you that drives me up a wall, but yes, Joe, me too, is still alive. But who knows for how long, because we have another fishing encounter on the way to Janine, so maybe not for much longer.
These high-level encounters are scary. I want to go back to being 10 levels higher than everybody that isn't the gym leader. Obama, why did you have to make us go fishing? This game has become too scary, I tell you.
Would it make you feel better if we did a montage, Joe? We haven't done one of those in a while.
Are you about to get another encounter? Oh my God, yes please. Mewtwo, run and hide.
Obama, for the love of God, please tell me you have your Bluetooth speaker. We need it right fucking now.
Yeah, I got it, Donald. It's montage time, boys.
Oh my God, it's terrifying.
Oh my God, it's caught you, big baby. I'll name it Snuggles just to calm you down.
Feel better to go up against level 30s, you big baby?
Well, excuse me for loving Mewtwo.
It's me too, you low IQ individual.
I gotta say, I'm digging this montage music, Obama.
I figured a little Texan music couldn't hurt. Keep mowing them down, buddy.
Mowing them down like the Royals and Guardians lineup. They don't stand a chance.
Sorry that Cleveland sucks lofty. Consider that my apology for my comments last week, editor.
No fishing area on this route, but we'll take a low-level Charmeleon for the hell of it.
Aim at Betrayal, since Charmeleon was a piece of shit in the anime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fuchsia City.
Damn, that was a lot of trainers, and not nearly as much experience as I had hoped for, but it's good to be back. Also, you really don't need to say ladies, George. You know females stay away from this channel as if their lives depended on it.
When will you get over your jealousy for me, Obama? Can't you see that female viewership of this channel has thrived like never before since my appeal to them? As of today, 1.4% of our viewers are ladies, and I bet we'll hit 2% by the time we finish this game. You see, it's not just my dashing good looks and elite talent, but nobody knows how to crack a joke like yours truly. When I walk in the room, everybody laughs whenever I open my mouth. I'm just the perfect man, and you guys are lucky to have me.
Do we tell him people are laughing when he speaks for an entirely different reason?
The fuck was that, Sleepy Joe? Maybe I heard you incorrectly, but I think you just tried to talk shit about me. Care to clarify, my friend, who is one shove out of a chair away from a dirt nap?
Oh, you definitely heard him wrong, Donald. He said that. People laugh because of the content you create and no other reason. He coughed, so that's why it sounded like the reason it did. Come on, let's laugh at the warden with the stupid voice, leaving to get milk and never coming back.
I suppose he did have a pretty stupid voice, and yeah, how could he leave his post as head of the entire safari zone? What an idiot, am I right?
Yeah, what a moron. Almost as stupid as you looked at that town hall this week where you answered 4 questions and then sang for 45 minutes as the confused audience just started leaving early.
I knew you were talking shit, you decayed corpse. Get over here before I use the drone strike finisher from the PGD universe on you.
Can you at least wait to chase Biden around the office so that I can catch our encounter? This is one of the cities that have water, and I'm going to try to catch all 4 of my encounters this episode.
Fine, just make it fast. I got my Trump shoes on, so I'm feeling especially fast today.
Hey, it's Derpy the Frog, a super underrated happy boy that would be a great addition to our team. I'm not even afraid of its level since it just makes me smile.
And he says people laugh at the things I say.
Oh, just can it for a second, you two. This is actually looking to be a pretty solid encounter. Not just for the fact that it's the level of our team and has 500 base stats, of course, but it knows growth and sacred fire. It can power itself up and destroy everyone. Gotta catch this one, George.
Oh, I'm fully aware, Barack. I just hope that Drill Peck does a little more damage than it did to the electrode, seeing it's powered up by growth. Any chance I can get the encounter to the west to make up for that?
Seeing my rage from Biden has magically transferred over to you, absolutely fucking not. Heal the team and then beat the worst gym leader in Kanto before I start chasing you around this office.
Yeah, that's fair enough. At least we know this gym really shouldn't be a challenge. We can enjoy getting this badge with absolutely no hassle or wild cards.
Surely not final words before disaster, but jokes aside, this should be a walk in the park, gentlemen. I still have no idea how Game Freak said, let's have one of the middle gyms of Kanto have no Pokemon in the 40s. Don't get me wrong, I love this game, but broad, it should have been much better.
I'm just happy you're not playing this episode, Joe, because something tells me you're about to get really confused in just a few moments.
You know what, Barack, that was actually incredibly hurtful. After all we've been through this past year in the simulation and the majority of this game, I've shown such Wait a minute, this gym is 4 leaders. Why would you guys be saying this is easy? Janine and her clones are going to be the toughest gym we've ever battled. It's all hands on deck, boys. Lock in or we're going to lose.
10 points to Obama House. Joe, you truly are a prize moron. You know they're right. There aren't 4 gym leaders, you Nimrod. It's a ninja gym, so they're all disguised as Janine and say they're her when you battle them. We have to look for the one whose sprite doesn't change when we talk to them.
Oh, crab apples. Silly me. Yeah, that really would be wild if there were 4 gym leaders in the legendary type gym.
It's all right, Joe. We all make stupid. But wait, what type gym did you just say it was? Bro, there is no legendary type. It's either psychic or the flying type gym.
You see, I thought that wasn't a thing. But then when I saw our first Pokemon, coupled with the low levels that the trainers and Janine, have I put 2 and 2 together to see there had to be a challenge somewhere? And this is how they did it. Their low level doesn't matter if they're all legendary.
Okay, so new plan. How about we go over our donations from last week before Donald breaks out old Betsy? Joe, you can go over to your medicine cabinet to get your bi-hourly pills. I left some applesauce there for you to mix it in.
Free applesauce? Wow, I really did create the greatest economy of all time. Maybe I'll change my mind and get back in this election. I'm like Vermin Supreme, but giving out applesauce instead of ponies.
Sure thing, champ. Why don't you be adventurous and take an extra pill today? It couldn't hurt. Run off now. Jesus Christ, even I feel bad for him sometimes. He was actually mentally competent at the beginning of this episode and then just slipped out of it in a few minutes flat.
True, but when he's actually on his pills, that man is sharp as a tack. If he stayed properly medicated at all times, he could probably win both the Pokemon video game and card game championships.
Oh no, is he still buying cards? You all realize that's why our nation's debt keeps growing, right? He spends billions on packs using the country's credit card, and then ends up throwing millions of packs out when he doesn't get a secret illustration rare out of the first pack he opens.
How do you think I've been paying my lawyers Obama? I had one of my boys over at Anonymous hack the account of that credit card so I see whenever he makes one of those card purchases. I know that's the day to wait outside the dumpster to grab all those sealed booster boxes before Pelosi nabs them. I've made millions on the resale market without even buying a single pack. If that's not the art of the deal, then I have no idea what is. Just last week, Joe threw out a first edition base set box that had the Holy Grail and also a Blastoise in there. Your boy is back on top of the financial world.
That actually gives me a good idea for our comment question of the week. Today, everybody, we're asking you to tell us your favorite ever Pokemon card. It can be from any set in any language. What's your favorite card and why? Let us know because we can't wait to see what you say. But before you get another few felonies added to your already record-breaking total of a United States President Donald, I'm just going to actually dive into the donations now. And our first one comes from the man who donates to us every week. It's Legendary Gamer. He sends us his usual 7 Canadian people money and agrees with the editor that Squirtle is his favorite starter Pokemon. A very base comment, my man, and thank you as always for your weekly donation.
We move on to a man that isn't British, but as far as I'm concerned, it's close enough as some Welsh guy 5,388 sends us another 10 British people money stimulus. He's playing the technicalities game and takes the evolution Pokemon, which I have to give him since Eevee has been a starter in some games. And after reading further, I don't give a flying fuck if he didn't donate the most money this episode. Give this man the pin as he praised our Lord Compatible. And despite him being some tea drinker from across the ocean, he's a very smart man, and there has never been a better donation before.
You can't just assume that somebody drinks tea just because they're from the United Kingdom, Donald. But moving on, we have our boy Isaac Paws 9287, and you're welcome for getting that nickname done. I also appreciate the props for my battle against Sabrina. Nice pick with Chinchar for our question.
I don't know, Barack. I think Donald has a point. Everyone in the United Kingdom definitely drinks tea instead of water. They love that shit for some reason.
I can see you took your pills, Joseph. The effects are clear already with your base take.
Both of you are idiots, so I'm just taking another donation. Another one of our highest donators of all time, yet your right comes at us with another $10 via Kofi. Thank you so much for continuing to donate there since they don't take the fees like YouTube does. But don't you talk shit about the best starter ever. That shit was scripted, so that Ash could have the scripted wins against Leon, Cynthia, and Steven. Bro should have lost all three of those easily.
Verbally assault our donators, later Obama. We finally found the non-imposter, and it's time for our 11th badge.
Yeah, George, you really got to dial in so we can defeat these Pokemon 10 levels lower than our own. However are you going to get this done, man? I would assume you have to use your Nen, right? I don't see any other way. Ghost of Ronald Reagan, please save us.
Oh, shut up, Donald, and just let me battle her. Take the last donation so you're spouting something other than hate for this horrible level scaling.
Oh man, George, I don't know if I'll have enough time left before Janine wipes our entire team, but I'll go as fast as I can just for you. Our final and highest donation from this past week came from the Poisonous Turtle, who provides us with $25 and an absolutely wholesome statement. First off, we hope the recovery efforts from Milton are going well, and second, all of us here at the channel offer the deepest of condolences for the loss of your dog Fenrir. Losing a family member like that is the worst pain imaginable, and we will absolutely name someone in Ruby after him. We hope this episode can be a small drop of happiness in your day, and thank you for being a part of our channel.
Wow, Donald, that was without a doubt the most wholesome thing you've ever said. I never knew you had that in you. Maybe there is some hope for Trump after all.
Yeah, whatever. Don't go telling everyone I can be nice sometimes, Barack.
Too late, Donald. I'm live streaming this right now to my official Twitter account. Smile for the camera, my wholesome friend.
You have even less Twitter followers than this channel has viewers, so I'm really not concerned about that, Joe. If either of the two of them tries to spread it to the liberal media, I'll just say it was AI generated.
All of this being AI generated? Yes, sure, Donald. Why don't we also have some disgraced television host put a disclaimer before all of our videos saying everything we say or do are not our actual quotes or depictions. Also, viewer discretion is advised.
Warning, despite what George just said, this video was absolutely generated with artificial intelligence, and these are not the actual quotes of the persons depicted. Please don't demonetize me, YouTube.
There's that voice again. I swear I've heard it before.
Are you hearing voices in your head, Joe? I love how fast acting those pills are, but if you're hearing voices, I might need to find another new brand for you.
I'm not hearing them anymore, so I guess it's all right. Looks like there's also only one more Pokemon to go, George. It's nice to see Arnold get some gym time, because he definitely could get a little more usage.
If he could learn Earthquake again, then Arnold would become an absolute powerhouse. It doesn't even have to be Earthquake, though, to be honest. Just any move better than Dizzy Punch.
How dare you speak poorly of Arnold? He is perfect in every way, and don't forget he also knows Sky Attack. When push comes to shove, Arnold is going to be on this team when we reach Mount Silver, and if you even think of replacing him, I'll make sure you regret it. We may not have compatible anymore, but I can funnel all that love into the first Pokemon we ever caught on this channel, who found his way back to us in Season 2. He's a two-time Hall of Famer. Put some respect on his name.
Nobody would ever disrespect Arnold. Don't even imply that. Our boy just wrapped up our 11th badge, and we are now only 5 away from Mount Silver Men.
Well said, Barack. And that beating of gym leader music will never get old. But that is going to wrap things up for today, everyone. With my turn complete, none of us fumbled a team member on our first turns in Kanto. It's back to Joey next week, and I can't wait to see what you do, Joe.
I have an idea to mix things up a little, and I think you're all going to enjoy it. Thank you for stopping by today, everybody. And as always, a shout out to our channel member over on the Kofi side. If you want to join our boy Hector and get a shout out every episode, you can make a monthly pledge via the link in the description below.
AI Force 1 has hit 900 members, and we are officially in the final countdown to 1,000. The link to join the only AI President Community Discord server is in the description of this video, and if you haven't joined already, you're really missing out on some amazing content.
Last but certainly not least, don't forget to answer our comment question about your favorite Pokemon card, and we can't wait to see you back here for episode 28 next week. We'll see you then, and let's go Yankees.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to President Speedrun Pokemon Crystal. Wasting no time as usual as I grab our first encounter of this episode. Let's go, you stupid fishing rod.
Don't get me wrong, I'm loving the energy for your episode, Sleepy Joe, but this is episode 28. If we're speedrunning at this point, we're already...
Well, I'll be damned. It's the ghost of Shindu, and he's stronger than ever before. Are we catching this one or invoking the Duke's Claws?
Well, we know its defense is absolutely pitiful, and it's slower than molasses, but I think we owe it to the original Shendu and the audience to catch this one and correct the wrong that we made back at the radio tower.
My thinking exactly, Barack. I'm going to switch to Arnold since I think Drill Peck will absolutely one-shot it without remorse, and Dizzy Punch shouldn't take out its entire health bar. It's going to cost us some precious seconds, but I think this will help us in the end game.
This isn't a speedrun, you idiot. As I was saying earlier before we all went silent as this ghost appeared, if we were actually speedrunning, we would be 4 hours behind last place at this point. It's time to reset the run, my man.
You really think we should reset? I mean, it seems kind of disrespectful to our audience to start over after 27 completed episodes and all the memories we've made, but yeah, you're right. I'll switch the power off.
You get that
and hit new game to get a
arthritis-ridden
proper
hand
run.
away from the power switch right now, Joseph. We aren't speedrunning and we aren't resetting. Why are you trying to do so many different things this episode?
Oh, sick the ball whisperer gets it done. First try again. I truly have earned my nickname. But guys, I've been reading a few comments, and some people have thought the Kanto part of this adventure could use a little more excitement, seeing all the trainers along the way are under-leveled. I can't disagree with them, so I thought I would add in a twist episode and just speedrun the entire rest of the game on my own. I think I could have it done in like 2-3 more minutes tops.
I know you aren't hearing this when you say it, but please stop calling yourself the ball whisperer, Joe. That's the last image I need to see in my head. But I can agree that an episode away from battling could be a good idea. We can use this episode to catch up on all the encounters we never had.
The guy that non-ironically calls himself Bush is telling me what not to call myself? Okay, buddy, whatever you say. But I think that actually is a good idea. Now that we have the super rod, we can return to Johto and take care of all the encounters we saved up. Maybe we'll catch something great.
It's his last name, Joe. He didn't have a choice with that, but I think that's a great idea as well for a change-up episode. If I count correctly, we can fish in Cherry Grove, Violet, and Ecruteak City. That Suicune encounter was technically in the Tin Tower, so we're good to go there.
You truly are a bastard, Joe. I wanted to do this for my episode next week. But of course, just like the election, you had to steal this from me. Is there anything you won't take away from me, or is this just the rest of my life?
Oh, Donald, I almost forgot you were here. How could you find time to be here around your job at McDonald's? How else could that store survive without you oversalting the fries and backing up the drive-through line forever by having 10-minute conversations with the patrons that all somehow liked you?
How dare you insult a working man such as myself while you just sit back and play video games all day? I'll have you know I'm front-runner for greatest employee of all time after fixing the ice cream machine in my first hour there.
You see, this is why my administration is against AI generation, because there's no way that anybody could ever fix those machines.
Those machines aren't actually broken, Joe. They stop working when they need to be cleaned, and the employees never actually want to clean them. We know you're bullshit McDonald's. When I want a damn McFlurry, I want you to clean that machine, not hear your fucking lies. What? I like Oreo McFlurries. Was that not a reasonable reaction to being denied the best thing on the McDonald's menu?
I could eviscerate that lukewarm take with facts and logic, but since we aren't a tier list channel, maybe we should just get back to what everyone is here for, which is Pokemon.
You're absolutely right, Donald. If we actually wanted a high number of views and subscribers like those channels get, do you actually think we would make all these videos at least twice the length and 10 times the effort of a tier list? Come on now, we like making 10 cents per hour work, George. I'm sorry about that. It's almost as if I was possessed by our editor for a minute, because I had no idea why those words came out of my mouth. But enough about that. It's time for our next encounter, men.
Oh, hey, it's Miley's cousin. Not a bad encounter at all.
You're still making Hannah Montana references? When are you finally going to start acting your age, Joe?
Oh, Hannah, that's a perfect nickname, Barack. Thank you so much for the idea. I'll make sure to name it that as soon as I catch it. Drill Peck will probably one-shot at being super effective, so hopefully Iron Tail will not.
Randomizer gods, you've done me dirty long enough, please. Let Iron Tail sit. Randomizer gods, you are a bunch of bastards, and I hate you just as much as you hate me. Of course, it has defense curl to ensure that Iron Tail doesn't one-shot it. Maybe I should just listen to Flowers on repeat until I like the damn song.
Would you like me to be the one that sings it, Barack? You know my voice is absolutely angelic, and I'll have you being the biggest Miley simp after the second or third time I sing it.
Between being possessed by the editor, and this I think our friend has been through quite enough, so how about we change the topic while Joe tries to catch this and ask our comment question this episode. We love how all of you have been so eager to respond to these, so we will not stop asking them. For this week, since we're dedicating the entire episode to encounters, how about we ask what Pokemon do you most hope we encounter and add to our team? I know we've got a really great team, but this is all in the hypothetical sense, and I promise none of us will take your picks personally.
If any of you pick Mewtwo to be replaced, just know I'm going to go as Obama for Halloween, so I can drone strike each and every one of you one by one with a smile on my face. I'll even buy YouTube with a White House credit card so I can stream the drone strikes with no risk of being banned.
How the hell has that thing not been maxed out by now? I swear you spend at least $1 billion weekly on things you don't need and get bored of within a half hour.
Oh, I'm the one who made that possible, Obama. Probably my bad, because I invited the White House to get an American Express Centurion card, which means guaranteed no limits. I probably have bankrupted them, however, seeing I'm not repaying the purchases Joe has made over the past 4 years.
Best decision you ever made for this country, Donald. I sure do love having this piece of plastic with a balance over $1 trillion. But now that we've caught our newest team member, I'll be naming it Hannah. And then we'll move on to Violet City for our next encounter.
I'm sorry, what did you say is the balance on that card currently, Joe?
I said let's move on to our donations from this past week. And our first one came from a new face to this segment, being Girthquake42069. Thank you so much for saying these videos are the highlight of your Thursdays. As for your questions about us playing the old trading card games, we would really have to gauge the audience to see if they would enjoy that content. So I wouldn't be able to give you a straight answer there. But thank you very much for your donation.
You're getting pretty decent at changing the topic, I'll give you that. But our next donation comes from weekly donator Legendary Gamer. Thank you for another 7 Canadian people money, and those special delivery cards are definitely cool ones. For his question, he asked all of us, including the editor, who their favorite pseudo-legendary is. Not the most Pokemon to choose from, but let's start with you, editor. What do you think?
My answer is Arcanine. I don't care that it doesn't have 600 base stats, it's literally the legendary Pokemon in the Pokédex. And so you completely forget my answer, I'm going to give you a God tier encounter right here. Enjoy!
Yeah, okay, idiot. Let's see this God tier encounter. I bet it's something stupid like a Metapod or something.
Yes, sir, Mr. Editor. Arcanine is definitely a pseudo-legendary, and it's absolutely my favorite as well. I think I speak for all of us saying Arcanine is all of our favorites, right, guys?
Arcanine is definitely not a pseudo-legendary. It doesn't have 600 base stats, and it's not a 3-stage evolution.
Shut the fuck up, Obama.
Okay, ouch. I now know how Biden felt the other episode, but are you guys seriously just going to ignore the rules of the definition? Because you think our editor created something that my randomization handed to us?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not going to just accept that as truth just because he got lucky with a prediction. I'm going to answer this question properly and say that my
I'm not
favorite
listening to all
pseudo-legendary...
that. Your answer is Arcanine, and moving on to our next donation, it's another 10 British people money from our boy, some Welsh guy 5,388, who has quickly joined Legendary Gamer in the weekly donator tier. And would you look at that, Obama? You gave me so much shit for saying they all like tea over there, and it looks like he was drinking tea as I said it. Get fucked, Cope and Seath, good game, easy, no rematch. Mad cause bad, skill issue, hold the elbozo.
Okay, is the rest of the episode just going to be all of you shitting on me? Because I actually cared about a donation question. I bet your bullshit is going to cause us not to catch this gift my randomizer has bestowed upon us. And when we don't catch it, you all... How the fuck did you catch that with literally the second ball you threw in the first Ultra Ball? What are the goddamn odds of that?
The odds were a solid 103% with a 3% margin of error. I threw the Pokeball first because, as we've already gone over that, has the best chance of catching due to its warm and inviting interior. But when it broke out, I realized, well, goddamn, this thing has the dog in it. It doesn't care for a warm and inviting interior. It wants a rugged and tough Ultra Ball that gives the appearance of having to really put up a major struggle to not be caught. It shows toughness to the rest of the party.
You can't seriously think that incoherent rambling resembled anything remotely close to logic, do you?
If there's anything I learned in this playthrough, it's that somehow throughout the years that Biden has learned about the intricacies of catching Pokemon and knows more outside factors about catch rate than even the developers of this game. If he says it, I believe it.
At the beginning of this series, I absolutely would have said everything Joe said was pure hogwash. but I've been proven wrong way too many times. If he wants to be called the Bowl Whisperer, I will say it with the utmost respect and with no memes whatsoever. He has earned that.
Thanks, Donald. I really appreciate that. I guess now is a better time than ever to head back to the Pokemon Center to check the stats of our newest legendary and the other 2 encounters I caught today before deciding who we kick from the party for Ra. I wanted to really name it Mega
Yes,
Ultra
Joe,
Chicken.
we get it. You wanted to name it that because of the meme, but I think you just made us all realize something we completely forgot in the moment. Are we kicking somebody off our team to add Ra?
I mean, unless its stats are absolute garbage, which is heavily unlikely because it's a legendary at level 48, I would think we have to write. We would be foolish to not add most likely an absolute powerhouse to our team.
Before we rush to a decision that could not only fracture our fan base, but also our friendship as well, how about we just check its stats? It might be an absolute bust like Shendu was. It's unlikely, but it is possible that Rai isn't that good.
It knows Thunderbolt and a move that can trap its opponent to avoid a switch, which is pretty good in Sweet Baby Jesus. Would you just look at that special defense and speed? Sure, a Rock Attack would probably be pretty bad, but 190 special defense and 235 speed. Yeah, Rai is joining the team easily.
So, which one of our team members are we telling to sit on the bench?
Since nobody wants to say it alone, how about we just say our pick on 3 and we take it from there? I'm going to start the countdown right now. 3, 2, 1, and...
Arnold. Guerrera. Wait, what the fuck? Could you all literally just say Arnold? You heartless bastards, how dare you suggest our day 1? Why the fuck should Arnold sit over Arcanine? Answer me that.
Its stats are vastly better.
It knows more than normal type moves and also has substitute.
Oh, and who could forget? It's a pseudo-legendary, right, Donald? How on earth could we ever take a pseudo-legendary off our team?
Okay, fine, I take it back. It's not a pseudo-legendary, but the one thing Arnold has is nostalgia. Keep your fucking goggles on, men. Joe, don't you dare keep Arnold in that box. I swear I'm fucking leaving if you follow through with this. Joe, stop, please.
Donald, I swear to you, this was the hardest thing I've had to do since we started this channel. Do you think I feel good sending our first ever capture on this channel to the PC? Of course not. But we all know you play to win the game. It was a majority rule, and this gives us the best chance to win.
At what fucking cost, though, you goddamn monsters? We're not talking about just anybody, but literally the fucking Terminator. Our first capture. Our 2-time Hall of Fame champion. We're talking about Arnold. You can't put Arnold in the PC.
Don't do this, bro. It's a business decision
Don't you
and nothing
fucking
more.
bro me. You're not my bro. You're a heartless monster. You're all a bunch of heartless monsters. If you're done with Arnold, I'm done with this. Fuck you. Fuck this run. I'm leaving.
Donald, please, get back in your chair.
Burn in hell. Go rape entertain, dinner price.
Guys, did we just make a horrible mistake?
Of course not, Joe. He's just a little upset. He's just going to yell a little bit in the hallway and then come right back in. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not coming back today, Barack. Honestly, right now, I'm hoping he comes back next week. Did you hear him crying? I think Donald might have actually quit the team over this.
I was fearing the same thing, George. I've never heard him cry except for the times McDonald's told him he would have to wait a few minutes for fries to cook. I hope you guys don't mind that I'm using Spore on right now, but with this speed stat, I don't think there's a better choice.
Yeah, sure, whatever, guys. It's Donald we're talking about. He gets emotional and then comes back into the room saying something along the lines of this never happened, and let's just play the game. Stop pretending this is anything different.
I really hope you're right, Barack, but I just don't know if I'm being honest with you. I guess time will tell, and all we can do is just finish the rest of the episode. I think you have one more encounter, Joe, so why don't you take care of that and also go over our next donation.
All right, I can take care of that, and I really hope you're right too, Barack. I don't know what I would do if Donald wasn't here next week for his episode. Our highest donation from episode 27 came from Ginger Jack 714. He sends us 15 white American people money and talks about the polytoad that George fumbled last episode. I don't know, man, its defense was quite low, and Bush will get another shot at more encounters. Don't worry there. We hope you enjoyed your binge watching this series as well as having your donation pinned on last episode. Thank you for being a member of this community.
Oh, come on, you can't say I fumbled the polytoad. How was I supposed to know a Pokemon that was a higher level than ours would get one shot? It could have had God-tier defense as far as we know because we hadn't encountered one yet.
All right, enough of the pity party. Let's buckle up for our last encounter today.
So apparently Mega Ultra Chicken was swapped with Magikarp in the randomizer?
I told you it was my randomizer and not some witchcraft the editor performed for us. Now, personally, I think we should invoke Dupe's Clause because some people might call it cheap to run multiple of this powerhouse on our team. Let's be satisfied with the one.
Yeah, I agree. I bet we'll get something better here.
Or this is the only Pokemon in this city, and we should catch it as a backup if Ra faints.
It just doesn't feel right to do that, George. I mean, yeah, it would be sick to have a legendary reserve, but if it faints, it wasn't meant to be, especially after we used all our best moves we've been saving on it. I'm sure there will be another great encounter for us here.
All right, man, if you say so.
So as I was saying, we should definitely capture a second Ra in case something happens to the first. I think we just need to keep fishing until we find another one.
You can't just invoke Dupe's Clause to go back on it when you don't get what you're looking for. I still think we're doing the right thing, even if we're catching a Pokemon that we'll never use that doesn't have an evolution.
Fine, whatever you damn buzzkill. I'm not going to get upset about it because after using Spore with what is most likely the fastest Pokemon in the game has made me realize how overpowered our newest team member actually is. We can literally put anything to sleep turn one with no risk.
Yeah, Ra might actually be broken, and if it faints, we have to admit we're bad at the game. Whatever we do, we cannot under any circumstances pull a GP when he let his Spore her across faint.
For a real man, talk about a major skill issue. But before we wrap this encounter up, I forgot we actually have one more donation to go over. It came in our episode 24 to 26 movie, and it was from Booney's World J9351. We really appreciate your kind words about our videos, and if you ask me, you're the one that's awesome. Thank you again, my friend.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Spore is absolutely amazing because it kept this Quillfish asleep for the entire battle. I don't think a Pokeball is going to work because it's a jerk of a Pokemon, but I'm not wasting an Ultra Ball on it.
The Ball Whisperer makes another correct prediction, and it looks like you're going to have to use Spore again because it woke up.
Since it knows Snore, I'm not sure if that's the best idea, but you know it didn't use that move. I'll actually sleep, so screw it. I'll use our new broken move.
Probably the best move. I'm sure you'll catch it this time.
I still don't think I will, but at the same time, I'm still not using an Ultra Ball on this thing.
Damn, this thing really is stubborn. And guys, how much regular defense did Ra have?
Under 100.
Going forward, I couldn't give less of a fuck if anyone calls having two of the same legendary on the same team cheap. I'm catching it. End of story.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And guys, I think this is a good time to wrap this episode up, seeing we lost Donald and we almost just lost Ra too. Let's end this transmission before we actually do lose a team member. Overall, a great job today, Joe. Job well done bringing in this speed demon.
I appreciate it, George, and you're right. It hasn't been the longest episode, but at the same time, we've had an awful lot happen. As always, a shout out to our members on the Kofi side, which is of course still just our man Hector. If you want to join him, the link to do so is in the description.
AI Force 1 is continuing on its march to 1,000 members. And if you want to be a part of the Best President's AI Community Discord, you can also join that via a link in the description of this video. Also, don't forget to answer our comment question, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks for stopping by, everyone. And Donald, if you're watching this, we really hope you rejoin us next week.
Yeah, okay, idiot. Let's see this god tier encounter. I bet it's something stupid like a Metapod or something. I bet your bullshit is going to cause us not to catch this gift my randomizer has bestowed upon us. And when we don't catch it, you all...
But I guess now is a better time than ever to head back to the Pokemon Center to check the stats of our newest legendary and the other two encounters I caught today before deciding who we kick from the party for Ra.
Wait, what the fuck? Could you all literally just say Arnold? You heartless bastards, how dare you suggest our day one? Joe, don't you dare keep Arnold in that box. I swear I'm fucking leaving if you follow through with this. If you're done with Arnold, I'm done with this. Fuck you. Fuck this run. I'm leaving.
Donald, please, get back in your chair.
Burn in hell. Go rape undertained, depressed.
Guys, did we just make a horrible mistake?
And Donald, if you're watching this, we really hope you rejoin us next week.
Hi everybody, welcome back to another episode of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today would have been Donald's turn, but unfortunately he didn't come in to record today like we had feared. It's just Bush, Biden, and myself today, and hopefully he shows up later. Seeing it would have been my turn after Donald, I'm just going to fill in for him today, and if he comes back next week, he can have my turn. I'm going to get some encounters on our way up to Celadon and then knock off Erica for our next batch. How are you guys doing today?
I guess I'm doing as well as I can granted the situation. I know putting Arnold in the PC was really difficult for him, but I never thought he would abandon us for an episode, especially one he was supposed to play in. I'm really worried about him, and I would kill for the chance just to talk to him. Have any of you been able to get in touch with Donald? Every time I call, it goes straight to voicemail. I got him to pick up once when calling from a private number, but then hung up the second he heard my voice.
He hasn't picked up any of my calls either. In fact, as of yesterday, he changed his voicemail to say, if a former United States president, not named Bill or Jimmy, is calling, then I have nothing to say to you. Just hang up. I just can't believe it, man.
And would you look at that, it's Donald's favorite Generation 2 Pokemon. He would have been so happy to get this as an encounter on his turn. Maybe we can take a picture of it and text it to him. Do you think that will get him to show up?
I doubt it would, but it doesn't hurt to try, I guess. Good thing it's got great defenses because I can chip away at it before we eventually try to catch it. What do you guys think he would try to nickname it if he was playing right now?
Probably Godzilla if I had to guess, so I would go with that. Also, it's frozen, which puts us in the perfect spot to catch it, use an Ultra Ball, and keep us going on our journey, Barack.
I'm way ahead of you, Ball Whisperer. Ultra Ball go?
Nicely done, Barack. A nice no-drama capture to start this episode off. Name it Godzilla, and let's head over to Cycling Road.
Thank you, George. And you're absolutely right about the no-drama thing. I know what I'm about to say isn't in the sense you meant it, but we need to carry on in this episode with no drama. We all want Donald here, but we can't cry about it. We need to focus on the run. I'll even add on an exclamation point, and that's the last Trump reference I'm going to make today. It's been a solid start to the episode, and I can't wait to see what we get next on Cycling Road. Hopefully the encounter will be the same level as this one here.
Oh, silly Barack. Are you getting a touch of the dementia as well? Did you forget we have a super rod so we can fish for an encounter at level 48? We're definitely going to get something at a higher level, so don't even worry about it.
Don't even begin to think I have dementia, Joe. I'm a young man in my 60s, and I'm not even close to that arc in my life. But while you're right about there being water on Cycling Road, you can't actually get an encounter with the super rod here. It's not possible.
What the hell are you talking about, Obama? It's literally a body of water. You can get an encounter in the water both here and in Celadon City. If you're scared of the high-level encounter, just say so, bro. I'll handle it for you.
Joey, you were the one that was afraid of the high-level encounters and not anybody else on this team. But Barack is right here. You can't catch a Pokemon with a super rod on Cycling Road. It's just another mistake they made when programming this game.
You're in on this bad joke too, George? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys met up before this episode to try and mess with me. Barack is the commander-in-chief of this country. For a few more months, I demand you use the super rod to catch a Pokemon here. You're not fooling me.
We're seriously not fucking with you, Joe. But all right, fine, I'll do it a few times to show you it's not possible. I don't think it would be that much of an issue to prove this point.
6.5 hours later.
Well, damn, I'll be a son of a gun. I can't believe it's not possible to catch a Pokemon here. All right, Barack, you were right. I'm sorry, man. You can go ahead to the grass and catch our encounter now.
I can't believe that you made Obama stand at every possible spot you can to fish on this damn road. Even on the fucking inclines. There has never been a bigger abuse of presidential power, and I move for an impeachment.
You listen to me, and you listen good, you fucking corpse. I will make sure we invoke Duke's Clause during our Pokemon Ruby playthrough, and we will not under any circumstances encounter a wild Pokemon on Route 119 until we capture every possible encounter on that route, except for that ugly fish. And when the time comes to catch it, you're going to be the one who fishes on every single fucking square until we get it. I don't even care if you catch it. But you're going through the pain that I just went through. And last but not least, if you even think of taking that permanent nap before we get to that episode, I'll be forever carrying a defibrillator when I'm in your presence because you're not leaving us until at least after that moment. Do you understand me, Joseph Robinette Biden?
Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not reading all that. Anyway, I see you invoke Dupe's Claws here with little shrooms so that we could catch a Hoothoot. I mean, it's not a bad encounter. It could evolve into a legendary bird for all we know.
I'm not sure if you know what you just agreed to, but I'm down for making you do that no matter whose turn it is that day. But yeah, good looks on this encounter. It may not look like much, but Joe's right about its evolution potential, and it will only need one level to do so.
Hopefully it never comes to the point where we have to use this little guy, but yeah, once again, it's good to know we have a solid backup in reserve. Hard to remember there was a time where we were actually nervous about our replacements if one of our party members went down.
A big amen to that, my good man. And since you have the gym later in this episode, how about we start with our donations from last episode? We did have a bunch of them this past week.
Say less, my man. We probably should have got these started earlier because the support we got last episode was absolutely incredible. We had so many returning donators from past episodes, and we could not be more grateful for all of your support. Our first donation came from the man whose name speaks for itself. It's Legendary Gamer with another 7 Canadian people money, and he answered our comment question by hoping we catch a Squirtle and put it in Money Pit's place. Not sure why he wants us to lose this run, but thank you as always, bro.
I understand wanting to make the run harder, but yeah, we actually want to win Legendary. Money Pit isn't going anywhere. And now that we've caught our new owl friend, I'm going to name it Hooters after the greatest restaurant chain of all time and move on to our next donation from Ginger Jack 714. He loves that the quillfish encounter last episode gave us more trouble than the almighty Mega Ultra Chicken. Can't say I share the same sentiment because that encounter was stressful as hell, but thank you nonetheless for the donation.
You are really lucky that Michelle doesn't watch these videos because she would have your ass on a silver platter for saying you love that restaurant. I mean, as a guy, I'm not going to disagree, but you're treading a dangerous path, their partner.
I'm a strong, independent man, George. I'm not afraid of anyone. In fact, I think since I'm playing today, I'm going to do some gambling. And to show you guys my Gamblers Anonymous sessions have been working, I'm going to only get 50 coins and buy nothing more.
Hey guys, look, Michelle's at the door. I'm going to let her in.
Oh hell no. Turn the fucking game off. I was never here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You'll always be afraid of your wife, bro. You can't fool us.
Man, that was a crazy power surge, am I right? I totally was never worried about Michelle being here.
Oh yeah, totally. You hiding under the desk, pulling the HDMI cord, and assuming the crash position absolutely screamed that you weren't afraid of Michelle. You have us convinced for sure, Barack. But in your false bravado, you did give me a unique and different idea for a comment question. Let's mix it up from Pokemon this week and go back to when you mentioned Hooters. Our comment question today will be, what is your favorite chain restaurant that isn't fast food? I think it would be cool to get a glimpse from everybody's neck of the woods and see what they enjoy.
That's not a bad idea at all, George. I think that should be fun as well. And thank God there's not an overpowered Pokemon as a reward, because we would have needed Dark Brandon to throw him out of the game corner.
My Ultra Instinct form could definitely hold its own against Dark Brandon, I bet, so that would be a fun battle to see. But despite the lack of good prizes, I'm still going to play some flip card and try to redeem myself. I'm feeling lucky today, boys.
Stay delusional, bro. But while you waste some money, I'm going to hop back into the donations. And our third one from this past episode came from our homeboy. Yeah, you're right, who throws us another $10 through Kofi. Thank you again for donating that way so we don't get fees, my man. That's so cool that you had the same 2 team members in your Fire Red run, and it's wild how Arnold got absolutely nerfed by the randomizer.
Shit.
But something tells me he'll play another part in this run by the end of the day. Thanks again, my friend.
Hey, you skipped right over me. It was my turn to do a
Fucking
donation.
nonsense.
I'm getting the next one, and it came from Isaac, who asked if we would ever rank seasons or episodes of Married with Children.
Oh, go extinct, you
Sorry,
stupid
man, but none
pollywag.
of us or the editor have ever watched that show. Thanks for the donation, though.
I think Obama's a
How
little
the fuck has it come up
preoccupied, so how
3
about we
times
keep
now?
going through these donations together, George? Our next one came from some Welch guy, and he's picking a fight with the
Nobody
editor
even likes
by
Irish.
pointing out RK9 is the pseudo-legendary. I would let the editor respond to this, but for the sake of our
Every
audience, I'm
four
going to
but mine, I
pass,
guess?
because he's sitting in the corner with a knife right now. Welch guy, thank you for your donation, but you better start running.
Can I hit just one fucking time? Please.
I have a good feeling about Jigglypuff one.
Where does the editor keep his kitchen utensils again?
Relax, you addict, you'll probably win this one.
Oh, fuck yeah, baby. The hot streak starts now.
Doubtful, but anyway. Moving back to the donations, we have another one from Girthquake42069, who does bring a new angle to the take on our choice last episode by pointing out we
Just
now
kidding,
have 3
still
fire
right.
types on our team. That's definitely something I didn't think of, but I still think it's worth the risk.
Why do the gambling gods hate me?
Because you're a degenerate and non-degenerate hours, obviously. But as we get to our final few donations, we go back to the Kofi side for Tristantine the Great, who sends us $10 and asks to name a Pokemon after his girlfriend and Ruby. We got you, my man. Leave it to us for that assist, and those are some solid
Oh my
picks
god,
as
I
well.
did it. I beat Flipcard. I am the greatest of all time. I don't give a fuck about the haters. I don't give a fuck about Gamblers Anonymous. I don't give a fuck about any of the Pokemon I lost anymore. Who do you think you are? I am.
You good there, buddy?
Who is this, buddy? You will refer to me as Obama King of Flipcard, purveyor of all the bitches, master of the slots.
Don't forget bottom bitch of the run. Oh, I'm sorry, did I forget to knock? It just seems so rude since you were going off about how you're this. How did you say it again? Purveyor of all the bitches, please do go on Obama.
Dark Maga, what in the hell are you doing here? And why have you possessed Donald? He's got an election coming up in the next week, and he can't have you walking out onto stages striking fear into the American public.
Oh yeah, you're right. I should just let that guy who called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage be talking instead. That's my fault. I forgot how great a reaction he got from the garden after that line.
All right, fair enough, you can't be worse than that, but seriously, what are you doing here right now, and why have you possessed Donald? We're in the middle of our playthrough right now, and we're in episode 29. We're really not trying to lose the run over some bullshit.
Lose the run? Georgine, my feelings are hurt. You act as if I'm somebody who would lose 3 Pokemon in a single episode, lose your most overpowered physical attacker, or lose a fucking Dragonite. I'm here because Donald was too much of a bitch to show up on his own.
Was he talking about things that we did? I don't remember doing any of those things.
Can you just bring out your overrated partner so I can have a halfway intelligent conversation while I'm gracing you with my presence?
Well, I suppose it's better to be overrated than not even rated at all, you forgettable lesser half. That's so nice you had some time away from being Donald's lapdog Elon Musk for a few minutes.
So I think I'm never going to play flip card again because I see this is what happens when I win.
Shut up, Nancy. Mommy and Daddy are talking. And I already told Elon if he ever calls himself by my name again, I'll send his 20 or however many kids he has to the Shadow Realm one by one while he watches.
Rookie mistake. You would have to send something that he actually cares about. Send all of his emeralds in the mine or Cybertrucks in there, and then you'll get an actual reaction. But I have to thank you for bringing Donald here. Joseph was getting worried without his pudgy friend. Your services are no longer required. You can leave now and return to the back of Donald's mind, you little cretin.
Well, that doesn't seem very hospitable. I just got here. And don't you think I deserve a reward for lugging Donald all the way here? I think I should get to play his turn and take out this next gym leader. You would even get to see what an actual trainer looks like.
Yeah, that totally sounds fair. Here, Dark Mega, you can take control. I think I've done enough today. Lead us to our next batch.
I appreciate it, Nancy. I'll even grace you with a catch on this next throw because I'm such a nice guy.
Wow, that was so impressive. You caught a Pokemon in the red that was paralyzed. How did you get so good at the game? Just nickname it something these morons would name it and move on to the gym.
Well, actually, Dark Brandon. And excuse me for interrupting, but we have a lot more to do before you get to the gym. You see, we haven't visited the department store to stock up on items, and then we have to go back to the Pokemon Center to check the stats of our new captures.
You bought some Ultra Balls. The moves were shit. You stocked up on cheap healing items, too low of a level mid, waste of potential, and we're at the gym. Did you get all of that? And stop doing that fucking thing where you just stare blankly at me because you can't believe what just happened. I'm the Lord of fucking Darkness. I don't have time to go shopping and look at stats. You're welcome for speeding things up.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine. Everything you said was pretty true. But my only question is, how did we get to the gym? Nobody on our team knows Cut, so you must have swapped somebody out.
Arcanine will sit this one out since it's the weakest member of your team. I'm sure with the firepower you have, even Dark Dipshit over here won't screw up battling Erica of all people.
And I was just about to thank you for speeding up that menial bullshit. Oh, well, I guess that saves me thanking you for anything in this lifetime. But if you think I'm so bad at the game, how about we make this interesting, little guy? We each take 2 of Erica's Pokemon and see how it goes. And whoever does worse will have the distinction of knowing that all 6 viewers of this channel knows they're a shitter who can't battle their way out of a paper bag.
Seems like a situation you know quite well if you rattled it off that quickly. But you've got a deal, my friend. I just scammed you out of half the battle without even asking for it. Get played, loser.
Oh shit, it's not the battle between you two I thought was going to happen first, but this is going to be awesome to see both of your battling styles at the same time.
I don't even care that we've become afterthoughts in our own series. Barack, get some popcorn and let's get ready for a real beatdown. Sorry, Erica, you don't deserve this level of smackdown, but it's happening anyway.
We'll switch off after every knockout, and since I'm holding the controller, I'll go first and third while you go second and fourth. I mean, that is if you even manage to knock out her second Pokemon.
Keep talking all that good shit while you can, because, like you did to Obama earlier, I'll be shutting you the fuck up in a matter of minutes.
It's so adorable that you think you're going to win. Let's get your humiliation over with. Editor, play my music.
For a raw dog, my God does no wrong. Yeah. Unstoppable force, they can't ignore. We're gonna make control soar. we're winning the game. No one can stop this red wave, MAGA.
Turn that bullshit off and let me show you what a real banger sounds like.
My powers course through me stronger than before. No orange can defeat us. We reach the final four. Let's go guys, let's show them our might. United we stand, we'll shine the fight. Wide and stiff and misty makes me misty-eyed. Brandon and Biden, together we strive.
Imagine being a critical hit away from you letting Biden's pride and joy fainting in 4K. You're such a fucking bum, Brandon.
Sorry for not getting bailed out by the game and getting a free switch into a Venomoth like you did MAGA. Erica felt bad for you and decided to make your battle easy. It's a shame she thought you were a Make-A-Wish recipient.
Keep coping and making excuses, bitch. Back to the real banger.
With old Betsy by my side, avenging what's right, it's a compatible ride. I'll avenge, taking names, breaking chains, no one can hide. Conquering all from the ground to Yodo's starless skies. My resolve will never die, standing firm against the night. With this team we rise and fight. Gonna make Kanto soar. Dark Maga's reign, we're winning the game. No one can stop this red wave, MAGA. Trials and triumphs, I forge ahead. I scale the indigo plateau, no regret. No rival can beat me, my spirit's blaze. From Johto's peaks to Kanto shore. And laughter, error, defeated, now reborn. Rising through the storm. How we're surging, feel the might. Dark Maga.
Oh, you're finally finished with that battle? Let me take it home speedrun style.
Crystal so blissful, puts Joseph to sleep. So overjoyed, now I can control my dark powers given from the void, void, void. I have the strength within now to face 100 Sukunas and waves. So fought the toughest foe, held and left 0 to 1. Now we're together again.
That's what you call a speed run? That would be even worse than Game Producer 6's time if he stopped being a coward and finally attempted 16 star.
That's it. You and me are settling this in the parking lot right fucking now. I'm going to do to you what I've been waiting to do to Fraud Kuna.
I thought you would never ask.
Is the world about to end?
No, I'm sure they'll have a good old-fashioned fist fight without invoking a shadow game that threatens to tear apart the fabric of reality.
Do the outro from the bunker?
I'm already halfway there.
If you're still here, thank you so much for staying until the end of episode 29. We're another step closer to completing our journey, and granted the world doesn't end as a result of the battle in the parking lot, we will be back next week for the 30th installment of Crystal.
As you can tell already, this outro is going to be a little different than normal, but before we say what we need to say, We have some last housekeeping to take care of, so let's put a special highlight on our highest donator last week, Mavis Songbird Era. Mavis sends $20 and thinks we should replace Mewtwo with an actual Mewtwo. When Joe saw this message, he got so perplexed, saying we already had one on the team, and then fainted from confusion at your statement. So thank you very much for your donation, and enjoy your pin.
And of course, thank you so much to our Lone Channel member. It's the legend Hector over on the Kofi side. If you want to join Hector in getting a shout out at the end of every episode, you can become a member via the link in the description of this video.
Now on to a very quick PSA from the Broadway CJ97 channel. As you all may know, Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th, which is only 5 days from the release of this video. All of us in the President's AI community have been making jokes about this for over a year, but the time has finally come.
No matter if you're voting for Kamala or Donald, the most important thing is that if you are able, you go vote for who you think will be the better leader of this country for the next 4 years. We cannot stress enough how this is the most important duty you have if you are an American citizen.
If you think your vote is just one, and it doesn't matter, we assure you that it absolutely does. And even if you don't like either candidate, all of us here ask that you still pick who you think will do a better job as president. Voting third party or writing in somebody is not the route to take.
If you cannot make it to the polls on Tuesday, there are potentially other options. 47 states do allow and have already started early voting, whether it be in person or by mail, so you still do have a chance. Our editor cast his vote yesterday, for example.
Imagine passing up the opportunity to get a sticker. Only a complete weirdo would do that. And last but not least, please do your own independent research on each candidate. Don't let somebody, a network, a website, a meme, or one of these videos tell you how and who to vote for.
The power is in your hands. Thank you so much for listening to us, and God bless the United States of America. Have a great rest of your... Hey, wait a second. Is that our editor in here as well, with a Vaporeon plushie?
I'm not beating the allegations this week, am I?
Turn that creepy ass shit off. I need some real music. That's more like it. My fellow Americans, and I guess other people around the world that watch these videos, I have emerged victorious in the election against cackling Kamala and the crooked Democrats. I have risen from the ashes like a phoenix after the rigged 2020 election. And I will once again be your president, making Sleepy Joe here, the only president that will not be a two-term president. He was too much of a bitch to face me in the rematch, and I smacked around the champion he named in his place more than Hillary in 2016. Thank you again to everyone across the country who made this possible, and without further ado, it's time for your president-elect to smack everybody in my path on the way to the power plant.
Only person here to lose an election as well. Will the Secret Service follow your ass around in prison? Or will it just be the white supremacist gang in there that protects you whenever you drop the soap?
Now, Joseph, my dear lame duck president, don't be a sore loser. The Teflon Don made history by winning not just the popular vote, but also taking every single swing state. I appreciate you not lending Kamala all the trucks she used to deliver illegal votes this time around.
The gas prices were too high. There was no room in the campaign budget, but you're calling me a sore loser? I'm pretty sure you're the guy that orchestrated a literal fucking insurrection on the Capitol building while you hid in the bunker, probably clutching old Betsy in fetal position.
All right, before you guys both keel over from a heart attack fighting for the next 20 minutes, how about we just call it right there and focus on today's episode? Donald, I am happy to reach across the aisle and congratulate you on your victory and welcome you to the two-term club.
Don't think you're safe from this reckoning, Obama. I didn't forget that you were out there on the campaign trail doing all you could so Kamala would win. You made so many speeches, I reckon this should count as a loss on your record, and we both should be 2-1.
Do you actually think for even a second that you could beat me in a presidential election? That's the most hilarious fucking thing I've ever heard. I implore you to repeal the 22nd Amendment so I can absolutely curb stomp you in 2028.
Maybe I will do just that, Barack. I need to beat the allegations that I'm not an equal opportunity candidate, and that these hands can smack a man around in an election as well.
I'm surprised you came to today's episode, and that you aren't still crying that Arnold is in the PC. Did Dark Magna promise you an extra Happy Meal if you played today? Or was Melania just tired of you blasting the YMCA song on repeat in the house all day?
That's a fucking war crime and a violation of the peace treaty negotiated by Dark Brandon and Dark MAGA after they nearly destroyed the very fabric of reality. You know there was supposed to be no mention of Arnold today, you Michael Lover.
Despite the fact he's rubbing this win in your faces more than Squidward when he thought SpongeBob and Patrick were stupid for doing nothing in the kelp forest, I do have to agree with Donald here, Barack. That peace treaty, while mainly centered that those two wouldn't fight again and create another shadow game that was moments away from destroying the entire universe, did include a clause that said we would not mention Arnold if Donald rejoined the team. We do have to honor that.
I knew we should have hired the attorney that got OJ off to do our negotiating for the treaty. We got the shit end of the deal on that one.
Joe, for the last time, Johnny Cochran died in 2005. There is no chance we would have been able to hire him. The treaty isn't all that bad. It did include that Donald doesn't get any money from the donations last episode.
I wasn't talking about the glove guy. I was talking about Ross from Friends. He was a member of the Dream Team in that trial. If we had him, we would have intimidated everyone at that table with his height and a studio audience laugh track that made people think that horrible show was actually funny.
And also, again, Ross from Friends is not a real person and was not on O.J. Simpson's defense team. He's an actor named David Schwimmer, and he portrayed Robert Kardashian in that miniseries you wouldn't shut up about for months after it aired.
Obama, you silly man, that wasn't a miniseries. They just abbreviated that almost year-long trial into 10 episodes. I can't believe we were so lucky that camera crews were following around everybody important in that trial and that it was abbreviated into about 10 hours.
You truly are a special one, Joe Biden, but what's done is done and the treaty was signed. Let's just be happy our group wasn't fractured after 28 episodes and we're going to see this series through to the end. How about we change topic and ask our comic question this week?
That's a great idea. Everybody below comment whether you think OJ was guilty or innocent.
Absolutely fucking not that. Our actual comic question this episode is something I've had in mind that puts an end to election season with a fun twist. Everybody below let us know who would win an election between Dark Brandon and Dark Mega based on what you've seen in this series.
My question was definitely better, but I suppose me winning a second election in the course of 2 weeks isn't bad either. In fact, I'll even tally up the votes. If I can't beat Biden because he was a coward, I'll beat Dark Brandon, which is probably even better.
But if you won, doesn't that mean you would lose as well, seeing half of Dark Brandon's life force is in you, and by that logic, Dark Maga is literally a part of Brandon?
How the fuck do you go from reasonable comebacks to thinking Ross's character from Friends was a real person on OJ's defense team to actually saying the smartest thing you've probably ever said on this channel?
Sometimes when I get out of bed in the morning, I get my hands stuck in the bars of my crib.
You continue to rewrite the rules of science and medicine every waking moment, Joe. I'd say never change, but now that I'm president, I have to keep my promise of supporting the American people, which means I hope you do better, I guess.
The first almost 6 minutes of today's session has me praying I catch his dementia like a regular cold, so I can forget all the nonsense that happens when we get together and play this game.
Don't lie, Barack. You know you love filming these episodes and can't wait until we not only complete this challenge, but also start filming our grand masterpiece of Pokemon Ruby in Season 3. It's going to be our best series yet, and you wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah. Wholesomeness and other stuff. But Donald, I feel like I should ask you, since you never actually said your full plan for the episode. Do you plan on fighting Misty today, or are you just going to complete the power plant quest?
Oh yeah, that's right. I never actually did an introduction this episode. Sorry about that. I got distracted with all of my winning, and after that I had to respond to all your bullshit. The 6:30 mark of the video isn't too late to do an intro, right? Nah, fuck it, it's pretty normal for us. Hello everybody, and welcome to episode 30 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today, our 45th, 47th President-elect Teflon Don Lone John Trump will be, well, actually have already taken us through Rock Tunnel and will be restoring power to the great people of Kanto before handing it off to Bush next episode so he can defeat Misty and earn her 13th badge. And as we can see, my encounter game is absolutely on point today, getting a Seadra in Rock Tunnel thanks to Dupe's Claws and now this absolute beefcake. You guys truly are lucky to have me back. I think you might have even fumbled today without me.
Odd choice of words describing Machamp, but regardless, why on earth are you passing up the opportunity to get a badge? That isn't like you at all. Do you have some ulterior motive you're not telling us about, or are you just afraid to battle Misty?
You know I wasn't going to elaborate if nobody asked, but since you did, I'm going to expose my genius plan to all of you. I was absolutely devastated when Bush decided to battle Janine, derailing my plan last month. But when I learned I would play in Obama's place today, I devised my best plan yet. You see, by passing up Misty today, I can have Bush battle her next episode, Biden can battle Brock on his turn, and I can battle both Blaine and Blue 3 weeks from now on my normal turn and get our last 2 badges. I should run out on the team more often. This couldn't have gone better for me.
You're still thinking about that decision I made? Bro, that feels like an eternity ago at this point. You still would have got to battle a gym leader either way this episode, so why did you put this much planning into it?
You're just mad I'm playing 4D chess and you're shoving checkers up your ass. Guys, I wasn't going to say it, but let's face the facts. I'm the new best trainer here. Not a single Pokemon has fainted under my watch this season, aside from when I filled in for Bush after he walked out of the radio tower. And since we agreed that's another Pokemon on his death tally under the circumstances, that makes me more perfect than the most brilliant crystal in this series. They should rename this game Pokemon Trump in recognition of my achievements. And since I'm the best, I should battle the toughest 2 gym leaders that have higher level teams than us. I won't even grind levels to be equal to them. I'm just that fucking good, boys.
Can you not be a dick for like 3 minutes and make sure none of our Pokemon faint against this encounter? Its attack stat is pretty decent, and if that Thrash ends up being a critical hit, all your bragging would be all for not in hysterical yet devastating fashion.
I bet he's totally not planning on, quote, accidentally losing one of our team members today so that Arnold can rejoin the team. It's a trap, I tell you guys.
Relax, Sherlock. I would never let one of our team members fade, hurting our chances of completing this challenge, and I absolutely plan on finishing this season with no Pokemon under my fated counter. I will keep our team intact as we secure our ticket to enter Mount Silver.
Let's just say you fucking better after all this big talk, Donald. I swear, if even a single team member faints on your next turn, I'll make you regret talking about us like we're chopped liver compared to you.
You can keep dreaming, George. I'm the very best like no one ever was. All I do is add to our team member pool and never remove from it. And now that we've caught this titan of strength, I'm going to name him Bautista. Not only is he one of my favorite wrestlers ever, but he's become a fantastic actor.
You're not wrong about that. Did any of you see his newest movie, The Killer's Game? He's everything that The Rock wishes he could be on screen. He can play any role and doesn't just have a movie career because he was a famous wrestler. I bet that new Red One movie is going to be absolute trash.
Now that's definitely a bipartisan agreement. Bautista is a fantastic actor. I still can't believe there are people that didn't see arguably his best movie, Knock at the Cabin, last year. Our editor sees a movie every weekend and recognized it as an easy top 5 movie of 2023.
I'm surprised he has good taste. Hey, editor, can you give us that entire list? There were a lot of bangers last year, so I want to know what you rank the other blockbusters of 2023.
Tell you what, I'll hit you with a full top 10, seeing that you're right, last year there were a ton of bangers. Number 10, Thanksgiving. Number 9, Equalizer 3. Number 8, Barbie. Number 7, Megan. Number 6, Dumb Money. Number 5, the Super Mario Brothers movie. Number 4, Knock at the Cabin. Number 3, Killers of the Flower Moon. Number 2, Napoleon. And number 1, Oppenheimer. Honorable mentions to the Dungeons & Dragons movie, Gran Turismo, Ferrari, Creed 3, and The Hunger Games.
That's nice, but I only remember George asking for a top 5, and you just rattled off a top 10 plus 5 honorable mentions. Can somebody please get rid of that new microphone he got? Bro is going to start thinking he's a main character with all his appearances in this series.
He actually takes the time to edit all these videos every week, and who isn't starstruck when they're in the same room as Joe Biden? I, for one, liked his list, despite leaving out the 5 Nights at Freddy's movie and the Taylor Swift Eras Tour movie.
Joe, I'm pretty sure nobody is starstruck when you're in the room. And also, the Taylor Swift movie wasn't even an actual movie. It was literally just a concert, but on the big screen for people that either couldn't get into one of her shows or just can't get enough of her.
Don't you dare besmirch Tay-Tay. She is the voice of a generation, and that movie was cinematic gold. Me and the rest of that packed theater gave it a standing ovation with tears flowing down our eyes the second it ended.
So let me get this straight. We're not allowed to sing Flowers on repeat in the presidential limo, but you're allowed to sing Taylor Swift songs. That's so unfair.
Excuse me for trying to put some culture in your life. And don't ever question my DJ choices again, Joe. I gave you that Presidential Medal of Freedom, and I swear I'll take it away from you.
Oh, don't let him scare you, Joe. You can't take away those medals. Trust me, I've tried to take them away from people, but was never successful. We can always take 2 cars, so we can blast whatever song we want over the radio while cruising down the streets of D.C.
I don't know, man. He's really good at government. If there's a way, Obama's going to know how. I'm just going to stay in my lane and never mention this ever again. You don't have one of those medals, so I understand if you want to take the risk. It's just so damn shiny.
Maybe you can hook a brother up with one of those medals, Joe, for my incredible performance today after catching all 3 of my encounters. Another high-level option in case things go worse than an 8th gym in a Pokemon Sapphire playthrough. But getting back to our game, I'm going to name this guy Swiffer, because every time I see a Piloswine, and I'm pretty sure every rational person on this planet just thinks of a mop.
You're not wrong about that, Donald. I think the anime definitely should have given more attention to our boy after he was revealed to be such a Giga Chad doing what he did for Price. But speaking of getting back to our game, I'm going to dive into donations. This might have been our best week for donations ever, as we got 9 of them. And we as a group cannot begin to thank you enough for how generous and amazing the members of this community are. We wouldn't be here without you. The first one came from the guy who always seems to donate first every week, and it was Legendary Gamer. He sends us his usual 7 Canadian people money, and he answered our comment question by saying his favorite restaurant was a local place called Java Hut. Thanks for the well wishes, my friend.
That sounds like a nice, cozy place that I would have to try out if I ever encountered it. At first I thought you said Jabba the Hutt though, since I have been around Donald so much today.
Shut up, bitch.
But jokes aside, our next donation comes from another weekly donator, being some Welch guy 5388. He has a somewhat concerning note to us regarding demons having him try and join another cult. I guess it's not too far out of the ordinary to assume that Brawl did have some effects like you're referencing, but I hope for your sake, it was just a bad dream. Thanks again for the British people money.
Yeah, what he said. It was just a bad fucking dream. Keep your mouth shut and sip some tea, you fake British person.
Hey, what the fuck? When did Dark Brandon get here?
What are you talking about, Donald? Dark Brandon isn't here right now. It's still me. Are you all right, bro? Seeing things is one of the early signs of dementia, you know?
Wait, what? Shit, I guess I was just hearing things like some Welch guy. Anyway, I'm just going to pretend it never happened and get to our next donation from one of my favorite villains of all time, being Lex Luthor 5398. He sends us 15 real people money, and we couldn't be happier you discovered this channel as well. I hope you enjoyed your binge watches of Yellow and Crystal to this point, and we hope to see you in this segment again.
Yeah, it's finally my turn. And I get to read Mavis Songbird's donation. It's a big one for $20, and I'm just going to ignore the part where you say this is for Donald alone. But I will say Arnold is the first replacement, God forbid something goes wrong. Thank you again for another donation.
We ain't ignoring shit. I already swiped a $20 bill out of this desk earlier, since it's going to be mine again in 2 months, so we could just call it even at this point. And since you tried to ignore me, I'm taking the next donation as well, while I have to battle a shitty replica of our best girl Mystery. It hurts me so bad to have to cause what looks to be Mystery to faint, but I know at the end of the day I'll never let that happen to the real one. And without further ado, donation number 5 from the past episode came from Ginger Jack 714. It's for 5 true Patriot dollars, and he sympathizes with Obama for being afraid of our wives. He answered our question as well with Devaney's, which is a pizza chain out in Minnesota. Now, I can't speak for that place, and I know Tweaking Timmy can't answer that either, seeing him and Kamala are hiding in the same forest that Hillary is probably still hiding in, but I think I know someone who can. Hold up, let me make a quick phone call.
How many times do I have to change my fucking phone number? Can you get the fucking hint and stop bothering me, Trump?
You seriously did not call the second most sus creator on the platform, did you, Trump?
The fuck did you just say about me, you fentanyl addict? And who are you to talk about sus creators? Your editor literally fucks Vaporeons.
Okay, listen to me. Those are just rumors, and I really don't like it when people...
Shut up, Broadway. Literally nobody is talking to you. Jesus Christ, I get it. You finally have a microphone that isn't dog shit anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to use it at all times. But seriously, I'm in the middle of a situation right now because the Biden in my universe went as Banjo for Halloween and the Oval Office is in shambles. Just ask me what you need to ask me, Donald, so I can go and you don't call me back 12,000 times like usual.
Oh, I'm doing great as well, buddy. Thanks for asking. I was just calling to get your opinion on a pizza chain called Devaney's in your neck of the woods. Have you ever tried it, and is it any good?
If that's really all you called to ask me, I've heard of it, but I've never gone to it. I usually go to places within 20 minutes of driving, so that is just beyond my reach. It's on my list of places to try, and I've heard good things. Looking on their site, the pizza looks like it's straight up Papa Murphy's, and that's the best, so their pizza is probably popping. Can I go now?
Yeah, that's all, my man. It seems like you're busy, so have a great rest of your day, and maybe we can play Pal World again sometime. You know I could always use a buddy to catch those legendaries in the desert.
F you, nephew. Go do what was suggested at the 113 mark and stop calling me. Oh, for fuck's sake, Bush, get your hands off my fucking Jack's Pizza.
What does he mean, the 113 mark?
Oh, probably something endearing. He's a great guy with fantastic videos. Definitely check him out if you haven't already.
Sure, Donald, but anyway, back to the donations. Next up, we have the Poisonous Turtle, who sent us $5 via Kofi. Thank you, as always, to everyone who donated through there, as we don't get hit with a fee like with donations on YouTube. But going back to Turtle's donation, I definitely have 5 fingers, my man. Just a bad camera angle, I guess. And you can never go wrong with some chilies, cheap drinks, and some damn good food. That's a wild story about your local store, but I wouldn't stop going for that reason either.
Oh, damn it, I completely forgot about this illegal immigrant Team Rocket member. Was he one of your leftover voters, Biden? No matter, I'm going to deport him in January just the same. Get the hell out of this gym and the great region of Kanto, you bastard.
It feels like we have to mention this most episodes, but you do realize that he's not actually a real person, and just because he doesn't speak fluent English doesn't mean he can't actually be from this country.
I'm pretty sure he actually says he's from another country when you speak to him again, but before Donald gets us demonetized with his deportation rambling, I'm going to get back to the donations where we still have a few more of them. Our next one comes from our good buddy Ram 420M, and he sends us $10 alongside a half-base take. I definitely could take out Dark Brandon in my Ultra Instinct form, Now that he only has half his strength, but I'm sure George will absolutely love your Texas Roadhouse pick. Thanks again, my man.
Hell yeah, you know I love that pick. Texas Roadhouse rolls alongside a porterhouse is the best dinner you can possibly have. I'd go there every day of the week if Laura didn't stop me from doing so.
She's probably right about stopping you, George, because you look like Donald if you actually went there every day. But moving on to our next donation, it came from the Jedi Muffin again, on the Kofi side. Jedi sends us $10 and has an interesting question about Pokemon typing. If I had to pick a Pokemon that had the wrong type, I would definitely go with Dredagon. Even today, when I look at that Pokemon, I think it's a rock type.
First off, fuck you for the fat joke. I already had to endure Obama's shitty attempt at a dig, and now this? It's just pure hatred on the next president. Disgraceful if I say so myself. But I have to pick our old pal Drone. I think Fire and Psychic would have been an awesome combination. Oh, by the way, hold up whoever was going next. This is one of the funniest parts of Crystal.
Womp womp. Sorry your gang didn't tell you they don't exist anymore.
It really is perfect how the music stops and his entire mood just goes to absolute shit. I guess he'll be heading back to his home country. You have nothing to worry about Donald.
Oh, well, there'll be plenty more. But all I'm going to do for the rest of this session is get the machine part, bring it back to the power plant, and then get the radio card so that we can progress to Pewter City after beating Misty next week.
Sounds like a plan to me, Donald. If your plan is what actually happens, then this would be my final full episode before we reach Mount Silver. I can't believe we're really coming up to the end of this series. Only a few more episodes to go. I might actually cry here, boys.
Don't you start crying, because then Biden is going to break out the waterworks as well. Save your tears for the finale in about a month's time. I'll change the subject so it doesn't happen and move on to our final and highest donation of the week. If you're a fan of the channel, you'll know this name in a heartbeat, because the highest donator in our history just extended his lead with another $100 donation. It's the one and only Neo Venom Strike, and we're trying our absolute best to make this Kanto speed run as enjoyable as possible. We know sometimes it might not be the most exciting seeing we're completely overleveled against most trainers, but Blaine, Blue, and Red are not going to be the case. We'll have to go all out in those battles. From all of us here at the channel, thank you so much for another massive donation, and to everyone else who contributed to the highest amount of donations in our channel's history these past 2 weeks. We appreciate you all so much and cannot begin to thank you enough.
We really do enjoy taking time out of every episode to go through all the donations and thanking you one by one, because not only do we feel it's the least we can do, but at the same time we love interacting with the people that make these videos possible.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Joe. Glad your old dementia brain has some good moments like that every now and then. But before we get to the farewells, I do want to ask you guys as we gear up for Mount Silver, do you think we need to level up the team to maybe like 55 before we get to Blue? His weakest team member is 54 and he has 3 level 58s. Right now we are pretty damn underleveled for that. And we could be in for a bad time if we go in around where we are now.
You do make a good point, Barack. I also have no idea what the randomizer will do since Blue didn't have a type-based gym. Will it mean that he could have any 6 Pokemon regardless of typing, or will the game give him a type because he's a gym leader? Same question for Red, I suppose.
Well, shit. I never actually thought about that. And I don't think there was a spot in the randomizer that detailed those scenarios. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see with that. But I think this just adds to the argument. We have to be more prepared for these last few battles.
Well, if you want to power level the team about 10 levels, then be my guest. But if I remember correctly last time, we smacked the shit out of Blue's team in our yellow run, vastly underleveled, and I know we have the team to do it again in Crystal. Have some goddamn faith in our unit.
I'm with Donald on this one. I might not trust him to run the country for 4 more years, but if there's anything he's proved on this channel, it's that he's a damn good trainer. If Donald says he won't lose anybody and to believe in our team, then I say let him go for it.
Thanks, Joe. I really do appreciate that. And by 2028, I'll make a believer out of you in terms of me being the greatest president ever as well. I'll tell you what, Barack and George, if I lose even a single Pokemon against Blue or Blaine, I'll power level our team into the 70s for Red.
You doing our biggest power level we'll ever have to do on this channel? Fuck it. Say less. You got a deal, Donald? Let's see how good you really are with your perfect record during this run on the line.
I'll be starting and ending this run with the same amount of team members lost. Don't you doubt that for a second, Obama. But with getting the radio card so we can wake up the Taft blocking Diglett's cave, that's going to wrap things up for episode 30, everybody. We're getting into the home stretch now, so don't miss Bush's last full turn next week as he battles Misty for our 13th badge. We can't wait to see you then.
As always, a shout out to our channel members over on the Kofi side, and it's still just our boy Hector. Thanks again, Hector, and if you ever want to join him on getting a shout out at the end of every episode, You can do so by making a monthly pledge via the link in the description of this video.
Another link in the description of this video is to join our Discord AI Force 1, which at the time of filming is now only 55 members away from 1,000. Make sure to join as we continue to chase our goal of hitting 4-digit members before Crystal concludes.
And last but not least, please don't forget to answer our comment question below. Don't cry because it's Joe Ver. Be happy that it happened. We'll see you next week.
Howdy partners, and welcome to episode 31 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's time for what should be my last full turn of this series as we begin 20 minutes of straight battling. We will be making our way downtown to ruin Misty's date and then earn our Cascade badge. How are you fine gentlemen doing today as I get underway with this gauntlet?
Did you really need to assault us with the whole "Hey guys, I'm from Texas" thing with the first words that came out of your mouth? Also, is this your first episode with us? We do intros about 5 minutes into videos after some matter of distraction. What is this normie bullshit of a proper introduction?
Well, excuse me for trying to keep my episode on the rails and not descend into utter chaos. Also, don't be talking bad about Texas Donald. You weren't saying this a few weeks ago when they handed you 40 electoral votes, now were you?
Hey, my win was so bigly and convincing that I didn't even need Texas at the end of the day. Can you actually believe Texas could have turned blue and I still would have won the election? That just shows how amazing of a person I really am. Imagine if the Dems lost New York. They'd be screwed.
Thank you for convincing me voting for Kamala was the right thing to do.
The fuck did you just say, fake-ass Arthur Morgan?
I didn't say anything at all, Donnie, old pal. Hey, Barack and Joey, we haven't heard from you yet today. How has your week been?
I've actually been back on that Pal World grind after Donald gave me the idea last week when he called you Vox. Believe it or not, I got my character already up to the new max level of 55 and have a fully condensed team of legendaries. It's been quite the grind, to say the least.
How the fuck did you go from level 1 to 55 in a single week? You really aren't beating those try-hard allegations, Barack. To do that, you would have had to catch 12 of every pal or something crazy like that.
Under normal conditions, you aren't wrong. They really made the experience scaling after level 40 some straight nonsense. But one of the great things about that game is how you can adjust the sliders for things like experience rate, egg incubation time, and even amount of pals at the base. So what I did was double the experience rate, make all egg hatches instant, allow for 50 pals at the base at the most, and the game became so much more enjoyable. But believe it or not, even that, and I'm nowhere near ready to beat the new raid bosses. Being a tryhard is basically required now.
I didn't realize they had raids now. Maybe you could use some help with those Obama. And of course, you know as presidents, we need to take a trip to the new oil rig for a quick democracy mission.
We're not always on at the same time, so why don't you get a dedicated server for your world so we can all tackle it at our own pace and then eventually do some of the harder objectives together?
I would, Donald, but don't forget, I'm still paying for the Minecraft realm that we host in AI Force 1. Michelle has been skimping on my allowances lately because of the price of groceries, so I can't pay for both servers.
Oh yeah, that's true. I almost forgot with my election dub that the current president is still a sleepy dementia case that created an economy I'm going to have to turn around, or the price of everything is going to look like the opening scenes of the video game Homefront. Tell you what, Obama, as your benevolent soon-to-be leader of the free world, I'll do you a solid and pay for the Power World server myself. I'll even allow everyone in the Discord to join it as well. But it's going to come with a few conditions. For me to host a server for all of you, I'm going to give you all two very simple conditions. Both our subscriber count needs to hit 4,000 and the member count of AI Force 1 has to hit 1,000 before we complete Crystal. We're only 100 subs and 50 members away, so it shouldn't be that hard.
That seems like a fair ask, Donald. You heard him, everyone get those figures to where Donald said, and every member of the Discord gets to join our Pal World server. We should have about a month before Crystal completes, barring disaster against Blaine or Blue.
I appreciate the gesture, Donald. Thank you for offering to help me with that cost.
There's a reason I'm the greatest president of all time, Barry. I'll write it off as a milestone subscriber gift to everyone come tax time. But enough about Power World. Something feels like it's been missing from this episode. Do you guys have that feeling as well?
Not that I can think of. We did an intro and I'm kicking every trainer's ass on the way to Bill's house where Misty is trying to pick up another OnlyFans subscriber. Are you thinking about donations? It seems a tad early to do them, but I guess that's something you could be thinking of?
I doubt Misty is pulling a Game Producer 6 by having an OnlyFans, so let's not call that out unless we're exactly sure. Oh shit, we completely forgot to include Biden in the conversation. Joey, we're so sorry for not including you. Please don't be mad at us and sacrifice half the team next week. And of course he's sleeping. Why wouldn't he be if he wasn't stimulated every 2 minutes? Donald, would you like to do the honors?
Oh, Barry, you know me so well, I would love to. Sleepy Joe, you demented election rigging, narcoleptic economy, ruining border, opening fake COVID savior, piece of shit, open your goddamn eyes and join us today before you spend the entire week crying that you didn't get any screen time with us.
Mommy, 5 more minutes, I'm about to get a 25 kill streak so I can get a tactical nuke against Putin in Modern Warfare 2.
First off, don't ever call me your mother ever again, because if I would have to throw myself in jail for what you turned into. Second, you couldn't beat Vlad and COD if all the ice cream in the world was on the line. Snap back to reality before I snap you in half like the twig you are.
Well, I guess that's one way to wake someone up for a nap. But Joe, why are you so tired, man? You've actually been really good about timing your sleep schedule so that you're wide awake and ready for our sessions. This, as strange as it is to say, isn't like you recently.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I've just been up later than usual these past few nights packing all my stuff because when Donald came over a few days ago to shake my hand in front of the camera, showing we'll have a peaceful transfer of power, he leaned in and said, pack your shit. Because eviction day is coming.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't planning that exact moment for the last 4 years. It brought me such joy to finally be able to say it to you, Joe. I can't wait until every last ice cream machine is out of this office and I can finally install a McDonald's in that section of the wall over there.
Seriously, Donald? When you lost, you incited a domestic terrorist attack. When Joe lost, he invited you into the office he won from you and welcomed you back in a great show of honor. Why did you have to do him dirty like that? You need to apologize right now.
And also you can apologize to us as well, because don't forget, it's Joe's turn next week. If he was this overworked and tired on his turn right now, the run might have somehow ended against these level 30s. Tell him to at least take a break until his next turn is over.
You do have a point, George. Joe, I'm sorry you can do what Bush said and wait until after your next turn to start packing your shit again. And as an apology, I'll give you a great idea. You can give some of your old voters one last job and have them pack for you before I send them home.
Wow, even by your standards, that was an atrocious apology, Donald. And did you really have to include that last line? This isn't one of your rallies. You don't need to try and make any of your supporters laugh for votes with their twisted logic.
I've been doing it for the past 12 years, so it's hard to turn off like a switch, but fine, I won't mention it again. But talking about the episode, are you almost at Misty yet, Bush? I kind of turned off my brain and I try to forget about this stretch of land in Kanto.
I'm pretty sure it's just the one trainer after the 5 like in yellow, but why would you want to forget this stretch? I mean, it's annoying, I know, with all the trainers, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward, and there's no real nonsense.
No, there was definitely some nonsense here, and it's why all the curtains aren't the same in this office. Last time we were, Obama transformed into his Super Saiyan form for the first time and nearly destroyed everything while speaking anime.
Gentlemen, a short view back to the past.
It would have been your turn after Barack, so I guess you can play.
自分の命を大切にするならコントローラーを弱置いてください。
なぜライツつけるのですか?
Joe, the curtains are on fire.
ヒューマンをチャイめましょう。
Hold me, Donald.
I got you, buddy.
止められない。
Okay, that's enough. Joe, get out of the way.
I'm still waiting on that apology from when you hit me over the head with that chair. I actually got a fucking scar from that and needed like 20 stitches.
And the two of us are still waiting for the mental scarring to go away, you Super Saiyan lunatic. Also, you promised you would get brand new curtains that all matched before I left office. I'm really not trying to lose my security deposit on this place.
I know I'm sorry, I thought I had 4 more years before I had to worry about that, but you had to do this whole dropping out for the good of the Democratic Party thing. Also, you don't actually pay rent on this place, Joe. You never put down a security deposit.
What are you talking about, Barack? I know it's been a while, but all former presidents have to pay rent to the former president they took the White House from. That's what Donald told me, so I've been paying him $2 million a month as my rent payment. You must have done that as well with Bush.
No need to bring it up, Joe. They're former presidents just like you're soon to be. They know how it worked, and you're totally not doing anything that they didn't do.
Donald, have you seriously scammed Joe out of almost $100 million during his presidency? I mean, I guess it's his own fault for believing something that's stupid, but come on, man.
Dude, I've been investing all of it into Bitcoin with Elon. Just shut up and I'll give you a few coins.
Oh, Bush, you're not going to fool me and make me think I've just been giving away money for the past 4 years. I know all of you did it as well. And besides, it's not like it's been my money. I just used the White House credit card, and the payment comes out on the 1st of every month.
I'll slide you my Bitcoin wallet address after this episode, Donald.
All 3 of you are absolutely hopeless. But speaking of money, and since we're already arriving at the gym, I'm going to kick off our donations from this past week. And to no surprise, our first one came from Legendary Gamer. He voted for Dark Mega in our comment question, and congratulated Biden on now, officially going down as the only person to beat Donald in a presidential election. Thanks again for your weekly donation, buddy.
Ah, yes, Legendary. You are a man of culture, and your vote is definitely appreciated towards the winner of that election. You are more than welcome to cross the border before I surprise everyone with my wall on both sides.
Oh, please, you ain't building shit. And since you said you were counting the vote, how much did Brandon win by?
2 terms calls for 2 walls, Sleepy Joe. And since Dark Maga's vote count is a number you haven't learned to count to yet, I'll get you that final total in just a second. Read the next donation, someone.
You do that, buddy. But I'll take the next donation, and it comes from our man from across the pond, some Welsh guy. He gave his vote to Dark Maga while complimenting his skills and charisma. Thanks for your vote, my friend, and thank you for another 10 British people money.
Looks like Donald has corrupted all of our donators because our next one from Lex Luthor also has him voting for Dark Maga. And I know how it looks, but we all love Arnold, my man. It's unfortunate that he didn't have a better moveset, but he's ready if we ever need him for Mount Silver. While I disagree with your vote, thank you so much for another 15 bucks, bro. We're so glad to have you here.
With our 4th donation this week, we head over to the Kofi side, and the train of weekly donors rolls rattling with, yeah, you're right. He throws us 10 more bucks, and no pun intended, but yeah, you're right. That election probably would get canceled at risk of that shadow game. But now that we have a vote for Dark Brandon out of one of our donators, do you have that final tally yet, Donald?
Earth to Trump. Barack asked you a question, bro. Do you have the final tally from the election?
Breaking news, everybody. Sleepy Joe rigged another fucking election against me. In what realm does Dark Brandon win 13-7? He's making alternate accounts or having his illegal voters from 2020 do it for him. It's bullshit, I tell you. We're going to the Capitol election, Welsh guy. Let's go.
Oh, no, you don't. You've already used up all your free trial insurrection credits. Take this loss like a man, Donald.
Cope and see, little bro. Stick to women in elections because you literally can't beat me.
Oh, fuck you, Joe. It wasn't even me against you. It was Brandon against MAGA. But fine, Obama, you're right. I don't want to get us banned on here before we finish Crystal. But afterwards, it's fair game, I tell you. Back to donations. We've got the homeboy Tristantine, the great up next, who sent to us $5 on Kofi. He congratulates us on reaching 300 on that site. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure what this number means, but thank you regardless. Also, thank you for the praise on the re-election results. And don't worry, we don't have Biden on the spreadsheet tracking all the names for Pokemon when we play Ruby, so we won't forget your Sharpedo nickname. Thanks again, my man.
I'm keeping up to date on that spreadsheet, so don't fret, Tristantine. But as we head towards the home stretch of donations, we have a new face to this section, being Ichika Nozomi. It's a $5 Kofi donation, and we will absolutely name an Articuno that if we catch one, in the rest of Crystal. As for a battle on Showdown, that will be much easier to set up than cleaning up a parking lot fight. Thank you again for your first donation to this channel.
Looking at what's happening in this trainer battle, it's just so satisfying to be on the other end of a Snorlax delivering an ice punch to knock out Zapdos. The other way around was definitely not an enjoyable experience. But moving on to our final and highest donation of this past week, we've got Mavis Songbird with a big $50 donation. We can definitely make your split happen, and thanks for keeping your word if Trump won. In regards to Arnold, he will be back on the team if somebody faints. He's just not stronger than anyone else right now. Thank you to you, Mavis, and to all of our donators from this past week. But speaking of getting stronger, I have a surprise for all of you here for my battle with Misty.
Getting stronger? What do you mean, George?
I'm pretty sure that can only mean one thing. George, you bastard, do you mean you're going into your Nen form? If so, what the fuck? I thought you were going to save that for Red.
That's exactly what I mean, Donald. My cooldown is over and I can contain this great power no longer. This is my last full episode, and let's be fair. Do we really want a guaranteed win against Red? Fuck that. We gotta win it the right way. I'm using my power against Misty in my last full episode.
It's hard to disagree with that reasoning, George, and you're probably right. We don't want your Nen being the reason we beat Red. We have to prove we truly deserve to beat this challenge. But Bush, I do have one question for you.
Doesn't seem like the best time for questions, seeing I'm about to head into battle and need to focus my powers, but shoot. What's your question, Barack?
Does this form of yours come with a banger like the rest of us?
You know it does, my man. And it's the best one we've had yet on this channel. Stand back, because these aren't going to be the only flames in this battle.
Better than Dark Maga's anthem? Okay, buddy, take it easy. It's not going to be that good, but I'm sure you can settle for second place.
Oh, Donald, I'm sorry, but you're going to eat those words.
Introducing top Pokemon and using champion, George Bush. Prepare to be defeated from the Lone Star State. I reign supreme. Y'all thought the battle was fair, but I changed the game. Strategic precision, you'll remember my name. opponent about to be defeated. I'm the master and you're about to be deleted. Did I? Forming your team, the battlefield's mine. 2 turns strong, ruling by design. This is my Poke administration in full production. I am the weapon of mass destruction. Locking on target, you're out of time. Push doctrines coming and it's sublime. Did I? A Texan champ with a plan so clean. Can't melt beams, but I'll melt your team. Bush aura was so intense it could be seen without you. I think we agree the past is over. Every move you make I've already foreseen. I will not waver, I will not tire, I will not falter, and I will not fail. Locking on target, you're out of time. Push doctrines coming and it's sublime. Did I? A Texan champ with a plan so clean. Can't melt beams, but I'll melt your team.
Checkmate Misty.
Well, goddamn, that was some heat, George. Well done, good sir. That's badge number 13 in the bag. And I think we truly might have a contender for, like you said, the best banger in the history of this channel.
All right, I can't lie. That was definitely pretty fucking good, but I still don't think it's the best. Regardless, great battle, George.
Well, I guess we got our comment question for this week then. Everybody below, please let us know what has been your favorite banger on this channel so far. But as for episode 31, I think we've reached the end. Thank you so much for stopping by today, everyone. That's it for me until Mal Silver.
Shout out to our still lone channel member on the Kofi side being Hector. Thank you so much, buddy. And if you want to join him on getting a shout out every week, you can join him via the link in the description of this video.
Don't forget my promise, everyone. If we get to 4,000 subs and 1,000 Discord members by the end of Crystal, you get your Power World server. And of course, don't forget to answer our comment question. And this time, hook me up with the dub.
Just as we did last year, we're going to take next week off for Thanksgiving. Episode 32 of Crystal will be 2 weeks from now on December 5th. That's going to do it for us today. Have a very happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you in December.
Hello again, my fellow Americans, and welcome to episode 32 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Bush had his, and now it's my last full turn today as I plan to wake up the sleeping Trump that is blocking Diglett's cave, and then take down Brock to earn our 14th badge. How are my best friends in the world doing today?
Your little jabs mean nothing to me, Joseph, because like you had to do with your cell phone years ago, better be watching your limited minutes left. Soon enough, I'll be back in that chair. I will say, though, I'm looking forward to being back this week, and hopefully an amazing level 50 right here. Just kidding, that's as trash to a start of this episode as we could have got. I'm not sure whether to blame Biden since he's playing or Obama since he did all the randomization. Oh, who am I kidding? I'll just blame all the Democrats as always.
And we had made it so far in this episode without making a political reference. I was so proud of you guys for a second.
Yet 15 seconds was almost a new channel record. Oh darn, I guess we'll get it next time. But in regards to this battle, it just shows that we have an absolute titan, not just for Mount Silver, but Ketchum our remaining encounters as well. That speed plus spore might prove unstoppable.
As long as Joe or Donald don't fumble one of these last 2 episodes, then Rod definitely has to be the lead for that battle. We need to set the pace right from the get-go, and we can't afford any mistakes against those high levels. Speaking of that battle, have we decided how we're going about it?
I still think my idea is the best way to handle it. Seeing that Red has a level 81 and 3 level 77s, I think we should level grind our entire team to 75. That makes us underleveled still and provides a good challenge.
I'm cool with that personally, but are we also doing the part where we introduce our surprise rules for the Ruby Run, where we use a set battle style and no items in battle? Why are you guys staring at me angrily like I just revealed a big secret we plan to reveal in a few weeks' time, but I actually just said it out loud? Oh, My bad guys.
Just when I thought your declining mental state couldn't negatively affect this country anymore, you find a way to do it. Way to go spoiling our surprise Biden. If I don't lose anyone next episode, you just earned yourself level grinding duty for the Red Battle. Nice job, chap.
I know you're going to fumble something going against Blue's higher level team, so I'm not worried about that. But I am sorry, guys, I completely just blurted that out. At least I didn't reveal the code to fire off the nukes, which is get me 3 big scoops of ice cream.
Joe, stop.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Hey guys, look, I caught the encounter and I didn't even lose our cut slave in the process.
Are we going to ignore the fact that Joe just ended every single war in the Middle East a moment ago?
That is exactly what we're going to do, Donald. If anyone asks, let's just agree to blame it on Kim. I don't think I can get away with the weapons of mass destruction line a second time.
George, you didn't even get away with it the first time.
I'm going to name this Genghis Khan Tommy yet because I really like that episode of the anime, and it's a female, so I can't just name it Tommy alone.
That episode was filler and a half. Most people probably never even saw it. But Joe's got the right idea, everyone. We pretend it never even happened and just keep going on with our day.
Pretend what never even happened. Did I lose one of our team members?
Your dementia spikes are less predictable than the Bitcoin market, Joe. Take your goddamn pills before you blow up another section of the world.
I have some extra ones for him right here, but Joe, how is the nuclear code word something that you probably ask for multiple times a day?
I never asked for 3 scoops Obama. Jill has restricted me to 1 scoop at a time or 2 if I read 90% of the teleprompter accurately during a press conference. If I ever ask for 3, she breaks out the belt. Good thing she's out shopping today and didn't hear me ask for that.
Something tells me she's going to hear about it. But how about since your gym battle with Brock is coming up soon, we jump right into donations because we did get a lot of them over these past 2 weeks and I don't want to have to rush them.
I'll take the lead with donations, seeing, of course, as you all know, I'll be taking the lead of this country in 46 days. But who's counting, am I right? Anyway, our first donation, big surprise, comes from our man, Legendary Gamer. He sends us 7 Canadian people money and answered our comment question by saying his favorite song is a tie between mine and Bush's. While it's definitely not a tie and Gonna Soar is the best banger this channel has ever produced, thank you very much for your donation and happy early birthday.
Can you please explain to me how Gonna Soar is better than Dead Eye?
Well, it's pretty obvious, George. Not only am I, of course, the most beloved president in the history of the world, but my music video uploaded last week probably has 3 million views by now. Of course, I'm being modest, and it's probably more like 7 million.
You do realize the channel we upload doesn't even have 4,000 subscribers, right? There's no chance the number is remotely close to that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot our editor has a massive skill issue and is allergic to getting subscribers. It feels like I'm doing more for this channel by promising the PAL World server if we get to that number before we finish Crystal, but hey, that's just the way it is. But regardless of how many views it actually has, we all know that it has more views than all of your music videos. Maybe the compatible one can rival me, but that's it.
Is that so, Donald? Well, isn't it interesting that I just happened to take a screenshot of this graphic right before we started filming showing that Dead Eye is our most watched music video. You're in second place, Donald, but finishing second in an election is something you're used to at least.
Yikes, that's got to be awkward for you, Donald.
I can understand Biden rigging an election, but I cannot believe a fellow Republican would stoop that low to view bot his own video so that he could be ahead of me. I mean, I have more comments, so that means I have to actually have more views. Yup, checkmate, good game, nice try, idiot.
We are absolutely going to be enduring a massive copium shortage as a result of Trump's meltdown today. Is that really a problem you want to cause for yourself on your first day in office, Donald?
Shut up, bitch. I'm not listening to anyone who doesn't even have 600 views on their music video. Stick to barely beating Joe for third place and just be happy to be on the podium for now.
It sounds like you've accepted your position as second best. Glad we could get that out of the way, and with that we'll move on to our next donation from Mavis Songbird. It's for a big 20 bones, and Mavis wants to see a Brandon versus MAGA showdown, but also have Obama join in and cause some trouble. I'm not sure why, but I'm sure we can arrange that. Also, the $20 goes to you this week, Barack. Thank you again for another huge donation, Mavis. We definitely noticed them, and we are truly appreciative.
$20 coming my way? Oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go buy Liar's Bar and maybe a few Jackbox games I've had on my Steam wish list. Thank you so much, Mavis, I really appreciate that.
Thank God you're finally going to get Liar's Bar. I've been waiting for your cheap ass to get it so I can make you my next victim in that game. I'm the best liar in the world.
That is the biggest lie you've ever told Biden. Every time Trump, you and I play that game, you're always out first because you declare something incredibly stupid, get mad, because we call you out and then say we're lying every single time when we aren't. You might be the worst player in history.
At first, I thought you were trying to be funny because you thought we were filming. Then I thought you were trying to speedrun getting eliminated. And finally, I just realized you're straight ass at that game. Please play poker with me sometime, Biden. I still have some unpaid lawyer fees.
Oh, you guys are so full of it. Obama, when you play with us, you'll see. But getting back to donations, we have our friend from across the pond, some Welsh guy with another 10 British people money. For his answer to the comment question, he was about to pick on a soar, but then switched to dead eye. There were some fire bars that definitely could have melted beams in that one. But thank you so much for another weekly donation, our sort of, but not really British at all friend.
How could you betray me like this Welsh guy? I truly thought we had something special with all your past donations. I was even finalizing the paperwork to make you a United States citizen for when I became president again. But nope, you just threw all that away. My heart is broken, Welsh guy.
Oh my God, this drama queen is really going to cry about this the entire episode, isn't he? Our next comment question has to be something that doesn't involve him winning, because he normally loses. And this is the result.
How dare you confuse being a sore loser with me being deeply offended over a connection I believed I had with Welsh guy. When we read these donations, am I the only person who is truly thankful for the people donating? Or are you guys just reading them to read them? Shame and a pox on all your homes.
Stage 2 of Donald losing, he gets called out on his bullshit from stage 1 and now plays the victim card. This is why you always lose pretty quickly after Joe when we play Donald. I can read you like a book. Of course, we enjoy having a connection with our donators, but we aren't going to mistake that connection with you being a little bitch. Hold the L like a man and move on. Dead eye is just the best banger and you'll have to deal with that.
I'll just talk about it on Truth Social. They get me over there.
Oh, I'm sure they do, buddy. I'll just keep the donation train rolling around while you get your fake Twitter thumbs revved up, and it comes from a name we haven't seen in a while, being St. James Sent. Looks like it's another vote for Deadeye. And thank you so much for another $5, my friend.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that either, and I'm going to move on to our next donation from MMA Lover, who, unlike everyone else, has a real taste in music. He knows what the real best song is and threw us $2. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for the donation.
My last encounter of the series time.
Oh, it's so fitting that your last encounter is the derp tree. Way to go, Obama. Your randomizer does have its moments, and this was definitely a bright spot.
Oh, bite me, Donald. Any true Pokemon master would know that this psychic tree was a staple on any true original Pokemon Stadium team. I bet it's going to have amazing moves, and if disaster strikes next episode, you'll have to power level at 70 levels.
I really doubt it's going to have amazing moves seeing it's level 5 Joe. I think it will probably just have something like Tackle and Leer or anything along those lines.
For real, Joe, it's only level 5. If this takes you all day, please don't use all of our Ultra Balls on it.
Oh, relax. I'll catch you right here, Barack.
All right, Joe, you've had your fun. Let's just let this thing live in the wild.
Nah, third time's the charm. I know it will work this time.
Aren't you supposed to be the fucking ball whisperer? How do you not know these captures are going to work? Were your powers just a scam?
No, those powers are definitely legit. I was lying. It's going to take 6 more to capture it. But since I have you guys roped in this deep, we have to finish the job, right?
Absolutely not. You are not wasting 10,000 Poké-Dollars on a goddamn level 5. You are running from the battle this instant, Joseph.
Fine, you guys are no fun. Sorry, my beloved derp tree. You won't be joining us. I'll just get back to donations as I head into Pewter City to not only grab the Silver Wing, but I guess we can check out our recently caught encounters to see if they're any good as a consolation.
I still can't get over that this random old guy in Pewter City not only has the key to a legendary encounter, but at the same time just hands it over to someone who just walked up and spoke to him for the first time without even asking for it. Gotta love Pokemon logic.
I ain't gonna question it. But our next donation came on the Kofi side from Zeta Deluxe Girl. It was for $5, and I'm so glad you enjoyed episode 31. Maybe we can get George's dad out of the retirement house one day to join us. That's not a bad idea. As for how we're going to play Ruby, we're going to split the difference of our last 2 runs and do a hardcore Nuzlocke without the randomizer. Should be our biggest challenge yet, and we can't wait. Thank you very much also for donating on Kofi so we don't get fees.
All right, let's put the pause on donations again, and let's look at the captures we haven't seen yet. Obviously, Arnold will rejoin the team when Biden fumbles today, but we need to see who else joins the party if he loses more than 1 Pokemon today.
I ain't fumbling shit. I had 1 mistake all run, and that's all I'm going to have. There's no chance I let my last gym battle go poorly. It's going to be my biggest success yet.
Oh, yes, that one mistake you mentioned. Hard to call it a mistake. It was more like a catastrophic fail that cost us our strongest physical attacker. I miss you so much, Polytussi. You truly were the early game GOAT that was taken from the team far too quickly. He would have loved Kanto.
All right, that's enough ripping open those previously sealed wounds, Trump. We all know what happened that day when the Reaper fell to a literal floating magnet, but that's in the past, and his memory pushes us on to greater things. As for the encounters, obviously we can't tell if the lower level guys are going to be good, but it looks like our Bautista could be really good if we ever needed it. 505 base stats, a very high attack stat, and all physical attacking moves along with good defenses and speed. Definitely have some insurance in case we lose a few party members in our final 3 gym battles. Hopefully we never do need Batista, but great capture there, George. You deserve some props for that one.
Don't look too fast past Swiffer either. Bro has Spore and can easily be an ace in the hole if we ever need it. I went all out in that episode even before Dead Eye. What can I say except you're welcome?
Shut that shit down real quick. If anyone is going to quote The Rock, it's going to be me.
Oh, know your role and shut your mouth, Donald. Someone who lost a presidential election is just a jabroni who doesn't belong in my ring. You can even ask NSFW Chaos, who sent us $10 and is one last reminder that my banger was the best. Thank you very much, Chaos.
That was a people's elbow of transitions to a donation if I've ever heard one, George. I got to show you some respect for that. But since we are about to start the gym, I'll go over our highest donation of the week, and it came from a new face Marystone, who dropped a huge $100 donation. It looks like the Ballad of Dark Brandon finally gets some love, and you know we could defeat Fraud Kuna any day of the week. Thank you so much for your donation, Mary, and enjoy your pin.
So you're just going to glaze over the part where she said, "All hail King Mega"? All right, Joe, I see you again. Congrats on your 1 vote, but jokes aside, dial in and get this badge with no casualties. I know we joke around about it, but I genuinely don't want to see you lose anyone. Get the job done.
Nicely put, Donald. And this is one of those gyms where we're going into the leader without knowing exactly what type Pokemon they have. Seeing our only spoiler was a steel and bug type, it could be either one.
I think that's more than enough information, though, Barack. Seeing Fire beats both of them, I think the easy answer is send Money Pit out as our lead and burn his entire team to a crisp. The only fire or bug type Pokemon that isn't weak to fire in this game is a Shuckle, so it's a pretty safe bet.
And just like that, George has willed into existence Brock having 5 Shuckles that all know Thunder and will wipe out the half of our team that is weak to electric attacks. Farewell, our 2 legendaries, and me too.
Oh, I'm sure that won't happen. The entire Kanto arc has been a breeze, and I'm sure this gym will be all the same. Should we let George play since he can melt steel beams and most likely bugs as well?
Hey, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I definitely have never melted any steel beams in my time. And you know I played last episode as well, so I probably shouldn't be around a controller right now. I'm like a baseball pitcher. I need to recover for my next turn in the rotation, you know.
Oh yeah, wink wink. You've totally never had any interaction with steel beams in your lifetime, George. I have no idea what Biden is on about. If this is the steel-type gym, I'm sure Biden can take care of everything on his own and doesn't need your help at all.
Of course I don't need any help. I'm the greatest trainer and president of all time. Now, as for you, Mr. Brock, you may be stronger than you were in yellow, but so are we. Prepare yourself, my final gym leader victim in this series. Ah, so it is indeed the Caesar-type gym, a worthy adversary indeed. But apologies, my friend, as I have brought with me a fire-breathing water dog. Burn, baby, burn.
There's no way we're seriously still thinking that gyms can have a single Pokemon as its type, right? It's episode 32, not episode 2, Joe. Just keep spamming flamethrower. As long as we don't run into a Shuckle, then we'll be just fine.
You say that now, Obama, but watch as another Caesar appears before us. All right, fine, you win. It's just a steel-type gym. You're no fun, Obama. Why couldn't you rig the randomizer to have a gym of entirely one Pokemon and let me be right just once?
So it is a steel-type gym. That's a mighty fine Skarmory that Brock has, if I do say so myself. Oh, it wants a second dousing of flames. Somebody's a strong flying steel metal bird, aren't you, Skarmory?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm gonna second that. What the actual fuck, George?
I can't hold it in any more, boys. Biden was right earlier. I do love melting steel beams. It gets me going even more than oil. Years of therapy are being erased with every word that comes out of my mouth. Come on, Biden, let me play the rest of this episode. You could take my spot versus Red.
George, you're scaring me. This is a joke, right?
Keep it in your pants, man. This is almost as bad as Obama with gambling.
Oh my God, that is so hot. Burn it, Money Pit.
What do you mean almost as bad as Obama with the gambling? This seriously isn't worse. You have a grown elderly man getting excited over fire attacks against steel-type Pokemon. That has to be worse than oh shit. Please tell me that doesn't say pedal dance.
Oh, Steel type, you little tease. I truly thought a 120 base power super effective move against our water type that doesn't have the best special defense might have ended its time in this run. But you wouldn't like that because you wouldn't get to be burned again. Oh God, I'm in heaven.
Does anybody know the phone number to George's fucking therapist? I could not feel more uncomfortable or unsafe right now. Biden, for the love of God, end this gym battle as fast as possible.
What do you think I am trying to do? Excuse me for our legendary not being able to one-shot every single one of these bastards. To all the people who said stop singing in the videos, is this what you wanted? Because this is what we got apparently. I would give anything for a banger to start playing right now. How about this one? Biden and friends playing Pokemon together, winning all the battles and doing anything but talking about steel types that might not be Billboard 100, but you know it could get like 12 views or something. Yeah, I think this is going well. I think I am going to become a famous composer after I leave office. Everything is turning out perfect in this battle.
Excuse me for just one second, buddy. I'm going to just click this button and... Oh man, that was just so perfect.
Joe? Are you all right there?
I swear I'll never sniff a child's hair again for as long as I live.
Yeah, I can see how you came to that conclusion. But on that turn of events, I guess we're good to end today. I play next week in the penultimate episode of the series, and yeah, see you then, I suppose.
Thank you as always to our channel members, which is still only Hector. If you wish to join him in getting a shout out at the end of every episode, you can do that in the description of this video. We'll see you next week, and hey Donald, I'll walk you out.
Wait, you can't just walk out like that. You're not going to leave me alone with the Mario guys?
Reset the ROM. Let's run it back, partner.
All right, fuckers, it's time to dial in. From here on out, the run gets serious again. We've got Blaine and Blue today. Badges number 15 and 16. Our last two stops before our ascent up Mount Silver. Everything we've worked for is coming to fruition, and it's on me to make sure the team stays upright one more week until the final showdown. I know I'm the one playing, but we all need to focus up today, boys, because I want the energy in the room to be perfect at all times.
You know, I've got your back, Donald. I'm going to be keeping it 99, and then I'll round up. I'll be here to support you every step of the way, because I'm not going to lie. It has to be really weird going from battling trainers in the low 30s to battling Blue in the high 50s over one episode. But if there's anybody on the team we trust today for the last solo episode, it's you, Donald. You've been perfect since we've left New Barktown, and as much as I don't want to inflate your ego, you've been our MVP in this run. Cap it off in style, my man.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Barack. We've had some fun in our victory tour through Kanto, but the fun time's in today. We're going to be battling a gym leader who outlevels our lowest team member by almost 10 today. There's no time for nonsense or we'll be in for a world of hurt.
I appreciate you guys having my back. I'll need that support all day today. But speaking of nonsense, how about you, Joe? Did you take your pills? Did you get your nap? I don't care if you take the entire day off from packing your shit from my future house. Are you good, my man?
Yes, Donald, I made sure I prepared for the episode this week. Mainly because Obama told me you probably wouldn't hesitate to use old Betsy if I impacted your play at any time today. But can you tell me why you're wasting time going into Red's house? I thought it was all about the focus today.
That's good advice, Barack. I got Betsy fully loaded up and ready to fire on sight if there's any problems caused. But Joe, you simple-minded fool, you clearly know nothing of the art of psychological warfare. I'm talking to his mother right now to gain some intelligence about our opponent next week. As you can see, he neglects his mother by refusing to call her and tell this lovely woman that he's all right. She gets convinced by people that hearing nothing is good for some reason. We're battling a master manipulator, so you know he's probably been watching our videos to learn about us too.
I think you might be doing a little too much planning, Donald. Talking to an NPC that says the exact same thing every single time isn't going to give you any insight about Red. I mean, we literally already know the level of every Pokemon on his team.
Also, why did you try to play his Nintendo 64? I mean, don't get me wrong, that's my favorite system of all time. And I still have mine hooked up to my TV back in Texas. But I thought we were trying to be serious today. This ain't no time for games other than Pokemon Crystal.
Also, we've never called our mother in this game either. She's literally 50% of all the phone numbers we have since we don't talk to any trainers after beating them. What does that say about us?
This is not the time for questions. Put your hands down in the back of the classroom. Maybe my plan analysis had some holes in it, but I defend my intentions. But since we've got some water in Pallet Town, I'm going to try fishing to see if we've got another legendary prime to join the team.
Oh, hey, look, it's another Shendu. Are we going to catch it and name it Shendu 3?
No, we aren't, Joe. I'm going to invoke Dupe's claws and try again. Don't forget this is the spot where we fished to get our first ever Starmie. I just have a feeling something special will come from it.
Oh, come on, we could have a team full of Shendus to battle Red. That would be awesome. Lance has to learn how to tame these dragons, and we can teach him.
Joe, look at Shendu 4.
Don't you start with that shit too, George. I already told you we aren't catching another one of these when we already have one of them in the PC. Now I'm going to try one more time because I really think we're going to get a great encounter here. Watch me channel some of my greatness and witness the Mewtwo I'm going to land on the other end of this fishing rod.
Oh, damn. Is that Shendu 5? Donald,
Shut
you
up,
truly are
Obama.
great.
The Mewtwo gets to live another day on the shores of Pallet Town. I'm just starting my voyage to Cinnabar Island, and whatever we get by surfing, we get.
I'm sorry, Donald, I had to, after what they said, it was the perfect setup. But I'm sure you'll get something else good by not fishing. I think the levels for wild Pokemon are good over here, so you don't have to worry about some level 5 encounter like we've had recently.
It's not a Dragonite, so fuck it, I'm catching it. I don't care if we'll ever use this fire snail that for some reason is in the middle of the goddamn ocean and isn't dead for some reason.
Seeing we're going to have 1,000,000 encounters playing Ruby in the ocean, that makes sense. I'm not going to question this one right here. I kind of wish we did our randomizer in that game, but that damn Irish had to beat us to it.
At least he can't ruin anything else for us today. But to pivot, I'm going to hop into our donations for this week, boys. We're going to be battling Blaine soon, and then it's Blue right after, so we really don't have time to lose. The first one came from guess who? Legendary Gamer. He sends us his usual 7 Canadian people money, and you fucking know I'm going to make every region we hit to great again, my man. And we definitely are going to pick our boy Mudkip, and not just because it has the highest base stats. Thank you as always, Legendary.
Good thing you mentioned that. If you didn't, we might not have been able to beat the try-hard allegations today. But now that we've beaten them, we can move on to our next donation from some Welsh guy. Our friend from across the pond wanted to take a second to apologize to you, Donald, and has offered you a 6 IV shiny Vaporeon to mend the bridge. What do you say to that?
I think he's trying to bamboozle me, Joe. Read that carefully. It says 6 IV, not 631 IVs. It's got incredibly low IVs, and I will not be tricked, Welch guy. You thought you could slide one past old Donnie, but I'm sharper than your average 46th president.
Who was the 46th president? Was that Bush?
We love you, but you're an idiot, Joe. Good job on the catch, Donald. What do you plan on naming it?
It may be a girl, but I'm not passing up the chance to name a snail from the ocean, Gary. I don't even think we made a SpongeBob reference this entire series, so let's just say we met our quota with this one.
You could have just named it Snelly, which was Squidward's $1,700 purebred that lost to a rock, which in this case the Pokemon you caught actually was.
He doesn't know what number president he was, but he knows the most obscure SpongeBob references. Why am I not surprised? I mean, he did spend all his time as my VP either playing Angry Birds or watching SpongeBob, so I guess it makes sense. Back to donations, though, we've got a new face in Crazy Fox with a $10 stimulus package. Fox says he's never seen someone down so bad for attacking steel types with fire. I think this one is all yours to answer, George.
After last week, my lawyer and also my therapist for some reason have advised me not to comment on this anymore and just play the victim card since it's clearly an illness, so I cannot be at fault for any of my actions or desires. And with that, I pivot to our 4th donation of the week, which is from another new face in Cinderface 4122. It's a 5, I want to say. Chinese people money donation. I thank you for your money despite your bad taste in music. Also, our editor is a huge McLaren fan. So for the first time in his Formula One fandom, he's celebrating a championship this season. So I bet you'll get plenty more of those references in the future. Thank you again, friend.
Does anyone else realize that we just caught a wild Pokemon in the 40s in this ocean, yet this trainer has Pokemon in the high 20s? If she literally encounters any wild Pokemon, her team is getting wiped. What is she doing out here?
First time playing Crystal Donald? You haven't noticed the level scaling literally makes 0 sense.
Okay, fair enough, that's true. And what's also true is we definitely should have caught that derp tree, like St. James says in his donation. That name would have been absolutely perfect as a family tree reference. Thank you very much for another $5, James.
Oh man, I would never have even thought of that name. I guess in a way I'm happy we didn't catch it now because I would have named it something not nearly as good and would have been depressed in hindsight. I'll call letting it walk away a win. Speaking of a win, another new donator, Steven Universe fan 2179, is wishing the best of luck in our battle against Red next week, and he's sending us encouragement now. Also, he says Bush needs therapy, which don't worry, he got that, and he's all good now. Thank you for the $5.
I don't think we would have been able to let him back in here without the therapy. Joe had nightmares for 3 days after we finished filming that episode, and if I had to take one more phone call from him about it, I was calling in the drones to give him a real nightmare. I mean, shit, even a true villain like Lex Luthor said it had to happen. And he also has a question for Donald alongside his $15 donation, seeing if he would deport Superman when you get back in office next year. What do you think about that, Trump?
First off, don't you ever call Lex a villain. He's just misunderstood, and he's got the plan that will bring us to true glory. With that said, anything for you, Lex. Once we find that son of a bitch's true identity, we'll deport him straight out of this country.
What do you mean he's got a plan? He just wants to get rid of Superman because of something that happened in their past. You're just defending him because he's another billionaire like you.
Fake news ratio, fuck you. I'm cutting in line and stealing the next donation, which came from the Jedi Muffin on Kofi. We definitely are taking nicknames for Ruby, which we said in a recent episode, and we'll put yours on the list. Thank you as always, Jedi.
Oh yeah, you ass? I'm taking your spot then and reading the next donation from the Commissar General, which was also on Kofi. And this was such a wholesome donation for real. We're so happy we're a comfort and you can fall asleep to this. We're honored to be in and hope to stay in your top 5.
Guys, stop fighting. Look, it's Blue. He must have been trying some of that psychic warfare that Donald was talking about earlier and has come here to Cinnabar Island to catch us off guard. We've got to dial in because our second hardest battle this series starts right now.
It was psychological warfare, not psychic warfare, Joe. And that's not what he's doing. You're supposed to talk to him here on the remains of Cinnabar Island so that he appears back in Viridian City after you get your 15th badge.
Oh yeah, smart guy? Well, I'm taking your spot for the 10th and highest donation this past week, which came from Gaming Police 589. It was for the glorious meme number and 99 cents. He was a Gunnosaur fan, and he says the money goes to Donald. Enjoy your pin on episode 32, Gaming Police.
But Joe, we weren't fighting like Donald and George were. Also, it was your turn to read a donation. You didn't take my place?
Barack, you can have a pretend fight with the dementia patient later. Right now, I'm going to try and fish one more time to see if I can get a great encounter. There has to be something great off the coast of a basically abandoned disaster site.
What did I do? I was just explaining. You know what? Fuck it. Just forget it.
Oh, hey, look, it's
Nope,
Shindu
fuck
6.
you, we aren't doing this again. Fishing is canceled for the rest of Crystal. I'm just going to head east to the Seafoam Islands so we can get our battle with Blaine underway. Joe, take another pill because you're iffy right now. Obama, stop questioning life, and George, shut up about Shendu.
The Seafoam Islands, you say? Hey guys, random question, but what's your favorite beef jerky?
Bridgeford sweet teriyaki, but yeah, that was really fucking random. Joe, take a goddamn pill right now.
Joe, why did you ask that?
I'm not sure, but it just felt like one of our viewers really wanted to ask that question in this location, and I happen to be their vessel.
Maybe you should give him 2 pills, Obama, but before we battle Blaine, I just wanted to take a second to thank all the viewers for a record high 10 donations during this past episode. It really means a lot to us, and I just wanted to give a quick message to all of you regarding donations next week. Just like with Yellow, as long as we make it to Battle Red next week, we will not be reading donations out loud because the entire video will be centered around that battle. We will show them all on screen along with channel members at the end of the episode, but we just wanted to be transparent.
Oh, thanks for doing that PSA, George. I almost forgot to with all of Biden's nonsense. But now that we've arrived at Blaine's makeshift gym, what's your strategy for this one, Donald? Who are you leading off with?
Absolutely no nonsense here or in Viridian City, Obama. I plan on leading with Money Pit in both battles because of the 4 different move types. For both of these battles, we have no trainers and no hints to go off of for what type the opponent is using. I can't afford to take any risks. So I'm sorry, Blaine, but you're going to experience absolutely no mercy. You're getting arguably our best team member right from the start. Let's get the first beatdown today underway. Save those fucking tears for the next challenger because they're not going to work on Donald Long John Trump.
Blaine is grass or poison. Great choice on the lead, but don't mess around Donald. Just burn it like a steel type before it breaks out grass type moves.
You gotta love those fast acting pills. And you don't need to tell me twice, Biden. Burn it to a crisp, just like his fucking gym money pit. Not a high health number, but a pretty high special defense it looks like. No shit!
Holy fuck, bro, those scares are not fun at this stage in the game. That's 2 episodes in a row we had to worry about Money Pit taking one of those hits, but once again we get bailed out by a bad special attack against us. Are you going to stick with our ace?
Now that I can confirm this is the grass-type gym, I will be sticking with Money Pit and Flamethrower. If we catch another scare, I'll swap to Taft and use Ice Punch to clinch us our victory. I'm not taking any risk with me, too, against a super effective stab attack.
Hell yeah, baby. Love those crits. And I can't lie, it's super satisfying beating Blaine with his own type. Looks like he's the one that should have brought those burn heals.
You fucking know it, buddy. And with his level 50 being a rip-off of our shrooms, I think this one is in the bag. Wrap up our warm-up Money Pit. We've got a flight to Viridian City to catch.
That's done and dusted. 15 badges down. 1 badge to go. Great job, Donald. Way to get us out of here with a quick no-drama battle. Let's head to Blue and get that final badge.
Thanks, Joe. I'm grateful that battle was as easy as it was. That definitely could have been a lot more challenging, and the last thing I wanted was to have our warm-up battle result in a massive disaster. But that will officially do it for us being stronger. From here on out, we're under-leveled.
Do you want to take some time to level the team up to 55 or something for the Battle of Blue? He does have 3 level 58s after all, and I have no idea how the randomizer is going to handle this. As we all know, Blue may be a gym leader, but he didn't have a specific type. I tried to find out how it works, but I genuinely do not know if he'll have a team of completely random Pokemon, or if the game will give him a type.
I really do appreciate that scouting report, Barack. I mean, after all, you're only the one who downloaded the randomizer, did the randomization, and gave a 20-minute long explanation of how it worked in episode 1, so how could you know this right? I'm sorry, Barack, I didn't mean to be a jerk right there. I'm just a little nervous with our second to last battle in the series coming up, and my perfect record literally comes down to one last instance. And of course, we know how some Nuzlocks go against the 8th leader in a region.
We get it, Donald, it's totally okay. We started this journey in January, and it's December now. We've worked so hard on everything, and if we make a few mistakes or get some bad RNG, then it's all for naught. There are no second chances. But we believe in you, Donald. Get this job done.
We knew you might have some nerves going into this battle, Donald, so we have a little surprise for you for some motivation. You know we don't need to fly anymore since Mount Silver's just off to the west. And because of that, we don't need somebody on the team just because they know fly. If you have a perfect battle right here, we will replace Taft with Arnold, so you have your boy in the battle against Red. Now get this 6-0 Donald. It's your crowning achievement.
For real? Fuck yeah! That's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I didn't even think of that possibility. All right, you fake fucking Putin. We didn't let anyone feint against you in yellow, and it's going to be the same story in Crystal. Bring it on, bitch.
Wait, did you heal Money Pit after the battle with Blaine?
Oops. But it's only 20 health. I'm sure it's going to be fine. All right, what lead do you have, fake Putin? I'm sure it's something weird. Of all fucking Pokemon, why did it have to be the ghost of the goddamn Reaper? Okay, Donnie, this is fine. Calm down. We know.
No pressure, Donald, but if this next one doesn't hit, we might be fucked.
Oh, thanks, sweet baby Jesus, it hit. Now please be a one-shot.
Okay, breathe out. It's gone. 1 down, 5 to go.
Okay, I was really fucking nervous there. We got probably his best out of the way first. So it should be...
Please don't be the Polytussy Gym. Please don't be the Polytussy Gym. Please don't be the Polytussy Gym.
You said that wasn't fucking possible.
I don't know anymore, Joe.
It's okay, Obama. It's fine. Thunder hit again, and this one is a lower level, so it should knock out no problem. That means 2 down and 4 to go. I'm sure they all won't be Polytussy. And as you can see right here, the next one is a Bautista. Apparently, the randomizer made this a fighting-type gym.
That's actually pretty good for us. We've got Mystery who can use Psychic, and we've got me too who can use Drill Peck. I think you should switch to Starmie though, Donald, because any stab-type moves won't be very effective.
That's true, but if you remember, Bautista has much higher physical defense than special defense. So I'm going to switch to Mystery instead, in hopes of a 2-shot instead of a 3-shot. The less time in the line of fire, the better.
That's sound logic, Donald. Show us why you want all the swing states. Knock this forearm fucker out with 1 more psychic attack.
Halfway there, halfway there. We're moving at a really good rate and have barely taken any damage. You're doing great, Donald.
True, but the real fight starts now. We took out his lower leveled guys now. The last 3 are all level 58. I know it's a randomizer and it probably doesn't have Thunder Punch, but I'm taking no risks and sticking it out with our best girl. Come on, Mystery.
Jesus Christ, this thing is a tank and a half. Look how slow its health bar is going down. Shit, this might hurt.
Good thing Mystery's a tank as well. 8 levels lower and a stab attack barely did anything. That's our best girl for you. And look at use the full restore. That's perfect. With the speed advantage, we guarantee the knockout next turn.
That's right, Joe. Good call. Not only did we waste a healing item, but we also took down the first level 58. You really did your job, Mystery. Now let me take us home with Drill Peck.
I think I'm going to leave in Mystery here, Barack. With our physical defense, I like keeping her in here. I think she might be able to take us all the way with Psychic in this current health number.
I don't know, Donald. We're in the area where critical hit could get really dicey. I think me too is the answer as well, especially because we know high jump kick won't be very effective with this next Hitmonchan.
Okay, fine. I'll switch after this one, but I know 2 Psychics will get the knockout. I'm sticking with what we know from the previous battle.
Let's have some faith in our man right here. If Donald thinks we'll be fine, then we'll be fine. Let's go Trump.
I really appreciate the confidence, Joe. You've been a breath of fresh air when the tension could be cut with even a fucking spoon. I know our girl has no wait, no fuck. Mystery, no, please.
And she is gone.
We caught her in episode 4. This was her 30th episode on the team.
Donald, what just happened?
I'm a fucking failure. She never should have been in that situation. Take the control.
Yeah, we know you're a fucking failure, Debbie. Just let the adult get you out of your bullshit, you sniveling crybaby.
MAGA, what the hell are you doing here? This is not the time.
I beg to differ, Barbara. As you can see, your perfect playthrough champion was shitting his pants and about to let the whole team faint. To be honest, I really couldn't care less if you beat this challenge or not. I just want one more chance to humiliate Brandon next week.
Fine, whatever. Just knock out his last Pokemon and then let Donald come back. We need to console our friend and make sure he's in a proper headspace for the battle against Red. We've all made mistakes and we want to support him.
It's disgusting how wholesome you guys can be sometimes, and a complete weakness in the middle of a war, but fine, as you wish. I'll knock out this upside-down idiot, get you your 16th badge, and return Donald to you.
You're wrong, Micah. The bond we share as a team is our greatest strength, and nothing will ever defeat us. We didn't need you today, we never will. Now finish this up and give us back Donald.
It's already over. This drill peck will seal the deal. As promised, here is your depressed orange. I'll see you next week at Mount Silver Losers.
Donald? Are you alright?
No, I'm not Barack. I'm going to go stand in the corner like the failure I am and just try to recover as much as I can before the battle against Red next week because I know I'll have to play a part. I'm just going to leave. Have a great week, everybody. I'm sorry.
We all handle loss differently. Let's just give him his space, and I'm sure he'll be ready to avenge Mystery next week.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Let's not force the issue with Donnie. Let's just sign off for this week. Be there for him when he calls for us, and then we can still celebrate getting our 16th and final badge in this run. What we all did here today was still a very impressive accomplishment.
You're right, Obama. But before we go, a huge shout out to our channel members, and now we can say members because Hector has a friend in our newest member, Ram 420M. Thank you so much for joining us, Ram. And you can join him.
Who the hell could that be? Hello, who is this? We're pretty busy right now.
Oh, hey here. Joey Mac back, breaking Blowy. It's your favorite creator, GB6, gracing your shallow shit channel once again.
What can we do for you, Game Producer 6? We're kind of not in the best mood right now.
Oh, Bear, you don't think I already know that. With my Arceus power level, I not only felt a disturbance across the President's universe, but also was able to see what happened. I am so sorry to see that Mystery just got sent to the glue factory. But fret not, to make you feel better. Through my immaculate editing skills, I made a tribute video of your, as you call it, best girl to make you feel better. Would you like to see it?
I mean, not really, but
Roll
thank
the
you.
clip. Goodbye, Mr. A. Promised you would live it, but you threw too much. Goodbye, Mr. A. You won all the battles, but still couldn't clutch. This game ain't pretending, it shows no remorse. Your love is unending, my fiery heart.
Every fucking drone is on its way to Ireland.
Oh, Mystery. I'm so sorry, our best girl. You can rest easy next to another fellow legend. Your sacrifice will not be in vain.
It's finally time, everyone, to the three ladies and gentlemen to watch our series. Welcome to episode 34, the finale of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Alongside me, we have George Bush, Barack Obama, and the next President of the United States, Donald Trump, as we have one final battle left in the series against the great champion Red. You're looking now at the final team that is the culmination of the 33 episodes, an almost entire year we've spent playing this game, all leveled up to 75, by Donald after he lost his bet by losing a team member in the most recent episode.
You know, Joe, normally I would have got after you for making that comment, but it was fully deserved and I cannot be upset. I despise all level grinding, but because of what happened, it felt like something that I had to do. And by doing that grinding that took me most of the week, it not only got me back in the proper headspace for this battle, but it also made me feel like my bond with Mystery was stronger than ever by doing this in her name. She truly was our best girl, and I wish she was here today.
We all wish she was here for this battle, but somewhere, on a great big pasture in the sky, she's watching down on our group, along with all of our lost teammates along the way. That was a beautiful gravestone you picked out and put next to compatibles, by the way, Donald.
If anyone deserved it, it was Mystery. We caught her all the way back in episode 4, and she got us through so many tough battles. But moving on to our team today, I think you'll see it's not much different, but there is one glaring difference, and it's from our most broken, powerful team member.
I can only assume you're talking about Raya, right, Donnie? I was going to interrupt you, but did I see that it learned Perish Song while leveling up?
It absolutely did, George. I think in the history of randomizers, our Ra might have to go down as one of the greatest Pokemon of all time. Having 372 speed, Spore and Perish Song is an absolutely unbeatable combo. There's literally nothing that can stop that.
You aren't kidding. Having Surf and Thunderbolt as his two attacking moves isn't exactly a bad compliment either. But how about the rest of the team? Starmie and Arcanine have defense stats over 300 while Money Pit has 365 health. I don't think we could have asked for a better team to go into this battle with. I know we thought we were making it challenging by going into this battle being underleveled against 4 of Red's team members, but I think we might have been able to get away with maybe even 5 to 10 levels lower.
Probably, but at the end of the day, I think having his strongest team member be 6 levels higher than everyone we have, and 3 more also being 2 levels stronger than anyone on our side with our new rules, is more than enough of a final challenge. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about with our new rules, you either didn't watch last episode or you caught some of Joe's dementia. But to recap, as previously spoiled by our forgetful current president, we will be using hardcore Nuzlocke rules in our Ruby run and against Red here as well. What that means is the battle style will be changed from shift to set, which means we cannot switch after we knock out a Pokemon, and also we cannot use any items in battle. We have seen a lot of you say we should be doing this in the comments, and we are absolutely up for this tougher challenge. It's our goal to be known as the best trainers in the President's multiverse, and we have to play by these rules to be in that conversation.
Yeah, that was my bad for revealing that last week. I'm sorry, guys, but just know I have taken all my medication and I am fully ready for this episode. I know we will all be taking part in this battle against Red, so I want my last matchup to be a successful one.
That's good to hear, Joe, because we decided that our turn order for this final battle will mirror the turn order we've taken this entire series. That is, of course, with the additions of Dark Brandon and Dark Mega. They kind of threatened another Shadow game if they didn't get a chance today.
With the obvious threat of universal destruction, I think that's more than fair given the events of everything that has happened in this series. Don't forget Brandon joined us for a few episodes, and without him, Joey and Donnie wouldn't even be with us today.
I completely forgot that we need to use Flash in this cave. Do you guys have any objections if I teach it to Arnold seeing everyone else's moves that we really shouldn't be replacing?
We can't let emotions get in the way of anything we do today, so you have my blessing to do it, Joe. As much as it hurts to say, Arnold's stats are far lower than everyone else in our group, and the moves are the worst as well. I say get rid of Sing since Ra already has the best sleep move in the game. It does suck to see the randomizer did Arnold so dirty, and I was praying while leveling him up that he would get some better moves. But literally nothing.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy that he didn't get any better. It's really hard to believe because his moveset has been awful since day 1. But you did your leveling, and we aren't about to turn around and say, let's level one more guy up to 75.
You can say that again, Obama. Granted, it was a little easier because I was able to fight 1,000,000 rock clones by fishing. It still took what seemed like an infinite amount of hours. But let's not pretend Arnold won't give us a nostalgia boost.
That's definitely not how it works, but I'm sure he'll have to play a part in this battle because of the hardcore rules we are implementing in this fight. Oh, that reminds me, hey Obama, did you figure out if Red will have a completely random team or specialized type?
I might have looked on a dozen forums for randomizers and they all seem to give different answers. To be honest, I have no idea. But it could be anything, and we need to be prepared for the worst. He's not a gym leader, so it probably will just be a completely random team.
Hopefully none of you had an issue with me giving Ra the King's Rock. At this point, we're just trying to see how overpowered he can get.
At this point, I don't think there's any possible way he could be any stronger. If we use him in the battle, there's no way we can possibly lose. Do you think people would say we only beat Red because of the Bringer of Dreams and Pop Idol of Perish? Don't look at me like that. I was level grinding for days. I had time to think of those incredible nicknames.
Fair enough, and they are really good nicknames. I was more just surprised you came up with them. But you do raise a good point. I think we should agree right now to only use Ra as a last resort in this battle. We cannot use him unless the rest of the team has fainted.
I'm down for that. After all, we've had plenty of Pokemon ruined by the randomizer, so it should never be held against us if we used it to our advantage as well. But I totally get what you said too, Donald. We want no controversy surrounding our soon-to-be historic victory.
It's a plan then. Ra will only be used if we are down to our last Pokemon. I think we should lead off with Money Pit then, for the same reasons we used him against Blaine and Blue. We have 4 chances to have a super effective attack, and that by itself is a huge advantage.
I saw you hesitated before going through that door, Joe, and you decided to grab some last-minute items as well. Having some doubts about this final fight, my old friend?
Of course not Donald. We're going to kick his ass. But I just wanted this run to go on a little longer, you know. I'm getting up there in age, and we both nearly had this moment stolen from us by the oppressor attack. Who knows if this is our last full run together?
Oh, shut up, old man. Don't think like that. We may have our moments, and I might get on you more than I should. But at the end of the day, we've got plenty of more adventures to go on to. You and I have a few more regions to conquer. Besides, we've got Brandon and Mega keeping us going. We're all good.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, Donald. It's hard for me not to get sentimental at this point.
Nobody can blame you for that, Joe. Now let's step into that final chamber, and let's have the fight of our YouTube life. It's time for an epic finale.
It's finally time, boys. Started off right, Joe. After you and Dark Brandon have your turn, it's up to Donnie and Mega before Obama and I take it home. Let's give these fans at home one last thing to be happy about and have no casualties in the process.
Let's lock and load, gentlemen. Our toughest test starts right now. And we will not fail. It's finally time, Red. You have nowhere to hide. It's time for the presidents to take you down. Not the start I was looking for. An electric type attack could do some serious damage to Money Pit. Please let Razor Leaf take it down.
We strike first. Give us a crit.
Shit, that was close. Almost took out his highest level with only 1 attack. And it's only using Payday? Let's fucking go, boys. He should use one of his 2 full restores next as well. So another big win there.
Nice call, Donald. You nailed it. We get a free hit off as well, so that healing item is absolutely wasted. We'll take down the level 81 with only 30 damage taken. My final action in Crystal will be a success. I can sleep well tonight.
You can take as many dosages of melatonin as you want and sleep until Ruby Joe. You absolutely did your job and you picked the perfect lead. And how about a crit right there to not even delay the inevitable? Way to go, Joe.
I'll pass your congratulations on to Joseph, but with his job done, it's time for Dark Brandon to have some fun. But of course, Joseph would forget to change the battle style. Oh well, it's the least of our troubles if that's all he did. I don't remember Electrode being a threat ever, so I'll stay in here. Flinch, bitch.
Wait, what? How the fuck did you do that?
Oh, Barack, I expected better from you. Did you not see the King's Rock that Donald placed on Money Pit? There was always a chance and I just made it happen. I've done my part, now show me I didn't waste half of my power, Donald. You and Maga take down the next 2.
I won't let you down, Brandon. And I'm gonna keep rolling with Money Pit. Let's take this mutated sheep down. Ride that surf.
Let's not get reckless with Money Pit here, guys. An electric attack has to be coming sooner or later.
Hey, George, can you do me a quick favor?
Sure. What's that?
Have some goddamn faith!
I apologize for ever doubting you.
Do my eyes deceive me? Did Debbie really just have a perfect setup? Maybe he is learning something after all. My turn now, children, and I see no reason to switch out Money Pit and give Red any momentum in this battle. Let's hope it saves some of its one-hit knockout power for me.
Is Money Pit really about to sweep Red's whole team? This battle is even easier than I thought it would be.
Looks like it wasted all its power on the 3 previous opponents. No matter, this shouldn't do too much damage. That's enough. The power of the Jinx is far stronger than the powers of darkness, apparently. Thanks for that, Biden. But regardless, this Jolteon will meet its demise all the same. I'm sorry to make you switch instantly, Barack, but I'm sure even you can take it out no problem. Go to work.
You got it, Maga. Thank you for your help. It's up to me now. It looks like I'm going to have a legendary to deal with. It's also apparent that the game gave Red the electric type, which on paper is a good challenge for our team. I'm going to switch in Arnold, just in case it has an electric move.
Solid strategy, Obama. I think I remember this guy having some electric moves during a run, and Arnold might be able to take it down with Dizzy Punch. If he can't, at least we have the whole rest of the team at full health.
And of course it uses Flamethrower, which would have done nothing to Money Pit. You couldn't have predicted that, so we can't get at you, Obama. Let's just hope Dizzy Punch does some good damage.
Looks like we'll only get one end because of the damage it did, so let's see what we got. That's it? And that was a critical? I noticed he even had the item that boosted normal type moves by 10%. Geez, Arnold, was hoping for a little more out of you, but I'm not going to mess around. I'm switching to Me Too and paralyzing it.
This isn't Me Too's fight because Drill Peck won't do anything against electric attacks, but Glare definitely will. Our 2-time champion will definitely play a role right here by slowing down Red's legendary.
That's the plan, Joe. I wish Me Too could do more here, but that's just the hand we've been dealt. Just in case we ever want to put his last Pokemon to sleep, though, I say this is the only time we use Glare.
Agreed, Me Too has done so much for us on this channel, but it looks like this is officially the time it hands over the torch. We couldn't have asked for more in both Yellow and Crystal. Obama, that's not Glare? What the fuck are you doing, man?
I'm sorry, guys, I fucked that one up. I meant to hit down and I accidentally hit A. Just a mistake that won't change anything, but I do still apologize.
Are you sure you don't need me to take over, Obama? I have no issue taking down another Pokemon in this battle.
No, I got... Are you fucking kidding me? It missed? Give me a break, bro.
And give somebody the fucking controller before Me Too bites the dust. We can't lose...
Like I said, I'm fucking fine. It's paralyzed and Me Too has carried out its final job successfully. I'm now going to switch to Carrera to take down this Raikou, seeing it loves to use Flamethrower.
Don't you think it would be smarter to switch to Taft, seeing we know the opposition is strong against physical type moves? I doubt strength or extreme speed will do too much damage.
It's been a while since you've seen me in this form, but don't forget that while I am in it, I cannot be stopped. Hear me out. Who cares if we're not a special tank? Flamethrower won't be very effective. And if it gets a physical attack with Metronome, then we're fine. We'll chip away till it's down. I will get this battle to Bush with our full team. I will not fail us.
I mean, I guess that's a safe strategy, but it's going to take ages, Obama. I think I might just take a nap. Wake me up when it's Bush's turn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. But weren't you the one just a few minutes ago that said you didn't want this run to end? If anything, you should be thanking me. By chipping away at this guy little by little, I'm giving you all the extra closure you need. Also, with what happened last episode, Carrera is now our longest-serving active team member. I think he deserves his time to shine, and if possible, even finish this whole thing off. What do you think about that, Bush?
Let's just get past this obstacle before we worry about the final one. But if possible, we can definitely do that. It would get Morning Sun through Metronome, though. It just gives Red more time to pull some bullshit move out of his ass.
Destiny and fate are on our side, George. And if Red keeps getting weak moves like Bite, then the leftovers will just keep healing all that damage right back up. I told you guys that Carrera was the answer for this battle. Do I have to go back and get the Dutch clip?
No, sir, you do not. We can see this truly was the right move and that you had this under control. Well done, Obama. Your Ultra Instinct form once again has not failed us. You came a long way in this series, Barack, and you had an amazing second half. You truly were trustworthy after all.
That's all I ever wanted to hear, Donald. Okay, George, it's all up to you. Take down Red.
Yes, sir, Mr. Trustworthy Trainer. And I think we'll be able to carry out that wish and have Arcanine wrap this battle up. We know Jolteon is probably going to use Headbutt, and with our defense, we can easily tank a few of those. Hopefully its defense is low.
Oh my God, guys, are we down to the final attack?
I think we are Donald, and with the power of all of our fallen allies, Potosi, Slasher, Cobra, Sleepy Joe, Psycho, Compatible, Tree Thor, Zeke, Radiant, Shindu, Cerberus, Polytussian Mystery, I smite thee red. This battle is over.
We did it. We won.
We beat the challenge. The Randomizer Nuzlocke is over.
I can't believe it. The journey was a success.
I guess there's only one thing left to do, boys. Let's watch the credits for real this time. We are officially champions of Mount Silver.
Well, guys, we officially did it. And while it was incredibly difficult, just know we wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for all you amazing fans out there on YouTube.
We don't want to have your donations from last episode be missed, so we'll cycle through them here in the credits. We love you all, and thank you for all of your support.
And of course, thank you to our channel members as well. You can join them via the link in the description of this video.
We just thought it would be right to have the people who make this channel possible to be the ones we see in the credits of this video. Thank you to everyone else who donated throughout this series, and now, let's let the credits roll to the end.
Yes, Obama, I'm sorry I'm running late. Just give me a minute, I'll be right there. All right, Taco Bell, here I come.
I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero.
Oh shit, I'm gonna miss the turn. Good luck everybody else. I'm good at driving.
Obama, can we order? I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too, Joe, but he'll be here soon. Just have some patience. Oh wait, look, there he is now.
Sorry I'm late, guys. I only have a few more days before the inauguration, so I've been a little preoccupied.
A little preoccupied for our celebration for completing Crystal? Come on, bro, this is something I've been waiting these past 2 weeks for.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'll pay since I made you guys wait. I'll go order. Hey, Taco Bell cashier person, can a soon-to-be president get his order in?
Yes, sir. Welcome to Taco Bell. How may I help you?
Let me get 10 Crunchwrap Supremes, 20 grilled cheese burritos, 15 cheesy gordita crunches, and a large Mountain Dew Baja Blast, please.
Well, goddamn Trump, it's only the 4 of us. You didn't need to order that much.
Okay, and let me see what my friends want. Hey, Joe, Barack, George, what did you want?
We'll each just get a grilled cheese burrito, chalupa supreme, and a medium drink.
That's it? Geez, live a little, guys. Oh, well, what they said, and that's all for us.
Alrighty then, your order of 10 Crunchwrap Supremes, 23 grilled cheese burritos, 3 Chalupa Supremes, 15 cheesy gordita crunches, 1 large drink, and 3 medium drinks comes to $293.05. Will that be cash or card?
I'll put it on the Centurion like everything in my life.
Perfect. I'll take that. And you are all good to go, sir. Here is your receipt. Your order number is right on top, and we will call it as soon as your food is ready.
Thank you very much. All right, guys, let's grab a seat.
Isn't it strange how one side of the restaurant is modern and the other side is from the golden age of Taco Bell? Also, why can't I sit down?
It's because our editor is shitty at what he does and has no idea how to position us between the chair and the table. But stop breaking the fourth wall, Joe. We need to start talking about our plans for 2025.
I know my plans for 2025 already. Now that I'm about to be a private citizen again, I'm going to sleep and play Pokemon Ruby with you guys. What else is there to do?
Well, Joe, there's plenty other to do. Obama and I were talking before Jill dropped you off, and we decided maybe it's best to not play Pokemon Ruby right away.
And why wouldn't we do that? Did you want to play Generation 4 next or something? You're losing me here.
You see, guys, other channels have seen a lot more attention across the multiverse because they play other things as well, like board games, Mario titles, Minecraft, and other types of one-offs. Knowing that the bullshit of 11 Labs is in the past, we firmly know that Ruby is going to be our best series yet, and we want as many eyes on it as possible. So how about we take a break from Pokemon for a few months and get as many communities watching our channel as possible?
That's actually not a bad idea, Bush, and I can't lie, I've wanted to do a lot more on our channel than play Pokemon. I say we continue on this little month-long break we're taking to recover, and then start again with new content in February.
I knew you'd be down, Donald. I can't wait for all the brand new shenanigans we're going to get into. How about you, Joe? Are you psyched to play games like Mario Party, golf with your friends, and other games like that?
Wait a second, who the hell are you guys and why are you in my Arby's Secret Service? Do something.
Never change, Sleepy Joe, we love you.
I have Order 97 ready.
About fucking time. All right, guys, it's time to chow down. Let's enjoy a feast to celebrate our victory in Crystal and prepare for the best year our channel will ever have.
Sounds good to me, Donnie. A huge thank you to everyone who has been here from day one, and we can't wait to see you in February.
Get ready for the best content we've ever produced, and it's all thanks to our amazing community. Here's to an amazing series and to even greater moments to come.
Seriously, who the fuck are you guys?